Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 534 to Chapter 608. However, when his body fell into the lake, he quickly felt that something was wrong. That's right, the lake water was indeed full of life energy. However, this life energy was completely different from the life energy he had felt in the Sea God Lake. The life energy in the Sea God Lake was peaceful, and there were no other impurities. Whether it was absorption or digestion, it was natural and smooth, and there wouldn't be any problems. However, the strength of the life energy in the lake water in front of him was not inferior to the Sea God Lake. However, the problem was that there were other energies accompanying this huge life energy. What was that? It was a feeling of flickering light and darkness. Everything around him seemed to be changing, and even his mood was switching between sunshine and gloom. However, at this moment, the bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's chest began to spin rapidly. While absorbing the life energy, Lan Xuanyu discovered that in the 7-colored vortex in his chest, the black and gold among the 7 colors suddenly became stronger. When they became stronger, the life energy that was originally very uncomfortable in his body immediately became stable. Just like in the Sea God Lake, it began to calm down. It returned to the feeling he had when he was cultivating in the Sea God Lake. Black and gold, when Nana taught him, she once told him that the 7 colors in his vortex represented 7 attributes. Among them, red represented the fire element, blue represented the water element, yellow represented the earth element, and green represented the wind element. Silver represented the space element, gold represented the light element, and black represented the darkness element. In other words, the 2 colors that were lit up at this moment represented light and darkness. Nana also once said that among the various elements, some were opposed to each other. The 2 opposing pairs of elements were water and fire, light and darkness, and they were almost diametrically opposed to each other. Relying on his powerful control ability, he could already make the 2 elements of water and fire produce a powerful explosive force. The conflict between the light and dark elements was far above that of water and fire. However, in the lake water in front of him, which had such rich life energy, how could there be 2 completely different attributes of light and dark elements at the same time? This was simply too strange. At this moment, the surrounding water suddenly fluctuated violently, and then he saw the fat Lan Huti come to his side. Being in the water, Lan Xuanyu was in a state where his bloodline vortex was absorbing energy. He immediately sensed that the light and dark elements in the lake suddenly accelerated and surged towards Lan Huti like rivers flowing into the sea. Even the attraction of his bloodline vortex was not as strong as the attraction of Lan Huti. In an instant, Lan Huti's fur changed again. His white fur had turned completely golden, while his blue fur had turned completely black. Compared to his original silly and adorable appearance, he was a complete mess. At this moment, she looked much more dignified as she was soaked in the lake water. She was cultivating with the help of the light and dark elements? Could it be that she was a tiger-type souled beast with both the light and dark elements? Lan Huti, 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 Huti, Lan Huti, Lan Huti. What kind of tiger was Lan Huti? As he thought about this question, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but open his eyes wide as he looked at her. Lan Huti rushed towards him at this moment. She lowered her head and carried Lan Xuanyu on her back. Then, she suddenly dived into the lake. While Lan Xuanyu was stunned, he immediately felt a sense of danger. He was a human, not a god. Of course, he couldn't breathe underwater. With his cultivation, it wasn't a problem for him to hold his breath for a short period of time. But after a long time, he would still suffocate to death. Furthermore, as the depth of the water increased, the water pressure also weakened his endurance. Almost instantly, he felt a strong pressure that made his chest feel stuffy. Lan Xuanyu wanted to jump off Lan Huti's back and dive into the water to breathe. But at this moment, the long fur on Lan Huti's back quickly wrapped around his body, making him unable to move. Lan Xuanyu was shocked and subconsciously wanted to activate his cultivation. But he calmed down in the next moment. Not everyone could remain calm in a dangerous situation. The reason why Lan Xuanyu could do it was because he was used to thinking calmly in all kinds of extreme situations. He had to thank his Ying Tian Fan teacher and his teacher Tang Zhenhua for this. If he couldn't maintain his calm while being trained by these 2 teachers, he would only be in a worse state. Therefore, while he was calm, Lan Xuanyu first thought of a problem. No matter what, he was no match for Lan Huti. In other words, if Lan Huti really wanted to harm him, he couldn't do anything. Naturally, there was no point in struggling. Furthermore, Lan Huti didn't seem like she would hurt him. With these 2 points in mind, he naturally stopped struggling. Instead, he tried his best to stimulate his bloodline vortex. While absorbing the life energy from the outside, he adjusted his internal breathing and tried his best to hold his breath for as long as possible. Lan Huti continued to dive. Just as Lan Xuanyu's consciousness began to blur and his chest felt like it was about to explode, Lan Huti suddenly rushed forward, passed through a patch of water plants, and drilled into an underwater cave. A few seconds later, accompanied by the sound of water splashing, it had already carried Lan Xuanyu out of the water and drilled into a bright and dry underwater cave. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly feeling the existence of air, Lan Xuanyu immediately took in deep breaths. He only felt that his entire body was not good. He greedily breathed in the air, and the suffocation in his chest gradually eased. After a long while, he gradually recovered and fell to the ground. He looked at Lan Huti speechlessly. "Brother, I'm sorry. I forgot that you can't breathe underwater. I didn't do it on purpose." Lan Huti's delicate voice sounded. However, from her voice, Lan Xuanyu did not hear much apology at all. As his breathing gradually stabilized, he was able to size up everything around him. This was a cave. The place was very big, at least a few hundred square meters. The surrounding rocks were rugged, but the strange thing was that half of these rocks were black, and the other half was golden. In the center of the cave, there was a large piece of complete jade-green crystal. Was that a life crystal? Wasn't this too big? Looking at the life crystals that were the size of millstones and piled up like a mountain, Lan Xuanyu did not know what to say. The only thing he was sure of was that there might not be so many life crystals in the Sea God Lake. At least, there weren't such large pieces. Therefore, one could imagine how strong the life energy in this cave was. It was a thick life energy that was almost viscous. What is this place? He could finally speak. "My home," Lan Huti said innocently. "Your home is really blessed by the heavens." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but say. The effects of cultivating in such an environment could be imagined. The life energy, light elements, and dark elements here were so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. Lan Xuanyu had a rough understanding of Lan Huti's light and dark elements. In addition to this life energy, as long as a person or soul beast with compatible elements cultivated here, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. This is a place that my father specially made for me. He asked me to bring you here to cultivate. Give it a try. I'll send you back tomorrow morning," Lan Huti said with a smile. Okay. Lan Xuanyu agreed without hesitation. Although his bloodline wasn't all light and darkness, and his current soul rings only controlled water, fire, and wind elements. However, this place could definitely be said to be suitable for him. This was definitely much more effective than cultivating in the Sea God's Lake. Cultivating in Sea God Lake for an hour required 3 yellow emblems. This place was free. He really didn't want to waste even a second. He immediately sat cross-legged and circulated his soul power and bloodline power. Although he cherished this opportunity very much, Lan Xuanyu didn't absorb it with all his might as soon as he came up. Instead, he tried to absorb the energy here through the guidance of his bloodline. With the experience of cultivating in Sea God Lake, he knew that his bloodline vortex was the best tool to convert life energy into his own energy. The life energy here had 2 attributes, darkness and light. In the process of absorbing it, Lan Xuanyu gradually discovered the mystery of this place. There was no doubt that darkness and light were 2 completely opposite and opposing powerful attributes. Why could they coexist peacefully here? Back then, Nana used her bloodline vortex and centrifugal force to ensure that Lan Xuanyu's gold and silver bloodlines wouldn't touch each other and maintain a balance. But it wasn't the case here. The 2 opposing elements of light and darkness here became inert after being integrated into the life energy. Simply put, the life energy had transformed into an ocean-like existence, with the 2 elements of darkness and space embellished in it. Every dark element and light element was surrounded by many life elements, isolating them from each other and not touching each other. At the same time, they were clearly separated. Only in the process of cultivation, when the life energy was absorbed by him, would these light and dark elements be exposed. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to cultivate here. The exposed light and dark elements were likely to cause terrifying things because of their contact with each other. However, the core of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline vortex was seven-colored and included the two attributes of light and darkness. Therefore, when he cultivated here, his gold and silver bloodlines weren't affected too much, and only absorbed life energy to strengthen themselves. As for the light and darkness elements, they were absorbed by the rainbow energy at the core of his bloodline vortex and strengthened this region. In the past, Lan Xuanyu had also absorbed the other elements in the air when he was cultivating, but he didn't feel that it had much of an effect on his bloodline vortex core. Only now did he understand that it was because the water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space elements in the air were far from dense enough. In Lan Hudi's cave, the incomparably rich elements of light and darkness became the best tonic for his bloodline vortex's multicolored core. He could clearly feel the multicolored core slowly growing. With this discovery, Lan Xuanyu immediately found a new continent in his cultivation. This undoubtedly proved that in the process of cultivating his bloodline vortex, not only did he have to absorb life energy to strengthen his bloodline power, but he could also use the seven elements to strengthen his vortex core, which was the dragon god's bloodline that was produced after the fusion of the two bloodlines. Without a doubt, the seven-colored bloodline should be the dragon god's bloodline to a certain extent. Perhaps it wasn't pure enough, but as long as he continued to accumulate and improve, the dragon god's bloodline would become denser and denser, and the benefits it would bring him would naturally increase. At the very least, it would allow him to maintain the dragon god's transformation for a longer period of time. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu suddenly stopped and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked because Lan Hudi was crawling in front of him. The huge tiger head was only a foot away from his body, and the furry head was within reach. At this moment, she was lying there, and her breathing was already somewhat even. This fellow wasn't cultivating at all, but sleeping. With a smile on his face, Lan Xuanyu took out the string of emperor fruits from his storage bracelet. The environment here was so special that it was undoubtedly the best place to consume heaven and earth treasures. Instead of going back and spending emblems to absorb them in the sea god lake, he might as well take this opportunity to absorb them here. Lan Hudi said that each person could eat 3, so he shouldn't be greedy and eat 1 to test the effect. This was safer. Immediately, Lan Xuanyu plucked one of the purplish-green emperor fruits. The emperor fruit didn't look big, but it was heavy in his hand. There seemed to be a faint halo flickering inside. Lan Xuanyu put it into his mouth. Before he could chew, the seemingly thick fruit skin had already melted by itself. A somewhat spicy taste immediately slid down his throat and into his lower abdomen. In an instant, a wave of heat that was as hot as a furnace spread through his limbs and bones. Sweat flowed out of Lan Xuanyu's pores almost immediately. He felt as if his entire body had been ignited. His soul power was boiling, and his bloodline vortex was also boiling. Formless flame spread to every corner of his body, burning his body crazily. Lan Xuanyu realized that he couldn't move even if he wanted to. This blazing heat wasn't just on his body, but even his spiritual sea was burning. His entire spiritual sea had turned into a sea of fire. What a fierce medicinal power! Lan Xuanyu regretted it a little. He should have asked Lan Hudi before eating it. But at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and barely control his bloodline vortex to continue spinning and absorb the life energy in the air. During the calcining process, Lan Xuanyu's entire body gradually hurt, as if his entire body was melting. From the outside, his skin had already turned red, but one could also see that there was a faint halo circulating within his body. The life energy in the air gathered towards him like rivers flowing into the sea. The life crystals in the center of the cave lit up at this moment. All the dark and light elements became violent at this moment, and all of them rushed towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Hudi opened her eyes in a daze and subconsciously looked at Lan Xuanyu in front of her. So hot. Why is it so hot? She raised her claws and wanted to touch Lan Xuanyu, but she didn't touch him in the end. Looking at Lan Xuanyu, who was completely red, she couldn't help but be at a loss for a moment. At this moment, a voice sounded in her mind, cultivate. Feel the changes in his aura and guide your own aura to combine with his to cultivate. Eat the fruit he gave you. Dad, that's what I wanted to give you. Didn't you say that it was very good? Lan Huti muttered. Quick, there's no time to lose. Be obedient. The voice in her mind became much more dignified. Lan Huti grabbed at the side with her claws, feeling wronged. She tore open a silver space and reached in. She took out the box containing the endless life fruit that Lan Xuanyu had given her. Dad, are you really going to eat it? She asked again. Quick, don't waste the opportunity. The aura on his body is of great help in guiding your bloodline to truly awaken. What Dad can't do, I'll have to rely on you to break through the barrier in the future. The voice became a little anxious. Lan Huti had never heard her father speak to her in such a tone. She didn't dare to be negligent. She opened the box and ate the endless life fruit. Immediately, rich life energy spread throughout her body. Some auras that were different from the life energy she usually absorbed also entered her body. At this moment, the gold and silver vortex on Lan Xuanyu's chest was faintly discernible. A 7-colored halo circulated inside, emitting an aura that belonged to him. So hot, so hot. Lan Xuanyu discovered that although his spiritual sea was also burning, at this moment, he was incomparably clear-headed and could clearly feel every change in his body. His body really seemed to be melting. All his meridians, bones, and even the surface of his internal organs showed signs of melting. What was even more terrifying was that even his own soul seemed to be melting. His soul power was also melting. The only difference was the bloodline vortex. Inside the bloodline vortex, the gold and silver bloodlines were burning, and the colorful dragon god's bloodline in the middle was also burning. As it burned, his bloodline, the transformation speed of his bloodline power was clearly accelerating, several times faster than before. All along, his dragon god's bloodline had been improving very slowly. It had only improved faster once during the transformation, but now, the bloodline vortex core was only about a third of the bloodline vortex core. It accounted for 1,000th of the entire bloodline vortex. Even so, it was enough to support him to complete the dragon god transformation. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the bloodline vortex core was becoming stronger. Seeing it become stronger, Lan Xuanyu felt that he could endure all the pain at this moment. This wasn't an easy task. Every time he absorbed a large amount of energy in the sea god lake, after his continuous transformation, his soul power would become stronger, and his bloodline power would become stronger as a whole. Only the bloodline vortex core's strengthening speed was not slow. Nana had told him that this was not an urgent matter. He needed to continuously improve his bloodline power and let the two bloodlines gradually fuse. Ever since he had that piece of dragon god scale, his two types of bloodlines wouldn't collide. Their bloodlines wouldn't collide with each other anymore. This was already a very good state. At this moment, he discovered that the greatest effect of the Emperor Fruit was that all the life energy he absorbed and all the energy in his body was improving the bloodline vortex. The dragon god's bloodline in the vortex was being consumed. Usually, it was the bloodline vortex that was improving as a whole, and the dragon god's bloodline was improving the slowest. At this moment, only the dragon god's bloodline was improving, and all the other energy was being transformed into it. Including the life energy, light element, and dark element he absorbed from the air. The Emperor Fruit was indeed a heavenly treasure that could purify one's bloodline. If it was sold in the exchange center, who knew how much it could be sold for? It definitely wouldn't be a small amount. In the end, he still had more than 10 Emperor Fruits. He was rich, however, if everyone could eat 3 pills, then there would be nothing left to sell. A dozen pills would just be enough for everyone to share. These chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Soon, he was immersed in cultivation, silently feeling the changes in his body. What he didn't know was that the scales of the dragon gods on his chest were blooming with a gorgeous brilliance. The 7-colored light was emitted from his chest, illuminating his closed eyes as he cultivated. Blue butterfly. The golden and black light on Lan Huti's body became even more resplendent. The man and the tiger cultivated in such a state, slowly changing. Teacher, Xianyu hasn't returned yet. Will he be okay? Lu Feng, Dong Qianxiu, Lan Mengqin, and Tang Yuga found Xiaoqi together. It was already late at night, but Lan Xuanyu still hadn't returned. Lu Feng had some strange changes. There were some faint silver lines on the surface of his skin. This was the result of an AIDS fusion ceremony with the thorn dragon. His cultivation hadn't reached the critical point, so he could only use a special method to fuse the thorn dragon into his body. When he reached rank 50, he would be able to fuse with the thorn dragon. When the thorn dragon used its first soul skill, these silver lines would disappear. Xiaoqi was getting more and more satisfied with his student. Lu Feng was willing to work hard, risking his life more than anyone else. Because of Lan Xuanyu, his strength had increased explosively. He had awakened the White Dragon King martial soul. With such unique conditions, his future was limitless. This time, he had fused with the Thorn Dragon Spirit Soul, and his cultivation had increased rapidly. His speed would definitely increase again, and he would definitely grow quickly. Tang Yuga had also changed. The biggest change was in the color of her hair. At this moment, half of her long hair was black and the other half was white. The color of Yang Chaos was brought by the Yin-Yang Chaos bird. All the people chosen by the soul beasts had formed a contract with their soul beasts. The first grade class could be said to have completed one step. The first grade class had undergone an overall transformation. Those who had not obtained the recognition of the soul beasts were only Lan Xuanyu, Lan Mengqin, Dong Qianxiu, Jiazi, and Yuan and Hui Hui, who had left with the Elf Queen. Out of the 36 people in the class, 31 of them were recognized by the soul beasts and had spirit souls. This kind of situation had never happened in the history of the Shrek Academy in the past few hundred years. Ever. Therefore, Xiaoqi was in an exceptionally good mood today. He could even be said to be excited, but at the same time, there was a faint sense of disappointment. Why didn't he have such luck back then? After Lu Feng returned from fusing with the spirit soul, he told Xiaoqi about the situation. Although Xiaoqi didn't know what was going on, he knew one thing. For the first grade students to be recognized by so many soul beasts, it was obvious that they had a direct relationship with Lan Xuanyu. Relationship. It was the relationship between Lan Xuanyu and the soul beasts that allowed everyone to have such a huge harvest. But for some reason, Lan Xuanyu didn't have a spirit soul himself. It'll be fine. The soul beasts are very close to Xianyu, and according to the contract we signed with the soul beasts, they can't take the initiative to hurt us. Furthermore, there's Pavilion Master Wang. Here. Don't worry, go back and cultivate. There's still one more day before the Tribulation Transcendence ceremony. All of you have gained a lot from coming to the Elven planet this time. Go ahead and cultivate well, and strive to truly fuse with your spirit soul as soon as possible. At that time, all of you will undergo a further transformation and truly begin to grow quickly. Xiaoqi was extremely excited at the thought that this was a class he was in charge of. After returning, his treatment should be improved. Although the rapid growth of these children had nothing to do with him, it had nothing to do with him. But no matter what, he was their teacher in charge. Dong Qianxiu said anxiously, but it's already so late and he's still not back. The soul beasts competed. It was the soul beast Xiaoqi who said, "You guys go back first. I'll go look for the pavilion master and see what he will say to thank teacher." Xiaoqi let them leave while he headed to Wang Tianyu's residence. Before he could knock, the door opened by itself and Wang Tianyu's voice came from inside. "Come in." Xiaoqi hurriedly walked in and bowed respectfully. Pavilion master, Wang Tianyu is sitting at the table reading a book. He seems to be reading some ancient book, and there's no need to be so polite. "Sit down," Wang Tianyu said calmly. Only then did Xiaoqi sit down, but he only sat halfway. He was genuinely in awe of this pavilion master. In the entire Shrek Academy, which Junior didn't respect this pavilion master, Wang Tianyu placed the book in his hand on the table and turned to look at Xiaoqi. He smiled and said, "It's so late, what's the matter?" "Xianyu hasn't returned yet, so everyone is a little worried." "Look," Wang Tianyu waved his hand. "It'll be fine. It was the Tiger King who took him away, so it might be a good thing for him. This opportunity. The Tiger King is the successor chosen by Beast God Dtion. Regardless of whether Beast God Dtion succeeds in transcending the tribulation or not, the next Beast God will be this Tiger King. Will Dtion announce this before the ceremony begins? Xiaoqi still didn't know about this news. Without a doubt, this was a major event in the world of soul beasts. That white tiger that could speak human language was actually the next Beast God. Wang Tianyu said, I didn't expect that Lan Xuanyu would actually have a good relationship with the new Beast God. The reason why the first years have so many soul beasts to choose from is probably because of this. Xiaoqi said, you mean that the Tiger King asked those soul beasts to attach themselves to our students? Wang Tianyu nodded. That should be the case. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Then do you think the Tiger King and Xianyu? Wang Tianyu laughed and said, you're dreaming. The Tiger King is the new Beast God, it's impossible for it to become anyone's spirit soul. It wants to oversee the soul beast world and gradually control everything with the help of its seniors, leading the soul beasts for tens of thousands of years or even longer. How can it become a spirit soul? If there's a chance, it's better to guess Beast God Dtion's final choice. If he can successfully transcend the tribulation, everything will be fine. But if he fails, he might still have a chance to become a spirit soul. I just don't know if he will. With the Beast God's pride, he might leave just like that. Xiaoqi said, then Xianyu won't be in danger, right? This brat is always able to stir up trouble. Wang Tianyu waved his hand and said, that's the Tiger King, it'll be fine. The Tiger King was specially nurtured by the Beast God. It's said that it's a mutated species of heaven and earth and has an extremely special ancient bloodline. Even we don't know the exact situation. We only know that it has been less than 1,000 years since it was born, but its cultivation has already exceeded 50,000 years and its growth speed is extremely fast. It was the Beast God Dtion who took the initiative to report it to the Federation and confirmed it as his successor. Xiaoqi said, then what is the Tiger King's ability? Wang Tianyu shook his head and said, I'm not sure either because the Tiger King has never made a move before. From what I saw today, its attributes are restrained and I can't sense it either. But the strange thing is that my divine sense can't see through it. I can only feel that its bloodline is very special and extremely noble. It seems like the power of its bloodline is protecting it, preventing my divine sense from seeing it clearly. Even you can't see it clearly? Xiaoqi asked in surprise. Wang Tianyu smiled. If we could see it clearly at once, the beast deity wouldn't have allowed the Tiger King to appear in front of us. From the looks of it now, this Tiger King still needed a lot of time to grow. It was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It was unknown how long it would take to reach the level of the Beast God, Dtion. Although we humans and soul beasts coexist peacefully, we still have to take note that soul beasts can't become too powerful and affect us. Just keep your balance. Xiaoqi nodded and said, since Xianyu is fine, then I won't disturb your rest. As he spoke, he stood up and was about to leave. But Wang Tianyu said, don't be in a hurry to leave. It just so happens that I have an idea to discuss with you. Ah? Xiaoqi was overwhelmed by the favor and sat back down. He was discussing with him as the pavilion master. Wang Tianyu smiled slightly. As a form teacher, you are qualified. This evaluation alone made Xiaoqi's eyes brim with tears. This was the recognition of the Sea God's Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master. This is what I should do. Actually, I didn't do anything. The children are too outstanding, Xiaoqi said excitedly. Wang Tianyu said, you don't have to be humble. Of course, Lan Xuanyu is indeed special. Since they are so special, we have to give them special treatment. What our Shrek Academy is least afraid of is having strange talents and monsters among our students. To deal with monsters, we have to have a way of nurturing them. I just had a soul communication with the pavilion master. We want to try something new for your class. Alright, I'll listen to your instructions, Xiaoqi hurriedly said. A brand new attempt undoubtedly meant a tilt of resources. This was definitely a good thing, Wang Tianyu said. Now, most of the students in your class have real spirit souls. When their cultivation reaches the next realm, there will definitely be an overall improvement. All of them are spirit souls above 10,000 years, which will be of great help to them. But we can't wait until then. Instead, we have to start a special education for them now. Therefore, we are preparing to make your class an experimental class. We will conduct special education to verify an idea that the academy actually had many years ago. This plan has already been filed for a long time, but we haven't found a suitable class to implement it. The biggest advantage of your class isn't how many spirit souls you have obtained this time, but unity. A united group is the foundation of completing our experimental plan. Experimental class? What is the direction of the experiment? Xiaoqi looked at Wang Tianyu excitedly. Wang Tianyu smiled and said, Star War experimental class. Cave. Lan Xuanyu didn't know when the burning sensation disappeared from his body. When his consciousness gradually returned, he felt an indescribable stiffness in his body, as if his entire body had rusted to death. He subconsciously moved his body, and immediately, a series of crackling sounds came from all over his body. It was as if every part of his body was being torn apart, but it didn't hurt at all. Instead, along with the sound, the rusty feeling on his body began to disappear. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously opened his eyes and immediately realized that something seemed to be falling off his body. It was something that looked like light gray skin flakes. As his body moved, it began to fall with a pu-pu sound. It wasn't just on the surface of his skin, but even in his body. His bloodline vortex was slowly revolving, and his soul power was also circulating as his body moved. When the rusty feeling gradually disappeared, Lan Xuanyu began to feel that his entire body had become especially relaxed. Along with the impurities on his body, the clothes on his body were also peeled off. His original school uniform had already been reduced to pieces and fell off his body as he stood up. Brother, Lan Hudi had also woken up at some point and was currently covering her eyes with a pair of tiger claws. Although there seemed to be a gap between her tiger claws, Lan Xuanyu was also embarrassed. He quickly ran behind those life crystals and took out a new set of school uniform from his storage bracelet and put it on. As his body moved, he also noticed the changes. The first thing that changed the most was his bloodline vortex. He discovered that his bloodline vortex had shrunk by more than half of its original size. However, although the vortex had shrunk, only the golden and silver bloodline powers had been reduced. If the original Rainbow Dragon God's bloodline was only 1,000th, then with the shrinking of the vortex and the increase of the colors, it seemed to be 100th now. Calculating that it had shrunk by half, it meant that his rainbow bloodline had increased by a total of 5 times. This made Lan Xuanyu excited. If the Dragon God's bloodline had increased by 5 times, then would the duration of his Dragon God's transformation have also increased by 5 times. Under the state of the Dragon God's transformation, his combat strength would undoubtedly increase greatly, especially after fusing the 2 bloodline powers with his soul skills and being able to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. This allowed him to truly have the strength to fight against a 5-ring soul king. Coupled with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's ability to ignore defense, it was definitely quite powerful. But previously, when he used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he could only fight for about 10 seconds. When his opponent began to discover the characteristics of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and didn't get close to him, he didn't even dare to use it rashly because he would be crippled after 10 seconds. What if this duration was extended? Not to mention 5 times, even 3 times would be good. It has been 10 years since I started writing about Douluo in 2008. Tang San's path to becoming a god, Hui Yuhao's creation of the Spirit Pagoda, and Tang Wulin's story of fighting against the Holy Ghost Church have all inspired us to move forward. I want to use a method to gather all the passion, youth, and friendship of these years, so I created the mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King. 10 Years of Douluo, together with us. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu discovered another change in himself. During the process of putting on his clothes, he would naturally lower his head subconsciously. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the scale of the dragon gods on his chest had changed. It had changed a lot. Originally, there was only one scale of the dragon god, but at some point in time, it had turned into three identical scales. The 3 scales of the dragon gods formed a triangle on his chest, emitting a faint 7-colored halo. Without a doubt, this meant that his bloodline of the dragon gods had become even stronger. The benefits brought about by this celestial fruit were simply immeasurable. It was really too great. If he could still have such an effect after eating 2 more. That would be the most wonderful thing. After putting on his clothes and returning to Lan Huti, Lan Xuanyu said sincerely, "The effect of your celestial fruit is really too good. My bloodline has really been purified." "Huti, can each person really only eat 3? Lan Huti nodded her head and looked at Lan Xuanyu with a sneaky gaze. She blinked and said, "Yes, only 3. And the effect is not as good as the previous one. If you eat a 4th one, there will basically be no effect. Each one was worse than the previous one." This really made Lan Xuanyu a little disappointed. But he quickly felt relieved. How could there be so many good things? This was already quite good. Moreover, he still had 100,000-year-old purple immortal Ganoderma that he hadn't eaten yet. He would eat it when his cultivation was about to break through to rank 40. With this bloodline purification, breaking through to rank 40 shouldn't be a problem. As he thought about it, he focused on his inner vision and carefully felt the changes in his body. There wasn't much change in his soul power, and it was almost the same as before. His bloodline vortex had shrunk as a whole, and its overall energy had decreased. Perhaps it was because the purification process had consumed too much of his bloodline power. After cultivating in this place with such rich life force for so long, not only did he not feel full, but he was also exhausted. It could be seen how much life force was consumed in the process of purifying his bloodline, as well as the external life force. It was a pity that he couldn't keep cultivating here, otherwise, he should be able to recover very quickly. Right, what time is it now? Lan Xuanyu shuddered. He didn't know how long he had been out with Lan Huti. His teacher and companions must be worried. "Butterfly, how long have we been cultivating here? Is it time to go back?" Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked Lan Huti. Lan Huti said, "It should be noon on the 2nd day. Don't worry, Dad is only going to transcend the tribulation tomorrow." "Your father is undergoing a tribulation?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment before his entire body trembled. He cried out involuntarily, "Why, your father can't be the beast god Dtian, right?" Lan Huti blinked. "Yeah? Don't you know? Didn't you see him yesterday?" Lan Xuanyu stared at her, dumbfounded. "How would I know? He was in human form at that time." But, your father is a dragon, and you are a tiger. How did a dragon give birth to a tiger?" Lan Huti was stunned. "I don't know either. Anyway, my father said that I was born with a spiritual seed and that he was the one who gave birth to me. I don't have a mother, I only have a father." Although Lan Xuanyu didn't understand what was going on, he was still extremely shocked. The person in front of him was actually the beast god Dtian's daughter? No wonder she was the Tiger King. In other words, the black-haired middle-aged man he saw yesterday was actually the king of the entire soul beast world, the golden-eyes black dragon king who was about to transcend his tribulation and had a cultivation of 900,000 years. He never expected that he would actually meet this great god by accident. For a moment, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but become excited. That was the beast god Dtian. You said yesterday that your father asked you to bring me to him? At this moment, when he recalled the strange words that the beast god had said to him yesterday, Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a strange feeling. He vaguely guessed that the reason why the beast god Dtian asked Lan Huti to bring him to him was probably because of his dragon god's bloodline. Perhaps he had sensed his bloodline? After all, the beast god Dtian was one of the few remaining true dragons, and he was the powerful golden eyes black dragon king. Yes. Dad asked me to bring you there. It's just that he didn't seem to say anything. He just said that he wanted you to come here and cultivate. He asked me to follow you and cultivate. Lan Huti didn't hide anything. Lan Xuanyu thought about it carefully and realized that he couldn't figure it out. Huti, can you send me back now? We've been out for so long, everyone must be anxious. All right. Then aren't you going to play with me? Lan Huti said with some grievance. Lan Xuanyu smiled and patted her big head. Little Huti, be good. I'll play with you in the future. Let's go back first. Somewhat unwilling, Lan Huti once again placed Lan Xuanyu on her back and dived out. This time, he was prepared, so Lan Xuanyu didn't feel as stifled as he did when he first came. Furthermore, when he was underwater, he was surprised to discover that whether it was his ability to hold his breath or his perception of his surroundings, they had all become much stronger. In particular, his spiritual power's perception of his surroundings had obviously increased greatly. His spiritual sea seemed to have also become much larger. Although the benefits brought by the emperor fruit were to purify one's bloodline, the process of purifying one's bloodline seemed to have increased one's spiritual power to a considerable extent. This was definitely a good thing. After leaving the forest, Lan Hudi sent Lan Xuanyu back to the encampment. They landed in the forest at the edge of the forest and Lan Hudi put down Lan Xuanyu. "Big brother, I'm so happy to be with you. Will you come to see me in the future?" Lan Hudi looked at Lan Xuanyu reluctantly. "Yes, definitely. When I graduate in the future, I'll definitely come. Maybe I'll have the chance to come before I graduate." He raised his hand and patted her big head. Lan Xuanyu realized that he seemed to have fallen in love with the feeling of touching her soft fur. "Thank you, big brother. Then you have to come early. Big brother, look." As she spoke, Lan Hudi took a step back. Then, her huge body swayed slightly. Lan Xuanyu only felt that the white and blue fur on her body began to light up. Then, her huge body began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, she had shrunk by more than 10 times. A petite figure appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. She was only 1.2 meters tall and looked like she was 7 or 8 years old. The little girl with delicate makeup looked at him with a smile. Her skin was fair, and her long white and blue hair were intertwined. She had a pair of big pale golden eyes. She had a sweet smile. She was wearing a long black dress and looked extremely cute. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in surprise. You've cultivated to 100,000 years. Can you transform into a human form?" Lan Hudi giggled but shook her head and said, "No. I haven't reached 100,000 years, but I'm a little special. After cultivating with Big Brother, I can transform. Am I cute?" As she spoke, she rested her chin on her hands and raised her face that had some baby fat to it at Lan Xuanyu. "Cute, very cute." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but reach out and pinch her chubby little face. It was especially elastic, and her skin was delicate. With a light pinch, a trace of red appeared on her face. "Big brother is bad. Pinch my face." Lan Hudi slapped Lan Xuanyu's hand away. Lan Xuanyu laughed. "Alright, I won't pinch. Little Dai, be good. Next time Big Brother comes, I'll definitely bring you delicious food." As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand, and another small silver box appeared in his palm. It was exactly the same as the one he had given Lan Hudi. Lan Hudi was stunned. She reached out her hand but stopped. "Big brother, I don't have the emperor fruit to exchange with you. I gave it to you last time." Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "There's no need. This is a gift from Big Brother to you. You don't have to exchange anything." As he spoke, he pulled Lan Hudi's hand and stuffed the box into her hands. He sincerely liked this little girl. Moreover, he felt that he had let her suffer too much by exchanging the endless life fruit for the emperor fruit. Lan Hudi said excitedly, "Thank you, Big Brother. I'll keep it then. I'll go get it for Dad. Dad should need it too." Lan Xuanyu only took her words as a joke. With beast god Tion's cultivation, why would he care about an endless life fruit? With his cultivation level, what use could this endless life fruit have? "Big brother, I'll be leaving first. See you tomorrow." Lan Hudi waved at Lan Xuanyu and turned to leave. However, she seemed to be not used to her human form and walked unsteadily. After taking a few steps, she transformed back into her white tiger form and soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Lan Xuanyu only came back to his senses when he saw her figure disappear. His harvest this time was really too great. Although he didn't obtain a spirit soul, purifying his bloodline seemed to be better than obtaining a spirit soul. In an instant, his dragon god scale had increased from 1 to 3. This would definitely increase his potential greatly. He had always been worried that the bottleneck when he broke through to 4 ring would be too big. Now that his bloodline had been purified and he had 100,000-year-old purple immortal Ganoderma, he was very confident that he could successfully break through. Furthermore, whether it was the purple immortal Ganoderma, it could purify his bloodline and improve his dragon god's bloodline. It was all to increase his potential. The most important thing was that it would continue to be beneficial to his future cultivation. A faint smile appeared on his face as Lan Xuanyu turned and walked back to the encampment. He wasn't going to eat the emperor fruit anymore. Without enough life energy, he couldn't eat this thing. It could be seen from the way he absorbed it this time. He had to wait until his bloodline vortex recovered to its original size before eating it. He would probably have to wait until he returned to Shrek Academy and consumed it in Sea God Lake. It was the same for his teammates. However, thinking about the life energy required to absorb the emperor fruit in the Sea God Lake, teacher Tangyue probably wouldn't be able to give him a discount. If everyone absorbed the emperor fruit, just the cost of cultivating at Sea God Lake would be a huge sum. He probably wouldn't be able to obtain it without at least a dozen purple emblems. But it was definitely worth it. After purifying everyone's bloodline, his cultivation base increased again. The next step was his one-word battle armor. When he returned, he was going to increase his forging practice and forge the metals that everyone needed as soon as possible. With a one-word battle armor, one would truly have a place in the outer court. Although they had defeated the seniors of the various grades, including the 6th years, Lan Xuanyu knew very well that the gap was still huge. Especially the one they faced in the last battle. If it wasn't for the Nana teacher, they wouldn't have had a chance at all. If they wanted to become two-word battle armor masters in the next few years, then they really couldn't afford to rest for even a single moment. They had to work as hard as they could. Even those who graduated from the outer court could reach the 8-ring cultivation base. They were still far from this goal. At the thought of this, the excitement in his heart gradually extinguished and was replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to work hard. At this moment, he was in a state of high fighting spirit. After coming to Shrek Academy for more than a year, he and his teammates had undergone a qualitative leap and change. Other than the increase in strength, it was very rare for the first years to be so united in the entire outer court. The first years were now a whole. It felt good to work hard and be united. Returning to the dormitory, Lu Feng was sitting on the bed and meditating. The silver patterns on the surface of his skin were very clear. The silver patterns on his body were in the shape of wheels and were slightly serrated. This should be what a thorn dragon looks like, right? He didn't even have a spirit soul. He wondered if Meng Qin had a chance to obtain the approval of the Emerald Swan. As he thought about it, Lan Xuanyu quietly walked to his bed and sat down. He didn't make any movements so as to not affect Lu Feng's cultivation. It was now high noon in the middle of the day. For some reason, he wasn't hungry even though he hadn't eaten for a day. It should be because he had absorbed enough life energy. Lan Xuanyu also began to meditate. Like Lu Feng, he sat cross-legged on the bed and circulated his soul power, silently feeling the changes in his bloodline power. What he didn't notice was that when he began to meditate and circulate his bloodline vortex and soul power, Lu Feng, who was not far away from him, trembled slightly and the silver patterns on his body became clearer. His own aura had also become a little stronger. By the time Lan Xuanyu woke up from his meditation, it was already dark outside. Lu Feng was still meditating, but there were some fruits and vegetables on the table. They should have been washed clean. It looked like Lu Feng had gone out to get them after waking up halfway through his cultivation. Lan Xuanyu ate some fruits. They tasted pretty good. Then, he continued to cultivate. Through his previous meditation, he discovered that his bloodline power was recovering very quickly. As his dragon god's bloodline strengthened, it seemed that the transformation speed of his bloodline power had also begun to increase. The speed at which he absorbed life energy had also increased. Although the life energy here wasn't as dense as in the cave, the overall life energy of the elven planet was huge and seemed to be above the mother planet. Therefore, absorbing the life energy in the air was quite helpful to his cultivation. His bloodline vortex, which had shrunk by half previously, had already recovered by about 10% after an afternoon of meditation. At this speed, he should be able to recover to his peak state in 10 days to half a month and be able to eat the emperor fruit again. Therefore, after eating the fruits, Lan Xuanyu naturally didn't want to waste any time. It was best to recover his bloodline power as soon as possible. What he looked forward to the most was that one day, his bloodline power would completely become seven-colored. At that time, he didn't know what kind of cultivation he would reach, but he should at least be able to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss. Halberd at will, the night passed uneventfully. Early in the morning, there was a commotion outside the dormitory. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng woke up from their meditation almost at the same time. They subconsciously looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. The feeling of being full of energy after meditation was truly delightful. Especially when cultivating in this place that was filled with life energy, they could feel their own obvious improvement every time they meditated. I didn't even know when you came back yesterday. Xianyu, my contract with the Thorn Dragon has been completed, Lu Feng said excitedly. The Thorn Dragon had fused into his body through special means, but it hadn't completely fused with him and would have to wait until he broke through to rank 50. But when he broke through to rank 50, with the Thorn Dragon's cultivation, his soul power would increase by a lot during the process of fusing with it and providing him with a soul ring. At the same time, it would give him an incomparably powerful soul skill. It would allow his strength to transform. This was completely expected, so how could Lu Feng not be excited? Congratulations, brother. Lan Xuanyu gave him a thumbs up. Lu Feng smiled and said, the Thorn Dragon told me to cultivate with you more often. I've also noticed that after cultivating with you yesterday, my cultivation speed has obviously increased a little. It's as if there's some subtle changes. It's just like how you used to help me. Xianyu, after we go back this time, can we cultivate together often? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, of course. You're welcome at any time. Since our dormitories are next to each other, you can come to my meditation room together. Fatty, if you're willing, you can come too. This time, as the chief producer of the mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King, what I want to highlight the most is growth. The appearance of a character from a teenager to an adult will change as they grow. Martial souls and soul rings will change with the strength of the soul master. Martial soul fusion skills will also appear in the game for the first time. These were all unprecedented, and they were also what everyone wanted to experience. I believe that the changes we have made will satisfy the Tangmen brothers and sisters. For the download address of the mobile game, you can follow my Weibo. XIN number, TJSS33, plus the V authentication of Tang family's third young master. N. Sure. Lan Xuanyu said, it seems to be the Tribulation Transcendence ceremony today, right? Lu Feng said, yes, let's wash up and go out. Teacher said yesterday that we would gather this morning. I don't know where the Tribulation Transcendence will be, he didn't mention it before. Thinking of the Tribulation Transcendence, Lan Xuanyu naturally thought of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian, whom he saw that day. That handsome middle-aged man. At that time, he couldn't tell from his expression that he was about to face a life-and-death calamity. As expected of the beast god of this generation. I hope he can successfully transcend the tribulation. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself. After washing up, the two of them left their residence. Outside, the other students had already come out. When they saw Lan Xuanyu, they all walked up to greet him affectionately. The first years all knew that the reason why they were able to obtain the recognition of their spirit souls this time was largely because of Lan Xuanyu. Without the attraction of this class leader, most of them probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the recognition of their spirit souls. Not to mention that they were able to come to the elven planet this time because of the class leader. The entire first years could be said to be united with Lan Xuanyu at the center. Lan Xuanyu responded to his classmates' greetings one by one. He also saw the change in Tang Yuga's hair color. Is Hui Hui not back yet? Lan Xuanyu asked Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his head and said, he's not back yet. But if he's going to attend the ceremony today, the elf should have gone back as well. Hui Hui will definitely be there. And we should be able to see him later. It's a pity that he didn't obtain a spirit soul this time, Lan Xuanyu said regretfully. With Yuan and Hui Hui's talent, if he could obtain a suitable spirit soul, it would obviously be a huge improvement for him. Other than Tang Yuga, he was the strongest individual among the first years. Once he broke through to rank 60, he would be on a different level. Not long after, Xiaoqi arrived with Wang Tianyu. The inner court disciples had also gathered. The seniors in the inner court looked at the first years differently now. Only 40% of them had gained the recognition of a soul beast. But for the first years, more than 90% of them had done so. What kind of concept was this? These inner court seniors were all around 20 years old. They took the initiative to walk over and stand with the first years. Some of them even greeted each other after interacting with each other for the past few days. Set off. Wang Tianyu had always been a man of action. He didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he led Shrek's students and set off together. His gaze naturally fell on Lan Xuanyu. He sized him up, but didn't ask anything. Xiaoqi naturally saw Lan Xuanyu and nodded to him. Lan Xuanyu found it strange that teacher Xiao was looking at him so eagerly. The group once again entered the jungle under the leadership of Wang Tianyu and Xiaoqi. There were no soul beasts leading the way this time, but Wang Tianyu seemed to have known the route long ago. They were all soul masters, so their speed was very fast. However, the distance exceeded Lan Xuanyu's estimation. They walked for 2 hours. Soon, they were deep into the forest. They were surrounded by tall trees and rich vegetation. The air was very fresh and the life energy was exceptionally rich. Finally, when it was close to noon, they finally arrived at their destination. At this moment, people from the Spirit Pagoda, Tangmen, War God Temple, and other factions had already arrived. In the distance, there was a group of elves wearing clothes woven from various plants. Lan Xuanyu immediately saw Yuan and Hui Hui standing beside the Elven Queen. Yuan and Hui Hui naturally saw them and waved in their direction. After Lan Xuanyu greeted him, he looked around. This was an open space, a very rare open space in the forest. In the distance, it was impossible to see how many soul beasts were gathered there. There were some in the forest and some crawling on the ground. Standing at the front were more than 10 humanoid existences led by the Emerald Swan, by Ji. Without a doubt, these were all soul beasts at the level of great beasts. Every single one of them was at least a tidal Douluo. Among these people, Lan Xuanyu also saw the Tiger King, Lan Hudi. At this moment, she was also in her human form. She was standing beside Bai Ji, who was holding her hand. When the two of them stood together, they looked like mother and daughter. All the soul beasts looked very serious. To them, this was undoubtedly the most important thing. The beast god, who had protected them for countless years, was about to undergo his final tribulation. He could either ascend to the heavens in a single step, or take one step into hell. If he ascended to the heavens in a single step, the beast god would open up a new world for them. If he took one step into hell, they would lose the strongest soul beast in the entire world of soul beasts. It might even lead to the decline of the world of soul beasts. How could they not be nervous? The powerhouses representing the various factions had already walked over to the great beasts and had a simple conversation with them. As a student, Lan Xuanyu naturally stayed with his companions at the Shrek Academy and waited quietly. No one knew how the beast god would undergo his tribulation. They could only wait. Not long after, the various supreme beings returned to their respective camps. Wang Tianyu looked at the students with a solemn expression. In a while, the beast god will begin his tribulation. During the beast god's tribulation, all of you have to guard your minds and not be affected. Especially on the spiritual level. But at the same time, you have to carefully sense the process of the beast god's tribulation. Regardless of whether he can successfully transcend the tribulation or not, he will open the door to the god rank. This process will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. You will truly feel the power of the god rank. Lan Xuanyu suddenly raised his hand. Wang Tianyu looked at him. What is it? Lan Xuanyu said, Pavilion Master. I have a question. If the beast god wants to transcend the tribulation and become a god, doesn't it require a huge amount of life force as a foundation? Then, the elven planet should be fine. But I heard that the life level of the elven planet hasn't reached the god rank. Under such circumstances, can it still successfully transcend the tribulation? If it was on our mother planet, wouldn't the probability of success be much higher? Wang Tianyu was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to think so deeply. He looked at him meaningfully and said, initially, when we humans were able to cultivate to become gods, the level of the mother planet also hadn't reached the god rank. Only by breaking through that boundary could one truly become a god. They could even head to a place called the God Realm. After the God Realm disappeared, no one was able to cultivate to become a god anymore. Until the Great Calamity 10,000 years ago, it could be said to be the greatest opportunity. Our ancestors relied on their wisdom and strength to allow the mother planet to advance and become an existence that could accommodate the god rank. The life level of the mother planet also improved in all aspects. Lan Xuanyu looked at Wang Tianyu in confusion. Wang Tianyu didn't answer his question directly. The core of his question was actually why the beast god didn't choose to transcend the tribulation on the mother planet. Wouldn't the success rate be very high? But he realized that Wang Tianyu's gaze seemed to have deepened. Subconsciously, he vaguely understood something. Beast god Dtian couldn't transcend the tribulation on the mother planet? The Federation didn't allow it. It was also at this moment that Wang Tianyu's voice sounded in his mind. Dtian's tribulation is the result of all parties weighing the pros and cons. He didn't say too much, but this sentence undoubtedly confirmed Lan Xuanyu's thoughts. The beast god wasn't allowed to transcend the tribulation on the mother planet. Did this mean that the Federation didn't want a god-rank powerhouse to appear among the soul beasts? Thinking back to what his teacher had once said, if the beast god Dtian succeeded in transcending the tribulation, it was very likely that he would directly reach rank 11 or even higher. After all, his foundation was simply too huge. He took a deep breath. Although he felt that this was very unfair to the beast god, these didn't seem to be questions that he should be thinking about. Let's wait and see. He wanted to see how spectacular the beast god's tribulation would be under such circumstances. Right at this moment, a solemn feeling suddenly spread to every corner of the area. All the soul beasts raised their heads and looked towards the sky. In their eyes, there was reverence, desire, and madness. Roar. No one knew who was the first to roar, but following that, angry roars could be heard from the group of soul beasts. It was low, deep, and impassioned. Every single roar intimidated the crowd. The human-shaped ferocious beasts standing at the very front all raised their heads and roared furiously, as if they were fighting against the heavens and the world. It was as if they were shouting why soul beasts couldn't become gods. Amidst the countless roars and roars, a deep dragon roar suddenly sounded. It was as if a dragon had just awakened and was displaying its dragon's might. It actually suppressed all the beast roars in an instant, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The sky darkened almost instantly, and dark clouds covered the sky. Everything in the surroundings was trembling slightly. Lan Xuanyu could even feel countless life auras gushing out from the earth and condensing in the air. His own bloodline vortex began to violently tremble amidst the deep and long draconic roar. Faint rainbow-colored halos began to overflow from his chest. An indescribable emotion began to spread in his heart. It seemed to be unyielding. Yes, the dragon's roar was filled with unyielding anger. The dragon's roar also contained the repressed emotions of the beast god that had been suppressed for decades. Ever since it became the king of dire beasts, it had become a beast god. Dtian led the soul beasts to fight against the humans until they were on the verge of extinction. It was humans who realized the relationship between humans and soul beasts, and it was also that massive counterattack that allowed soul beasts to regain their space to live. However, was he willing to do so? Once upon a time, soul beasts were the strongest existence on that planet, and the dragon race was the leader of all races. If he could become a god, if he didn't have the invisible shackles of heaven and earth, perhaps all of this would still be unchangeable. The dragon race was on the decline, the soul beasts were on the decline, and all the pressure was on him. He was unwilling to accept this. The final moment had finally arrived. No matter what, he had to give it a try. He had to use his life as the price. Rumble. A deafening roar of thunder resounded. The entire sky turned pitch black in an instant. It was also at this moment that an incomparably huge figure that blotted out the sky suddenly rose into the air and appeared in midair. It was a gigantic black dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales. Even if one were to look at it from below, one could still feel its terrifying size. It was over 3,000 meters long. Even among human warships, only the second-tier Dragon King-class warships could compare to it. Perhaps, the name of the Dragon King-class frigate came from this. Its thick scales and huge wings made it seem as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them as it hovered in the air. Even the few human powerhouses who had long reached the deity level could not help but feel a mountain-like pressure when they looked at it. After all, no matter how high beast god Tion's cultivation was, he still wasn't at the god tier. At this moment, everyone only felt shock, an incomparably strong shock. For a creature to be able to grow to such a huge extent, what kind of terrifying existence was this? Although the well-prepared beast god Tion was unable to become a god, the energy he had accumulated was simply too enormous. From the mother planet to the soul beast planet and then to the elven planet. For countless years, it had been waiting for this moment to come, and it had also been avoiding this moment. At this moment, he finally couldn't avoid it and had to face it with his own life. Rumble. Another thunderous roar resounded, and the originally dark sky suddenly lit up at this moment. That bright light illuminated heaven and earth as a huge bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It heavily struck beast god Tion's huge body. Boom! Beast god suddenly raised his dragon head and golden light shot out from his eyes. The dragon roar in his mouth turned into a furious roar. Its huge body suddenly swung, and it actually used its tail to valiantly lash out at Lei Ting. In an instant, the sky changed color and the planet trembled. That bolt of lightning was instantly shattered, but in the next moment, beast god Tion's huge body became somewhat illusory. That's right, he had become illusory. Immediately after, as if his soul had left his body, another version of himself actually split out from his huge body. They were exactly the same. Two black dragons that were more than 3,000 meters long appeared in the air just like that. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. But if one looked carefully, one would realize that one of the two black dragons was solid while the other was somewhat illusory. Wang Tianyu, who was standing at the front of Shrek Academy's side, said with a solemn expression, "This is the Avatar tribulation. It is the tribulation of one's obsession. Only by defeating oneself can one transform into a god. It might be possible for others, but for Beast God, this is probably the most difficult tribulation for him. How can an obsession that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years be broken through so easily? Could it be that the heavens really don't allow soul beasts to become gods?" Boom! Just as Wang Tianyu was muttering to himself, the two dragons in the sky had already collided fiercely. Darkness, golden light. Crazy collisions and attacks. Large amounts of flesh and blood splattered in the air, but after the flesh and blood were torn apart, they would vaporize and float onto the elven planet. On the surface of the planet, an incomparably dense life aura immediately rose. This was the accumulation of beast god Tion over hundreds of thousands of years. The elven queen looked up at the sky and sighed in her heart. She knew that this was the beast god's final response to the elven planet. Because the arrival of a large number of soul beasts would definitely cause the rate of loss of life energy on the elven planet to increase. He was using his hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation to feed his life energy back to the elven planet. Even at this final moment, Beast God was still thinking about the survival of his race. As expected of the Beast God, the two black dragons fought crazily, causing the sky to darken. That terrifying soul power fluctuation and terrifying spiritual power impact. The blazing bloodline aura made the soul masters watching the battle below feel dizzy. Everyone was in shock as they felt the changes in their bloodlines. They could feel the life force around them rising, and they could also feel their own life force becoming stronger. There was no doubt that everyone who came to watch the ceremony would obtain certain benefits from this tribulation transcendence ceremony. This was also the reason why the Soul Beast world invited them here. They wanted to form good karma and fight for a peaceful future for the Soul Beast world. The beast deity made full use of his last tribulation transcendence so that his clansmen could survive better. He had put in a lot of effort. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at the battle in the sky. The unyielding will in his chest was becoming stronger and stronger. He could deeply feel the unwillingness and sorrow in Beast God's heart. Why can't soul beasts become gods? Why can't soul beasts become gods? Beast God's thoughts seemed to be continuously transmitted into his spiritual sea. It kept echoing in his heart. Lan Xuanyu's mind suddenly became a little absent-minded as images appeared in his mind one after another. He seemed to have come to another world and seen the incomparably powerful dragon gods. A giant dragon covered in 9-colored scales soared above the 9 heavens, surrounded by thousands of dragons dancing. Dragons that were more than 1,000 meters long or even several thousand meters long circled around it. Amidst the ethereal immortal clouds, on the ground, countless nameless but incomparably powerful beasts were roaring and roaring. They responded to the dragon roars in the sky. Among the mythological beasts on the ground, Lan Xuanyu suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was a giant tiger covered in golden and black fur. Its huge body was like a mountain. It raised its head and let out a tiger roar. Behind it, countless mythological beasts responded. They responded to the roars of the dragon gods in the sky. The roars of the dragons and tigers shook the heavens and the earth. In the distance, there were huge human figures. Their terrifying auras led countless armies and seemed to be waiting for them. The 9-colored giant dragon let out a loud dragon roar and was the first to fly forward. On the ground, the golden and black giant tiger also rushed out, leaving behind a golden and black shadow behind it. Together with the dragon gods in the sky, they rushed into the distance. That battle caused the sky to turn dark and the earth to dim. It was a collision between races, a battle to determine the ruling power. While Lan Xuanyu's mind was replaying this ancient battle, Dong Qianxiu, who was not far from him, was also in a daze. What appeared in her mind was a completely different scene. It was a blue world, a world that belonged to the sea. The cold seawater made everything so clear and comfortable. Huge white sharks swam freely in the seawater, letting out their own sounds from time to time. There were hundreds of such white sharks forming this huge group. Among them, there were 2 especially huge existences in the center. A faint white halo fluctuated. The biggest shark's figure suddenly changed. It quickly shrank and gradually turned into a human figure. It turned into a handsome middle-aged man. His whole body was covered in white clothes, and his long dark blue hair fluttered behind his head. Beside him, the equally huge great white shark also began to change. It turned into a beautiful woman, also dressed in white. Her long hair fluttered. The surrounding seawater seemed to automatically separate, and the white shark circled around them. The 2 held hands with smiles on their faces. A faint halo was emitted from their bodies, illuminating the surrounding seawater. It made everything clearer and more transparent. At this moment, a petite white shark swam over and came in front of the woman. It opened its mouth and spat a string of bubbles at her. Naughty again. By pow pow. The woman covered her mouth and giggled. The petite white shark immediately shook her body vigorously. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "My daughter is not satisfied. She doesn't like the name Bubbles. It's too unpleasant to hear." Ha ha ha. The woman laughed and said, "She can only blame herself. Who asked her to like blowing bubbles so much? It was already so big, yet it was still blowing bubbles all day long. Why don't we call you by Xiao Xiao?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "She doesn't want to do it. Actually, I think Xiao Xiao sounds pretty good too. Wasn't the homophonic Xiao Xiao quite good? How about by Xiao Xiao? Our daughter will definitely be delicate and beautiful. Okay, let's call her by Xiao Xiao then." Objection overruled, baby girl. He he he. The scene changed, and everything turned into bubbles. It was still the sea, but everything seemed to have changed. A gigantic great white shark was swimming in the sea, its clear voice reverberating in the water. "I don't want to be called Xiao Xiao Xiao. I want to give myself a name. I'm in the ice sea, and I control ice. I want to be able to freeze this world and everything. I want to give myself a domineering name. I'll be called Dong Qianxiu." Humph. Dad, Mom, objection overruled. At this moment, a somewhat helpless voice echoed in the sea. "You little girl, you're being naughty again. It's up to you. You can call yourself whatever you want. Your nickname is still Xiao Xiao. Dad is already used to calling you that. Come back quickly. Recently, our sea has been a little unstable. The evil demon killer whale clan often appears. Don't go too far. Don't make Dad and Mom worry." I know. I'll go back now. The seawater shattered, turning into bubbles and disappearing without a trace. Dong Qianqiu, who was standing beside Lan Xuanyu, was already in tears. Dad, Mom. Dad, Mom. She finally remembered. She finally remembered everything. She remembered the past that she had deliberately forgotten because of her grief. Dong Qianqiu? No, I'm Bai Xiuxiu. When she was young, she was rebellious. But when she grew up, she realized how childish it was to be rebellious. I miss you guys so much. How great would it be if you guys were still alive? Dad, Mom, I won't be willful anymore. I just want you guys to come back alive. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The two huge black dragons were still colliding with each other. Their bodies were starting to become illusory. They were even shrinking. Cracks kept appearing in the sky, tearing the surrounding space apart. At some point in time, Wang Tianyu, Yang Hui, Bai Ling Shuang, and Tang Miao were already floating in midair. They worked together to set up layers of energy barriers, isolating everything in the sky, especially the spatial cracks. Lan Xuanyu panted heavily. The scenery in front of him returned, but he only felt extremely tired. It was as if he had really just experienced a huge battle. The final outcome of the battle between the human gods and the divine beasts was undoubtedly the divine beasts' loss. This should be the reason why soul beasts couldn't cultivate to become gods no matter what. But why couldn't gods and divine beasts coexist peacefully? What caused such a huge battle back then? His breathing was a little hurried. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked to his side. He immediately saw that Dong Qianqiu's face was covered in tears. Qianqiu, what's wrong? Lan Xuanyu quickly grabbed her hand. Dong Qianqiu lowered her head and shook it gently. I'm sorry, my name isn't Dong Qianqiu anymore. My name is Bai Xiuxiu. Call me Bai Xiuxiu from now on, okay? Ah? Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what happened to Dong Qianqiu, but he could clearly feel the sadness in her heart at this moment. He had never seen Dong Qianqiu like this before. He didn't ask anything and just nodded silently and held her hand tightly. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Dong Qianqiu, no, Bai Xiuxiu's mind finally calmed down a little. She took half a step forward to get closer to him. Being by his side always made her feel more at ease. Suddenly, the sky lit up. The two huge black dragons suddenly turned bright purple at the same time. Their bodies were already covered in wounds. But at this moment, they were still emitting an incomparably powerful aura. All of a sudden, the solid black dragon pounced forward. It didn't care that the illusory black dragon had left a huge wound on its body. It suddenly hugged the illusory black dragon and entangled it. Their huge bodies intertwined with each other, and the surrounding spatial cracks seemed to explode from the powerful energy released from their bodies. For a moment, a strange scene appeared in the sky. In the center were two huge black dragons emitting intense purple light, and around them were large patches of pitch-black spatial cracks. The four god-rank powerhouses all had serious expressions on their faces. Once so many spatial cracks landed on the surface of the planet, it would immediately cause a huge disaster. They all focused and carefully guarded, not allowing any of the cracks to spread. At this moment, a low but majestic voice sounded in everyone's ears. Since I was born, I have accompanied the dragon gods. With the help of the dragon gods, I finally became a dragon king. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't favor me, and the dragon race fell. I wandered in the human world and attained my Dao in the great Star Do forest. After that, I cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and protected the soul beasts. Today, the heavens are heartless and want to cut off my path forward. I have a clear conscience about what I have done in my life. The only thing I am worried about is my death. After I leave, the Tiger King will inherit the position of Beast God and be protected by his companions. The cooperation between Shrek, Tangmen, the Spirit Pagoda, and the War God Temple will remain unchanged. I hope the Federation will take care of us and protect the survival of our race. Regarding the change of name from Dong Qianqiu to Bai Xiuxiu, I have explained the reason on my Weibo, Xian, and platforms. Everyone can search for TJSS33 and follow it to see the history article. This low and deep voice directly appeared in everyone's spiritual world. His voice was very calm and didn't contain any sadness, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. But when his voice appeared, all the soul beasts began to wail. In the end, Beast God was unable to fight against the heavens and was unable to take that final step. Was he still going to fall in the end? A huge sense of sorrow instantly spread throughout the entire planet as thousands of soul beasts let out sorrowful roars. Tiger King could no longer maintain her human form and transformed back into a giant tiger. She was about to soar into the sky when she was held back tightly by the emerald swan beside her. Big drops of tears flowed from Bicky's eyes as her delicate body trembled. How could she not want to rush up and help him? However, none of this would have any meaning. Beast God Dtion couldn't break through the shackles himself, and no one could help him. Perhaps this was fate. Bicky pulled Tiger King and slowly knelt on one knee. Beside her, the beasts that had transformed into their human forms also knelt on one knee. "Daddy!" Tiger King screamed at the top of her lungs and finally transformed back into her human form. She turned into that cute and naive little girl and knelt on the ground, crying loudly. In the air, the two huge figures gradually compressed together again, but the shattered space around them became more and more intense. It gradually turned into a black hole and gradually sucked that huge body into it. "Baby, don't cry. You have to be strong, you have to inherit your father's ambition, you have to protect our clansmen well." Beast God Dtion's voice became gentle and kind, but the haze in the sky became even thicker at this moment. "Beast God." Bicky looked up at the sky and cried out in grief. A light flickered behind her, and a dark green light seemed to be about to soar into the sky. The black hole became more and more intense, and the terrifying aura suppressed the barrier formed by the four gods below, causing it to tremble violently as if it was about to break at any moment. The might of Beast God Dtion's tribulation was actually so powerful that even the four god-rank powerhouses couldn't help but change their expressions. Finally, all the spatial cracks suddenly connected together and turned into a large amount of incomparably intense spatial fluctuations. Everything fused together in an instant. Beast God's huge figure was immediately sucked in. "Wait for me." Amidst the sorrowful cries, Bai Ji shoved the Tiger King in her arms to the myriad Goblin King beside her. With a flash of green light, she turned into a giant emerald swan and soared into the air. She actually broke through the barrier set up by the four gods and headed towards the black hole without any hesitation. There were no more tears in her eyes. There was only determination. No one stopped Bicky, not even the beasts. Without the Beast God Dtion's suppression, Bicky would soon face her life and death tribulation. To her, she would have to face life and death in the end. Moreover, at this moment, she only wanted to follow him. Bicky was not the only one. Another deep purple figure soared into the sky. It was a purple-clothed woman. She had always been among the ferocious beasts. From beginning to end, her face was only pale, and she did not reveal any emotions. However, when Bicky the Emerald Swan rose into the air, she also rose into the air. She quickly chased after Bicky and flew towards the black hole in the sky without any hesitation. Wang Tianyu reached out, wanting to stop her, but was blocked by Tang Miao. Tang Miao sighed softly. "Let them go. To them, it might be more painful than death. They might as well leave with the person they love." Wang Tianyu frowned. He had never married, but it didn't mean that he didn't know about the matters between men and women. He only felt that his heart was heavy and oppressive. Just as the Emerald Swan and the purple-clothed woman were about to rush into the black hole, a seemingly broken dragon claw suddenly stretched out and slapped down. Bicky and the purple-clothed woman were instantly slapped down from the sky. They fell to the ground. The black hole in the sky instantly shrank and finally turned into a black dot, disappearing forever from the sky. Roar, 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 the beast god ascended into the sky, and all the beasts wailed. For a moment, the entire planet seemed to have become a sea of sorrow. Countless soul beasts prostrated on the ground, wailing in pain. Tiger King even fainted in the arms of the myriad Demon King. Lan Xuanyu pursed his lips and clenched his fists tightly. The unyielding will from the beast god lingered in his heart. Even though he had only met the beast god once, even though the beast god had only said a few ambiguous words to him. But this person's heroic appearance had long been deeply imprinted in his mind. Furthermore, he was Lan Hudi's father. Bai Xiuxiu stared blankly at the sky. The death of the beast god made her recall everything she had faced. Dad, Mom, Xiuxiu will be fine, don't worry. If one day I can become a god, I will definitely think of all ways to find a chance to revive you. From today onwards, she was no longer the rebellious and disobedient Dong Qianxiu, but Bai Xiuxiu who missed her parents. She turned around abruptly and ignored all the gazes around her. She hugged Lan Xuanyu tightly and burst into tears. The Emerald Swan, Bai Ji, and the woman in purple who had fallen to the ground had slowly gotten up. Their expressions were deathly still, and there was even a hint of calmness in the deathly stillness. The two women looked at each other and didn't say anything. They just silently walked towards the soul beasts. What no one noticed was that their expressions were no longer as resolute as before, and there seemed to be a strange look in their eyes. The news of the beast god failing the tribulation would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Federation in a short period of time. It would have a profound impact on the entire soul beast world. It was the same for the soul beasts on the elven planet. The fact that soul beasts couldn't become gods was not broken in the end. And the various forces had witnessed all of this. The 4 god-rank powerhouses returned to the ground, and the beast god ascended to the sky to nourish the earth. It also made the life aura of the elven planet much stronger. The Tiger King would become the new generation of beast god. From this moment onwards, the beast god was no longer Di Tian, but Lan Hudi. Beast god Lan Hudi. Although I had already guessed that this would be the outcome, beast god's death still made me sigh. He was too unyielding. Even at the last moment, he had no intention of transforming into a spirit soul. Bai Lingshuang's voice was filled with regret. In fact, the 4 of them had some hope in their hearts when they came. They hoped that the beast god would choose to form a contract with a human at the last moment and become a spirit soul. If the beast god really wanted to make such a choice, they would even be willing to strip off one of their spirit souls, even if their cultivation fell below the god rank. With the beast god Di Tian as a spirit soul, they would definitely be able to charge to rank 11 in the future, or even the legendary rank 12. Unfortunately, the beast god still had his own pride and had no intention of forming a contract with any human. It's impossible for the beast god to become a human spirit soul. His pride doesn't allow it. Furthermore, he is the spiritual pillar in the hearts of all soul beasts. If he makes that choice, soul beasts will definitely only be able to exist as vassals of humans. That is definitely not what the beast god wants to see. Hence, he would rather choose to die indiscriminately than live like that. The beast god is indeed admirable. Tang Miao said sincerely. Wang Tianyu nodded. Although we more or less held a trace of luck in our hearts, we really saw the beast god today. I feel that we don't have the qualifications. If not for the great limit of heaven and earth, the beast god's achievements wouldn't be something we could reach. Yang Hui sighed and said, let's not talk about this anymore. The soul beasts aren't in a good mood now. Let's bring our people back as soon as possible. We've finally witnessed history. The Federation can rest assured now. With that, he laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head. Tang Miao narrowed his eyes and said, actually, even if beast god Di Tian is allowed to transcend the tribulation on the mother planet, I think it will be very difficult for him to succeed. The restriction on soul beasts is like a curse. A curse is imprinted in the depths of their bloodlines. Even if all the conditions are met, they will eventually self-destruct. Isn't today's avatar tribulation the same? Bai Lingshuang said, I'm afraid that's the case. That's why the Federation is being petty. Be careful with your words, Yang Hui said angrily. Yang Hui snapped, the Federation has its own difficulties as well. The pressure on the front lines isn't small, and we can't afford any problems in the rear. Beasts. After all, gods are too strong and can easily become variables. The Federation has no choice but to be cautious. Alright, there's no point in talking about this now. Let's go, let's go. As he said that, he walked towards the war god temple. The experts from all sides dispersed and returned to their encampments. Then, they arranged for spaceships and left the elven planet as soon as possible. Beast god Di Tian was dead, the soul beast world would definitely it will take a long time to adjust. The Tiger King was still young and would need a long time to stabilize his position as beast god. The interior of the soul beast world needed to be adjusted. This was also the case. Lan Xuanyu and his teammates, whom the Federation wanted to see, returned to the encampment with a depressed mood. Yuan and Hui Hui also followed them back. Originally, he had something to say. He wanted to tell Lan Xuanyu, but seeing that everyone was in a bad mood, he didn't say anything. Dong Qianxiu, who had changed her name to Bai Xiuxiu, went to look for Shao Qi and told him that she wanted to change her name. She told him about it. In this regard, the Shrek Academy didn't have any restrictions. However, Dong Qianxiu's student registration and her file in the Federation had to be modified because of this. Some procedures were needed. Returning to their residence, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng looked at each other. Lu Feng sighed and said, "Beast God still didn't succeed. The Thorn Dragon is very sad." The first years were all in a bad mood. The main reason was that they were affected by their respective spirit souls. Their souls all had their original memories, so they could naturally sense that the beast god had fallen. One could only imagine how sad they were. Lan Xuanyu said, "We don't really understand things at that level, but it's really such a pity for the beast deity, and he's especially unwilling to accept that his hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation was wasted." Failure. Xiao Dai is also very sad. I didn't expect that the one who came to sleep with us that day was the new beast god. Do you want to see her? Lu Feng asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "Forget it. She must be very sad now. There's no point in me going to see her. She must have a lot of soul beasts around her." He was comforting her. "I don't know where to look for her. I hope I can see her again before I leave." Lu Feng nodded. "It's been a long day. Let's rest." Today, when I felt the aura of the beast god, my White Dragon King bloodline had a very strong fluctuation. Wait a minute. Let's cultivate. It was already evening when they returned, and the sky outside was already dark. They were going back tomorrow, and Lan Xuanyu wanted to take advantage of tonight to absorb more life energy so that he could cultivate on the way back. After all, it would take a long time for them to return. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to enter a meditative state. When the beast god was transcending the tribulation today, because of the barrier set up by the 4 god-rank experts, they couldn't sense too much god-rank aura. It was a pity. But there was nothing they could do. The 4 experts did this to ensure everyone's safety. Otherwise, if the beast god Dtion's avatar tribulation affected the earth, not many of them would be able to withstand it. Lan Xuanyu entered the meditative state very slowly today because there were too many chaotic thoughts in his heart. It took him a lot of effort to calm down and enter a state of forgetting everything. At this moment, 2 guests arrived at the Shrek Academy's encampment. Wang Tianyu looked at them in surprise. The 2 people in front of him. The 2 people who quietly appeared outside his door at night were the 2 people who almost followed Dtion today. The one wearing a long green dress was the Emerald Swan, Bai Ji. In the world of soul beasts, she had a status that was second only to one person. As for the woman in the purple dress, Wang Tianyu also knew her. This was the abyssal demon dragon, one of the 10 great ferocious beasts tens of thousands of years ago. In terms of actual combat strength, she was even above the Emerald Swan. She was one of the dragons, and her name was the Demon Empress. It was rumored that Bai Ji and the Demon Empress had been secretly competing, but outsiders didn't know what kind of relationship the 2 of them had. Wang Tianyu didn't expect them to come together. "Seniors, you are?" Wang Tianyu looked at them in puzzlement. He was momentarily at a loss. Vicky and the Infernal Queen looked very calm. Bai Ji said, "Pavilion Master Wang, you should be clear about our situation. I'm not good at fighting and will soon face a great calamity. I originally wanted to follow the beast god, but the beast god wants to see if there's still a chance for me to try again for the soul beast lineage. So, I'm here to form a contract." "I'm the same." The Demon Empress had always been a woman of few words. She made her intentions clear. Hearing their words, Wang Tianyu's eyes widened. What was going on? These 2 were top powerhouses in the world of soul beasts. Forming a contract, what did that mean? Wasn't that to become a spirit soul? Wang Tianyu hesitated for a moment and said, I welcome you very much and thank you very much for your choice. However, you chose me. I've already become a god and my spirit soul is full. If this was the beast god Tian, Wang Tianyu would naturally be willing to change his spirit soul at all costs. Although, the two in front of him were also top powerhouses among soul beasts. However, Wang Tianyu was still hesitant to change their spirit souls, even if it was a man-made spirit soul. Of course, he was still tempted, especially by the abyssal demon dragon's demon empress. His own martial soul was the blue lightning tyrant dragon. He had a true dragon spirit soul and a solid foundation. If he continued to cultivate steadily like he was now, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to rank 11 in the future. It wouldn't be impossible for him to reach rank 12. The process of recultivating to become a god would definitely not be short. Whether it was worth it or not would have to be weighed. Pavilion Master Wang, don't be troubled. We naturally won't trouble you to recultivate. Each of us has taken a fancy to a student from the Shrek Academy. We came here this time just to greet you first and then look for her. Let's form a contract, Vicky said. Wang Tianyu was stunned for a moment and then felt a little disappointed. But this was equivalent to helping him make a decision. He adjusted his mentality very quickly. This was a good thing. These two students who chose the Shrek Academy meant that two of them had the potential to become gods. They would definitely become gods in the future. That's great, you're very welcome. May I know what the two of you have chosen? Wang Tianyu hurriedly asked. At this moment, even he was a little excited. This time, they didn't need to be able to form a contract with the beast god Tian and have two great ferocious beasts take the initiative to look for them. This was definitely a great thing, especially Vicky. In terms of healing ability, she was ranked first and no one could replace her. Legend had it that as early as 20,000 years ago, when the soul beasts launched a beast tide to attack human cities, Vicky was able to rely on herself. She was able to provide healing to the soul beast army. No matter whose spirit soul such a top-notch healing-type soul beast became, the Shrek Academy would definitely produce a person with super strong healing abilities. A powerful soul master. Vicky and the Demon Empress looked at each other and each said a name. Hearing these two names, Wang Tianyu couldn't help but be stunned. Their choices were actually. Hearing these two names, Wang Tianyu couldn't help but be stunned. Their choice was actually, his soul power flowed naturally, and his bloodline vortex absorbed a large amount of life energy from the air to replenish itself. Perhaps it was because beast god Tian had fed the entire planet before his death, but Lan Xuanyu's speed of absorbing life energy was clearly increasing. His bloodline vortex was constantly recovering. At this moment, his mind was completely immersed in cultivation. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly fell into a trance. Lan Xuanyu was shocked and immediately woke up from his quiet cultivation state. It wasn't a good thing to be in a trance while circulating soul power. This was a sign of qi deviation. Once his soul power went astray, it would be troublesome. However, in the next instant, he felt that his surroundings had suddenly turned pitch black, and his consciousness seemed to have been pulled out in an instant. He appeared in a pitch-black night sky. The reason why he could tell that this was the night sky was because there were specks of starlight shining in the darkness. At this moment, a low voice rang out in his consciousness, Tian greets the Honorable Lord. Hearing this voice, Lan Xuanyu's consciousness fluctuated violently. Tian? Beast god Tian? Isn't he dead? Could it be that I've really gone astray? Beast god Tian's voice sounded again, Exalt, don't be puzzled. Tian isn't dead, but he's on the verge of death. I can't pass the avatar tribulation in the end. However, this was something that I had long expected. If I can't meet Exalt, then Tian can only choose to die. But in the end, the heavens still gave us dragons and soul beasts a chance of survival. They allowed me to meet Exalt at the last moment. At that moment, I decided my future. Exalt, are you willing to form a contract with me? Let me become your spirit soul servant. I will serve you again. Lan Xuanyu adjusted his thoughts and transmitted his thoughts. You mean you want to become my spirit soul? But I don't seem to need a spirit soul. Also, the Exalt you mentioned, are you referring to the dragon gods? But I only have a little bit of the dragon god's bloodline, and it's a mutation. The High Lord is the reincarnation of the dragon gods, there is no doubt about this. I used to serve the dragon gods of the previous generation, so I can't be wrong. There was no need for the Honorable Lord to be modest about this. Naturally, a supremacy didn't need a spirit soul. Hence, Ditian only wanted to be a servant. Ditian can only break through that barrier if he stays by the High Lord's side in the form of a spirit. He also needs the High Lord's protection and guidance. Beast God Ditian wants to become my spirit? To be honest, if Lan Xuanyu was awake right now, his heart would definitely beat faster. Disregarding everything else, just this feeling alone was too wonderful. Beast God Ditian sighed and said, "You should have felt it today. The heavens are unfair to us soul beasts." In other words, the defeat back then caused us to lose the opportunity to rise again. Now that the High Lord has been reborn, he has finally given us a chance to live. Ditian also hopes to be able to accompany you forever. Lan Xuanyu asked, "Then what do you need me to do?" Ditian said, "You don't need to do anything. You just need to agree to let me become your spirit soul. However, I was severely injured during this tribulation. In addition, for the sake of my clansmen, I needed to repay the elven planet and consumed almost all of my life force. After becoming your spirit soul, I will enter a long slumber. Until my spirit sense is replenished." Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully, "A long slumber? How long is this long? Weren't spirit souls able to help their master fight?" But this one wanted to sleep. Furthermore, it seemed like he wanted to borrow the aura of his dragon god's bloodline. What benefits would that bring to him? Although Beast God Ditian's name as a spirit soul was nice, if it was useless, it didn't seem to be meaningful at all. Ditian's spirit sense was extremely powerful. After hearing Lan Xuanyu's question, he understood what he meant and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Don't worry, High Lord, Ditian is still somewhat useful. Firstly, when High Lord's life is in danger, Ditian will wake up. Secondly, with my stimulation, High Lord's bloodline will speed up its growth. Although I didn't succeed in transcending the tribulation, my spirit sense has already evolved and entered the half-step divine sense realm. It will also protect High Lord's spiritual sea. To put it simply, although I will borrow High Lord's aura to evolve, I will also repay High Lord. It is equivalent to being a stabilizer and accelerator for your cultivation. It will prevent you from going berserk." Lan Xuanyu asked, "Then how long will it take for you to wake up?" Ditian said, "I don't know either. This has a lot to do with High Lord's growth. If High Lord can cultivate to become a god, I will definitely wake up when you become a god." Lan Xuanyu said helplessly, "It's still too early. But I agree. After all, for Xiaodai's sake, I can't let you die just like that." Ditian's explanation had already convinced him. Just the fact that Ditian would wake up to protect him when he was in danger was equivalent to giving him another protective talisman. Ditian hesitated for a moment before saying, "High Lord, I have another request. Please don't tell anyone about me, including your parents. I'm afraid they won't agree." Lan Xuanyu said, "No problem. I will definitely keep it a secret." How would he know that the parents that Ditian was talking about were completely different from the parents that he thought of? Ditian heaved a huge sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I don't have a choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have troubled High Lord. High Lord, I will begin to fuse with you now." Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it was impossible to say that he wasn't worried at all. After all, Beast God Ditian was a beast god who had once shocked the entire Douluo planet. In his heart, he was also worried that Ditian might do something to harm him. But compared to the risks, the benefits were undoubtedly more predictable. After all, the beast god had reached an agreement with the Federation, so the chances of him harming him were relatively small. At the same time, from the changes in his bloodline, there was still a difference between Ditian's bloodline and his. He had the bloodline of the dragon gods, while Ditian had the dark-type bloodline, which was only one of the 7 types. Even if he wanted to harm him, there didn't seem to be any way to do so. Regardless of whether it was Wang Tianyu or Xiaoqi, they had both said that whoever could obtain the beast god's recognition and form a spirit contract with him would be extremely lucky. Since they both agreed, the possibility of danger wasn't too high. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Lan Xuanyu had no reason to refuse. He could vaguely sense that Di Tian was really very weak at this moment. Although he still didn't know how Di Tian made all the god-rank powerhouses think that he had died, he still had a chance of survival. Just as Lan Xuanyu was deep in thought, a cool feeling suddenly spread throughout his body. A faint black shadow silently entered his and Lu Feng's room and directly imprinted itself on Lan Xuanyu's skin. After the black shadow circled around his body for a moment, it quickly found the 3 dragon god scales on his chest and began to coil around them. Immediately, faint black patterns began to appear on Lan Xuanyu's body. These black patterns vaguely emitted a faint golden halo. Stimulated by this, the 3 dragon god scales on Lan Xuanyu's chest immediately lit up. Everyone's loyalty. My lord actually has the aura of the dragon race's loyalty. Di Tian's surprised voice sounded. Everyone's loyalty? What's that? Lan Xuanyu was a little confused. He didn't know what Di Tian meant. Di Tian said in a deep voice, everyone's loyalty is the recognition of the dragon race. There are more than 1,000 true dragons' loyalty on you. This means that you are indeed the holy lord of the dragon race. Have you found the graveyard of our dragon race? No. Lan Xuanyu was also very puzzled. Di Tian suddenly came to a realization and said, I understand, it should have been given to you by your parents. I seem to have remembered something. Lord, I'm going to start fusing now. You just need to relax. This process won't bring you any burden. As he spoke, the cool aura instantly became stronger and began to flow along the 3 dragon god scales into Lan Xuanyu's bloodline vortex. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline vortex was instantly lit up, especially the 7-colored light inside, which became exceptionally bright. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and silently felt the changes in the bloodline vortex. He didn't control it and only carefully observed the strands of black aura that entered his bloodline vortex. The bloodline vortex didn't stop in the gold and silver energy outside, but directly drilled into the core of the 7-colored energy. Immediately, the black aura became brighter. It became more intense, as if it had found its own home, and it continued to merge into it silently. Following its fusion, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel his bloodline vortex rapidly expanding as if it had eaten a tonic. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered to its peak state. Status. The consumption from absorbing the Emperor fruit was instantly replenished. Not only that, but under the influence of the black aura, the dragon god's bloodline had clearly expanded a little. At least, it had increased by 1/3, and then the dragon god's bloodline stabilized. Lan Xuanyu observed carefully and discovered that there were faint dragon patterns in the black aura. Thank you, Lord, for taking me in. Di Tian is going to put someone to sleep. If Lord is in danger, Di Tian will wake up. If Lord has something extremely important to do, you can also try to wake Di Tian up with your spiritual consciousness, but it's best not to do it more than once a year. Otherwise, it's hard to say if Di Tian will be able to recover in the future. Without waiting for Lan Xuanyu to say anything, he suddenly felt an incomparably powerful spiritual force rush into his spiritual sea, diverting his attention. In the spiritual sea. In Lan Xuanyu's spirit sea, the rippling golden seawater instantly boiled. Above his spirit sea, black dragon-patterned phantoms constantly flashed. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his spiritual sea was becoming more and more stable. The sea level was gradually rising because of this, but this didn't bring him any burden. His spiritual world became extremely solid. This should be the protection for his spiritual sea that Di Tian mentioned just now. To a soul master, spiritual power was undoubtedly extremely important. Stabilizing one's spiritual sea would be of great help to one's cultivation and personal strength. After all the dragon pattern phantoms stabilized, Lan Xuanyu felt that his spiritual sea had doubled in size, and his spiritual sense had become unprecedentedly powerful. This feeling was simply too wonderful. It was important to know that increasing one's spiritual power was much harder than increasing one's soul power, especially after reaching a certain level. Unless you use some special training methods, you will not be able to use your spiritual power. It was especially difficult to improve and required time to accumulate. After Qian Lei began to cultivate spiritual power to strengthen his martial soul, his spiritual power had already surpassed Lan Xuanyu's. After fusing with Ditian, Lan Xuanyu's spiritual C had doubled in size. Even he wasn't sure what level his spiritual power had reached. He would have to wait until he returned. He would only know after testing it with the corresponding equipment. Ditian's aura gradually retracted and disappeared. He fell into a deep slumber in Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu slowly woke up. Lan Xuanyu slowly opened his eyes. It was still night, but he realized that the night in his vision had become extremely clear. He could even see some fine dust in the room. His mind was abnormally clear. He woke up. These were the benefits brought about by the substantial increase in his spiritual power. His perception of his soul power and bloodline power had also become stronger, and he could control them more freely. Yes. Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass gave him the ability to control the elements. The increase in his spiritual power would undoubtedly be of great help to his control over the elements. After some calculations, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile. His gains from this trip to the elven planet were simply too great. He had obtained a 90,000-year Vajra baboon that he could summon. Although he didn't know how to summon it yet, there was no doubt that it had powerful combat strength. His bloodline vortex had more than doubled, and he could eat 2 more emperor fruits. Furthermore, he had fused with Ditian. Although Ditian couldn't give him powerful soul rings and soul skills like a real spirit soul, just as bloodline vortex and spiritual power alone had increased his spiritual power. The increase in his spiritual power was a huge gain. Not to mention that Ditian was a life-saving golden token, which would give him a huge guarantee when he encountered danger in the future. He now knew that in the outer court of the Shrek Academy students would have to go out to carry out missions from the 4th year onwards, so they might encounter danger. There was also one thing that Lan Xuanyu valued very highly, which was that he could awaken Ditian within a year. Once a day. Ditian was a soul beast expert with close to 1,000,000 years of cultivation, and he was also a beast god. Not to mention anything else, just his cultivation experience and combat skills were extremely precious. Expensive. Lan Xuanyu could accumulate some difficult questions and ask Ditian when he woke him up. Overall, although he didn't obtain a spirit soul like his other companions, he didn't have a spirit soul. Although he didn't have a spirit soul, his gains were even greater. Currently, the most direct improvement was in terms of spiritual power and bloodline vortex. The most important thing was that it had laid a foundation for his future cultivation. Lan Xuanyu clenched his fists. It was only at this moment that he had the confidence to say that he was an outstanding student of a solid foundation academy in Shrek. He was really confident that he could get into the academy. Inner court. He relied on his talent and command to lead Qianlei and Lu Feng all the way through and finally got into Shrek Academy. When they first arrived at Shrek Academy, the 3 of them were very stressed. Otherwise, Lu Feng wouldn't have worked so hard, and even Qianlei didn't dare to be lazy. At that time, they were the ones with the lowest cultivation and the weakest strength in the class. Now, everything was different. After more than a semester's worth of cultivation, they had all undergone a complete transformation. Their growth speed was definitely the fastest. Although Lan Xuanyu was still last in the class in terms of soul power cultivation, his actual combat strength was far from being able to use soul power. It was enough to measure. At this moment, in the room next door, there were 2 people who had also obtained a great opportunity. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin, who had resolutely decided to change their names to Bai Xiuxiu, had already entered a meditative state, but they were awakened by a sudden change in aura. They opened their eyes at the same time and were stunned to find that there were 2 more people in the room. Wasn't the beautiful one in a green dress, the Emerald Swan, Bai Ji, second only to one person in the world of soul beasts? The other person was the one in the purple dress. The woman. Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin looked at each other and hurriedly got off the bed. "Sorry to disturb you," Vicky said gently. Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin were a little embarrassed and didn't even know what to say. Bai Xiuxiu was calmer and asked, "Seniors, why did you come here this time?" Vicky sighed softly. "The beast god has ascended, and we don't want to stay any longer, because we are about to face a great calamity that we can't overcome." So, after careful consideration, we have decided to leave this place with you, but we don't know if you are willing to accept us. Ah? Lan Mengqin blurted out. Spirit soul? She regretted it after saying this word. The two in front of her had a very high status in the world of soul beasts. Gue, will I anger them by saying that? Unexpectedly, Vicky nodded without hesitation and said, yes, spirit soul. We are willing to become your spirit soul. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Hearing Vicky's words, Lan Mengqin instantly jumped up. She was still a little girl after all. How could she not be excited by such a surprise? Yes, I'm willing. Lan Mengqin was so excited that she couldn't control herself, and her face flushed red. Bai Xiuxiu was very calm. She didn't say anything. Come with me. At this moment, the demon queen waved at Bai Xiuxiu, then turned and walked out. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Mengqin, only to find that her good sister wasn't looking at her at all. Her eyes were shining, and she almost threw herself into Vicky's arms. Although she didn't know why such an opportunity suddenly appeared, she understood that it was too important to Lan Mengqin. The Emerald Swan was a powerhouse second only to the beast god among the beasts of this generation. Even if the Emerald Swan wasn't good at fighting, she was still extremely powerful. Bai Xiuxiu gently nudged Lan Mengqin, then followed the demon queen out. Vicky looked at the excited Lan Mengqin in front of her and revealed a faint smile. She couldn't help but think of Di Tian's last words to her. Go back, I want to die. The Lord has already descended, and I will follow the Lord. This is our only chance to become a god in the future. You and the Infernal Queen can also come with me. Follow the Exalted Lord's two female companions. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to survive the tribulation. You will naturally sense my aura on the High Lord. When I recover, I will truly break through. Later, when he transcended the tribulation to become a god. It was because of these words that she and the Abyssal Demon Dragon Queen chose to live in the end. They didn't expect the Emperor. Heaven had already made such a decision. It was no wonder that he would ask the Tiger King to maintain a good relationship with that person. A gentle green light gushed out from Baiji's hand. Immediately, Lan Mengqin felt her soul being cleansed, and her agitated emotions calmed down. Vicky looked at her and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "Senior, my name is Lan Mengqin. My martial soul is Heavenly Snow Woman and Jade Phoenix Guqin." Mengqin hurriedly said. Vicky nodded slightly. "I can feel your martial spirit. I really didn't expect you soul masters to have the Ice Sky Snow Lady martial soul. But these two warriors of yours, their souls were not very compatible. Although I'm not completely compatible with your martial soul, I can help you improve the compatibility between them if you're willing. It suits you. Are you willing?" "I'm willing," Lan Mengqin said without hesitation. If it was an ordinary soul beast that wasn't good at fighting, Lan Mengqin really wouldn't look at it. One glance. But the one in front of her was different. This person had at least 600,000 years of cultivation. Not to mention other things, just thinking about her future soul ring, the legendary orange gold soul ring, Lan Mengqin was already extremely excited. Alright, let's begin. Vicky smiled slightly and gently patted with her right hand. Immediately, the entire room turned dark green. A dark green halo bloomed under their feet, and complicated patterns appeared. A dark green goose soared in the pattern. In the next moment, their figures were completely covered in the room. Outside the room that was completely enveloped by the green light, the Infernal Queen was quietly walking in front while Bai Xiuxiu followed behind. They walked all the way to a forest at the edge of the station. Only then did the Demon Queen stop. Then, she turned around and looked at Bai Xiuxiu calmly. Her first sentence made Bai Xiuxiu's entire body tremble. "You're the Demon Soul Great White Shark, right?" Bai Xiuxiu guessed that the Demon Queen might have seen through her identity, but she didn't expect the Demon Queen to directly say that it's very difficult for us soul beasts to cultivate into humans. Not only do we have to cultivate for 100,000 years, but we also have to have the opportunity to unlock true intelligence. For someone like you, whose soul beast aura has been completely restrained, it's impossible to tell whether you're a human or a soul beast from your appearance. It's even more difficult. I'm sure you've been guided or influenced by a true powerhouse, the Demon Queen said calmly. Therefore, you don't need a spirit soul to increase your soul ring. As long as you continue to cultivate after becoming an adult and awaken your soul ring, you can become a real person. Kind. However, do you know that after you cultivate to 7 rings and become an adult, it will be different from now? At that time, you can still use your original abilities. As a soul ring, you can also increase your soul ring by fusing with a spirit soul like a soul master. This is because when you reach 7 rings, you will no longer be a soul beast, but a real human. Unlike you, we chose to keep our true selves. Therefore, what you saw was only the human forms we transformed into. However, you chose to cultivate for real. Becoming an adult, living a new life, cultivating in the appearance of a human, and gradually becoming a real human. There aren't many soul beasts with courage like you, and there are even fewer who succeed. After all, in the long process, it's too easy for us to be discovered and hunted down by soul masters, and in the end, we become their soul ring. I have to say, you're living in a good era. In our early years in that era, we disdained to cultivate into humans. Soul masters looked for soul beasts that cultivated into humans and hunted them down to obtain 100,000-year soul rings. This is very cruel. And in your era, humans can already coexist peacefully with us soul beasts. Bai Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Yes, I'm living in a good era. You're right, I did choose to cultivate into a human because of someone's guidance. Yes. What's your goal? The Demon Queen asked. Bai Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment, then slowly said, there are many reasons. Di Tian was so strong, but he didn't succeed in transcending the tribulation in the end. This means that your path will not work. And if you become a human, you will have a chance to improve and become a god. My parents died in my early years, and I want to become a god. After becoming a god, I might have a chance to revive them. No matter how slim the chance is, I have to try. My benefactor helped me take revenge for my parents, but I lost part of my memories because of grief. I can't remember what my benefactor looked like, and I can only sense his aura. I received some of his aura, so I still have to repay him. This time, Di Tian's tribulation helped me recover part of my memories, and I believe that I will remember more in the future. The Demon Queen nodded slightly. Very good, I'm very satisfied with your answer. At least you have a strong motivation to work hard and become a god. If you're willing, I'm willing to form a bond with you. A contract. The demon soul great white shark is one of the overlords of the sea, but let me tell you frankly, it's not easy for you to become a god. If you add me, it'll be different. Yes. Before you reach 7 rings, I will use my bloodline to help your bloodline evolve. After you reach 7 rings, I will completely fuse with you and I will become one. Strength, becoming a god is within reach. Are you willing? Bai Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and looked at the Demon Queen seriously. She was different from Lan Mengqin, she was a human in her second life. What do I need to pay? The Demon Queen shook her head. No need, be yourself. Bring me along to become a god. This is what you have to do. It's no different from your original intention. I am an abyssal demon dragon, with the Yin water attribute of the fusion of darkness and water. It is more compatible with your demon soul. Your companion has emperor fruits in his hands. If you want some, it can naturally promote the fusion and evolution of our bloodlines. Alright. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes revealed determination as she nodded vigorously at the Demon Queen. The Demon Queen took a step forward and a purple light shone brightly. A purple halo spread out from under her feet and transformed into a magnificent light pattern. Bai Xiaoxiao's ears were instantly filled with a deep dragon roar. Wang Tianyu sat upright on his bed. His eyes had turned completely golden at some point in time. A faint golden halo flickered and his divine sense spread out, sealing off all the auras around the encampment. He didn't allow any aura to leak out. Emerald Swan, Abyssal Demon Dragon. A faint smile appeared on Wang Tianyu's lips. Although Beast God Di Tian didn't choose to form a contract with humans because of his pride, with the addition of these two, the Shrek Academy would definitely produce 2 mighty figures in the future. It seemed like a great decision to make an exception and allow all the first years to attend the ceremony. Of course, this was something that the children had fought for themselves. This way, the plan could really begin. With his mentality, he was looking forward to the true opening and arrival of the experimental class. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight emerged from the shadows of the trees and shone on the encampment, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes. The sunlight shone through the window and landed on him. It was warm and indescribably comfortable. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the bright and beautiful scenery outside the window. His mood was as cheerful as the sunlight. In fact, his current mood represented the mentality of every student in the first years. Their gains from coming to the elven planet this time were simply too great. Lan Xuanyu was sitting on the bed next to him, still meditating. When Lu Feng's gaze fell on him, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise. In just one night, Lan Xuanyu seemed to have undergone some changes. He was originally beautiful, but at this moment, his skin seemed to have become more sparkling and translucent. Under the sunlight, his entire person seemed to have a somewhat transparent feeling. Looking at him, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. The most fortunate thing in his life was that his parents had brought him to this world. The second was that he had met Lan Xuanyu and became his roommate. Without Lan Xuanyu, he and Qianlei wouldn't have been able to step onto the stage of Shrek Academy and would have been eliminated from the elite junior class. It was Lan Xuanyu who brought them here step by step, and after coming to Shrek Academy, everything had changed. They were getting stronger day by day, and they were getting stronger at such a rapid pace. If it was 2 years ago, could he have imagined that his martial soul would evolve into the White Dragon King? Could he have imagined that he would cultivate to 4 rings at the age of 13? This was impossible no matter what. But now, not only that, he even had a 30,000-year thorn dragon as his spirit soul. In the future, he would have at least 3 soul rings, and it would even be enough for him to cultivate to the soul sage or soul Douluo level. Life was truly wonderful. The students of Shrek walked out of their rooms one after another and returned after breakfast. Every first-year student was as excited as Lu Feng. This was the first time they had obtained so many 10,000-year spirit souls since the soul beasts entered the elven planet. Lan Xuanyu woke up after Lu Feng. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was a colorful world around him. That's right, a colorful world filled with various elements. The sudden increase in his spiritual power made him somewhat uncomfortable. His perception of everything around him was too strong. As a result, he could clearly feel that everything in the world around him was different from before. After calming himself down, he stabilized his control over his spiritual power after a long while and returned to his normal state. It would probably take some time for him to completely control the elements. His spiritual power had increased, but his control needed practice. There was nothing much to pack, and they were leaving soon. Lan Xuanyu stretched his body and came to the open space outside. Class leader. Class leader, good morning. Class leader, how did you become even more good-looking, haha. When the first year saw Lan Xuanyu, they would take the initiative to greet him. There was no lack of teasing voices. Among the first years, there were more males than females. There were only 7 female students, and the rest were all male students. Back then, when Ding Zhuohan tried to target Lan Xuanyu and the others, it was because the 2 most beautiful female students were members of their small team. Boss. At this moment, Ding Zhuohan walked over with a smile and looked at Lan Xuanyu with a flattering smile. Ever since he chose to maintain a good relationship with Lan Xuanyu, he felt that good things had happened to him one after another. First, the class leader gave him something good during the competition, and then, he obtained a contract with the 10,000-year stargazing beast. This was simply too perfect. Ding Zhuohan felt that he would definitely be able to reach 5 ring in the first semester of the 3rd year at most, and this was under the condition that he had to make a 1-word battle armor. If he was fast, he might be able to reach 5 ring by the end of the 2nd year. He had already heard from Bing Tianliang that Lan Xuanyu's forging skills were quite strong. What he hoped for the most now was to custom make a set of 1,000 refined rare metals for his battle armor with Lan Xuanyu. Therefore, he didn't even call him class leader anymore and just called him boss. What did it matter if he had moral integrity? Nothing was more important than becoming stronger. Lan Xuanyu looked at him with a smile and said, "How's the fusion with your stargazing beast?" "It's great. It's especially suitable for me. I even said that I wouldn't be able to find a suitable soul beast for myself. I didn't expect there to be such a strange existence like the stargazing beast. Ding Zhuohan chuckled, unable to hide the pride on his face. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, yes, you can use the word strange to describe it. If it gets angry later, let's see what you'll do. Ding Zhuohan chuckled. No, we're already brothers now. Boss, you have to believe in my EQ. Alright, I'm going to eat breakfast. We should set off later, right? Lan Xuanyu said. Ding Zhuohan nodded and said, teacher just informed me that we'll set off in an hour. The soul beast will specially send us to the spaceship. Just thinking about how we'll have to sit in the spaceship for such a long time gives me a headache. Cultivate and meditate, then. Lan Xuanyu patted him on the shoulder and went to eat breakfast. In fact, for the first years, the longest part of this journey was spent on the spaceship. To them, this time was actually considered a waste of a lot of time. But it was naturally worth it to be able to obtain a spirit soul. They just had to work harder when they returned. Just as Lan Xuanyu was about to start eating the fruit, Yuan and Hui Hui mysteriously came to his side. With a smug look on her little face, she whispered, Big brother Xianyu, let me tell you a secret. Ah? What secret? Lan Xuanyu looked at her curiously. Yuan and Hui Hui lowered her voice and said, when I came back this time, Grandma brought me to the elf clan's mystic realm and helped me sign a companion contract. Our elf clan's strongest partner, one of the 7 fairy dragons, chose me. Our fairy dragons are extremely powerful existences, not inferior to 100,000-year soul beast. Fairy dragon? Lan Xuanyu looked at Yuan and Hui Hui in surprise. My clan only has 7 fairy dragons, and they were passed down from generation to generation. Even my grandmother doesn't know how long they have existed. Only the most outstanding members of my clan have them. It is possible to be acknowledged by them. After signing a companion contract, the fairy dragon will be reborn once and grow with its companion. It will accompany and protect its companion. After its companion dies, it will turn into a fairy egg and wait for the next companion to appear. Currently, there are 7 fairy dragons, and as the fairy queen, my grandmother will definitely have one. The other 6 are all present. This time, I received the approval of one of the fairy dragons. Congratulations, Hui Hui. Lan Xuanyu gave him a thumbs up. Yuan and Hui Hui said proudly, actually, in a sense, the fairy dragon is somewhat similar to soul beasts. It won't directly transform into a soul ring, but it can stimulate my bloodline. My grandmother told me to stimulate my bloodline and let me produce a soul ring on my own. I can try it when I reach 6 rings. Also, my growth speed is determined by the fairy dragon. The growth speed of a fairy dragon. My fairy dragon is called the illusory fairy dragon. At the end, Yuan and Hui Hui raised his voice a little, and at the same time, he looked to the side. Lan Xuanyu followed his gaze and saw Tang Yuge walking over. She was holding a fruit and talking to Yuan and Hui Hui, but she acted as if she didn't hear him. Brother Xianyu, did you get a spirit soul this time? Yuan and Hui Hui asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. No. Yuan and Hui Hui immediately said, why don't I tell my grandmother to let you try the fairy secret realm? See if you can get the approval of the fairy dragon, Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Can humans also go to the fairy secret realm? Yuan and Hui Hui said, yes, but you need to hold a ceremony. You need to sign a guardian contract with my clan. It's not that big of a deal. Lan Xuanyu said, forget it, it's too troublesome. We have to leave too. When we come back in the future, we'll see you again. Right now, he had the beast god Ditian in his body. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover? There was also the diamond baboon's spiritual imprint. Alright, wouldn't it be a little messy if there was another fairy dragon? Yuan and Hui Hui said regretfully, what a pity. I heard from my grandmother that the probability of soul beasts recognizing us as soul masters isn't high. We'll come back when we're stronger. Alright, if you don't have a spirit soul by then, I'll recommend you to try the elf race's secret realm. Big brother Xianyu is so powerful, he will definitely be recognized by the fairy dragon. At this point, he gently nudged Lan Xuanyu and pouted in Tang Yuge's direction. Does any of the soul beasts acknowledge her? Lan Xuanyu glanced at Yuan and Hui Hui and nodded. Is she very weak? Yuan and Hui Hui snorted and whispered. Lan Xuanyu was amused by his childishness. No, she's very strong. I don't believe you. Yuan and Hui Hui had a look of disdain. At this moment, Lu Feng walked over. Xianyu, teacher is calling for us to gather. 10 minutes later. Okay. Lan Xuanyu replied with a smile. Yuan and Hui Hui looked at Lu Feng and asked, Brother Crazy, did you receive the recognition of a soul beast? Lu Feng nodded. Yuan and Hui Hui asked, not bad, a 30,000-year thorn dragon. Lu Feng didn't hide anything and turned to leave. Thorn dragon? There really is a thorn dragon? It's actually 30,000, a 30,000-year thorn dragon. Yuan and Hui Hui looked at Lu Feng's back and couldn't help but be stunned. He was a top student of Shrek Academy, so he naturally knew about the thorn dragon. It controlled space. It was a powerful soul beast. A thorn dragon with a cultivation of more than 10,000 years was extremely powerful. Moreover, the thorn dragon wasn't like his fairy dragon that still needed to grow. Once it truly fused together, Lu Feng's strength would increase greatly if he brought a soul ring. Xianyu, ha ha ha. At this moment, a figure ran over quickly with an excited face and long white hair fluttering behind her head. She came to Lan Xuanyu's side and immediately approached him. Her face was about to touch Lan Xuanyu and Yuan and Hui Hui. I did it, I did it. Lan Mengqin said excitedly, one hand casually hugging Yuan and Hui Hui beside her. Yuan and Hui Hui. Yuan and Hui Hui smelled the faint fragrance on her body and immediately blushed. Hey, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Lan Mengqin said, little girl, don't interrupt. Give birth. Yuan and Hui Hui said loudly. In the next moment, he was stunned by Lan Mengqin's words. Baiji, Senior Baiji came to find me last night and became my spirit soul. Tell me why. Because I'm your partner. Xian. Thank you. Lan Mengqin's face was filled with excitement, but she tried her best to lower her voice. By the way, Xianxia, oh, no, Xiao has one too. Yesterday. Senior Heavenly Devil Empress and Senior Baiji came together. Senior Devil Empress formed a contract with her. Yuan and Hui Hui actually had such an outcome. Yes, he did have a younger sister. He knew about Wan Ji. He had lived on the elven planet before, so how could he not know about the true powerhouses in the world of soul beasts? Empress Pang, Abyssal Demon Dragon, Tang Yuga walked over at some point and said, I'll go gather over there first. Lan Mengqin looked at her with a smile and said, help me keep it a secret. Your Yin-Yang Chaos Bird is also very strong. I heard from Senior Baiji that it's a bird of destiny. It can't be taken away no matter what, but I didn't expect it to choose you. Tang Yuga smiled and said, it's nothing much. It's just that after the 5 elements can be divided into yin and yang, its attributes have doubled. Take it slow, I'll get used to it. I need to familiarize myself with it. With that, she raised her hand and patted Yuan and Hui Hui's shoulder, and left leisurely. You guys. Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes were a little red. He looked up at Lan Xuanyu with grievance in his big eyes. Lan Xuanyu hugged his shoulder comfortingly and sighed in his heart. I won't tell you that the one who formed a contract with me is Beast God Di Tian. Everyone boarded the spaceship for the return journey. The journey began again. This time, the first year's trip to the elven planet could be said to be close to perfection. Most of them had obtained 10,000-year soul beasts and spirit souls. The only thing they wanted to do now was to do everything possible to raise their soul power cultivation to the next level as soon as possible and completely fuse with their 10,000-year soul beasts. By then, at that time, their strength would increase significantly, and their spirit souls would truly be able to fight alongside them. Hence, no one minded the long journey back and everyone was meditating with all their might. Lan Xuanyu was naturally the same. He held the endless life fruit and adjusted his state. After Q and Di Tian fused, the life energy brought by Di Tian allowed his bloodline vortex to recover to its peak state. The dragon god's bloodline in his core had increased compared to when he first came. His spiritual power had also increased greatly. Hence, during the 15 days on the return journey, other than meditating and cultivating his soul power, Lan Xuanyu spent more energy on controlling his spiritual power and sensing his spirit. The changes brought about by the increase in strength. Lan Xuanyu realized that during space travel, he could sense and absorb more spatial elements. Although these elements could not directly nourish his bloodline like life energy, under the guidance of his strong enough spiritual power, they were still very beneficial to his cultivation. He successfully converted them into his own soul power for cultivation. 15 days passed quickly in the process of meditation. By the time they returned to Shrek City, almost 40 days had passed since they had left. A semester was only 5 months long and a quarter of it had been used up. Although the harvest was rich, it also took a lot of time. Just as Lan Xuanyu and his classmates felt that the upcoming classes would definitely be stepped up and the teachers would definitely urge them to study even more urgently. A revolution for the first years had arrived. In the first week after returning, everything was normal. Everyone went to school, cultivated, and attended classes as usual. While studying, Lan Xuanyu tried his best to take some time out to forge and began to accumulate first-grade 1000 refined metals. He was not in a hurry to share the emperor fruits with his teammates. He planned to wait for everyone to settle down for a period of time after they returned and adjust their condition to their peak before eating them. He had a lot of purple emblems, enough to support everyone in absorbing the emperor fruits in Sea God Lake. He just had to finish it within this semester. However, on the first day of the second week after they returned, a new change occurred. Out of the 34 students in the class, 33 of them were present, and only Qianlei was missing. Qianlei was still in seclusion and had not come out. Originally, there were 33 people in the first years, but after adding the Tang Yuga, it became 34 people. He had already transferred to Sea God Lake to cultivate. With the large number of purple emblems he had won previously, he could continue to cultivate in Sea God Lake. With the awakening of the Golden Behemoth, both he and Fatty Jean needed a large amount of life energy to support themselves. This morning's class should be mecha piloting. In the second semester, mecha piloting had become an important class. The classroom door opened and Xiaoqi was the first to walk in. However, he was not the only one who walked in. Behind him, the dean of the outer court, Ying Luohong, walked in together with him. There was also another person, Lan Xuanyu's most familiar teacher, his direct teacher, Tang Zhenhua, also followed in. Ying Luohong expressionlessly walked in front of Tang Zhenhua, not even looking at him. She came to the front and swept her gaze across the faces of the first years. Everyone quieted down and looked at the dean of the outer yard. I'm here today to announce 2 things. First, from today onwards, your class will have one more form teacher, Teacher Tang Zhenhua, who is beside me. Teacher Tang was the person in charge of the Interstellar Center and was also the dean of the Interstellar Command Department. In terms of Interstellar Command, Soul Guidance warships, and space mechas, they were the Academy's authority. He and Teacher Xiao will be responsible for teaching different subjects in your class in the future. Huh? Lan Xuanyu looked at Tang Zhenhua in surprise. The teacher didn't tell him about this yesterday. This was too sudden. Tang Zhenhua also glanced at him expressionlessly like Ying Luohong, but in the depths of his eyes, Lan Xuanyu saw a hint of playfulness. Seeing his expression, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but mourn for his classmates. Every time the teacher revealed such an expression, it seemed like he was going to torture them. The one who was tortured the most was naturally him. Perhaps it was because he had come with Ying Luohong today, but Tang Zhenhua didn't look so sloppy. Although he still hadn't shaved, his clothes were clean and his hair wasn't as messy as usual. The second thing. In view of the outstanding performance of the first years and their gains on the Elven planet, the Sea of Enlightenment and the Academy has decided to discuss this matter. After some discussion and research by the Sea Gods Pavilion, the Academy has finally decided to use your class as an experimental class. All the courses of the experimental class will be jointly arranged by the inner court and the outer court. This dean will personally supervise it. Experimental class? The first years were all stunned. What did experimental class mean? It sounded a little high and mighty. According to what they knew, there didn't seem to be any other classes in the outer court that were experimental classes. Did this mean that the academy would have more resources for them? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Because the dean was here, they couldn't whisper to each other, but most of them revealed excited expressions. Alright, let's start class. Ying Luohong nodded to Tang Zhenhua, but ignored him and turned to leave. After Ying Luohong left, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became lively. Ding Shuahan couldn't help but ask, Teacher Xiao, what will our experimental class be experimenting with? Xiao Qi said, to be precise, our class will be the Star War experimental class. In other words, in the future, you will all have to increase the courses of the Space Command Department. In this aspect, Teacher Tang will teach you. Today's first class, Teacher Tang will tell everyone about the courses that the Space Command Department needs to learn. Additional classes? Additional classes for the Space Command Department? One had to know that in the entire first year, only Lan Xuanyu had signed up for this. Now, they had to learn the entire version. For a moment, the original excitement dissipated by more than half, and lamenting sounds could be heard from time to time. They had to learn Duo Mecha Master, improve their cultivation, build battle armors, and learn all kinds of knowledge. They were already extremely busy. If they had to add the Space Command Department's classes, wouldn't it be even more tiring? And the vast majority of students were actually only interested in Duo Mecha Master, they were all fans of individual heroism. What was the use of learning the Space Command Department? Xiao Qi made an inviting gesture to Tang Zhenhua, then retreated to the side. Tang Zhenhua's gaze swept across the faces of all the students, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Do you think that with the addition of the Space Command Department's classes, you will become busier and have a harder time? The eyes of the first years immediately focused on him. Wasn't that the case? Could it be that there was a reversal? But who knew that? Tang Zhenhua nodded and said seriously, you are right. Ah. Suddenly, the entire class lamented, except for Lan Xuanyu. Tang Zhenhua said indifferently, not only will the classes be increased, but you will also fully experience what it means to want to cry but have no tears, to be unable to stop. From today onwards, your free cultivation time in the afternoon will be cancelled, and all of you will come to the Space Command Center to study the relevant courses of the Space Command Department. Today is the first day, and Lan Xuanyu will bring you there in the afternoon. As he spoke, Tang Zhenhua's gaze landed on Lan Xuanyu. Yes, teacher. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly stood up and agreed. Tang Zhenhua pressed his palm down and asked him to sit down. I'm sure all of you are very curious as to why the Academy made your class the Space War experimental class. Now, I can answer it for you. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, all along, our Shrek Academy has been known for nurturing the most elite talents. There are many kinds of talents and they all have their own strengths. And in the current federation, the students nurtured by our Shrek Academy are all elites. Especially the Duo Mecha Masters, who have nurtured countless experts. They wear mechas and battle armors, and rely on their strong individual abilities to carry out some of the most difficult missions for the Federation. Each and every one of them is a hero. They have contributed greatly to the development of the Federation and the interstellar migration of the Federation. Hearing Tang Zhenhua's words, Lan Xuanyu felt a little uncomfortable. The reason was very simple. This teacher of his had never said such words to him so seriously before. Why do I feel like he's trying to trick me? Tang Zhenhua continued, all of you should more or less know that when you reach the 4th year, you will begin to carry out some special missions. The Academy's resources are not given to you for nothing. In Shrek, everything you obtain is not something the Academy has to give you. Therefore, you were given a choice from the beginning. And those missions are filled with different dangers, and there are records of students dying. However, it's not just us. Including the Tang Men, the War God Temple, the Spirit Pagoda, and the top sects and systems in the Federation, they are all doing the same thing. What was the reason? It's all for the sake of better protecting our Federation and protecting the ordinary citizens. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You have obtained resources from the Academy and the Federation, so you have to be prepared to pay for the Federation. You can choose to withdraw at any time, and the Academy will not force you. However, if you really want to pursue strength and stand at the top of the pyramid in the future, then all the experience and tempering are the best whetstones. No one can succeed so easily. Countless heroes have appeared in the Federation, and we, Shrek, have the most. When you can stand in the inner court one day, or even enter the Sea God's pavilion, you will realize that all your efforts are worth it. Because you have already relied on experiences that far exceed your peers and obtained abilities that far surpass your peers. There is no doubt that such an individual hero is what the Federation needs. But in our opinion, the strength of a single person is ultimately limited. A team is the strongest. All of you know that in Shrek, there has been the glorious title of Shrek's 7 monsters since ancient times. That represents the strongest team in the Academy and even the strongest team in the Federation. The past generations of Shrek's 7 monsters have all left behind glorious achievements. Whether it was the founder of Tangmen, Sea God Tang San, or the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Huiyuhao. They were all from Shrek's 7 monsters. There was also that person who was able to rebuild Shrek Academy and establish the current Eternal Sky City after the Academy encountered a calamity and was completely destroyed. Jin Long Yueyu Tang Wulin was also the leader of that generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. Their generation established the foundation for our present. This is the strength of a team. Following the advancement and development of the era, we have already entered the era of interstellar colonization. If the Federation wants to continue to become stronger and obtain resources, we need to develop more into interstellar space. During this process, we will also have to face countless difficulties and obstacles. No one knows what our future enemies will be like or how strong they will be. And at this time, individual strength is already insufficient. Unless you can become a God-rank powerhouse, what you can do alone is ultimately limited. The idea of a Star Wars experimental class has actually been around for a long time, and even the curriculum has been formulated long ago. However, the Academy has never found such a group to carry it out. This is because even in Shrek, there are outstanding and ordinary people in every generation. Some enter the inner court, while others are eliminated. The outer court doesn't have enough people to form a Star Wars experimental class. The inner court disciples' individual abilities are already strong and distinct, and they have their own more important missions to carry out. Hence, it has been dragged on until you guys appeared. The overall strength of your class is actually not as strong as you think. Don't think that just because you can defeat the representatives of the other years in the outer court and head to the Elven planet, you can fight against the seniors in the outer court. In fact, in terms of overall strength, you guys are still far inferior to the seniors. They were only able to be taken advantage of by you guys because of all kinds of restrictions and a disadvantage in numbers. Doesn't the Academy know that you're not strong enough? The Academy was naturally aware of this. But why did they still choose you guys for the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class? There was only one reason, and that was unity. The unity of your class allowed the Academy to see that the most important foundation of the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class had appeared in your class, which was why they made such a decision. In this regard, the Academy will invest a huge amount of resources in you, many of which are resources that you will never be able to obtain on your own, to tailor various courses for you. The future that the Space Combat Experimental class has prepared for you is not one of individual heroism, but a team. A team that can carry out all kinds of difficult missions in the galaxy. You will have a warship of your own. You will soar through the universe and complete one difficult mission after another. A battleship? Hearing these words, Lan Xuanyu, who originally thought that his teacher's impassioned speech had an ulterior motive, couldn't help but straighten his back. The Academy will give us a battleship? An interstellar battleship? Capable of carrying out all kinds of missions. For a moment, he only felt a numbing sensation from his tailbone all the way to his head, and his blood rushed to his head. This was his childhood dream, his wish since he was young. Lan Xuanyu naturally knew how difficult it was to become a battleship commander. One had to go through countless hardships and accumulate countless merits before it was possible. And everything that the teacher in front of him had described meant that they could take a shortcut and obtain the support of a battleship from the Shrek Academy. And they would be able to command and pilot it themselves. What kind of glory was this? For a moment, Lan Xuanyu's breathing became heavy. What about the others? The others were naturally in a worse situation than him. Tang Zhenhua's impassioned speech had already stirred up everyone's emotions. The reason why so many people chose the Duo Mecha Master and not the Interstellar Command faculty was because the Interstellar Command faculty was too far away from them. It was too difficult to become an Interstellar Commander. However, which youth didn't like battleships? Battleships were the strongest force in the universe, the ultimate combat power. An individual's strength was ultimately insignificant in front of a battleship. Even a god-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to face a truly powerful battleship head-on. They, a class of more than 30 students, had a battleship that belonged to them. What did this mean? Excitement spread through everyone's hearts almost instantly. Therefore, what you will be learning next isn't just the Duo Mecha Master. You will need to learn how to pilot a space fighter. You will need to learn how to pilot an interstellar battleship, command, use of weapons, and the strategy and tactics of space combat. You will need to adapt to various environments in the universe. You will need to learn how to pilot a battleship and break into the enemy's rear to carry out missions. The perfect combination of individual strength and a battleship. The Interstellar Warfare Experimental Class is to create a small team, a powerful and invincible interstellar Special Forces team with a battleship as the base. From there, you will be able to carry out difficult missions that an individual can never complete. Behind you, you will receive the full support of the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. The average age of the first-year students was 13 years old. They were still a group of 13-year-old youths, a group of hot-blooded youths who weren't afraid of tigers. How could they resist such a beautiful yearning? Without a doubt, Tang Zhenhua's words were successful. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the scene of them piloting a battleship, a class of 34 people, and roaming the universe. But at this moment, Tang Zhenhua's voice suddenly turned cold, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over everyone's heads. If you want to truly command a battleship, you will have to truly obtain the full support of the Academy and the Tangmen. The first thing you have to do is to prove yourselves. The Academy definitely doesn't want to see the students that they have nurtured with all their might die outside. Each of you is the Academy's most precious student. Only when you can prove that you have the ability to protect yourself and have the strength to face all kinds of difficulties and obstacles can you truly form this Interstellar Special Forces team. So, work hard, youths. Every drop of sweat you put in will be forged for your future interstellar glory. At the end of his speech, Tang Zhenhua waved his arm forcefully. Then, he turned to Xiaoqi and nodded at him. Let's go to class. I'll be leaving first. Even after Tang Zhenhua left the classroom, the first-year student still hadn't recovered from his impassioned words. Not to mention them, even Xiaoqi felt his blood boiling at this moment. Teacher Tang actually had such a side to him? Didn't they say that he was the most unreliable of all the department heads? But why was he bewitched by him? Lan Xuanyu gradually calmed down. At the beginning, he thought that his teacher was just trying to incite everyone, but at the end of Tang Zhenhua's speech, his eyes shone with a strong light. He gradually understood that everything his teacher said was true, and it was what he had been hoping for. Lan Xuanyu even thought that the concept of the interstellar combat experimental class was very likely proposed by his teacher. He clearly remembered that one of his teacher's research directions was to develop a battleship that was as small as possible but as powerful as possible. He had even fantasized about using god-level metals to build an indestructible space battleship. Perhaps it was all for the concept of this interstellar special forces, perhaps this was teacher's true dream. And now, it was also his dream. Interstellar Special Forces. For the rest of the morning class, Xiaoqi realized that his students were listening attentively like never before. Tang Zhenhua's words raised everyone's mentality. Everyone yearned to be strong, and they were the most fearless when they were young. This is especially true when they see hope, when they see a glorious future. Lunchtime had just ended and the first years were already gathered in the class. Class monitor, what's the Interstellar Center like? What do you usually learn? Someone asked Lan Xuanyu curiously. You'll know when you get there. All they saw was Lan Xuanyu's deep gaze. More than 30 people arrived at the Interstellar Center together. The moment they entered, they naturally saw the Soul Guidance warship and the mecha. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. Forget about the Soul Guidance warship, but mechas were the favorite of the students who chose to become Duo Mecha Masters. This was clearly a custom-made mecha that far surpassed the black rank. Tang Zhenhua had his hands behind his back as he looked at the students in front of him and said in a deep voice, "If you want to learn interstellar command, you must first experience the universe and soar in it. Today, I'll be teaching you the basics of space warship piloting. You will learn the basics of space warship piloting. Today, everyone must reach the level of being able to smoothly control the space warship and perform simple controls. Lan Xuanyu, you will teach everyone. Call me when everyone is done." With that, Tang Zhenhua left. "I'll teach?" Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. "Teacher, is it good for you to be a hands-off boss? Didn't you speak so passionately in the morning?" Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't undermine his teacher. The teaching location was naturally in the simulation room of the Interstellar Center. There were enough simulation pods for the students to use. It was the first time for many students to use this kind of space warship simulation pod, so everyone's first impression was that it was new. Of course, there were also some students who had learned some space warship piloting before. Was space warship piloting difficult? It wasn't as difficult as mecha piloting, at least not as complicated as mecha piloting. The difficulty of space warship piloting was the high-speed combat in the universe. Performing all kinds of combat maneuvers, dodging, and so on at that super high speed. Basic piloting was actually very easy to master. At the very least, it was absolutely not difficult to make the plane fly. Those who could get into Shrek were all geniuses, and they all had experience in mecha piloting, so everyone learned quickly. After more than an hour, everyone was able to control the Soul Guidance warship in the simulated world and take off. Then, he began to try to perform some simple actions. For them, this feeling was like playing a game. It was very fresh and interesting for everyone. For a moment, everyone was overflowing with excitement. After feeling that everyone had basically met Tang Zhenhua's requirements, Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to report to his teacher. Tang Zhenhua looked at Lan Xuanyu in front of him and said indifferently, "You can already control the basics?" Lan Xuanyu said, "It's okay. Everyone has the foundation of piloting mechas." Tang Zhenhua suddenly laughed. Looking at his warm smile, Lan Xuanyu didn't know why, but he suddenly shuddered. "Teacher, I'm a little nervous when you laugh like that." Tang Zhenhua's lips curled up. "Don't panic. Do you want to feel good?" "Ah?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Tang Zhenhua said, "Everyone else, continue to practice. Enter their simulation pods one by one and log into the battle network. You're the pilot, and they're the co-pilot. Bring them to the battle network to experience the joy of space warship combat." The corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched because he suddenly recalled the first time he entered the space warship simulation cabin. Teacher Yin Tianfan had done the same thing. She is truly worthy of being your direct disciple. But, it seemed, it did feel a little good. But, who should he start with? This was a question worth thinking about. His brother was a little reluctant to start first, so the first person Lan Xuanyu went to was Ding Shuhan. "Ding Shuhan, open the simulation pod. I'll give you some personal guidance." Lan Xuanyu's voice sounded faintly in Ding Shuhan's simulation pod. Ding Shuhan didn't suspect anything. "Okay. The class monitor is giving me special treatment." "That's great." The simulation pod opened, and Lan Xuanyu let him sit in the co-pilot seat while he sat in the pilot seat. The simulation pod closed, and Ding Shuhan laughed. "Class monitor, this space warship simulation pod is really not bad. I think it's suitable for us to fall in love when we grow up. Say, a man and a woman piloting a space warship together, how romantic." "Oh? Is that so?" Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, "I'll bring you to experience the feeling of piloting a space warship. Our soul world has a specialized space warship simulation battle zone, which we call the Interstellar Battle Network. It includes warship battles and space warship battles. Warship battles need to be carried out as a team, and we can't touch it for now. However, space warship battles are fine." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu skillfully scanned his body and logged into his account. "Great! Isn't it very satisfying? Is it very exciting?" Ding Shuhan said excitedly. You can say that. Feel it well and experience it well." Lan Xuanyu said with a deeper meaning. Of course, he felt that Ding Zhuohan wouldn't really understand what he was saying. Lan Xuanyu logged into the battle network and set Ding Zhuohan as the co-pilot. Ding Zhuohan instantly saw a lot of data appear in front of his eyes. This included the difficulty setting, space warship settings, and many other data that he didn't really understand. Class monitor, what does the string of numbers behind the difficulty setting mean? Ding Zhuohan looked at the number of 100,000 behind the difficulty setting. Lan Xuanyu said, it's the battlefield we're going to enter next. The top 100,000 space warship pilots in the Federation will be selected for the battle. The most basic level is 1 million, and 100,000 is the second level. Ding Zhuohan said, Class monitor, how many years have you been learning? What's your standard now? Lan Xuanyu said, I've been learning for 3 to 4 years. I can barely enter the top 10,000 in the battle network now. Ding Zhuohan said with some disappointment, you've only entered the top 10,000 after learning for 3 to 4 years. Is it that difficult? Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Why do you sound like you're looking down on me? Ding Zhuohan chuckled. No. How could I? However, space warship piloting probably requires talent. I tried it just now, and it feels really easy to pilot. It feels like I'm controlling it like an extension of my arm. I didn't expect this to be quite suitable for me. It's faster than a mecha, and it feels pretty good. Especially when it's accelerating in a straight line, that feeling is really addictive. Lan Xuanyu sighed in his heart. The battle intensity between the top 100,000 and the top 10,000 is quite different. Which one do you want to choose? He originally only wanted to let everyone experience the battle intensity of the top 100,000. This wasn't the top 100,000 of Douluo planet, but the entire Federation. As for him being able to enter the top 10,000, was his result that bad? Teacher Tang was already very strict, and everyone said that he was extremely talented in this area. Ding Zhuohan probably didn't know how many space warship pilots there were in the entire Federation. There were more than 5 million Soul Guidance warships in the 7 great fleets. Those who could enter the top 100,000, and those who could enter the top 1 million in the battle network, were A-class pilots. Those who entered the top 1 million were B-class pilots. This referred to those who were in the active service, and those who were in the reserve service were not included. Those who could enter the top 100,000 were already special class pilots. Generally speaking, they were the captain of a warship space warship squadron or above. As for those who entered the top 10,000, they were ace pilots who could become the captain of a large squadron and command hundreds of space warships. Lan Xuanyu wasn't even 13 years old, and it was already extremely shocking that he could reach this level. As for the higher levels, the top 1,000 space warship pilots, they were all almighty. There was a special honor. Those who entered the top 1,000 would receive a special badge specially issued by the Federation according to their ranking. From 101st to 1,000th, they would receive a god-level badge with a serial number. For example, if it was the 1,000th place, then the badge would be god-level 1,000, and 999th place would be god-level 999th. Back then, Yin Tianfan was an almighty soul warship pilot within the god-level 1,000. And those who entered the top 100 would receive different badges. God level would become super god level. Lan Xuanyu never knew what level Tang Zhenhua was at when it came to soul warship piloting. Tang Zhenhua didn't say either. But judging from the difference in level between him and this teacher, he suspected that his teacher was a super god level pilot. Almost all super god level pilots were at the warship commander level. He was very clear about this. Lan Xuanyu still had room for improvement in his warship piloting skills, and at the same time, the most important thing was to increase his interstellar combat experience. Only by accumulating both could his ranking continue to rise. Tang Zhenhua's goal for him was to enter the top 3,000 before he graduated from the outer court. Enter the top 1,000 before the age of 22. To be able to become a god-level space warship pilot, he would have quite a good ability to protect himself in interstellar combat. Therefore, when someone looked down on him, who was already an ace pilot, Lan Xuanyu felt that he shouldn't feel sorry for him. Currently, Lan Xuanyu's ranking on the battle net was 9,867th. This ranking would often fluctuate, and it was ranked according to battle results and points. He also had to go on the battle net frequently to compete, otherwise, he might even fall out of the top 10,000. At that time, he wouldn't be qualified to enter the battlefield for the top 10,000. Of course I'll choose the most enjoyable one. Ding Zhuohan said excitedly. Of course. In Lan Xuanyu's eyes, he felt that this guy didn't know what was good for him. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that he was indeed talented. And just take it that he was talented. Okay. Lan Xuanyu agreed with a smile and changed the top 100,000 to 10,000. After adjusting, they entered the battlefield. Sit tight, Lan Xuanyu said to Ding Zhuohan. Come on, I can't wait. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt the space warship shake violently. In an instant, a huge force came over and pressed him firmly onto his seat. The terrifying pushing sensation caused him to feel as if his soul had left his body in an instant. The scenery in front of him changed abruptly. The space warship had already shot out, and outside was the boundless outer space. Wow, 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 this feels so good. Ding Zhuohan shouted excitedly. His own martial soul was actually very rare and was related to astrology. Therefore, he had always been extremely passionate about the starry sky. His favorite thing to do was to take a spaceship and travel in space. Just like during the long journey to the elven planet, he was the only one who didn't feel lonely. When he had nothing to do, he would look at the space outside the porthole and the stars in the distance. Observing the beauty of space seemed to be beneficial to his cultivation of his martial soul. But this was the first time he was riding a space warship in space. Even though it was just a simulation cabin, the simulation of Douluo world was simply too realistic, and everything felt no different from reality. The strong feeling of being pushed against his back brought about a great stimulation. It was an indescribable pleasure. Right at this moment, through the screen in front of him, Ding Zhuohan saw balls of fire in the distance from time to time. He could vaguely see some space warships flying horizontally. The feeling of flying in space immediately captivated him. Boss, look, those space warships are flying so fast. The way they swayed back and forth is so cool. Wow, they can actually turn like that? Can the space warships withstand it? Ding Zhuohan felt more and more that it was definitely a mistake for him not to choose the Space Command faculty back then. He loved the starry sky so much. However, his thoughts stopped abruptly the next moment. Ding Zhuohan's vision suddenly blurred. Immediately after, he felt a powerful force pushing him from the side. He was pressed against the seat, and the scenery in front of him could not be seen clearly. Everything became blurry in an instant, and the world spun. Under Lan Xuanyu's control, the space warship drifted horizontally and nimbly made a 90-degree turn, avoiding the sneak attack of a space warship in the darkness. This was a Spectre warship with stealth capabilities, and it was very common in space battles. Often, one had to be very close to discover the other party through energy fluctuations. Lan Xuanyu had practiced for so many years and was naturally very sensitive in this aspect. He immediately dodged. The Spectre warship appeared and also made a turn. Furthermore, the position it chose to appear in was behind Lan Xuanyu's space warship. The biggest taboo in space warship battles was to be locked on from the back by the opponent. If that happened, it would be extremely difficult to turn the tables. Lan Xuanyu did not hesitate at all. To be able to enter the top 10,000, every one of them was an ace pilot, and they were all extremely powerful. Here, his flying skills could only be ranked at the bottom. He had to go all out to win a chance of survival. Therefore, the moment he was suddenly attacked by the Spectre warship, he had already forgotten that he had a co-pilot beside him. The moment he made a 90-degree turn to avoid the attack, the space warship quickly pulled up. With a cobra maneuver, the space warship was pulled up in an instant, and at the same time, he did a backflip without hesitation. His choice was very decisive. If Tang Zhenhua saw this scene, he would give him a thumbs up. Once he was locked on from the back by an opponent of the same level, it was too difficult to turn the tables. Instead of fighting for that small chance, it was better to take the risk from the start. Although this would put him in immediate danger, it was the most proactive response. In this kind of battlefield, there was no support from allies. Everything depended on oneself. When enemies met on a narrow path, the brave would win. When the Spectre warship saw Lan Xuanyu's space warship doing a backflip, it did not continue to charge forward. As a series of soul guidance rays shot towards Lan Xuanyu, its own space warship flipped horizontally. At the same time, the engine was turned off instantly to reduce the momentum. Soul guidance rays brushed past the space warship, and some hit. This caused Lan Xuanyu's space warship to shake violently, and the energy of the protective shield fell rapidly. However, relying on his superb reaction speed, the space warship had already reversed. With a horizontal roll, it was finally face to face with the Spectre warship. There was no doubt that the opponent's deliberate sneak attack had gained a slight upper hand, but Lan Xuanyu had also turned the tables on him. Soul guidance rays shot out and covered the Spectre warship. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu controlled his space warship to accelerate abruptly, increasing the propulsion to the maximum in an instant. What kind of space warship was the most difficult to pilot? Naturally, it was under overload. Only those who were familiar with all the functions of the space warship could pilot it with ease. However, at the same time, a space warship under overload was also the most powerful. The Spectre warship's sneak attack had the upper hand, but because it had a stealth system, the Spectre warship's energy consumption was higher than ordinary space warships. Therefore, on the surface, it looked like Lan Xuanyu was at a disadvantage, but he only lost energy. The opponent was unable to lock onto him from behind, so the situation between the two sides was actually evened out. The Wraith fighter felt that the opponent it had ambushed was extremely decisive, and even a little ferocious. Without pausing for a moment, he burst out at the highest speed and charged towards it. This was a stance that would determine life and death in an instant. They were both ace pilots, so the pilot of the Spectre warship naturally would not be timid at this time. In a one-on-one battle between space warships, once one party's momentum was weak, then the operation would definitely be affected. The change in mentality would directly lead to a breakdown. Thinking back to when I wrote The Legend of the Dragon King, I really liked the story of Xianxia and Yuanan. Xiaxian's experience and his persistence were an attitude that I admired. Just like in life, we will experience many hardships and setbacks, but as long as we have an indomitable will, I believe that we will eventually succeed. Therefore, in 10 years of Douluo, The Legend of the Dragon King, I also wanted to embody this spirit. Hence, when he realized that Lan Xuanyu was moving at full speed, the Spectre fighter pilot did not hesitate to increase the propulsion of his warship to the maximum. Both parties charged towards each other at full speed. Lan Xuanyu became extremely calm at this moment. After his spiritual power was doubled by the beast god Dtian, his understanding of spiritual power had changed drastically. He had always known the importance and benefits of spiritual power for a soul master, but after this sudden increase, he finally understood how important spiritual power was. Whether it was cultivating soul power, bloodline power, controlling one's soul skills, or piloting a space warship like this, spiritual power would be of great help to him. His powerful spiritual power allowed him to acutely sense the slightest changes in his warship, and he could also sense the changes in his enemy. This allowed him to make the most accurate response at the most critical moment. When both warships charged at each other at full speed, they could already feel the threat of the other party. The two warships kept swaying slightly, trying their best to avoid the soul guidance rays fired by the other party. At the same time, they were also firing soul guidance rays to predict the direction of the other party's dodging. Everyone was a pilot of the same level, so they were quite proficient in this aspect. At this moment, the brain's calculations and intuition became extremely important. Very soon, the Spectre fighter pilot realized that he was being suppressed. The number of times his Spectre fighter was hit by the soul guidance rays was obviously more than the number of times his opponent was hit by him. What did this mean? It meant that the other party was stronger than him. Could it be that the other party's pilot was ranked in the top 5,000, or even the top 3,000? Then why did he appear in the outer region? This Spectre fighter pilot was ranked in the top 8,000, and in addition to the large amount of Douluo coins he spent to buy this Spectre fighter, his recent results were quite good. However, he did not expect his sneak attack to hit an iron plate. Lan Xuanyu was actually a little surprised himself. After returning, he had not had the time to pilot a space warship. When he was learning from his teacher, he was practicing mecha piloting. According to Tang Zhenhua, his standard in space warship piloting had reached a bottleneck. After reaching this bottleneck, if he wanted to improve further, he would have to accumulate experience and gradually integrate his martial soul's characteristics and spiritual power into warship piloting as his strength increased. Tang Zhenhua had told Lan Xuanyu that among the top 1,000 space warship pilots, almost none of them had a cultivation base below 6 soul rings, and some were even stronger. Some pilots even wore their battle armors to increase their piloting limits. Under the premise that the warship could withstand the pressure, it could perform many inhuman maneuvers. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu's weekly space warship piloting lessons and had more time for him to familiarize himself with mecha piloting. He did not expect that his driving skills would be improved so much after his spiritual power had been improved. At this moment, piloting the space warship piloting the warship. Even his attacks is right. Seeing that the two warships were about to collide, the Spectre fighter opposite him made a choice. He pulled his warship horizontally and instantly deviated from its original flight path. He activated his speed to overload and rushed to the side. At the same time, he activated stealth mode. Yes, he was afraid. He did not want to go all out against Lan Xuanyu. Because he could clearly feel that he was going to lose. Losing such a battle meant that his points would drop. This was not something he wanted to see. Both sides were charging at full speed. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to turn around and change directions. Therefore, if he chose to escape, his chances were still very high. The two warships almost passed each other. The Spectre fighter instantly rushed far away and was about to turn invisible. However, the moment the two warships were about to collide, Lan Xuanyu had already sensed his opponent's thoughts. All the soul guidance cannons in his warship were instantly charged. They were charged to the maximum level. The soul guidance warship was still charging forward at full speed, but it also deviated from its original flight path and drew a huge arc in the air. If one were to observe from space, they would realize that Lan Xuanyu's soul guidance warship's main cannon and 4 secondary cannons were all lit up. This was a sign that it was fully charged. The opponent's Spectre fighter was naturally observing him and could feel the energy gathering on his side. However, the pilot of the Spectre fighter heaved a sigh of relief. This was because his warship had already turned invisible. Although Lan Xuanyu's warship flew in an arc and rushed back as fast as possible, the distance between them had already increased. Without being able to detect him, he could not really get close. Without being able to get close, there was naturally no way to see through his warship's stealth. The Spectre fighter was not only good at sneak attacks, but it was also good at escaping from combat. However, to this pilot, his heart still ached. Going invisible once required a lot of energy. After that, he had to use Douluo coins to recharge. However, at this moment, his natural instinct for danger suddenly made his hair stand on end. He subconsciously looked to the side. What he saw was a strong beam of light flying towards him. The direction was his own flight path. He frantically tried to dodge, but the moment he relaxed his control had slowed him down by a beat. The space warship was already trying its best to roll, but that strong beam of light exploded beside his warship. The main cannon of a space warship would not be fired easily because it consumed too much energy. However, there was no doubt that it was the most powerful. Amidst the violent roar, the Spectre fighter seemed to have been blasted out of thin air. And its protective shield was shattered. In the next moment, what welcomed it was the baptism of the soul guidance ray. 30 seconds later. After using all the means to dodge, the Spectre fighter finally turned into a ball of fire and exploded. Until his soul guidance warship exploded, he still did not understand how the opponent's judgment was so accurate. Under the situation where he was completely unable to see or lock onto him, that main cannon was actually able to snipe him blindly. This was simply too unbelievable. 3,000, this was definitely the strength of a person ranked in the top 3,000. Did Lan Xuanyu really have the strength of a person ranked in the top 3,000? The answer was definitely no. However, this did not affect his attack just now. That was an instant feeling, and he launched the attack according to his feelings. Judging the approximate area and the guidance of his feelings, it was as if he had a pair of eyes and could clearly see his opponent. When that attack succeeded, the opponent was completely at a disadvantage. No matter how he tried to dodge, he could not escape from his pursuit. After all, there were only 2 warships in this part of the starry sky. After destroying the opponent, the consumption of his own warship was not small. Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief and quickly chose to return. After returning to the base, all sorts of data were displayed on the screen. It was basically the situation of the previous battle. Destroyed enemy mech. Ranked 8,961. My own ranking has increased to 9,403. The best way to raise one's ranking in this star battlefield was to destroy a warship stronger than oneself. This way, he would be given the most points. The system would calculate his points based on his performance in this battle, and the accumulation would naturally change his ranking. He actually destroyed a warship ranked in the top 9,000. This was an obvious improvement. Furthermore, through the previous piloting, Lan Xuanyu could also feel that he had entered a new realm in space warship piloting. This should be the benefit of increasing his spiritual power. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. He had to come here a few more times to experience the changes in this area. He had to stabilize this improvement. Shuhan. Can you get used to it? Lan Xuanyu finally remembered that he had a co-pilot and asked hurriedly. There was no sound, no reply, but Lan Xuanyu could vaguely feel that there was a slight tremor around him. He subconsciously exited the system and slowly opened the cockpit's hatch. Then, he saw a familiar scene. Space warship piloting naturally required a helmet. This was an important part of the simulation cabin, for the sake of a more intuitive feeling and better observation of data. Everything was no different from piloting a real space warship. Why did Lan Xuanyu feel that this scene was familiar? Because he had seen it before during the last final exam. That time, Qianlei was swept up by the whirlwind and felt dizzy. He had vomited a lot and vomited inside the helmet. At this moment, Ding Zhuohan's helmet was a mess. Lan Xuanyu's first reaction was, why did I vomit after taking off my helmet? Will he suffocate to death? He quickly jumped out of the simulation cabin, pulled Ding Zhuohan out, and quickly dragged him to the bathroom to clean up. When Lan Xuanyu used the showerhead to wash him clean, Ding Zhuohan rolled his eyes. Not only did he suffocate, but he also felt nauseous and dizzy. His small face was pale, and he was speechless. Lan Xuanyu said apologetically, Zhuohan, are you okay? Ding Zhuohan raised his hand with difficulty and waved at Lan Xuanyu as if he wanted to chase him away. Lan Xuanyu looked at his dazed eyes. Are you really okay? Ding Zhuohan waved his hand again, as if to ask Lan Xuanyu to leave quickly. Lan Xuanyu coughed and turned to leave. He roughly understood Ding Zhuohan's mentality. Go and harm others, class monitor. They are still waiting for you. Of course, to the others, Lan Xuanyu was still very gentle. The others were not as aggressive as Ding Zhuohan. Therefore, the intensity was controlled to be within the top 100,000. Even so, the bathroom was soon filled with people. Fortunately, no one vomited in their helmets like Ding Zhuohan did. The students of Shrek Academy were very outstanding. Dizziness was closely related to spiritual power, and those with strong spiritual power would naturally have stronger resistance. For example, Lan Mengqin didn't vomit after experiencing it. She just sat on the ground with a pale face and panted. Xianxia, oh, no, Xiaoxiao, let's do it. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao entered the cockpit. As the hatch closed, Lan Xuanyu operated the system and said, I didn't have the time to ask you. Why did you suddenly change the name? Did you feel something when Beast God Dtian was transcending the tribulation? Bai Xiaoxiao was silent and didn't say a word. Lan Xuanyu didn't ask further. If this was her secret, it was better not to ask. Everyone had their own privacy. The system turned on and the screen in front of them lit up. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice sounded. I once lost my memory and forgot many things from my childhood. I even forgot my parents. So, before I met you, I was an orphan. It was you who made me feel warmth again and gradually recovered my memory. When I first saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity and recalled some things from the past. That's why I treat you differently from others. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be surprised. Even his hand slowed down. That day, when Beast God was transcending the tribulation, my memory was stimulated again. I recalled my childhood. The name Dong Qianqiu is an obsession in my heart. However, my real name should be Bai Xiuxiu. This is the name my parents gave me. They are no longer around. I can't be willful or rebellious anymore. I want to use this name again. Bai Xiuxiu's voice was somewhat gloomy. Lan Xuanyu said, "Sorry, I brought up your sad past. Your father and mother." Bai Xiuxiu's voice was choked with sobs. They are dead. They were killed by the enemy. I miss them so much. Xianyu, do you think it's possible to revive them if I can cultivate to the god level one day? Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. Was it possible? At the very least, from what he had learned so far, it seemed impossible. It was almost impossible. However, could he tell Bai Xiuxiu that? He couldn't. He couldn't bear to. It's definitely possible. As long as we work hard to find your parents' imprints, it's possible through their imprints. What's more, their blood flows in your veins. Through the power of the bloodline, there might be a way. However, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we reach the god level. Let's work hard together. I'll help you. Lan Xuanyu reached out and held her cold little hand. Dong Qianqiu held his hand with both hands. She didn't say anything else. She just pressed the back of his hand against her face. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel the hot tears flowing down his hand. His heart couldn't help but tighten at this moment. At this moment, he felt that Dong Qianqiu was unprecedentedly weak. At this moment, she needed warmth and pity so much. Lan Xuanyu unfastened his seatbelt and leaned over. At this moment, the simulation cabin was already dark, and only the screen in front was lit. They hadn't completely entered the simulation world yet, but at this moment, Lan Xuanyu was already hugging Bai Xiuxiu tightly. Whether she was Dong Qianqiu or Bai Xiuxiu, he decided that he must protect her well and not let her cry. They continued to drive. Perhaps it was because of the mental infection, Dong Qianqiu's state surpassed everyone else's. At least when she walked out of the simulation cabin, her face was relatively calm. Of course, this was also related to Lan Xuanyu's mood being affected and the decrease in the intensity of the flight. Everyone left the interstellar center shakily. Of course, Lan Xuanyu was an exception. A certain person vomited in his helmet and was fined. Teacher Tang expressed that this was the performance of a weak chicken. Moreover, it was so disgusting that he must be punished. A yellow emblem was gone just like that. Ding Zhuohan really wanted to cry but had no tears. Only now did he understand what it meant to not die if you don't seek it. Who told him to be so cocky? However, this class also allowed many people to experience the mysteries of the starry sky for the first time. After the dizziness gradually disappeared, most people became very interested in the space warship. After all, in the top 100,000 intensity, Lan Xuanyu was already considered strong. He didn't face too many strong enemies when piloting and was relatively relaxed. This allowed most of the students to fully experience the beauty of the space warship on the battlefield. Everyone else went to rest, but Lan Xuanyu went to the academy's forging room. He didn't dare to slack off, his one-word battle armor still required him to work harder. The concept of the space combat experimental class opened a brand new door for him. His childhood wish was to become a warship commander when he grew up and command a powerful space warship to soar in space. As he grew older, he began to have more and more wishes. However, this wish had never changed. What the teacher said that day that moved him the most was to let his classmates pilot a small warship and appear in front of a difficult mission that many people couldn't complete. This touched Lan Xuanyu too much. Although he wanted to become a space commander, he didn't know what the subordinates he would lead would be like after he became a commander. There was no doubt that they would need to constantly work together. But what if his own warship was filled with his own people? What if they were all his classmates? Not to mention that these students' individual abilities far exceeded that of ordinary people. Just this relationship alone was already very unusual. Right now, the first years were like a whole. Such a team was the experimental class of the Shrek Academy. Even if they were only going to control a small warship in the future, they would still possess considerable combat strength. This was definitely what the academy wanted to see. How could a small warship be strong? This wasn't something he needed to consider. If he and his classmates were strong enough, the academy and the Tangmen would definitely solve these problems for them. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu had a new idea. A one-word battle armor could be forged with ordinary rare metals and inscribed with arrays. It wasn't too difficult to make. However, a two-word battle armor was different. A two-word battle armor had to be fused with the user. Therefore, if a one-word battle armor was only ordinary, then everything would have to be redone when it came to a two-word battle armor. Therefore, for the students of the Shrek Academy, they had to use 1,000 refined metals to make their one-word battle armor. Only then could they ensure that their one-word battle armor would only evolve into a two-word battle armor in the future and not have to be remade. This would save resources and time. 1,000 refined metals were not only expensive, but they were also very rare. The price in the academy was a fraction of the price outside, so it was naturally best to buy them in the academy. However, 1,000 refined metals had always been a scarce item. Not to mention first-grade 1,000 refinements. The Blacksmiths Association had always been the association with the fewest members. Naturally, there were very few students who could refine them. Furthermore, everyone had to cultivate and work hard to improve themselves. Who would have more time to forge? Therefore, only a few people in the outer court could use first-grade 1,000 refined metals to make their battle armor. Lan Xuanyu had even heard that there were seniors who remade their entire set of battle armor after entering the inner court to satisfy their pursuit of the strength of their battle armor. First-grade 1,000 refined was the best for a one-word battle armor. How could he strengthen their cohesion? How could he strengthen the approval of his classmates? Lan Xuanyu thought of a good idea, and that was, to owe them money. That's right, he owed money. The rare metals they obtained during the final exam were enough to make one-word battle armors for the entire first year, and that was under the premise that the success rate of first-grade 1,000 refinements was considered. However, Lan Xuanyu was not a charity. He could not possibly give these to his classmates. Not only would one not be grateful to reap without sowing, but it would also lead to laziness. Therefore, he thought of a way. He would provide first-grade 1,000 refined metals to everyone, but they would have to be purchased at the Academy's market price. Of course, it wasn't money, but emblems. What to do without a badge? On credit. Pay it back slowly. When everyone owes him emblems, cough cough, will there be a second voice among the first years? This was an overt scheme from beginning to end, one that the students could not refuse. Of course, no one would reject such a good deal. However, there was a prerequisite to this. The prerequisite was that his first-grade 1,000 refinements had to have a high success rate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to forge so many first-grade 1,000 refined metals for everyone's battle armor. Therefore, he had been practicing hard recently. The benefits of spiritual power were also reflected in forging. His powerful spiritual power allowed him to clearly feel the changes in the metal during forging. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu discovered through experiments that during the forging process, when he integrated his bloodline power into the forging to a certain extent, not only would the success rate of first-grade 1,000 refinements be higher, but the metal that was forged would also have a little bit of his bloodline aura. This way, the quality of the first-grade 1,000 refinements would be higher. Lan Xuanyu's first experiment was on Lu Feng. He forged a piece of first-grade 1,000 refined metal with his bloodline power and then got Lu Feng to forge it into a piece of battle armor. After trying it out, Lu Feng told him that because the battle armor had his bloodline aura, it directly increased Lu Feng's strength and was not included in the battle armor's amplification. He could even feel the spirituality of the battle armor. Especially since Lu Feng had the White Dragon King bloodline, under the amplification of Lan Xuanyu's bloodline aura, the effect was extremely good. This discovery made Lan Xuanyu even more determined. Especially since his dragon god's bloodline had improved after this trip to the elven planet. Of course, it would still take a long time to forge so many first-grade 1,000 refined metals. He planned to use the next year or even before he graduated from his second year. Forging was boring, but for blacksmiths who had comprehended the beauty of forging, it wasn't that boring. Just like Lan Xuanyu, he had already reached the point where he could clearly feel the changes in the metal's emotions during the forging process. It seemed to be a kind of communication between himself and the metal, and this feeling made him feel especially comfortable and enjoyable. Many times, when he walked out of the Blacksmiths' Association, the sky outside was already dark and it was already night. The cafeteria was closed. He had no choice but to drink some sea god lake water and contain the endless life fruit to replenish the energy he needed. Then, he went back to meditate. Currently, Lan Xuanyu's success rate of first-grade 1000 refinements was close to 20%. He decided to announce this matter to his classmates as soon as possible so that everyone could save as much time as possible and focus on increasing their cultivation and breaking through to the next level as soon as possible. When the entire first years fused with the spirit souls they obtained from the elven planet, Lan Xuanyu believed that the first years would definitely undergo a transformation. At that time, they might really have the strength to challenge the other years in the outer court. After these few days of rest, Lan Xuanyu felt that it was time to put the consumption of the emperor fruits on the agenda. Other than the 2 more that he could eat, there were still 9 emperor fruits left. He had also thought carefully about the distribution of the 9 emperor fruits. Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, Lu Feng, Qian Lei, Tang Yuga, and Yuan and Hui Hui each took 1. The effect of eating the first one was the best, and Lan Xuanyu still had to try the effects of the other 2. There were still 3 left. Should he give these 3 to the other students? He had thought about this question carefully. No. He didn't even give them to his teammates. The reason was simple, they weren't worried about scarcity, but uneven distribution. Furthermore, consuming the emperor fruits required them to cultivate in Sea God Lake for a long time. He didn't know how long this would take, but it would definitely consume a lot of emblems, and ordinary students wouldn't be able to support it. What about the remaining 3 emperor fruits? Very simple, sell them to the academy. Lan Xuanyu believed that the academy would definitely not reject such a treasure and would even offer a high price. The academy was rich in resources, and if the outer court's exchange center could exchange for so many good things, then there must be even more good things in the inner court. This was the accumulation of tens of thousands of years. Therefore, there was no harm in accumulating more emblems. It was just that he didn't know how much the emperor fruits could be sold for in the academy, so he would go back and find out. Lan Xuanyu already had an idea. This matter had to be done in order and couldn't be messed up. He had to sell it first before fusing it with everyone. Things were precious when they were rare. If the academy found out that he had so many emperor fruits, they might become worthless. 3. Should he take one to the auction house to sell for some gold coins? It would definitely be an astronomical number of gold coins. The gains from this trip to the elven planet were simply too great. The chaotic thoughts in his mind gradually faded and Lan Xuanyu finally entered a meditative state. The next morning, when Lan Xuanyu came to class in high spirits, he found that most of his classmates had already recovered. Only Ding Zhuohan was still listless. Yesterday's experience was indeed a little cruel to him. "Old Ding, what did you eat this morning?" Bing Tianliang came to Ding Zhuohan's side with a smile and patted his shoulder. Ding Zhuohan's face turned pale. Whenever he thought of eating, he would think of his vomit yesterday. In fact, he hadn't eaten anything since last night. "Go away." Bing Tianliang laughed. It's fine. Actually, you should be proud. I heard from the class monitor that you tried to fly in the top 10,000. That must be a wonderful feeling. Anyway, I don't have the courage yet. You're really awesome. Bing Tianliang, keep being proud. Just you wait, don't let me find a chance, humph. Ding Zhuohan said angrily. Bing Tianliang pursed his lips. I think some people don't even have the guts to continue flying a space warship. Ding Zhuohan said disdainfully, that's you, right? This afternoon, I'll let you know what it means to become braver with every setback. Boss, come again this afternoon, and you're in the top 10,000. I don't believe I'll vomit again. However, can you tell the teacher not to fine me if I vomit again? At the mention of fines, Ding Zhuohan's heart twitched. His heart ached. Lan Xuanyu looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this guy to have such perseverance. He vomited like that yesterday, and he's coming again today? He was the one who requested to be in the top 10,000. Okay, I'll tell the teacher. Lan Xuanyu supported students like him who were full of determination. Ding Zhuohan turned to Bing Tianliang with a provocative look. Do you dare? Top 10,000. I did vomit, and it was so disgusting. However, this brother dares. You don't even have the guts to try. Don't be an eyesore here. I don't talk to cowards. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and leaned on the table. You're saying I don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Let me tell you, I only vomited yesterday. Class monitor, I'll be in the top 10,000 today too. I don't believe it. I'm definitely not as weak as a certain someone. Lan Xuanyu looked at Ding Zhuohan, then at Bing Tianliang. Especially when he saw Ding Zhuohan's smug look, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. What determination! This guy was trying to drag others down with him. Poor old Bing. He had been goaded into action by others. She did not realize that Ding Zhuohan was quite scheming. Lan Xuanyu walked to the front of the classroom. It wasn't time for class yet, but everyone had already arrived. He clapped his hands, making a paw-paw-paw sound, attracting everyone's attention. Since Teacher Xiao isn't here yet, I have something to announce. If you're interested, you can participate. If you're not, that's fine too. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who was Lan Xuanyu? The most frightening thing about him was that ever since he came to Shrek Academy, he had been creating miracles, turning the impossible into the possible. With the lowest cultivation, he had become the well-deserved class president of the first years. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his spirit for his companions and seek benefits for everyone, allowing everyone to have a true spirit soul that belonged to them. This made his prestige in the first years unparalleled. Whatever he said must be good news. In any case, Ding Zhuohan, Bing Tianliang, and the others had already made up their minds. No matter what, they would definitely participate. There was meat to eat by following Lan Xuanyu, this was an eternal truth. Lan Xuanyu said, My secondary profession is forging. Recently, I've made some progress in forging and have gained some insights. As everyone knows, in the next year or so, the most important task for us is to create a one-word battle armor. Before graduating from the second year, everyone has to have their own one-word battle armor. This is the Academy's rigid rule. Therefore, I believe that everyone will put a lot of effort into this. After continuous trials, I found that my forging success rate is not bad. Currently, it has been confirmed that the members of our team, Bing Tianliang, Lin Donghui, and Yu Tian's one-word battle armor will be forged by me. But after thinking about it carefully, since we are all classmates and we are in an unprecedented experimental class in the outer court, I can open this to all of you. If you want, I can forge the rare metals required for your suits of one-word battle armor. Also, I have ready-made rare metals here. They're the ones I got from the last final exam, and they're definitely of the highest quality among the rare metals. I will sell them to everyone at market price. Those who are interested can participate. If you are not interested, you can continue to make your own one-word battle armor. The moment he said that, the entire class was stunned. One person forging rare metals for an entire class to make battle armor? What kind of fearless spirit does the class leader have? Wasn't he afraid of wasting time and delaying his cultivation? Lan Xuanyu wasn't afraid at all. The reason was very simple. During the forging process, his bloodline power, soul power, and control over his body would be tempered. To a certain extent, it could be considered cultivation. Although it wasn't pure soul power cultivation like meditation, it was still helpful to his overall ability. Furthermore, his forging success rate definitely exceeded everyone's understanding. Class monitor, how much is that? A classmate couldn't help but ask. Lan Xuanyu said, a set of 3 purple emblems. Unified price and standard. No bargaining. 3 purple emblems? The moment he said that, the entire class was in an uproar. This price was too expensive. Normally speaking, buying rare metals, forging, and manufacturing, all the costs added up to 1 purple emblem. 3 emblems, 3 times more expensive, the class monitor was a little greedy. So he wanted to earn money from us? Right at this moment, Ding Zhuohan raised his hand. Class monitor, I'll participate. I need it. I don't have 3 purple emblems now, but I will work hard to earn them. Lan Xuanyu nodded. He liked this kind of supporting brother. Let me emphasize 2 points. I know that it's very difficult for everyone to pay 3 purple emblems, so you definitely don't have that much. Therefore, you can buy on credit with no interest. This is the first point. The second point is that all medals are guaranteed to be first grade 1000 refined. Since Shuhan has signed up, you will be behind Old Bing and the other 2. Everyone can go back and think about it, I won't force you. After saying this, he returned to his seat without consulting anyone. What? The students' eyes widened. Did they hear wrongly? First grade 1000 refined, 100 refined could be used to make battle armors, and 1000 refined could be fused into one's body. First grade 1000 refined, this was definitely a top grade one-word battle armor. Even if it was a higher grade spirit refinement, they didn't have the strength to fuse it. First grade 1000 refined was definitely the best choice. Previously, when he said that it would cost 1 purple emblem per set, that was considering ordinary 1000 refinements. But could ordinary 1000 refinements compare to first grade 1000 refinements? Furthermore, they remembered very clearly what the rare metals they brought back were. There was mithril. There were also a few other types that were extremely rare and precious. First grade 1000 refined such a metal. This price? 3 purple emblems, it was cheap. It was definitely not expensive. Furthermore, they couldn't buy it even if they had money. Not to mention that they could even borrow an interest-free loan. Long live the class monitor! Someone shouted. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu was surrounded by his classmates. Surround him and sign up. Didn't you see that Ding Zhuohan was already at the front of the line? First come, first serve. Forging required time, so the earlier they could get it, the earlier they could. As for owing money? Wasn't it just 3 purple emblems? If he couldn't afford it now, he would be able to earn enough by the time he graduated from the outer court. Anyway, there was no interest. This was definitely a huge benefit. Therefore, when Xiaoqi walked into the class, he realized that the entire class was in an uproar. No one paid any attention to him as a teacher. Everyone surrounded Lan Xuanyu and said something in their most flattering voices. Xiaoqi called Lu Feng out, and after asking about the situation, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Was this Lan Xuanyu crazy? Did he know how long it would take to forge a one-word battle armor for more than 30 people? Furthermore, it was a first-grade 1000 refined rare metal. Xianyu should already be a 4th-rank blacksmith. And his success rate is very high. Teacher, I believe in him. He never does anything that he isn't confident in. Furthermore, I'm afraid the students don't know that the rare metals he forges are different from others. It also contains some of his bloodline aura and has an additional level of amplification. I think this is priceless. Lu Feng never exaggerated when he spoke. But it was precisely because of this that when Xiaoqi heard his words, he was even more shocked and envious. First grade 1000 refined with added materials, Xiaoqi was also a smart person. After thinking for a while, he vaguely understood that Lan Xuanyu was doing this for the Star Combat experimental class. Firstly, it was to make everyone stronger, and secondly, it was to make everyone more united. However, this required a lot of time for him to do so. This child was really outstanding. Although he was a little cunning sometimes. Xiaoqi had to admit that he was touched by Lan Xuanyu's actions. He was really touched. Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation was originally the lowest in the class. Although he was now the class leader and his potential was extremely high, he still needed time to cultivate. And the age of 12 to 18 was the golden age for soul masters to cultivate. But he was willing to waste so much time forging for his classmates. No, it couldn't be like this. The Star Combat experimental class was proposed by the Academy. Xianyu's interest-free loan probably wouldn't be able to get back his emblems for a few years. As a homeroom teacher, he had to fight for the benefits of the students no matter what. This had to be supported by the Academy. Xiaoqi had already made up his mind. After class today, he would go find Dining Luohong and tell her about the matter. He wanted to see how the Academy could compensate Lan Xuanyu. He was just a student, Lan Xuanyu naturally didn't know what Xiaoqi was thinking. As he registered his classmates, he thought happily, that's great. The entire first year would become his living advertisement. Soon, the entire outer court would know that he could forge first-grade 1000 refined metals. And it was a special first-grade 1000 refined metal. How much would he sell it for? He didn't do loans, other than giving interest-free loans to his classmates. But the academy seemed to have a loan business. 5 purple emblems for a set of one-word battle armor. First-grade 1000 refined metals weren't expensive, right? He still needed them to provide the metals. How much money could he save by the time he graduated from the outer court? He was really looking forward to it. He wasn't worried about his forging success rate at all. He would fuse with 2 emperor fruits first. In short, he would be selling forging metals, selling emperor fruits, and his original savings. Lan Xuanyu now felt that he was very confident. In the entire outer court, he was probably the richest man. I'm very satisfied with what I wrote and finished writing about the journey to the Elven planet. I also left behind more foreshadowing. It also gave Lan Xuanyu a direction for his future growth. What they will face next will naturally be more challenges. There will also be more and more interesting plots to show everyone. I'm looking forward to it myself. Finally, thank you for your support. I love you all. Under the night sky, Sea God Lake was still as beautiful as ever. The huge eternal tree was like a lighthouse, emitting a faint green light that illuminated the surface of the lake, giving off a hazy sense of beauty. Looking at it, one would naturally feel at peace. Lan Xuanyu, by Xiaoxiao. Lan Mengqin, Lu Feng, Tang Yuga, and Yuan and Hui Hui were standing by the shore of Sea God Lake. In the lake, they saw a familiar figure. Wasn't it Qianlei, whom they hadn't seen for a long time? Most of Qianlei's body was soaked in the water of Sea God Lake, and only his head was exposed. His eyes were closed as he immersed himself in meditation. After not seeing him for a while, Fatty Qian had indeed lost some weight, but he was clearly much stronger. He had changed from a pure fatty to fat and strong. His skin was bronze in color and emitted a faint metallic luster. Unknowingly, he seemed to be transforming from a teenager to a young man, and his entire temperament seemed to have changed quite a bit. Tang Yu said, "This fatty has been cultivating here for a long time. His body is like a bottomless pit. Although he doesn't absorb as much life energy as you do every day, he can continue to absorb it. It seems that the little ape that teacher awakened back then is really not an ordinary ancient mutant. The reason Qianlei could cultivate here was naturally because of the money he won last time. With so many purple emblems, it was enough for him to cultivate here for a long time. In addition, with Lan Xuanyu's reputation, he still had some use in the life school of thought. Cultivating in Sea God Lake for a long time gave him a discount. Even so, ever since Qianlei started cultivating here, he had accumulated more than 30 purple emblems. Even Lan Xuanyu had never cultivated so extravagantly before. More importantly, he couldn't keep absorbing life energy here. But Qianlei did it. It could be seen how much life energy the golden behemoth required. When Lan Xuanyu paid the bill for Qianlei, his heart ached so much that his hands trembled. It was 30 purple emblems at once. Although it was Fatty's money, he still felt heartache for him. I wonder how Fatty will feel after he wakes up and finds out that I've spent so much money. Xuanyu, you brat, tell me the truth. Will the few of you be like him when you cultivate this time and never wake up? That would be a huge loss for me. If the inner court investigates, even teacher may not be able to cover for you. Tang Yu looked at Lan Xuanyu with some vigilance. He had just used the price of 1 purple emblem per person to allow Lan Xuanyu and the others to cultivate and absorb the emperor fruits at Sea God Lake. Lan Xuanyu coughed. Teacher Tang, we've known each other for so long. Am I the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others? Yeah. Tang Yu said grumpily, when did you not waste more time? I turned a blind eye to it. Are you insulting my IQ? Teacher, this isn't good. Speaking of which, what do you think of me joining the School of Life? Lan Xuanyu suddenly said. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Of course he knew that Lan Xuanyu was highly valued by Vice Pavilion Master Wang Tianyu. Even his teacher couldn't forcefully accept him into the School of Life. But if he was willing to join, it would be different. Why do you want to join our School of Life? Tang Yu said seriously. Of course it's to save money. After I join the School of Life, will I not have to pay emblems to cultivate at Sea God Lake in the future? Lan Xuanyu chuckled. Tang Yu really wanted to slap him. This brat was too thick-skinned. How was he like a teenager? Just because of this? Tang Yu asked. Cough cough, of course not. I was joking, Teacher Tang. It's mainly because I'm very close to life energy, and life energy is also very close to me. In terms of the research of life energy, our School of Life is the strongest in the Federation. This will be of great help to me in understanding life energy and comprehending the characteristics of life in this world. I believe that my understanding will also feed back to our School of Life, don't you think so? Tang Yu took a deep look at him and said solemnly, the Academy established the School of Life about 10,000 years ago, after the construction of Eternal Sky City. As we all know, with the growth of the Eternal Tree, our entire mother planet has undergone a transformation in the level of life, evolving to a higher level. However, although our ancestors had a higher level of strength and could be compared to the gods of the past, they did not have the position of gods. As for what the position of gods is, no one knows until now. However, without the position of gods, it means that one cannot live forever. Therefore, although the lifespan of humans on our mother planet has increased, even a god-rank powerhouse can only live for about 300 years. And the existence of the School of Life is to break this limit and extend lifespan by relying on the research of life energy and the level of life. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, especially to extend the lifespan of a god-rank powerhouse. After breaking through to the god rank, humans as a whole will undergo a transformation, and it can even be said that they are no longer normal humans. Through continuous research, after 10,000 years of development, a god-rank powerhouse can live for about 1,000 years while maintaining a complete human form. However, 1,000 years seems to have become a limit. We used 200 years to complete this research, but for more than 9,000 years after that, we have never been able to break through the 1,000-year limit. Only by using some special methods can we further extend our lifespan, but that kind of life is no longer of much significance to many people. Teacher is already 985 years old this year. He is currently the oldest human in the academy. Xianxia, teacher said that you have the highest affinity with life energy he has ever seen. Maybe you can really lead the School of Life to create a miracle and break through the 1,000-year limit. If you can do it, then you will be the benefactor of all god-rank powerhouses, and you will be supported by all god-rank powerhouses in the Federation. Even if you run for the Federation's chairman, you will have a high chance of success. I'm telling you this so that you can realize the importance of the current situation. To me, nothing else is so important. What's important is how to let my teacher, Master Shu, continue to live. In his life, Master Shu has made countless contributions to the Academy, and he has also carried forward our School of Life to its current scale. He can't die. Therefore, if you really want to join the School of Life, then in the next decade or so, please put more effort into comprehending the hierarchy of life. If you join us, you will receive the full support of the School of Life, but at the same time, you are also obligated to make sufficient contributions to the research of the level of life. Now, are you still willing to join us? Not only Lan Xuanyu, but his companions were also stunned. There was no doubt that Tang Yu had revealed a big secret today. Could god-rank powerhouses live for 1,000 years? Normal humans were only between 100 and 200 years old. The age of god-rank powerhouses announced by the Federation to the public was only 300 years old. They didn't expect that under the influence of the School of Life, they could actually live for 1,000 years. The 1,000-year limit, Master Shu was already close to the 1,000-year limit. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but think of the kind old man's face. He had a great sense of intimacy with Master Shu, and Master Shu was really good to him, giving him the life rui the first time they met. If it weren't for the life rui and the black emblem, Lan Xuanyu might not have been able to figure out his current cultivation method. Lan Xuanyu was silent for Tang Yu's last question. Because he knew that if he agreed to join the School of Life, then there was no doubt that he would have to bear a heavy burden on his shoulders. Was this something he could bear? Teacher Tang, I'm very willing to join the Life School and contribute to this research. However, I'm not sure if I have that much time. I want to cultivate, I want to forge, I want to learn warship piloting. We're already in the star class, and I still have to make battle armors. I have too many things to do. I can't be sure how much time I have to spend on life energy research. I can't lie to you. I'm sorry, Teacher Tang, I think I might not be qualified to join the life school yet. Lan Xuanyu gave such an answer after a short moment of thought. In the face of heavy responsibility, he chose to shrink back. This was because he couldn't promise something he might not be able to do. Of course, he hoped to become stronger and obtain the support of the life school. However, this was also based on the premise that he could contribute to the life school. He had his own bottom line. Even though he usually took advantage of the situation on the Sea God's Lake, he would never be affected by his own interests in the face of major issues. Looking at Lan Xuanyu's serious eyes, Tang Yu suddenly smiled. Very good, you gave a perfect answer. Teacher didn't misjudge you. From now on, you are a member of our life school. Welcome. Huh? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Didn't I just refuse? What kind of situation am I joining? Tang Yu pulled Lan Xuanyu's hand and put a ring on his finger. It was a crystal-clear glass-like ring, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that within the crystal-clear ring, there was a layer of lustrous light that emitted a faint silver halo. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt the spatial elemental fluctuations within it. This was clearly a storage ring, and a relatively high-level one at that. This was because he didn't see any solar rays on this ring. This was a special type of space-type ore. Teacher Tang, what if I directly agreed to join the life school just now? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask. Tang Yu smiled and didn't say anything. How could Lan Xuanyu know that Master Shu's order to Tang Yu was that as long as he had the slightest intention of joining the life school, he was to let him join at all costs? Tang Yu's previous words only told him how great the responsibility of the school of life was. In truth, no one in the life school of thought, including Master Shu, had ever hoped that he would be able to find a way to break the 1,000-year limit. How many generations had the Shrek Academy gone through 9,000 years without being able to solve this huge problem? How could they expect a child like him to solve it in a short 10 years? This was simply unrealistic. The most important reason for Tang Yu's previous words was to make Lan Xuanyu feel guilty. In the future, when Master Shu was unable to break through the 1,000-year limit and died, it would be the time for Lan Xuanyu to take over the school of life. This was something Master Shu had secretly decided. Only the core members of the life school of thought knew about it. With guilt in his heart, how could Lan Xuanyu ignore the life school of thought? And when Tang Yu said that he was satisfied with Lan Xuanyu's answer, it was also true. A child with a bottom line, not blindly agreeing, and not being impulsive because of the huge benefits he might obtain, this quality made Tang Yu very satisfied. Although Lan Xuanyu had just directly agreed that he would also give him this ring, at least in Tang Yu's heart, his recognition of him was definitely not enough. And now, Tang Yu was full of admiration for Master Shu. Teacher's vision was really good. This Lan Xuanyu was really worthy of being the person Pavilion Master Wang thought highly of. Sure enough, he had an extraordinary quality. Okay, enter Sea God Lake to cultivate. From now on, you can come to Sea God Lake to cultivate at any time in the future, free of charge. This is a benefit that only our school of life has. Tang Yu smiled and patted Lan Xuanyu on the shoulder. He didn't say anything more about the school of life. As for the rest, his teacher would tell him in the future. Right now, Tang Yu just wanted to tell Master Shu this good news as soon as possible. Thank you, Teacher Tang. Lan Xuanyu was a little helpless. A big burden had been imposed on him. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing else to say. When he saw Master Shu later, he would ask him what kind of problem the 1,000-year limit was. Teacher, can we join the school of life? Lan Mingqin's eyes were sparkling. Cultivating at Sea God Lake didn't require emblems, this benefit was too good. Tang Yu glanced at her and said indifferently, joining our school of life can be difficult, but it can also be simple. Just look at one thing, and that is life affinity. We naturally think that people who have a strong affinity with life force are naturally kind. Of course, it doesn't mean that people with a weak life affinity aren't kind. But we only accept people with a strong life affinity to join. I've already observed the few of you. Other than that fatty whose life affinity has increased a lot after having the little ape, the rest of you have average life affinity and don't meet the requirements. Lan Mingqin couldn't help but pout. This joining condition really made it impossible for her to do anything. It was innate, and hard work was useless. Fatty could actually do it, Lan Xuanyu said. Teacher Tang, then if I let Fatty join, can you return the 30 purple emblems from before? In the future, he will be considered one of us. Tang Yu said in annoyance, do you think this is a business deal? Do you think I'm the one who opened this? Your situation is special. Even if he joins, he can only be considered a reserve member. He has to at least enter the inner court to be qualified to become a member of the School of Life. At that time, he will have the possibility of cultivating at Sea God Lake for free. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. He knew that there wouldn't be so many good things. Teacher Tang, we'll cultivate first. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu took out the emperor fruits and gave one to each of his teammates. Tang Yu immediately saw the fruit in his hand and asked curiously, what fruit is this? Don't eat random things. Especially things of unknown origin. Not all heaven and earth treasures are beneficial to the body. Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, Teacher Tang, this was given to me by the successor of beast god Ditian, Tiger King Lan Huti. It's called the Emperor Fruit and can improve and purify bloodline power. It seems to be a pretty good thing. I've already eaten one and the effect is very good. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. Improve and purify bloodline power? Tang Yu's voice instantly rose a few notches as he looked at the purple fruit in Lan Xuanyu's hand in shock. Yes, yes. Why don't you observe us from the side? You should be able to sense it. Everyone, let's go into the water. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu was the first to jump into Sea God Lake. Bai Xiuxiu and the others followed suit and soaked their bodies in the lake water. Immediately, everyone was surrounded by a dense life energy. Lan Xuanyu nodded to his teammates and stuffed the emperor fruit into his mouth. Everyone trusted him and naturally didn't need to think too much about it. They each ate the emperor fruit. Immediately, the 3 scales of the dragon gods on Lan Xuanyu's chest lit up. The bloodline vortex in his body instantly circulated crazily, and the incomparably dense bloodline aura suddenly flourished. After a short period of time, the others also underwent changes. A cold aura burst out from Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mingqin's bodies. A pair of huge blue eyes appeared behind Bai Xiuxiu, and her huge figure was also faintly discernible. Behind Lan Mingqin, 2 phantoms were faintly discernible. One was the appearance of Ice Sky Snow Woman, and the other was the Jade Phoenix Guqin. The phoenix cry was low. A passionate dragon roar sounded at this moment. Almost in an instant, Lu Feng's entire body was covered by white scales. Every scale emitted a dazzling white light. Within the white light, there were some silver ripples, as if there were protrusions that were about to drill out from the scales. It was also as if there were silver ridges on the scales. A few days ago, when I went to visit the research and development team, I saw the side quest that the research and development team specially created for Tang San's previous life. It really made me miss the passion of creating the Douluo continent back then. I hope that everyone will continue to pay attention to the mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King that I supervised. The 5-colored light surrounded Tang Yuga's body. Those were her 5 elements, but unlike before, a black and white air current rose from the top of her head, forming the shape of a yin-yang fish above her head. Immediately, the 5-colored elements around her seemed to separate into 10 colors. Each of the original attributes had turned into 2 different colors, bright and dim, strangely revolving around her body. Yuan and Hui Hui was even stranger. A pair of transparent wings spread out behind her back, and then, a snow-white ball of light floated above her head, emitting countless white light spots. A gentle halo shone on her body, making her, who had already turned into a woman, feel holy and crystal clear. Tang Yu was standing on the shore at this moment, watching the sudden changes in the children one by one. He was completely stunned. Under the influence of these 6 people, or more accurately, under the influence of Lan Xuanyu, a dark golden luster began to appear on Qianlei's skin. Immediately after, panic spread from his body, and his body began to tremble uneasily. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and turned to look at Qianlei. This was his second time consuming the emperor fruit, and as expected, it wasn't as intense as the first time. He hesitated for a moment, but still took out another emperor fruit and stuffed it into Qianlei's mouth. Immediately, Qianlei's body stiffened, and then, a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. From the surface of his skin, golden hair quickly drilled out, and his body began to expand. The 7 of them had one thing in common, and that was that they were like vortexes, crazily absorbing the life energy in the lake. Because the absorption speed was too fast, some green halos even appeared around them, surrounding their bodies. Tang Yu stared at this scene with his mouth agape. With his cultivation base, he could clearly feel that the aura of these children was constantly rising. That was indeed a change in their bloodline. Everyone's bloodline began to show different degrees of agitation. Right at this moment, an extremely dense life force fluctuation suddenly burst out from Lan Mingqing's body, and a dark green figure appeared behind her. It was a female figure. She gently raised her hand and pressed it on Lan Mingqing's head. Then, she turned to look at Tang Yu and said indifferently, "Is your life affinity not high? Human-shaped spirit soul? Ferocious beast?" Tang Yu was stunned again. He knew that Lan Xuanyu and the others had gone to the elven planet to obtain a spirit soul. But when he saw the person in front of him, his mouth opened in shock. A spirit soul that could transform into a human form was undoubtedly at least 100,000 years of cultivation. Furthermore, her body was so stable that even though she was already a spirit soul, it was still as if she had a physical body. What cultivation level of her? What kind of fortuitous encounters did these little guys? That extremely rich life aura was being emitted from this green-clothed woman. As if affected by her, a dark purple figure suddenly separated from Bai Xiuxiu's body. A layer of purple light spread outwards, and instantly, a destructive aura that was the complete opposite of the rich life energy appeared. The two collided with each other, neither giving way. Another human-shaped spirit soul? Tang Yu was already numb. Were all young people so terrifying these days? The demon queen also pressed her palm on Bai Xiuxiu's head. Immediately, strands of purple energy spread over Bai Xiuxiu's body, and behind her, the originally huge figure began to change. That was originally an enormous great white demon soul shark. However, at that moment, scales began to grow on its body. Furthermore, it was becoming clearer. Damn, martial soul mutation or martial soul modification? This was possible. Tang Yu was absolutely certain that what he was seeing was not recorded in any of the books in the Shrek Academy. This could definitely be called a magical scene. These two were actually modifying the martial souls of the two children. Even a human-shaped spirit soul couldn't do it, right? Was this the effect of the Emperor Fruit? His guess was correct. Without the Emperor Fruit, even the Emerald Swan Bai Ji or the Abyssal Demon Dragon's Demon Queen wouldn't be able to directly help their host change their martial soul. At most, they could only bestow their abilities to their original martial souls and make their soul skills stronger. However, it was different with the Emperor Fruit. Even Beast God Di Tian took a long time to figure out the magic of the Emperor Fruit. The terrifying existence of the Tiger King, who had an ancient bloodline, was gradually cultivated using the Emperor Fruit and some secret methods. It wasn't just Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mingqing who had changed. Lu Feng was the same. On his white scales, the silver light became more and more intense. Silver spikes gradually drilled out and surrounded him with silver light. His aura continued to soar, and the incomparably powerful aura began to change his entire body. Even his hair turned silver at this moment. His body was surrounded by unstable silver light fluctuations. A large bird suddenly drilled out from above Tang Yuga's head, and the black and white air currents were immediately stirred up by its wings. The 5 dim colors that had been separated from Tang Yuga's body gradually stabilized, and the 10 colors gradually balanced. Tang Yuga didn't lie to Yuan and Hui Hui that day. With the yin yang Chaos Bird, her 5 elements could be divided into yin and yang. For example, the wood attribute could be divided into the yang wood attribute and the yin wood attribute. After being divided, the 5 elements would be more comprehensive. For example, the yang wood attribute represented thick tree trunks, and the yin wood attribute represented soft vines. With this division, her mastery of the 5 elements and their abilities would increase by a large margin. Although it wasn't really double, the benefits to her future improvement would definitely not be inferior to double. In the future, her martial soul would no longer be the 5 elements Qilin, but the yin-yang 5 elements Qilin. The white ball of light above Yuan and Huihui's head seemed to feel something, and actually floated towards Tang Yuga. The white light spots emitted by the ball of light suddenly increased a lot, and the 10 colors of light around Tang Yuga's body also rushed towards it, surrounding the ball of light. Suddenly, the originally white ball of light was rendered with a layer of 10-colored halo. After these colorful lights poured into the ball of light, they turned into colorful electric lights that surrounded it, which was extremely strange. Roar. A painful roar suddenly sounded, and Qianlei suddenly stood up from the lake. His body expanded violently, and in an instant, he became a 5-meter-tall giant. The golden hair that had just grown on his body suddenly ignited, burning with golden flames. These flames had no temperature, because Lan Xuanyu next to him didn't seem to be affected at all, but Qianlei was roaring crazily. Tang Yu subconsciously raised his hand, but still stopped, because he could clearly feel that under the burning of the golden flames, Qianlei's vitality not only did not weaken, but continued to strengthen instead. What kind of people are they? Tang Yu felt that he had been subverted. At this moment, 2 figures almost came together, descended from the sky, and landed beside Tang Yu. Tang Yu was startled, and when he saw the appearance of the 2, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, bowed and said, "Teacher, Pavilion Master Wang." That's right, the 2 who came were Wang Tianyu and Master Shu. The movement here wasn't too big, but the change in aura was too strange. Master Shu's eyes widened instantly. Emerald Swan Senior by G? Abyssal Demon Dragon Senior Demon Queen? He wouldn't be too surprised if it was others, but he had seen these 2 before. He had also been to the gathering place of soul beasts, so how could he not know Bai Ji and the Demon Queen? Then, Master Shu turned to look at Wang Tianyu. "Xiao Wang, it can't be, right?" Wang Tianyu said indifferently, "It's exactly what you think." "What did they do?" The second question was for Tang Yu. Tang Yu said, "They ate something called the Emperor Fruit, and then they became like this. They said it can purify and improve their bloodline." Wang Tianyu's eyes went blank, while old Shu instantly jumped up. "Emperor Fruit? Beast God Di Tian's Emperor Fruit? Did they bring back 7? Did they raid Beast God's lair?" As soon as he said this, he knew that what he said wasn't correct. If they raided Beast God's lair, why would the Emerald Swan and the Abyssal Demon Dragon be here? Wang Tianyu looked at him and said, "Master Shu, you know a lot about the Emperor Fruit." Master Shu said with a slight twitch, "When my teacher was in charge of the previous generation's school of life, he was invited by Beast God Di Tian to go to his place. At that time, the most shocking thing was that Beast God discovered this kind of Emperor Fruit. I don't know where this Emperor Fruit came from, but it can only condense one every 1,000 years. It can greatly improve and purify one's bloodline. To put it simply, many of us soul masters' martial souls aren't strong enough because our martial souls aren't strong enough. However, many martial souls have bloodlines attached to them. Most of the time, martial soul mutations are also bloodline mutations. Some people's martial soul is an ordinary snake, but among these ordinary snake-type martial souls, there might be a 1 in 10,000 or even a 1 in 100,000 true dragon bloodline. Of course, it's impossible for normal people to awaken it. But the effect of this Emperor Fruit is to improve the most primitive and strongest bloodline in the human body. I don't know the percentage of improvement, but the greater the original percentage, the better the improvement effect. In other words, if you have a dragon-type martial soul, you might become a true dragon after eating the Emperor Fruit. Beast God Di Tian wanted to use this thing to transform an incomparably powerful successor. He wanted to use it to refine the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. I wonder if he succeeded. But there's no doubt that this is definitely a top-grade heaven and earth treasure. It's equivalent to a super treasure that can definitely produce a martial soul second evolution. Master Shu was so excited that he spoke very quickly. However, he soon had the urge to cry. Why are these little guys in such a hurry to eat? Let me study it first. Let's see if there's any possibility of cultivating it. Back then, the beast god was very secretive about this thing, so we didn't even know its origin. Perhaps with the Tree of Eternity as the foundation, it could be cultivated. If that was the case, the value would be too great. It really is. Wang Tianyu asked, "Is it useful to draw the blood of these children?" Master Shu rolled his eyes. "It's useless. A heavenly treasure of this level would immediately take effect after eating it. Then, it would fuse with the body. Drawing blood could only be used to study their bloodline. Can't you tell? Even Bai Ji and the Infernal Queen were taking advantage of the Emperor Fruit's effects to change and fuse into their bloodlines. It's easy to imagine how strong this Heaven's Child is. Tang Yu said tentatively, "Teacher, I saw that Lan Xuanyu was very happy when he took out this thing. Maybe he still has more?" Master Shu's eyes lit up. "There's more? It can't be. The Emperor Fruit is so precious." Wang Tianyu said, "It's hard to say. The successor of the Beast God, Tiger King, has a very good relationship with Lan Xuanyu." Master Shu rubbed his hands. "Wait, then let's wait for them to wake up and ask. We'll also observe their changes. These little guys are really blessed by the heavens. Little Wang, why aren't you making an exception and recruiting them into the inner court in advance?" Wang Tianyu shook his head and said, "We can't spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. The more unpolished a jade is, the more it needs to be polished." Master Shu snorted. At this moment, Tang Yu said, "Teacher, let me tell you a piece of good news. Lan Xuanyu has just agreed to join our life school." "Ah?" Master Shu was shocked and then overjoyed. Wang Tianyu's face darkened. What did he mean by joining the life school? He can't join the life school. According to the rules, only inner court disciples are qualified, Wang Tianyu said solemnly. Master Shu laughed. "Who said he's not qualified? I'm the leader of the life school. If I say he's qualified, then he's qualified. I used this to make an exception for him." "Ha ha ha, little you did well in this matter." As he spoke, Master Shu took out a shiny red object from his bosom and threw it directly to Wang Tianyu. It was an incomparably small badge. It was crystal clear as if it was polished from a gem, and the red halo almost made the surroundings the same color. Yes, this was the highest level badge of Shrek Academy, the red badge. It had the highest authority of Shrek Academy, the red badge. A red badge that could break any rule once. One must know that in order to obtain this red badge, one needed to make a huge contribution to the academy. Wang Tianyu was also stunned. He never expected that Master Shu would actually take out a red badge in exchange for Lan Xuanyu to join the life school in advance. Was it worth it? Even if Lan Xuanyu was admitted to the inner court, there was a high chance that he would join the life school. "Master Shu, old Shu waved his hand, "A red emblem is of no use to me. Xiao Wang, take a look at Lan Xuanyu's finger." Wang Tianyu subconsciously looked at Lan Xuanyu's hands. On Lan Xuanyu's right thumb, there was a dark blue ring. It was Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. And on his left index finger, there was a sparkling and translucent silver-white ring. You gave him the ring of destiny? Aren't you being too reckless?" Wang Tianyu cried out in alarm. At his level, it was almost impossible for him to have such a huge emotional fluctuation. However, that ring, the silver-white ring on Lan Xuanyu's finger, was of great significance to Shrek Academy. That was because it represented the leader of the School of Life. It also represented a seat in the Sea God Pavilion. Master Shu chuckled, "I'm old, I don't have many years left to live. I have to find a successor for myself. I've waited for almost 1,000 years before I finally found the most suitable one. So, no matter what, I will let him join the life school at all costs." Xiao Wang, believe in this old man's eyes. One day, he will definitely lead our life school to bloom with the most brilliant brilliance. Maybe, even the 1,000-year limit will be broken through in his hands. I just don't know if this old man will be able to see that day. Wang Tianyu couldn't help but ask, "You think so highly of him?" Master Shu smiled slightly, "No, I'm not the only one who thinks highly of him. The Eternal Tree also thinks highly of him. It was the guidance of the Eternal Tree that made me make such a decision. So, from now on, I ask the Academy to double the protection of him. At least before he enters the inner court, he can't carry out any dangerous missions. Even if he goes, there must be someone to protect him." Wang Tianyu had already regained his calm and said solemnly, "I will report this matter to the Sea God Pavilion immediately. Please also prepare to report to the Sea God Pavilion. After all, he's only 13 years old." Master Shu smiled and nodded. In 10 years, he will definitely grow up. I can still hold on for at least 10 years. I will watch him grow up. He will grow into a towering tree. With that said, he silently walked to the lakeside and stared at the people who were being upgraded by the Emperor Fruit. He carefully sensed their vital signs and changes. Wang Tianyu didn't leave either. He was also observing. The evolution of bloodlines was too important for soul masters. It might not be able to directly make a person stronger, but it could open a path to becoming a powerhouse. It could even be a path to becoming a god. Not only Lan Xuanyu, but these children also had to be protected. Perhaps, the Star Combat experimental class would really be able to shine the brightest on them. Lan Xuanyu silently sensed the changes in his body. Cultivating in the Sea God Lake was indeed different. An incomparably abundant life energy was constantly absorbed and transformed by the rainbow core. Under the effect of the Emperor Fruit, his bloodline improved once again. Improve the dragon god's bloodline to the best of his ability. After an unknown period of time, the speed of his bloodline circulation began to slow down. The overall size of his bloodline vortex did not shrink this time. With sufficient life energy to absorb, it undoubtedly allowed him to have a deeper foundation. 1, 2. Another 2 dragon god scales drilled out. Together with the previous ones, there were a total of 5 dragon god scales. However, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the effect of the Emperor Fruit this time was not as good as the first one. The first Emperor Fruit should have been able to give him 2.5 dragon god scales, but this time, it was 1.5. The third scale appeared this time, which was why it seemed to have increased by 2 scales. The number of dragon god scales had also increased to 5. The rainbow color in his bloodline vortex had increased a little. He couldn't feel the other changes, but he could feel that his martial soul seemed to have undergone some changes. His perception of the elements had become more obvious, and his body seemed to have become stronger. Beast God Tian was still silent. He was probably still in a deep sleep. However, his life energy and bloodline aura seemed to have an effect and help him. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely sense that the place where he was sleeping was in his spiritual sea. He didn't know how long this powerful beast god would be sleeping. When Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. A faint mist floated above the surface of Sea God Lake, giving people an ethereal feeling like an immortal. He turned to look at his companions. Most of them were still asleep, except for one. Xianxia sat on the shore, hugging his knees with his hands in a daze. When Lan Xuanyu saw him, Lan Xuanyu was also stunned. It was because this good brother of his had changed too much. Xianxia was at least a head taller than before. Originally, he was much shorter than Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu. But now, he was taller than them. His fat belly was gone, and in its place was a body of strong muscles that seemed to be about to explode. His hair had also turned golden, and even his eyes had a faint layer of dark gold. Although he was just sitting there in a daze, he gave off a particularly valiant feeling. His entire body seemed to be filled with explosive power. Fatty, your body is amazing. At this time, Xianxia looked as tall as an adult. If it wasn't for the childishness on his face, who could tell that he was only 13 years old? Boss, Is this still me? Xianxia said hesitantly, if I go home like this, I'm afraid my parents won't recognize me, right? Yes, with the help of the Emperor Fruit, he had completed his transformation in advance. Isn't that good? Look, all the fat on your face is gone. Although you're not as good looking as me, you still have some manliness, Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. Xianxia's face had also slimmed down. Indeed, he couldn't be said to be very handsome, but with his burly muscles, he was indeed full of manliness. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. That's true. It's pretty good. It's the body of my dreams. It's just that I'm not used to it being obtained so easily, Xianxia muttered. As he spoke, he raised his arm and contracted his muscles. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, you're here to show off to me, right? Xianxia chuckled. How can that be? Boss, I'm not that kind of person. You are. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance. Are you foreign? Nana had once said that after Lan Xuanyu completed his fusion with the golden behemoth, he might directly break through to the foreign realm. Xianlei shook his head. I'm still at 3 rings. It seems like after eating that thing you gave me, something in my body exploded and absorbed a lot of life energy. Then, my soul power didn't increase much. But it should be around rank 37 or 38. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Fortunately, I still have you to accompany me. Frenzy should be about rank 40. He's already 40. I saw his soul rings appear just now. The 4th one is black. Boss, your gains on the elven planet are not small. I'm envious. Lan Xuanyu said, your golden behemoth isn't bad either. By the way, I'll return the money to you. You spent more than 30 purple emblems cultivating at Sea God Lake. You also bought some manifold mysterious ice essence flowers for Lan Mengqin. The rest are here. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu gave him all the purple emblems that belonged to Qianlei. Qianlei put away the emblems, his expression unchanged. Doesn't your heart ache? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. This wasn't Qianlei's style. Qianlei raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of the sun. Compared to this perfect figure, spending a bit of money is nothing. Seeing the smug expression on his face become more and more intense, Lan Xuanyu said, our class has become the Star Combat Experimental class. We have to start practicing piloting soul guidance warships. I'll take you to try it out this afternoon. I'll let you experience the top 10,000. Boss. I was wrong. I won't be smug anymore. Ding Shuhan didn't know the feeling of riding a warship, but how could Qianlei not know? He was the first to be trained by Yin Tianfan with Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu patted his shoulder and said, now that we're in the Star Combat Experimental class, it's only a matter of time. You have some foundation, so it won't be too difficult for you to accept it. Good luck. Not long after, the others woke up from their cultivation. Lu Feng was the fastest to wake up, followed by Yuan and Hui Hui, Tang Yuga, and by Xiao Xiao. Lan Mengqin was the last to wake up. After a night of cultivation, the one who had changed the most on the surface was naturally Qianlei. When the others saw Qianlei's current appearance, they were in disbelief. Fatty Qian had become Qian Zhuangzhuang. This change was really huge. Mengqin, am I much better now? Qianlei went to Lan Mengqin's side proudly and showed off the muscles on his arms. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes at him and said, simple-minded and well-developed limbs, what's so good about that? Alright, everyone go back and change your clothes before going to class. Teacher Tang Yu wasn't around at this moment, so it was better to sneak away since everyone was awake. It was obvious that the academy had suffered a loss for spending the entire night with this purple emblem. They quickly returned to the dormitory, changed their clothes, and went to class. Without a doubt, when Qianlei walked into the classroom, it immediately caused a commotion. Familiar classmates immediately surrounded him and asked him all sorts of questions, but Qianlei pretended to be deep and smiled without saying anything. In the following period of time, the first years became extremely busy. They had classes in the morning, space warship piloting in the afternoon, and they had to cultivate their own things at night. Everyone felt like they were under pressure. Lan Xuanyu should have been better. After all, his space warship piloting was no longer a problem, but he still had to forge. He had to forge for at least 3 hours every day, so he was very busy throughout the day. There was no doubt that the first years, who were so busy, improved extremely quickly. With their superior qualities, everyone's improvement speed in space warship piloting wasn't slow, and they were soon able to perform basic piloting. In addition to the mecha lessons in the morning, there were some areas where mecha and space warship piloting were similar, such as balance. In the blink of an eye, the end of the second semester of the first years was approaching. Because they were too busy and their cultivation had already reached a certain level, the speed at which everyone's soul power increased had decreased. There wasn't any obvious improvement, but in terms of overall quality, there was no doubt that they had gone up a level. Lan Xuanyu's forging skills were accompanied by the increase in his spiritual power, physical fitness, and bloodline. His first-grade 1000 refining success rate was extremely high, and he could deliver a first-grade 1000 refined rare metal to a classmate almost every week. And his first-grade 1000 refined metals were already famous in the outer court. There were already second, third, and fourth years looking for Lan Xuanyu to forge. However, Lan Xuanyu's own energy was limited, and the price he offered was not low. He would occasionally take on 1 or 2 missions. Other than the last Emperor fruit that he consumed and squeezing out the maximum ability of the Emperor fruit to improve his bloodline, he directly gave the remaining 3 Emperor fruits to the life school. It was Tang Yu who took the initiative to look for him, and the conditions he gave Lan Xuanyu were unable to refuse. Every Emperor fruit could be exchanged for a black emblem. That's right, it was the black emblem that Lan Xuanyu had initially seen at Tang Jinhua's place. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to exchange for it in the outer court. 3 Emperor fruits, 3 black emblems. Tang Yu told Lan Xuanyu that black emblems could not be exchanged with purple emblems. In other words, no matter how many purple emblems one had, one could not exchange for a black emblem. On the other hand, no one had ever exchanged a black emblem for a purple emblem. This was because black emblems were simply too rare. Black emblems could already be exchanged for 100,000-year heaven and earth treasures in the inner court, and even soul bones above the 10,000-year level. One could imagine how precious they were. Therefore, although Lan Xuanyu had obtained 3 black emblems, he had to go to the inner court to receive them. As for what he would do if he couldn't get into the inner court, Lan Xuanyu wouldn't ask. He already had absolute confidence in getting into the inner court. The end of the semester was approaching, and there was no doubt that the important moment they were about to face had arrived. Final exam. No one knew what the final exam this year was. Would they go to another planet, such as a resource planet for the exam? Or something else? With Lan Xuanyu's current understanding of the academy, the final exam content of each year was different for each grade. It could be said that it was random, or it could be said that it depended on the mood of the teacher. In any case, no one could predict what the final exam this year would be. Everyone, come to my dorm tonight. Let's discuss the final exam. Lan Xuanyu sent a message to his 6 teammates through his soul communicator. Although he didn't know what the final exam was, he still had to prepare for a rainy day and not screw up. After the previous year skipping challenge, not only did the first years become the star combat experimental class, they were also the focus of the entire outer court. The senior students were more or less hostile towards them. Of course, it wasn't hostility, but vigilance. Who asked them to perform so well in the previous cross-level challenge? Lan Xuanyu didn't go to forge at night and return to the dormitory at the agreed time. It didn't take long for the other 6 to arrive. Sitting down in the living room on the first floor, Lan Xuanyu said, "It's almost time for the final exam. We need to do some preparatory work in advance." "Boss, how should we prepare?" Xianxia asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "Everyone has been too busy this semester, especially after we joined the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class. There are so many things we have to learn that we don't have enough time." Every day, he could only focus on improving himself. However, from the entrance exam to the various tests we took in the academy actually places a lot of emphasis on team tests. Therefore, the final exam is coming soon. I feel that we need to work together in terms of ability. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how much our companion's cultivation has improved. This will greatly affect our cooperation. Everyone nodded. Tang Yuga said, "Due to my participation, our final exam will probably become much more difficult. So, everyone must be mentally prepared." She was right, she was already a 6-ring Soul Emperor and a 1-word battle armor master. It turned out that the intensity of the first year's, second year's, and third year's final exams were nothing to her. Furthermore, the first years were being paid so much attention to. Lan Xuanyu and the others had previously defeated the 6th years. It was great back then and even gave them the chance to go to the Elven planet. But now, it seemed that the second semester's final exam that the academy was about to give them would definitely be quite difficult. "Yuga, do you have any guesses?" Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga shook her head. "I don't know. But I can feel that the academy will definitely give us a rather difficult final exam as a form of training for us. So I agree with your opinion very much. We need to work on everyone's abilities. Otherwise, if we don't even know how strong each other is, how can we work together?" Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Alright, let's go now. It's not too late yet. I'll pay for renting the venue." Shrek Academy definitely did not lack exclusive cultivation and battle venues. The cost of renting this kind of venue was alright and not too high. 1 white emblem per hour. Of course, it also depended on one's cultivation. A battle venue with more than 5 rings would become a yellow emblem. Because Yuan and Hui Hui and Tang Yuga were around, they naturally had to pay yellow emblems. Lan Xuanyu was the richest man in the outer court, so a yellow emblem was naturally nothing to him. After renting a venue with a diameter of 100 meters, the 7 of them walked in. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu had already thought of a way to work together. 3 against 4. Me, Xiao, Meng Qin, and Qian Lei will form a team. Lu Feng, Hui Hui, and Yuga, you 3 will form a team. Hearing his distribution method, Tang Yuga couldn't help but be stunned. Among the 7 of them, she was a 6-ring Soul Emperor, followed by Yuan and Hui Hui, who was a 5-ring Soul Emperor. The others hadn't reached the 5-ring level yet. Lu Feng and Qian Lei seemed to have just reached the 4-ring level, while Lan Xuanyu himself was still 3-ring. The difference in cultivation between them was a bit big. This was a real person battle, not in the Douluo world. Because the feeling of a real person battle was the clearest, especially when they cooperated with each other. This was something they had learned in the academy a long time ago. After one's cultivation reached a certain level, one still had to go through real battles to improve more efficiently. Of course, there was also the risk of injury. Yuan and Hui Hui and Tang Yuga's team was undoubtedly the strongest combination. Moreover, one of them was long range and the other was close range. Without considering their relationship, this combination was definitely extremely strong. What's more, there was still Lu Feng. 4 against 3, Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't have the advantage. However, although everyone was surprised, no one objected. In any case, it was for the sake of working together, winning or losing wasn't important. Yuan and Hui Hui glanced at Tang Yuga, her eyes filled with reluctance, but at this moment, she had no choice but to stand side by side with her. Both sides pulled apart the distance between them. Lan Xuanyu smiled and didn't give everyone more time to prepare. He waved his hand and shouted, "Begin." As soon as the word "begin" came out, the 3 people on the other side had already moved. Lu Feng's figure flashed and he circled to the side. A layer of white scales with silver patterns drilled out of his body and covered his entire body. His entire body also became slightly illusory. That's right, following his breakthrough to the 4-ring realm, he had officially fused with the Thorn Dragon. In addition, the Emperor Fruit had greatly improved his and the Thorn Dragon's bloodline. Now, his martial soul had evolved to another level. Other than its original speed, it was also supported by the power of space. It could be considered a top-notch martial soul in the truest sense. Yuan and Hui Hui raised her left hand and the purple star spirit bow jumped into her hand. She knocked an arrow and the 5 soul rings on her body shone brightly. An arrow shot out like lightning and headed straight for Qian Lei. Tang Yuga also moved. She rushed out head-on. A 5-colored light flickered on her body and 6 soul rings appeared. As she had yet to break through to 7 ring, she had yet to officially fuse with the Yin-Yang Chaos Bird. However, with the Emperor Fruit's improvement to her bloodline, she and the Yin-Yang Chaos Bird already had a certain degree of compatibility. Do you still remember the ultimate technique of the Tangmen? This time, at my request, the mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King has completely restored this setting. At that time I had a flash of inspiration, and now, it has finally materialized. Remember to go to my Weibo public account, 3rd Young Master Tang, for the server opening announcement. I'll wait for you to return to Tangmen. The 3 of them launched their attacks at the same time, each displaying their own abilities. They launched long-range attacks on Lan Xuanyu's team from the front and the side. Lan Xuanyu's side also launched their own attacks. He didn't command them. Everyone had been busy and hadn't trained together for a long time. For this battle, the first thing to do was to see how strong everyone was. Lan Xuanyu threw out 3 silver-patterned blue-silver grass and wrapped them around his 3 teammates. Then, a layer of golden scales appeared on his body. Qian Lei took a step forward, and 4 soul rings appeared around him. His eyes flashed, and a coin popped out of his hand, instantly turning into a gate of summoning. Immediately afterward, his 4th soul ring flashed, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. The original 1 gate of summoning turned into 3 in an instant. Xianlei let out a long howl towards the sky, and the 3rd soul ring on his body flickered. Fatty Jean appeared. Fatty Jean was already more than 2.5 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a burly figure. Like Xianlei, he was no longer fat. His arms were unusually long and thick, and his golden hair was extremely dense, like golden steel needles. Roar, Fatty Jean appeared. He first glanced at Lan Xuanyu, then let out a wild roar towards the 3 gates of summoning. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. 3 burly figures suddenly emerged from the gate of summoning. These 3 burly figures were about 3 meters tall, so they had their heads lowered as they emerged from the gate of summoning. They looked similar in appearance, all of them were humanoid with gray hair all over their bodies. Their arms were particularly thick and had 2 sharp claws. They were like enlarged versions of Fatty Jean, but the color of the hair on their bodies was different. Are these behemoths? Phone, read, bookmark, save, book-seeking pavilion's website. Lan Xuanyu looked at Fatty Jean in surprise. With Fatty Jean's help, Xianlei's gate of summoning could actually summon behemoths? The corners of Xianlei's mouth curled up, and he chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the 3 behemoths rushed towards Tang Yuga. Xianlei opened his arms towards Fatty Jean. Fatty Jean turned around and pounced towards him. A dazzling golden light lit up, and Xianlei instantly grew taller. In the blink of an eye, he exceeded 4 meters and became an incomparably tall giant with golden hair all over his body. He chased after the 3 behemoths in large strides. Xianlei is already so strong. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was surprised. Yes, this was the transformation that Nana had mentioned back then. After the golden behemoth awakened, Xianlei would transform. Dang, dang. The behemoth in front brazenly swatted away Yuan and Hui's 2 arrows. Their bodies were like an iron bastion, completely unafraid of the purple star spirit bow's attack. Tang Yuga had already closed in and punched out with his right fist. The 5 elements were born together and a ball of blazing flames erupted. The behemoth lowered its head and charged forward. At the same time, it opened its arms and pounced forward. With a loud boom, the flames exploded and the gray hair on the behemoth's body was instantly burned red. However, it was completely unaffected and continued to pounce towards Tang Yuga. The other 2 behemoths also surrounded it. Xianlei ignored Lu Feng and ran towards Yuan and Hui. His speed was extremely fast, and his big feet made loud sounds as he stepped on the ground. He suddenly rushed up and jumped towards Yuan and Hui. He jumped more than 10 meters high and smashed towards Yuan and Hui like a golden meteor. Xianlei had just entered the arena and shocked the entire audience with his powerful performance. No one expected that before the 6 of them who had gone to the elven planet to have a fortuitous encounter could make a move. Xianlei, the only one who hadn't gone to the elven planet, would show his powerful side first. Yuan and Hui naturally wouldn't stand still and allow Xianlei to attack. He flashed and ran to the side at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, his 5th soul ring lit up and the Thunder Spirit War Drum appeared. Thick lightning shot out and covered Xianlei. Xianlei crossed his arms in front of his body and took it head-on without dodging. Amidst the loud bang, Xianlei's fur emitted a brilliant golden light. The lightning in the sky only made him pause for a moment before he pounced towards Yuan and Hui. He was very powerful. Yuan and Hui's expression didn't change as a pair of transparent wings spread open on his back. He flapped his wings and retreated quickly. Arrows continuously shot towards Xianlei, but they were all slapped away by Qianlei's palms or blocked by his body. No matter what attribute the arrows were, they didn't have any effect on Xianlei. The 2 of them ran and chased. It seemed that Yuan and Hui was completely suppressed by Xianlei. On the other side, Tang Yuga was facing 3 3-meter-tall behemoths and her situation wasn't very good either. The 3 behemoths were incomparably strong and their defenses were astonishing. Her 5 elements were actually unable to break through their defenses. Helpless, she could only use her 5 elements divine light to repel the 3 behemoth beasts. The three behemoth beasts were too strong. After being repelled, they immediately pounced on her again and entangled her. The behemoths relied entirely on their physical strength, while Tang Yuga relied on her great five elements divine light. Although it seemed that Tang Yuga could protect herself, what would happen after a long time? Her soul power was almost exhausted. What should she do? Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, and Lan Mengqin stood there in a daze. Even Lu Feng, who was originally rushing towards them, stopped. Who would have thought that Qianlei, who was originally the weakest person in the team, would actually suppress Yuan and Hui Hui and Tang Yuga by himself? This really subverted everyone's understanding. Ha ha ha. Hui Hui, don't run, Big Brother will love you. Qianlei laughed proudly. In the state of fusion with Fatty Jean, he displayed incomparably astonishing speed and strength. He opened his huge hands, and the hair on his hands was like golden steel needles. Golden sharp claws stretched out, and he looked even more terrifying than the Dusk Gold Dreadclaw Bear. The Dusk Gold Dreadclaw Bear had inherited some of the behemoth's bloodline, but compared to the real behemoth king, the golden behemoth, it was weak. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "I betrayed you. Yuga, I'll help you." With that, he retracted the silver-patterned blue-silver grass and went straight in the direction of Tang Yuga. He wanted to try. How strong was the behemoth that Qianlei summoned? "Boss, why are you like this?" Qianlei immediately panicked. Under his control, a behemoth appeared and faced Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's chest flickered with a colorful light. His right hand flashed and he directly entered the dragon god's transformation state, releasing his heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. The scales all over his body instantly flashed with a seven-colored light. What was different from before was that the dragon god's transformation gave him a deeper sense of power. More importantly, he had merged with the entire environment. At this moment, he could clearly feel all kinds of elements appearing around him. All the elements were rushing in his direction, entering his body through the dragon god's scales and becoming a part of his power. Even Tang Yuga was affected. The great five elements divine light dimmed a little because of the dragon god's transformation. The reason why Lan Xuanyu used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd as soon as he came up was because he knew his own limits. Even Tang Yu's 8 great five elements divine light couldn't hurt those behemoths. The only thing that could kill them was probably his heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. He stabbed out with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand and nimbly changed his footsteps. The behemoth was born incomparably strong and liked to charge forward. It didn't know what dodging was at all. Its thick claws directly slapped at the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt a strong force coming from it, and the dragon god's scales on his body lit up with a resplendent light. He borrowed the force to retreat. At the same time, the halberd in his hand changed from a slash to a slash, leaving a wound on the behemoth's arm. Blood immediately gushed out. However, in the next moment, Lan Xuanyu was shocked to discover that the behemoth had changed. The injured behemoth's eyes instantly turned red, and even its fur emitted a red color that was filled with blood. With a roar, it pounced straight at Lan Xuanyu. What's going on? It's even stronger after being injured. A suffocating pressure assaulted his face, but at this moment, Lan Xuanyu also showed his improvement over the past few days. The dragon god's scales on his body suddenly turned green, making him look like a gust of wind. However, the aura released by the behemoth seemed to have blown him away, and his body instantly flew backward. Immediately, the other party missed. He patted the ground with his left hand, and immediately, a piece of ice appeared in front of the behemoth. The behemoth was indeed strong, but it didn't pay much attention to the details. Its feet slipped, and it immediately lost control and fell. Lan Xuanyu's figure flickered, and he appeared behind it. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand slapped out, directly hitting the back of the behemoth's head. It was immediately slapped to the ground. However, the behemoth's body was indeed too strong. With a roll, it jumped up and counterattacked Lan Xuanyu again. Through these two exchanges, Lan Xuanyu could feel that if he really wanted to kill this behemoth, he could still do it under the effects of the dragon god's transformation and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's ability to ignore defense was greater than the behemoth's. However, when he slashed the behemoth's arm earlier, he also felt an obstruction. Although it still ignored defense, the consumption of his soul power was obviously increased, even more than when he was cutting metal. One could imagine how strong the behemoth's defense was. At this moment, the three behemoths' figures suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, they turned into three rays of light and rushed into the three gates of summoning and disappeared. The gates of summoning also closed. On the other side, Qianlei was still chasing after Yuan and Hui. Yuan and Hui was also very depressed. His arrows couldn't break through Qianlei's defense at all. If it was a stronger elven King Bao, it would take time. Although he could barely do it, he was worried that he would really hurt him. Hence, she felt helpless when Qianlei chased after her. His eyes. To the behemoth, to the behemoth, to the behemoth. From the beginning of the battle until now, the three behemoth beasts had been summoned for about 10 minutes. To the point. One had to know that this was under the condition that Qianlei himself did not attack her. In other words, if it was a one-on-one battle, Qianlei and his own summons would be able to contend against her. Of course, Tang Yuge hadn't used her full strength before. However, Qianlei's improvement was still extremely terrifying. He still had his second soul skill that he hadn't summoned yet. His second soul skill was copy. Did that mean he could summon another behemoth? After having Fatty Jean, Fatty Qian had really been reborn. Humph, Fatty Qian, don't be arrogant. Watch me. Yuan and Hui shouted angrily. At the same time, the wings on his back suddenly turned colorful. Then, they separated from his body and flew up like a butterfly. The colorful wings flapped. There seemed to be a little angel-like person between the wings. She gently flapped her wings and flew into the sky. In the next moment, the wings wrapped around her small body. White light flashed, and countless white spots of light bloomed. They turned into the white ball of light that appeared after consuming the emperor fruit. Yuan and Hui shot another arrow. The white ball of light floating above his head shot out a bolt of white lightning that adhered to his arrow. The arrow accurately hit Qianlei. Immediately, a white light flashed on Qianlei's body and he was stopped. Following that, Yuan and Hui shot out arrow after arrow. The white ball of light in the air also split into bolts of white lightning. The arrows landed on Qianlei's body. Every arrow made him pause for a moment. His body seemed to be moving in slow motion. He wanted to move mechanically, but he couldn't charge forward. Every arrow made him pause for a moment. However, the arrows barely left some marks on his golden fur and couldn't really hurt Qianlei. That was, a fairy dragon? The fairy dragon that Hui mentioned before? Lan Xuanyu immediately guessed what the ball of light floating above Yuan and Hui's head was. The fairy dragon was actually in human form, but it was called a fairy dragon. He originally thought that it was a mount. He didn't expect it to be like this. It was a little interesting. That white light has no attributes. Any attribute attached to it will be magnified, Tang Yuge said to Lan Xuanyu. She didn't have any intention of helping. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. This fairy dragon seemed to be Yuan and Hui's amplifier. Moreover, in the state of dragon gods, his perception of the elements was very sharp. He could clearly feel the changes on Qianlei's body at this time. After those arrows were strengthened, they landed on his body. The attacks of various attributes produced a strange separation effect on the hair on his body. These attribute energies were redirected into the air through his golden fur without hurting him. It was during this conduction process that his body stopped moving, resulting in this strange scene. Sure enough, they wouldn't know if they didn't break in. In such a short time, everyone showed their abilities. It was obvious that there were considerable changes compared to before. Their individual strength had improved greatly, especially Qianlei, who was originally the weakest. Now, he also had the ability to stand alone. Hui, let me try, Lu Feng's voice sounded. Then, a silver light swept in Qianlei's direction. A silver light appeared behind Qianlei like lightning. The silver light brushed past, leaving a shallow black mark in the air. Although it was only for a moment, it clearly tore a small gap in space. Suddenly, the golden fur on Qianlei's back rippled. The surrounding elemental fluctuations suddenly became strange. The gap that had been torn open was actually repaired. Naturally, it didn't hurt Qianlei. But in the next moment, the silver light swept up like a silver dragon. Qianlei's strong body was actually lifted up in response. In the air, the silver light swept up again and lifted Qianlei up for the second time. Then, the silver light flashed above and chopped down, smashing Qianlei's body from the air and smashing him directly to the ground. Because Qianlei had been resisting Yuan and Hui Hui earlier, his attention was also focused on this side. When he was suddenly attacked, he immediately fell to the ground and became dizzy. However, the silver light didn't intend to let him go. Like a sharp awl, it descended from the sky and stepped on Qianlei's body. The silver light shot up and actually brought him into the air again. Then, the silver light kept flickering in the air. It was impossible to see its appearance clearly, but it brought the golden behemoth into the air or smashed it to the ground again and again. In just a few breaths' time, it had been attacked and hit dozens of times. The powerful golden behemoth couldn't fight back under the control of the silver light. However, the silver light obviously couldn't hurt Qianlei's body. Qianlei only used the simplest method to face it, which was to hug his head with both hands and curl up. He let the silver light attack him. After a full 10 seconds, his body crashed to the ground. Lu Feng also flashed to the other side and laughed, "Awesome, awesome." Of course, he wouldn't use his strongest attack to attack Qianlei, in case he really hurt him. However, this series of dazzling continuous control still made the eyes of the others shine with splendor. There are only 7 days left until the open beta of our mobile game, Legend of the Dragon King. Today, we finally revealed the game's spokesperson, the real Xiao Wuwuxuani. Many readers know that she's also the female lead of the Douluo TV series. Are you satisfied? Lu Feng had also become much stronger. His speed was almost at the level of teleportation, or rather, he had a certain level of teleportation ability. His control of the spatial attribute caused his attack power to increase exponentially. Without a doubt, all of this was brought to him by the Thorn Dragon. He had yet to summon the Thorn Dragon to assist him in battle. Otherwise, he would definitely be stronger. Qianlei rolled on the ground and stood up. He snorted and said, "Come on, let's continue. Let's see who can last longer." Lu Feng curled his lips. "What are you so proud of? Don't think that your defense is unbreakable. Any defense has a limit." Qianlei chuckled. "Anyway, you can't break my defense." "That might not be the case." Lu Feng's eyes flashed with silver light. After the exchange just now, they had all displayed different abilities. They were indeed incomparably powerful. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but become excited. Compared to when they were challenging those of a higher level, they had undoubtedly grown a lot. Mengqin, how have you improved recently? Don't you also have a spirit soul?" Qianlei asked Lan Mengqin, who hadn't made a move before, as if he was showing off. Lan Mengqin glanced at him and stretched out her hands in front of her. A jade light flashed, and the jade phoenix Guqin appeared in her hands. She was still 4-ring and hadn't broken through to the 5-ring realm, but her jade phoenix Guqin had changed. It had turned jade green. Her right hand brushed across the strings, and circles of jade green light rippled out. A rich life aura immediately gathered from all directions like rivers flowing into the sea. Shrek Academy was originally a place with extremely abundant life energy. At this moment, under her gathering, the entire venue turned a faint green color. Everyone could feel the life energy drilling into their bodies, quickly replenishing their previous consumption. Lan Xuanyu felt it the most. His dragon god's transformation consumed a lot of his body. After using it once, he had to go to Sea God Lake to cultivate and absorb life energy to replenish it before he could use it again. Although he had only used it for a short time previously, he didn't consume much of it. In addition, his bloodline power had improved compared to before. However, his life energy had still decreased by quite a bit. At this moment, under the influx of this green halo, it was as if he was soaking in the Sea God Lake to cultivate, and his recovery was extremely fast. He was certain that if he used the dragon god's transformation in this environment, he would be able to last longer. Originally, Lan Mengqin had no healing ability. Without a doubt, this ability came from the Emerald Swan, by Ji. Even if it had not truly become Lan Mingqing's spirit soul and had not truly integrated with her, the Emerald Swan had already added a healing effect to the basic ability of the Jade Phoenix Guqin. Who knew how strong the true soul skill would be after the fusion in the future? In the future, we will have auxiliary soul masters. I'm not one, but Senior Baiji is, Lan Mingqing said. Indifferently. You're right. Qianlei jumped in excitement. Lan Xuanyu said, let's continue. Let's continue and switch teams. The run-in continued, and the battle continued. They really needed to use this method to understand each other and find their tacit understanding. While Lan Xuanyu and his teammates were getting used to each other, Ying Luohong was having a headache in the dean's office of the outer court of Shrek Academy. How are we going to do the first year's final exam? Should Lan Xuanyu's small team be singled out for the test? Our Shrek Academy's final exams are the best form of training for our students. Xiaoqi, do you have any suggestions? Ying Luohong asked Xiaoqi. I don't, I'll listen to you. Xiaoqi's answer was very simple. He really didn't have any suggestions because he didn't know how to test Lan Xuanyu and the others. This year's first years were different from the previous years, as more and more students fused with the spirit souls brought from the elven planet. Everyone's overall strength in the second semester of the first years had risen by a level. Some of the students who had borrowed one-word battle armor medals from Lan Xuanyu had already started to make their one-word battle armors. Especially Lan Xuanyu's team, how were they going to take the final exam? Among them was the former number 1 among the third years, Tang Yuga. Now, not only had he fused with his spirit soul, he had also eaten the emperor fruit and improved his bloodline. Furthermore, even great beasts like the Emerald Swan and the Abyssal Demon Dragon had chosen them as their spirit souls. There was no doubt that the few little fellows of this generation had a unique advantage. Lan Xuanyu's team of 7 would definitely enter the inner court in the future. But they were still in the outer court, so how should they be tested? If it was a normal test, it wouldn't be of much use, but if they were to use a more stressful test, they were worried that it would be too dangerous and would cause harm. Therefore, Xiaoqi really couldn't think of anything. In his heart, he hoped to be more conservative. Even if it was easier for these children to pass, he didn't want them to be overly impatient. He wanted to give them more time to grow. Ying Luohong said, Teacher has already told me that although we can't spoil these children by pulling them up, we must give them more training, especially mental training. We must make them more distinct between good and evil. Strength is important, but mental cultivation is even more important. Their strength has increased greatly in the past year, so it's natural for their mentality to change. We should give them some pressure, and at the same time, give them some setbacks. Let them regain their peace of mind. I agree. I think it's necessary to give them some setbacks. Otherwise, if their strength increases too quickly and their hearts can't keep up, it's easy for them to become arrogant. And if they become too arrogant, it will be very troublesome when they carry out missions in the future. We must let them understand from a young age that they are still far from being truly strong. The one who spoke was Tang Zhenhua. He had become the second teacher in charge of the first years, so he was naturally qualified to discuss the final exam with Ying Luohong. Ying Luohong glanced at him and said, Then what do you suggest? Tang Zhenhua shrugged. I don't have any suggestions, I'll listen to you. I don't think it's appropriate to go on a mission directly. They're still too young and don't have battle armors, so it's easy for them to be in danger. You can think of other ways. Ying Luohong said angrily, If none of you have any ideas, then what's the point of discussing? Tang Zhenhua, you have to come up with a reasonable suggestion, or I'll remove you as the teacher in charge. Tang Zhenhua said helplessly, Does this count as revenge? Ying Luohong looked at him coldly and said, What do you think? No. Tang Zhenhua's sense of self-preservation was still very strong. Of course not. Then let me say the words of advice. I think it's better to go to the Tangmen and ask. Don't the Tangmen often have some missions? Something normal. Maybe there's a suitable mission that can be used as the content of the final exam. Hearing his words, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. That makes sense. The Tangmen might have a good way. I agree. Okay, then Teacher Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and see if there's anything suitable for these children to train. If there is, I'll personally communicate with the Tangmen. Ying Luohong made a prompt decision and handed this troublesome problem to Xiaoqi. Okay, I'll go now. Xiaoqi quickly stood up, turned around, and left. Continuing to discuss with these two, he felt that the pressure was a little too great. Especially the way Ying Luohong looked at Tang Zhenhua, he was really afraid that he would be implicated. Little Hong, look at how scared you are to teacher Xiao. Can't you be gentler to me? Look at how honest I have been these few years, and I've listened to everything you said. Tang Zhenhua said with a smile. The meeting is over, Teacher Tang, you can go out now. Ying Luohong said lightly. Little Hong, get out. Okay. Tang Zhenhua was helpless and stood up. It seemed that he should give these little guys something extra for tomorrow's class. 2 days later. Today, I will announce the method of the final exam. Other than Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, Qian Lei, Lu Feng, Tang Yuga, and Yuan and Hui Hui. The others will be tested in the academy. You will challenge the second years as a class. There will be an elimination round. One person from both sides will go on stage each time. The winner can continue to the next round, and the loser will be eliminated. This will continue until one class is completely eliminated. What the hell? 2 classes against each other? Elimination round, but why didn't they include Lan Xuanyu and the other 6? They were the strongest in the class. With 7 people gone, there were only 26 first years left. They were up against 30 second years. Furthermore, the second years had battle armors. Teacher, can the second years wear battle armors? Ding Zhuohan immediately raised his hand and asked. Yes. They have battle armors, but don't you guys also have spirit souls that you brought back from the elven planet? We won't suffer much. If our class wins, we will pass collectively. If we lose, think about it yourselves. If the second years lose, they will be in an even worse state. Next year, we will enter the devil course. So, you will be facing the second years who will fight with their lives on the line. The competition will be a normal battle and not in a simulation pod. It will take place in 3 days. Could they win? It was really hard to say. Although many first years had already fused with spirit souls and had undergone a qualitative change, they were still second years. However, the second year was still the second year after all. Not only did they have an extra year of cultivation, the key was that they had to have a one-word battle armor to graduate from the second year. In terms of cultivation, because they had to make battle armors, the second years weren't much stronger than the first years. There were still many first years who had fused with a true 10,000-year spirit soul, so they might not be at a disadvantage. But they had fewer people than the other party. Also, the other party had a one-word battle armor. The defense and amplification effect of a battle armor was quite great. This was not easy to deal with. After looking at each other, everyone's gazes landed on Lan Xuanyu. As the class leader, his command and planning were very important. Lan Xuanyu wasn't surprised when he heard Xiaoqi say that the 7 of them weren't in the final exam. This was within his expectations. Who asked the emperor fruit to be so eye-catching? Moreover, they had once challenged those of a higher rank and won consecutively. Lan Xuanyu stood up and said, "Everyone, don't be emotional. The academy arranged for us to compete against the second years in the final exam. What does this mean when we have fewer people? This means that the academy recognizes us and thinks that we are stronger than the second years. This is something we should be proud of. Although the 7 of us won't be participating, I believe that our class will definitely win. When I'm not around, Bing Tianliang will be in charge of the battle." He had also broken through to 5 ring and fused with the purple lightning bear spirit soul. In terms of individual combat strength, he is stronger than me. Zhuohan assisted him. I suggest that Old Ice be the first to go out and win as many as he can. I'll buy 5 endless life fruits for everyone this afternoon. I'm personally sponsoring this for our class. He would give it to his brothers who had already fused with a 10,000-year spirit soul. If you guys still can't win like this, it'll be embarrassing. The corner of Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. 5 endless life fruits, that sounded so easy. This thing wasn't cheap. With the endless life fruits, a soul master's endurance would at least double. Furthermore, an endless life fruit wasn't something that a single person could absorb after a battle. Was this considered cheating? Of course not. One purple emblem for one, you second years should buy it too. Can you afford it? Should we report it to the academy? What about our collective sense of honor? Xiaoqi stood up and said indifferently, I didn't hear anything. Lan Xuanyu, after you're done, come find me in the office. With that, he left. His first years had to defeat the second years. The moment he walked out of the classroom, Xiaoqi suddenly felt that it was a wonderful thing to have a rich class monitor in his class. Lan Xuanyu was obviously rich because he had lent his classmates the rare metals needed for their one-word battle armor without interest. The academy had even specially supported him. Not much, just 5 purple emblems. The premise was that he had to provide every first year with a set of first-grade 1000 refined metals. This money had already been given out. But in this final exam, Lan Xuanyu had taken out 5 endless life fruits, which was equivalent to him not accepting this support at all. What a noble character. Of course, Xiaoqi didn't know how much money Lan Xuanyu had earned through first-grade 1000 refinements in private. This was because no one knew that Lan Xuanyu's success rate of first-grade 1000 refinements was as high as 70%. That's right, it had increased from more than 10% before heading to the Elven planet to 70%. If not for the fact that he had to spend most of his time forging first-grade 1000 refinements, he would have wanted to try spirit refining. After Xiaoqi left, Lan Xuanyu said, I don't have much to say about anything else. Believe in your own strength. This is also a chance for our class to temper ourselves. It's also a good opportunity for everyone to test their own strength after a year of hard work. Actually, what you guys should think about is that the 7 of us were taken away by the academy to participate in the final exam, so we will definitely be in a worse state than you guys. At this point, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't even need to think to know that the academy wanted the 7 of them to take the final exam alone because they valued them, but at the same time, they would definitely have to face an even more difficult exam. He didn't have any objections to this, but he hoped that they wouldn't go to other planets. He had been forging to his heart's content recently. Firstly, his success rate had become higher than before, and more importantly, first-grade 1000 refinements were equivalent to directly exchanging for money. After this round of harvesting, helping his classmates, he should be able to earn quite a lot of emblems. After accumulating the time he spent studying in the outer court, he probably wouldn't even need to consider earning emblems anymore. After briefly explaining to Bing Tianliang and the others how to deal with the second years, Lan Xuanyu brought his 6 companions out of the classroom and headed to Xiaoqi's office. Xiaoqi was already waiting in the office. When he heard the knock on the door, he let the 7 of them in. Teacher Xiao, our exam won't be too difficult, right? Lan Xuanyu asked with a bitter smile. Xiaoqi glanced at him and said, you should know that it's pointless to ask this question. If it's not difficult, why would they separate you guys? Lan Xuanyu chuckled. It can also be because we are too strong. We will definitely be able to defeat the second years. You're thinking too much. Cut the crap. Your final exam this year will be a little special. You will follow the Tang men on a mission. I don't know the details of the mission. But according to the information I received from the principal, this final exam is mainly an experience for you guys. The Tang men will be the main force in carrying out the mission, while you guys will be assisting and observing. During this trip, you have to first obey the orders of the Tang men seniors. Second, you have to listen, watch, and learn more. You will definitely be able to learn a lot from the seniors of the Tang men. Do you understand? Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be a little stunned. It's that simple? He felt that the academy shouldn't let the 7 of them off so easily. However, the mission wasn't their main mission. It sounded like it wasn't difficult at all. The people sent by the Tang men to carry out the mission definitely had the ability to complete the mission. Under such circumstances, regardless of whether they assisted well or not, it wouldn't affect the completion of the mission. Wasn't that very simple? Teacher, how will our final exam results be evaluated? Lan Xuanyu suddenly asked. Xiaoqi said indifferently, the leader of the Tang men will evaluate you and give you a fair evaluation. Oh. Then when are we leaving? Lan Xuanyu asked again. Tomorrow. Lan Xuanyu and the others were speechless. The time was too tight. Today's notice and tomorrow's departure, there was no doubt that the exam location was not Shrek Academy. Xiaoqi stood up and walked in front of Lan Xuanyu. He said in a deep voice, as the class monitor and the leader of your team, remember that you are going to carry out a real mission this time, not an assessment that the academy has specially set for you. This means that you might really face danger. Phone, read, save, bookmark, URL, book pavilion, update as soon as possible. Do you remember what I told you? No matter what, don't count on others. Rely on your own strength as much as possible. The seniors of Tangmen will take care of you, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything, and it doesn't mean that you won't be in danger. My request for you is that all 7 of you must come back in one piece. Yes, I understand. Lan Xuanyu nodded solemnly. They didn't know what the mission of Tangmen was, but since the academy had chosen them to participate in this mission, it probably wouldn't be simple. Since that was the case, they had to make sufficient preparations. Walking out of Xiaoqi's office, the 7 of them looked at each other. Qianlei asked Lan Xuanyu, "Boss, what should we do now?" Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, "You guys go back and rest first. I'll go and make preparations. At the same time, I'll buy the endless life fruits that I should have bought for everyone and send them to them. I'll also buy some supplies for us." "Okay, boss, I'll give you all my badges," Qianlei said generously. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and said, "You can keep them. I still have enough. I'll make sufficient preparations for this mission." After he could earn badges through forging, he no longer needed them as urgently as when he first entered the academy. If he spent them, he could earn them again. The most important thing was to successfully complete the final exam. Early the next morning, Lan Xuanyu and the others received a notice, "Gather and set off." No one sent them off because the other first-year students were still in class. A Seoul bus with Tangmen insignia arrived at the academy and picked up the 7 of them. The bus silently drove out of the Shrek Academy and headed straight for the Shrek City Space Center. Lan Xuanyu and his group of 7 were all empty-handed, wearing the uniform of Shrek Academy. Looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, everyone couldn't help but feel a little dazed. After returning from the elven planet, everyone focused all their energy on cultivation. Everyone worked very hard and did their best, even forgetting the time. Unknowingly, a semester had passed. Now that they had left the academy, at least they wouldn't have to study or cultivate for the rest of the day. They weren't used to being able to relax all of a sudden. It didn't take long for the Soul Coach to enter the Space Center. After passing through a special passageway, it arrived at a large helipad. Then, Lan Xuanyu and the others' eyes widened. It was a battleship quietly parked on the tarmac. Although they had never really ridden on a battleship before, after so many years of learning and training in the Douluo world, they could still differentiate between a battleship and a civilian spaceship. This silver battleship was streamlined and was over 40 meters long. It was a small battleship and its appearance wasn't complicated. It looked very beautiful and looked a little like a large space warship, but it was much fatter than one. There was no Tangmen insignia on the battleship, nor were there any other markings. Lan Xuanyu had studied forging for so long and had a good understanding of metals, but he couldn't recognize what metal was used for the outer shell of this battleship. There was a layer of water ripple-like light shining on the outer shell of the battleship, as if there was water constantly washing the battleship. He didn't need to ask to guess that this was a special alloy that was specially used to build battleships. "Battleship, boss, it's a battleship," Qianlei said excitedly to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu now understood why the academy asked them to follow the Tangmen on the mission and told them that the most important thing was to experience the process of carrying out the mission and not to complete it. Riding on a battleship was an inconceivable thing for them, the first years of the outer court. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to be allowed to ride on a battleship without sufficient training. Battleships had extremely high requirements for the pilot and required at least 6 years of specialized training. Lan Xuanyu and the others hadn't even come into contact with a battleship. Lan Xuanyu, who knew the most about interstellar commanding, was still stuck at the stage of learning how to pilot a space warship and a space mecha. He was still far from being qualified to be a member of a battleship. There was no doubt that riding on a battleship was a very special experience for them. Right at this moment, the belly of the battleship flickered and a staircase slowly descended. A person walked out from it. It was a young man who looked to be around 8 years old and wore a silver uniform without any markings. He strode towards Lan Xuanyu and the others and waved at them as he walked. Lan Xuanyu and the others hurriedly walked forward. The sole bus that sent them here had already left. The young man came in front of the 7 of them and looked at Lan Xuanyu before looking at the other 6. He smiled and said, "You guys are the first years of the Shrek Academy's outer court, right?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Hello, outer court's first year." Lan Xuanyu reporting for duty. The other 6 people also reported their names. The young man smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Dang Bo from the Tangmen Douluo Palace, the leader of this operation. First of all, welcome to the operation team. Lan Xuanyu, you are the leader of your team, right? Then, from now on, I will be the leader of this operation team and you will be the deputy leader. You will assist me in everything. Let's go, get on the battleship." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the battleship. Hearing his words and looking at his back, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. This person was really swift and decisive. With just a few simple words, Lan Xuanyu and the others unconsciously had a good impression of him. The reason was simple. After all, Lan Xuanyu and the others were only a group of youths with an average age of 13 years old. The oldest, Tang Yuga, was only 15 years old. What they were most afraid of was not being recognized. Especially since they were from the Shrek Academy, they were more or less proud. And Dang Bo didn't have the slightest intention of looking down on them. He directly appointed Lan Xuanyu as the deputy leader, which immediately made them feel that they were recognized. They followed Dang Bo onto the battleship. The interior of the battleship was very simple and the space wasn't big. They could almost see the whole thing as soon as they boarded. There were all kinds of auxiliary facilities in the cabin. The strange thing was that the battleship was actually transparent when looking out from the inside. This was obviously the rare metal used to build the battleship. Everyone felt as if their horizons had been broadened. A transparent battleship, it looked very advanced. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 felt that this battleship was too cool. However, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized something. He asked Dang Bo, "Senior Dang, are you the only one from Tangmen?" Yes, on the entire warship, other than Dang Bo, they didn't see any other members. Dang Bo smiled and said, "Call me team leader. You don't have to call me senior. From this moment onwards, we're a team. I'm your team leader and also your comrade. From now on, we're all brothers. Alright, find a seat and we'll prepare to take off. I'm the only one in the Tangmen, but don't I still have you guys?" Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that this team leader was very ambitious. At this moment, he carefully observed the situation inside the warship. The rear cabin of the warship was closed, and there was a door to the passage. It was currently closed, and since they had just arrived, it wasn't convenient for them to open it. There were a total of 12 seats in the front cabin. Dang Bo didn't decline and sat in the middle seat at the back. From this position, which was slightly higher than the others, it should be the main control seat of the entire warship. Sitting there was naturally to control the entire warship, and at the same time, to observe the other seats. The other 11 seats were all around. They were gathered in a group, and each seat was facing the porthole. A warship was undoubtedly very novel to them, and they were completely unaware of the situation on the warship. However, since Dang Bo said that they could sit anywhere, everyone quickly found a seat. They had just sat down. On the spacious seats, metal belts were already crisscrossing, firmly securing them to their seats. A layer of light rose from the seats and enveloped them. The originally transparent metal in front of them suddenly darkened. They could still see outside, but large amounts of data and images appeared. For a moment, everyone was dazzled. The metal walls of this warship were really multifunctional. Not only could they see outside, but the warship itself was also a screen. It was really advanced. At this moment, they were like Ding Zhuohan when he was first called a space warship. They were filled with curiosity about everything inside the warship. Let's prepare to take off. I love this kind of moment the most. Dang Bo's excited voice sounded. Then, the warship began to emit a soft buzzing sound. Lan Xuanyu tried hard to turn his head and look in his direction. Dang Bo was sitting in the main control seat. There was also a light shield covering him, but the difference was that there was an additional helmet on his head, covering his head. There was also something similar to a crystal ball under each of his palms. The next moment, the battleship suddenly moved. Without any warning, an incomparably powerful push came from behind, and with a whoosh, the warship shot forward. Then, everyone felt their organs churn, and their vision suddenly turned blank. This was because the battleship had abruptly tilted its head upwards at nearly a 90-degree angle, rising into the air. Then, the sound of a sonic boom rang in their ears. Everything happened too quickly, so much so that each of them only felt themselves being pressed down on the seats in an instant, unable to move at all. A large amount of adrenaline was secreted, causing everyone's faces to turn red. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly. Outside the window, there seemed to be a slight redness due to the high-speed friction. The strong impact of the speed was too explosive. Lan Xuanyu's feeling was the clearest because he was the least nervous among everyone. He realized that the space warship's flight was completely different from the civilian spaceship they were on before. Compared to the speed of the space warship, the civilian spaceship was too comfortable. The space warship's flight method was similar to a space warship. However, because of its large size, it was relatively more comfortable than a space warship. However, because it wasn't within his control, he still felt some fear when he lost control. Lan Xuanyu now understood why the Space Command Department had to learn space warship piloting first. The space warship itself was a bit like a large space warship. Learning space warship piloting was obviously a great help for piloting a space warship. Through his observation of Dang Bo, he vaguely understood that the piloting and control of the space warship should be done through brainwaves and connected to the system. In terms of speed and flight, it was similar to a space warship, but because of the lack of control and the size of the space warship, it shouldn't be as agile as a space warship. This was indeed a very good journey. Not to mention other things, just this experience alone was very important for them to accumulate experience. Lan Xuanyu was already looking forward to this. Final exam. This also seemed to be a rather good feeling. Although the space warship's flight speed was fast and far from being as comfortable as a civilian spaceship, it was obviously much better than a civilian spaceship in terms of its limits. Not to mention other things, when it passed through the atmosphere, it didn't vibrate as intensely as a civilian spaceship. It only trembled for a moment before it rushed out of the mother planet's atmosphere like a wild horse and went straight into outer space. As it flew into outer space, everything around it began to change. The strong pushing sensation disappeared and was replaced by a very strange feeling. The gravity had obviously decreased. Although it wouldn't make people float, the impact of the space warship's flight on the human body was also greatly reduced. The oxygen content in the air had obviously increased, but the life aura of the mother planet had decreased. Everything was quietly changing. The helmet rose and the protective cover on Dang Bo's seat faded away. The leader of this operation stood up and stretched. Next, it will be a long journey. But don't worry, our space warship's flight speed is much faster than a civilian spaceship. In about 5 days, we will arrive at the destination of our operation. As he spoke, the seat belts and protective covers on Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 opened one after another, allowing them to regain their freedom of movement. A silver light flashed in his hand. Dang Bo took out a set of silver spacesuits from who knows where and threw them to them. Change your clothes, my team members. We need to hide our identities for this operation, so you can't wear the Shrek Academy uniform anymore. Change into the spacesuits. Well, the uniforms in the back cabin and inside are all unmarked. You can all take turns to change. Dang Bo said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu and his teammates looked at each other. They couldn't help but secretly complain in their hearts. We're already in outer space and you only remembered to let us change clothes, is this appropriate? The spacesuit itself has the ability to resist impact. Obviously, it should be changed before takeoff, however, Dang Bo clearly didn't have any intention of explaining his behavior. It was as if everything was normal. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 went to the back to change their clothes. Needless to say, the clothes were quite fitting and had elasticity. It was very compatible with their bodies. When they all changed their clothes and returned to the front cabin, they looked at each other and couldn't help but have a strange feeling in their hearts. From now on, we are members of the space warship pilot team. This kind of feeling for the first time was very wonderful. Lan Xuanyu said to Deng Bo, team leader, what do you need us to do now? Also, what is the purpose of our operation this time? Deng Bo said, this time we are going to a place to rescue a few people. We are people from Tangmen. We'll talk about the specific operation when we get there. We'll act according to the situation. What you need to do now is to learn how to pilot the space warship. Come, Lan Xuanyu, you'll be the first. Sit in the main control seat and do as I say. They can learn how to pilot a space warship? Just directly? Don't we need a simulator to try it out first? Although Lan Xuanyu's heart was full of question marks, he still excitedly walked over and sat in the first place. There were still 5 days until the release of 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King mobile game. This was his childhood dream. He hoped to become a warship commander one day, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Sitting in the main control seat, Deng Bo smiled and said, everyone else, pay attention. I will only explain the basics once. This warship of ours is a reconnaissance warship made by the Tangmen. In terms of its standard, it is not the same as the various grades of warships in the Federation, so it is rather special. Therefore, you can call it the Tangmen Reconnaissance Warship. Our Tangmen Reconnaissance Warship has many characteristics, and they are all made with the latest technology. It has various functions such as stealth, assault, and so on. Its power far exceeds that of warships of the same grade. Moreover, it only needs one person to be able to pilot it. This is the most important thing. When piloting, you will connect your brainwaves. You will feel that the warship has become a part of your body. Through your brainwaves, you will be connected to the warship's mainframe. It will use various percentages to give you the most intuitive data, and what you need to do is to give it orders. Then, you will control it. When necessary, the warship can be switched to manual piloting mode. The piloting method is the same as a space warship. The difference is that because it is bigger, you have to consider the size of the warship during piloting. Therefore, when piloting manually, try to minimize difficult operations to prevent the warship from being unable to withstand it. At the same time, our warship is equipped with 4 mechas and a space warship. However, our goal this time is to save people and not to fight, so we are only equipped with a space warship and no mechas. This is to reduce weight, increase flying speed, and save fuel. With the development of soul guidance technology. Now, the judgment of fuel could be calculated and analyzed through the mainframe. However, as the pilot of the warship, we have to have an idea in our hearts. For example, how much fuel is needed for the alternative sailing route and so on. And these all rely on the accumulation of experience. Alright, this is the basic knowledge. Lan Xuanyu, you can start to feel it now. Don't switch to manual mode, just give orders directly. You can use the simplest commands to control the warship, and you can also directly set the navigation target for long-distance flight. Listening to Deng Bo's explanation, Lan Xuanyu already had a basic understanding. However, when the helmet was lowered and his brainwaves connected with the warship, he realized that everything was different from what he had imagined. It was not that piloting a warship was difficult, but that it was too easy. Just as Deng Bo had said, everything would be done by the mainframe of the battleship. All they needed to do was issue the simplest orders. The Cortex Prime recorded the coordinates of each planet, and as long as they followed the coordinates, they would be able to arrange the best flight path. The simplest operation was to issue commands through brainwaves. Speed up, decelerate, turn left, turn right. Everything couldn't be easier. It was much easier than space warship piloting. Deng Bo coughed and said, if you've had enough fun, let's switch. Everyone, give it a try. After trying it out one by one, everyone had the most intuitive experience of piloting a battleship. That was easy. This was simply too easy. Although it was just basic driving, with the advancement of technology, the original difficulty had been solved by technology. Of course, this did not include battles. However, it was still an eye-opener for them to see that a single person could control the entire warship. After everyone gave it a try, Dang Bo sat back in the main control seat and reset the destination for this trip. Do you guys think that piloting a battleship is easy? After Dang Bo finished setting the cruise, he came in front of everyone. Your feelings are right. Piloting a battleship now is quite easy. Of course, this refers to normal piloting. In fact, normal piloting of a battleship is no different from civilian spaceships. The real difficulty is in battles. When there is a battle, there will be a huge difference when the battleship enters a state of emergency. When the battle starts, the first thing the battleship has to do is to evade as much as possible. However, at the same time, you have to activate the protective shield as quickly as possible. This is to ensure that the battleship itself is not damaged. As for battles in the universe, it completely depends on experience and the performance of the battleship. Therefore, familiarizing yourself with the battleship's performance is very important. For the next few days, this is what you have to do. Here, this is the battleship's manual. Take a look. To a qualified battleship commander, you have to memorize the entire manual. And, this is of course very difficult for you guys. You just have to familiarize yourself with it for this trip. As he spoke, Dang Bo took out a thick battleship manual and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. Alright, everyone can rest now. Take turns to send someone to sit in the main control seat and pay attention to any changes in the surroundings. Our Tangmen scout ship's radar system is very high-end. It can detect the enemy from very far away. The moment you discover the enemy, the first thing you have to do is activate the protective shield and then call me. And, that's all. I'll go sleep for a while. Due to the size of the small battleship, there are only 2 resting rooms. Due to my respect for the elders, I need one to rest. The other one is for you guys to take turns to rest. Do you understand what you have to do? Lan Xuanyu subconsciously said, understood. He understood. It couldn't be any simpler. Alright, then I'll go rest. Sleep for a while. I slept a little late last night. As he spoke, Dang Bo yawned and walked towards the back cabin. After his figure disappeared into the back cabin, everyone gathered together. Lu Feng frowned and said, Captain, why do I feel that this team leader is a little unreliable? Although he was teaching them how to pilot the battleship, everything was very simple. He didn't seriously explain the details and just threw them a manual for them to read. Then he went to rest. He even handed over the monitoring of the battleship to them. This team leader Dang Bo's heart wasn't ordinary. He really trusted them. There's nothing wrong with this. It's a good opportunity for us to familiarize ourselves with the battleship. From now on, everyone will read the manual for an hour. Then we'll take turns to rest. Everyone will rest for 2 hours and meditate. We'll rotate like this. Xiao, you'll be the main controller first. I'll be the first to read the manual. Lan Xuanyu's arrangements were naturally much more detailed. He immediately made a series of arrangements. The 7 of them were used to working together and immediately began to do their own things. Those who had nothing to do meditated and took turns to read. Lan Xuanyu read very seriously. After all, this was his first time coming into contact with a battleship. To him, it wasn't just a novelty. It was also a rare opportunity. Dang Bo had already said it just now. The Tangmen reconnaissance battleship was very advanced, and the introduction manual that Dang Bo gave them didn't hide any data. Almost all the data and performance of the battleship were clearly displayed in front of them. With this, Lan Xuanyu was immediately a little fascinated. Those seemingly boring data were the crystallization of science after careful consideration. It was the result of the hard work of countless generations of Tangmen scientists. The main power source of this Tangmen reconnaissance battleship came from a single-unit Soul Guidance reactor. It used single metal elements refined from rare metals as its energy source. It was the most advanced single-unit Soul Guidance reactor. Although it couldn't be compared to the large-scale reactor of a large battleship, it had many advantages such as long endurance and strong explosive power. Most importantly, this reactor could accommodate up to 15 types of rare metals as its energy source. In other words, as long as one filled the reactor with any of the 15 types of rare metals, the battleship would have an endless source of power. The reactor could automatically refine special elements in metals to guide and fuse them into a single positive circulation source core. This was also the foundation of modern interstellar navigation and the ability of warships to travel in the universe for a long time. Tang Men was the inventor of the single positive circulation source core, and their research in this area was naturally ahead of the entire Federation. Other than power, the most important thing was naturally the attack and defense systems. In terms of defense, this Tang Men reconnaissance spaceship was equipped with a third-level protective shield. There were a total of 3 layers of protection. The outermost layer of protection came with an invisibility function, just like the Spectre fighter, but it was much more stable and effective than the space warship's invisibility. It could be used for a long time. The 3 layers of protection could defend against a very high number of attacks. Lan Xuanyu still didn't understand this number of units. But it seemed to be very high. The warship's attack system was equipped with a space warship and 4 mechas. There was also a main cannon, 4 secondary cannons, and 12 antimatter missiles. The power of these antimatter missiles was extremely terrifying. A single one of them could easily destroy an entire city. It could even threaten medium-sized or even large warships in space. Therefore, although this Tang Men reconnaissance spaceship was not big, its power was not small. It could even be said that it surpassed most small and medium-sized warships. Its performance was excellent in all aspects. After reading the manual, Lan Xuanyu felt a little itchy. It would be great if they could have a warship like this that belonged to them. Of course, this was something that would happen many years later. There was also a separate explanation about the metal used to make the warship. This was an alloy made from the combination of 4 rare metals. It was the latest generation of Tongmen's alloy. The alloy had many characteristics. First, it was light, then it was strong and durable. It could also be used as a soul guidance screen, SLR transparency, and other effects. And the most important ability of all was the ability to heal itself. If the metal shell was damaged, as long as it was controlled to a certain extent, it could repair itself. This prevented some minor damage from being repaired. This allowed the warship to be used for a longer period of time. Lan Xuanyu was so engrossed that the first time he watched it for 3 whole hours and forgot about the time. His teammates didn't remind him that 5 days were very long. When Lan Xuanyu came to his senses, he hurriedly passed the manual to Lan Mengqin. Everyone took turns. As for himself, he was meditating and thinking about what he had just seen. It had to be said that reading the manual was a very important thing. After reading the manual, he had a very intuitive understanding of the warship. The mysteriousness of the battleship was naturally reduced by a lot. Deng Bo would come out for a stroll from time to time. When he saw that everything was normal, he would return to his cabin to rest. The entire warship was quiet. Some were reading the manual, some were controlling the battleship, some were meditating, and some were thinking. Everyone was doing their own thing. When Deng Bo occasionally came out to take a look, he couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. These students from Shrek Academy were indeed extraordinary. Although they were young, each of them was much more mature than their peers. They didn't have any intention of jumping out of line. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Everyone was immersed in the process of familiarizing themselves with the warship. They all felt that time passed very quickly, and they didn't feel bored at all. After 3 days, everyone was completely familiar with the Tang Men reconnaissance ship. The biggest feeling they had was that the technology was too advanced. The most advanced part was the convenience of controlling it. For people like them who had never touched a warship before, after 3 days of studying the manual and actually trying to control it, they could actually basically control the warship. This meant that it was very easy to control the Tang Men reconnaissance ship. When needed, even ordinary people had the possibility of controlling it. If such an advanced warship was promoted in the Federation, it would naturally be very easy. However, when they asked Deng Bo this question, Deng Bo's answer poured a bucket of cold water on them. The reason was simple: expensive. The price of this Tang Men reconnaissance ship was simply unimaginable to them. It wasn't something that could be measured by price. Lan Xuanyu asked Deng Bo to use the value of the Tang Men emblems to judge it. Deng Bo told him that the answer was 1,000 purple emblems. That's right, that was the number. Lan Xuanyu knew that he was already very rich, but 1,000 purple emblems was still an astronomical figure. Furthermore, as the Space Combat Experimental class, there were more than 7 of them. This warship could only accommodate a maximum of 12 people. If they squeezed together, there would only be 14 or 15 people, which was obviously not enough for their entire class. Deng Bo also told them that if the warship was larger, the resources needed would increase exponentially. Hence, if they wanted to have their own warship in the future, it would be too difficult for them to rely on themselves. Perhaps only the Academy and the Tangmen had the ability to do so. However, after these few days, everyone felt that this trip was not in vain. They had finally come into contact with a warship. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu was starting to understand why his teacher was so strict with him in space warship piloting. From the looks of it, as long as he could master space warship piloting, at least piloting a small warship would not be a problem. When piloting a warship, it was even easier than piloting a warship because of the powerful mainframe's help. As for manually piloting a warship, he had never tried it before. Deng Bo definitely wouldn't dare to let him try it. This was a matter for the future. Clap clap clap. The sound of hands clapping attracted the attention of everyone who was doing their own things. Next, we will enter a special wormhole to perform a space jump. From the moment of the jump, we will no longer be in a safe zone. Therefore, all of you must be on your guard. Since all of you have a basic understanding of the warship situation, I will distribute the tasks. Deng Bo had arrived at the front cabin at some point in time, and it seemed that he was much more serious. His expression also became much more serious. Lan Xuanyu, I will leave the warship's auxiliary piloting to you. When there is a problem with the mainframe on my side, the piloting will automatically switch to your seat. I will give you special permission. Deng Bo's gaze first fell on Lan Xuanyu. Yes. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly agreed. Deng Bo continued, Lu Feng, I will leave the weapon system to you. You will be responsible for the weapon system. The main cannon and 4 secondary cannons. Yes. Lan Mengqin, I will leave the antimatter missile to you. This thing is very dangerous. Remember, you cannot fire it without my direct order. But if I ask you to fire it, you must make a prompt decision. Yes. By Xiaoxiao, you are responsible for the aiming system. The mainframe will perform automatic aiming, and you will control the aiming manually to avoid errors in the automatic aiming. Yes. Tang Yuga, you are responsible for the defense system. Report the activation of the protective shield and energy adjustment to me at any time. Yes. Qianlei, Yuan and Hui Hui, you two act flexibly. That's all. Deng Bo finished his final instructions. Lan Xuanyu said, Team leader, can you tell us the destination of this trip now? Deng Bo smiled faintly and said, Sin City. Hearing these words, Lan Xuanyu and the others were stunned. He even cried out, Sin City? Not only did he know about this place, but he had also come into contact with it before. Back on Heaven Luo planet, when he was still very young, if it weren't for Nana's help, he and his mother would have died in the hands of those bad guys on Sin City. How could he not be shocked when he suddenly heard that the destination of this trip was actually Sin City? He also realized that this final exam was definitely not a drill, but a real adventure in the truest sense. Combined with Deng Bo's previous words, their mission should be to go to Sin City to rescue a few people. Moreover, the Tangmen only sent Deng Bo alone. Today, I mentioned Yuan and Hui Hui's ancestor, Yuan and Yehue in the WeChat public account. Such a character was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It was actually very distressing. It was her luck and Xiaxia's luck that the two of them ended up together. In the entire Douluo series, the characters I wrote actually all have their own destinies. So this time, in the mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King, the research and development team respected my opinion and put some characters that might not have been noticed in the game settings. I am very happy. In 4 days, this game will be released. I hope everyone will like it. Not only did Lan Xuanyu know about Nifa's planet, his companions naturally knew about it too. It could be said that they had heard of this place for a long time. This place was known as the Paradise of Sin, the Paradise of Space Pirates. It was an independent planet, and they didn't know how it was formed, but there was no doubt that this place was filled with all kinds of dangers. Are you afraid? Dangbo laughed. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, Team leader, we are not afraid. But since we are going to Nifa's planet, to be responsible for my companions, can you tell us the details of this mission so that we can prepare early? Dangbo nodded and said, it's time to tell you. Nifa's planet is a very special place. If you think that it's just a place to hide evil, then you are gravely mistaken. Lan Xuanyu was stunned, because whether it was the education in the Federation or the Shrek Academy, there was no detailed introduction to Nifa's planet. Dangbo said, Nifa's planet is a special planet. First of all, it's very big. It's even bigger than our mother planet. As far as we know, it's the biggest planet that humans can live on. And the most special thing about Nifa's planet is the environment around it. We all know that the environment in the universe is ever-changing, and there are many different types of planets. There are even terrifying existences like black holes. And the space around Nifa's planet has a huge problem. It exists in a special, distorted form. Only through a few special wormholes can one pass through this special space. And these wormholes can only allow medium-sized warships to pass through at most, and large warships cannot enter. This is also the most important reason why Nifa's planet can exist until now. Otherwise, the Federation would have taken action against it long ago. At the same time, Nifa's planet is very rich in resources. Not only does it have many rare minerals, but it also produces all kinds of vegetation. The best fruits and vegetables almost all come from Nifa's planet. The life energy here is extremely dense. Other than our mother planet, Douluo planet, it's another place that can give birth to God-rank experts. So, don't think that this is where Nifa's planet is, it's also a very beautiful place. The evil here comes from humans, and not from the planet itself. There's something evil about this planet. Lan Xuanyu and the others never imagined that Sin City would be like this. At this time, after listening to Dangbo's introduction, he suddenly had a feeling of realization. It was no wonder that the Douluo Federation had never been able to solve the problem of Sin City. It was because large battleships were unable to reach this planet, and there was no doubt that there were God-ranked experts on Sin City. Leader, if we attack those wormholes and prevent any battleships from coming out, wouldn't Nifa's planet be sealed? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Dangbo's expression changed slightly. Don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, he would become a public enemy. What was a wormhole? They were the space nodes of the universe. These spatial nodes contained an enormous amount of spatial energy. Let's not talk about whether attacking it would be effective or not. If it was really effective, it would trigger the impulse and cause spacetime turbulence. In that case, Sin City wasn't the only unlucky one. It was very likely that the entire galaxy would be affected. Who could bear this responsibility? Therefore, this was something that was simply impossible. What's more, how do you know that the Federation didn't lock down Sin City? It's just that they wouldn't announce it to the public. However, this kind of lockdown can only reduce the influence of Sin City on the Federation as much as possible, but it can't completely stop it. This is because until now, we still don't know how many wormholes there are on Sin City that lead to the outside world. At the same time, Sin City is completely self-sufficient. Locking down the outside world won't affect its internal operations. Oh. Xianxia stuck out his tongue. Dangbo said, the various powers of the Federation actually have spies on Sin City. Although it's filled with sin, it also has a large amount of resources. Some of these resources are not available in the Federation's administrative planets, and we need them. Therefore, we have to think of a way to get them out. Not long ago, the identities of our Tongmen's contacts were exposed and they were captured by Sin City. Our mission this time is to rescue them and bring them back to the mother planet. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. Do you have any leads on this mission? Dangbo nodded and said, of course. Firstly, we still have many contacts on Sin City. We've already found out where they are being held. Secondly, the overall management of Sin City is very loose. There are mainly 7 big cities, and they don't belong to any one of them. Therefore, we're only facing one of the powers. As long as we're fast enough, there's a high chance that we can rescue them. I've already completed the specific plan. You just need to follow me to complete the mission, cover for me, and scout for me. That's enough. I'll carry out the mission. At this point, Dangbo became serious. During the entire process of carrying out the mission, I'll first ask you to follow my orders. Everything will be based on my orders. Because this is not only related to your safety, it's also related to the safety of me and the contacts who were captured. If the mission fails because of your mistakes, then this responsibility will be borne by Shrek Academy. You must always remember that you're not only representing yourself, but also Shrek. Understand? The 7 of them nodded at the same time. Lan Xuanyu said, Captain, don't worry, we'll act according to your plan. Dangbo nodded and said, next, I'll remind you of some things to take note of. This time, we're using the identity of space pirates to arrive at Nifa's planet. Our spaceship is registered with the Space Pirate Alliance. After that, when you pass the inspection, you must not reveal any clues. I'll communicate with the other party. After we arrive, I don't know how long it'll take to complete the mission. It'll need to change according to the specific situation, so don't be impatient. Also, Nifa's planet is still a very dangerous place. Everything has to be done carefully and be vigilant at all times. I know that you're all very outstanding students in Shrek Academy's outer court. However, you must remember that people's hearts are sinister. The people of Nifa's planet will do anything. Furthermore, there are other planets and other species here. You can feel them, but try not to come into contact with them. At this point, he paused for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If you encounter danger, you must be decisive. On Nifa's planet, killing the enemy isn't a big deal. Because there are no laws here. Strength is the law. To be honest, after listening to Dangbo's introduction, the 7 of them, including Lan Xuanyu, were a little nervous. After all, they had never faced such a situation before. However, while they were nervous, they also felt different degrees of excitement. This feeling was very strange, and it also filled them with anticipation for this mission. That was Nifa's planet. It was their first time coming to Nifa's planet. We'll reach the wormhole in 2 hours. Get ready to enter. We'll be interrogated. You just need to do your own things. Leave the details to me. Dangbo sat back in the main control seat. The previous casualness and laziness had completely disappeared. At this time, he was truly serious. The universe's starry sky was undoubtedly beautiful, but after seeing this kind of beauty too much, it would also feel a little boring. In the distance, a belt of light appeared in their field of vision. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the belt of light and saw a star that looked like a vortex. It was fantastical and beautiful. This wormhole was indeed different, because it was in the center of the belt of light, within the range of the distorted light. Lan Xuanyu and the others did not know how the belt of light was formed, but they could see that outside the belt of light, there were a dozen or so warships cruising back and forth. These battleships looked very special. They were completely black and emitted a purple halo. Each battleship had many sharp spikes on it. Clan leader, are those spikes on their warships useful? Yuan and Hui Hui asked Dangbo. Dangbo said, of course they are useful. If they charge at close range, then the protective shield will not be able to stop them. Not only are mechas divided into long-range and close-range combat. Warships also have the same division. Remember, any warship with this appearance must be very fast, because they rely on close-range collisions to win. Among pirate warships, this is the most common. Because what they rely on the most is speed. If they can't win, then they run. Most of their energy is used for speed, not long-range attacks. Lan Xuanyu seriously remembered Dangbo's words. Every word of Dangbo was precious knowledge to them. The Tangmen scout ship slowed down and flew slowly in the direction of the wormhole. None of its weapon systems were released. Soon, a small warship with a ferocious appearance and about the same size as them flew over. It was not far from their warship, and flew together in the direction of the wormhole. The large screen at the front of the cabin lit up. A bald man with a scar on his face wearing a black uniform appeared on the screen. He looked to be in his 40s. According to the data, you registered 2 years ago. Scanning the information. of the room. Lan Xuanyu noticed that this bald man with a fierce appearance was very different from ordinary people. Half of his bald head was actually metal, and the shoulder that was connected to this side was also metal. That was all that could be seen on the screen. Yes, respected Sin Guardian. Dangbo said with a smile. Soon, a large amount of data flashed on the side screen. After a moment, the bald man nodded and said, "The data has been approved. You can enter after paying the fee." "Yes." Dangbo replied again and performed a series of simple operations. The screen turned off, and the bald man disappeared. Dangbo gestured to everyone to keep quiet. Under the surveillance of the black spaceship, the Tangmen scout ship slowly approached the wormhole. The black spaceship did not leave until they were close to the wormhole and returned to patrol. The jet at the rear of the Tangmen scout ship spewed out light, suddenly accelerated, and drilled into the wormhole. Tang Yuga, activate the level 1 protective shield. A layer of white light was released from the surface of the warship, and everything outside the warship began to distort violently. Obviously, they had already entered the wormhole. What surprised Lan Xuanyu's team was that when they were called civil spacecraft in the past, they had to enter a deep sleep after entering the wormhole. But at this moment, Dangbo didn't let them do so at all. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Without a doubt, this was the level 1 protective shield. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "Team leader, what is the reward for entering this wormhole?" "Scan." "And why did they scan?" Dangbo said, "A small warship needs to pay 1 cubic meter of rare metal to enter Sin City through the wormhole. Medium-sized warships are even more expensive. The data scan is mainly to confirm our identity. Our warship is registered in one of the 7 main cities of Sin City. So naturally, there is no problem with passing through. The data scan is normal, just let them scan." Lan Xuanyu was surprised. "Our warship is registered in Sin City, but we still have to pay." Dangbo said, "Of course, other than the fleets directly under the 7 main city lords, any warship that enters Sin City has to pay. This is one of their sources of income. The money collected is split equally between the 7 main city lords." Yuan and Hui asked, "The 7 main city lords you mentioned are 7 people? Are they god rank experts?" Dangbo said, "According to our data, yes. The 7 main city lords are all god rank experts, and their strength is extraordinary. Each of them leads a faction." "Alright, everyone, keep quiet. Although there is a protective shield, and the wormhole jump will not cause too much of an impact to us, it will still put some pressure on our minds and bodies. Focus on your internal defense. At the same time, feel the changes in your body. This is a compulsory course if you want to become a warship pilot in the future." Hearing Dangbo's words, everyone quietened down. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and silently sensed everything in the outside world. He didn't feel much just now, but now that he had truly calmed down, he realized that the entire space inside the warship was slightly distorted. The degree of distortion wasn't big, but it was still gently sucking his body. But his soul power would naturally form a layer of protection to protect himself, and his spiritual power would naturally disperse to protect his brain. Back then, after fusing with beast god Dtian on the elven planet, Lan Xuanyu went to check on the changes in his spiritual power when he returned to the Shrek Academy. At that time, his spiritual power had already reached 4,500 points, and after a few months, it had grown to 4,700 points. One had to know that the starting point of the Spirit Sea Realm was 500 and the end point was 5,000. In other words, if his spiritual power could break through 5,000 points, he would enter the next level. The next level was called the Spirit Abyss Realm. The Spirit Abyss Realm was like an abyss or a prison, with blue skies and yellow springs. Everything would follow one's will. Top-notch spiritual power was the foundation for having a legendary spirit soul and could fuse with any level of spirit soul. An orange spirit soul and a red spirit soul could only be fused into one. It was very difficult to increase one's spiritual power, and the higher the level, the more difficult it was. The Spirit Connection Realm only required 50 points of spiritual power, while the Spirit Sea Realm required 500 points, a difference of 10 times. And the Spirit Abyss Realm required another 10 times, a total of 5,000 points. And now, Lan Xuanyu had already reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm and was only a step away from the Spirit Abyss realm. Lan Xuanyu didn't feel the benefits brought about by an increase in his spiritual power in the past because his spiritual power had always been gradually improved through cultivation. But now that his spiritual power had doubled, he had a very deep understanding of the use of spiritual power. First, his brain's thinking ability had been greatly enhanced, and he could learn twice the results with half the effort. Then, his energy had become more vigorous, and the amount of time he needed to rest every day had decreased. When he was meditating, his powerful spiritual power had a very strong effect on the guidance of his soul force, allowing him to increase the speed of his soul force cultivation. In addition, now that he was a member of the School of Life, he had no problem cultivating in Sea God's Lake every day. So although these few months weren't long, he had made great progress. The great increase in his spiritual power also allowed his forging skills to improve rapidly. Lan Xuanyu faintly felt that he had the qualifications to try spirit refining. There was even a possibility of success. For blacksmiths, as long as they could successfully forge a piece of spirit refining, they could advance to the 5th rank. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to advance because he didn't want to waste time. He still wanted to forge first-grade 1000 refinements for his one-word battle armor. One reason was to serve his classmates, and at the same time, to earn money. He wasn't in a hurry in this regard. He had to earn enough money for his one-word battle armor before he could earn more for spirit refining. Spirit-refined metals were the most needed for two-word battle armor. The metals for Tang Yuga's one-word battle armor were all provided and reforged by Lan Xuanyu. Then, she wasn't in a hurry to upgrade her two-word battle armor. This meant that in the future, she would only use Lan Xuanyu to forge metals. There are still 3 days until the open beta of the mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King. Tomorrow, I will post a super cute video on my public account. The content is still a secret. But what I can reveal to everyone is that Rocket Girl 101's Wuxuani will appear in this video. Guess if I'm in the video? The increase in spiritual power was comprehensive. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely feel that if his spiritual power reached the Spirit Abyss realm, his overall strength would take a leap. At that time, he should be able to try fusion techniques of 3 or even 4 elements. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could reach 4 rings. Lan Xuanyu's soul power had already reached rank 38, and his goal was to break through to the 4-ring realm next semester. With the help of the Emperor Fruit, his dragon god's bloodline had greatly improved. He wasn't in a hurry to increase his soul power at all. Accumulating soul power was the most suitable cultivation method for him, and it was more beneficial for him to break through his bottleneck. Therefore, even though most of the students in the 1st grade had already broken through to 4-ring, and a few had even broken through to 5-ring, he was still the one with the lowest soul power cultivation in the class. The previous trip to the Elven planet had allowed the first years, except for Qianlei and Jiayu, to have a huge improvement. The benefits of a true 10,000-year spirit soul were long-term, and they would benefit from it until they reached 7-ring. Lan Xuanyu silently felt the elemental fluctuations around him, especially the spatial elemental fluctuations, and gradually entered a meditative state. Right now, he was extremely curious about the spatial element. Save your bookmark and bookmark it in the book-seeking pavilion. He was really envious of Lin Na's ability to teleport. Moreover, the Thorn Dragon had told him that if he wanted to teleport the Vajra Baboon to his side, he would need to control the spatial element. That was a 90,000-year Vajra Baboon, and its combat strength was very impressive. However, even if he didn't teleport the Vajra Baboon over, he already had the Vajra strength and his strength had increased greatly. After an unknown period of time, the space in the battleship no longer distorted, and everyone woke up from their meditation. When they opened their eyes, the distorted light outside the porthole had completely disappeared and was replaced by a strange scene. A huge planet appeared in their field of vision, and it was completely different from what they had imagined. The color of this planet looked a little strange. It was a mix of green and blue, and the blue was dotted in the green. It was a very beautiful sky blue, and it was as if huge sapphires were embedded on this planet. They had seen a completely green planet like the Elven planet before, and this planet in front of them was much bigger than the Elven planet. It was so beautiful. This was the most beautiful planet they had ever seen, and it was even more beautiful than the mother planet from space. Was this the Sin planet? This was simply a heaven-like existence. Just like what you guys think, the people who live here call this place Heaven Planet. Dang Bo's voice. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, seems like everything has two sides. Wasn't this planet in front of him? If they hadn't come here, who would have thought that the legendary Sin City was so beautiful and had such a large green area? Heaven Planet 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 Planet, to the Heaven Planet 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 Planet. Planet 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 Planet. The warship slowly flew towards the planet. As they got closer and closer to the planet, Lan Xuanyu's team became more and more excited. This was truly a beautiful place. Dang Bo sighed and said, the Federation has been trying to occupy this place all the time. You guys have to be careful here. Don't expose your identity, or you won't be able to move around. Remember, from now on, we are a small interstellar pirate crew. The name of our pirate crew is the Meteor Pirate Crew. I am the leader, Lan Xuanyu is the vice leader, and the others are members. If anyone questions your age, don't bother. This was a strange world. Of course, it was also a free world. There was no order here. Strength was order. At this moment, the battleship trembled slightly and began to pass through the atmosphere. As the outside gradually turned red, the planet in front of them became clearer. Suddenly, the battleship trembled. Then, the flight became stable. They had passed through the atmosphere and entered Heaven Planet Planet Planet. The air circulation system of the battleship automatically activated and guided the air in. Suddenly, the familiar rich life energy filled the entire battleship, making them feel relaxed and happy. So comfortable. They still liked the feeling of the air being filled with life energy the most. This was what everyone agreed upon. The battleship gradually approached the ground. What surprised Lan Xuanyu and the others was that there was no city in their field of vision. The battleship actually flew towards a dense forest. Dang Bo said, all space pirate battleships have to stop at the Green Sea. They are not allowed to enter the city. After stopping the battleship, everyone has to go to the city on their own without any transportation. This is the rule of Heaven Planet. Lan Xuanyu said, how do we stop in the forest? Dang Bo said, you will know when you get closer. The meaning of this rule is that whoever is wanted on Heaven Planet needs time to escape on a battleship. On Heaven Planet, other than the battleship taking off and landing, only the 7 Overlords' special flying devices can enter the sky. This is the only restriction on this free planet. It is also the foundation of the 7 Overlords' rule. Otherwise, with pirates everywhere, it is too easy for chaos to occur. Everyone was enlightened. This was indeed a different place. Sure enough, when the battleship approached the surface of the planet, they discovered that there were large lawns in the dense forest that were the size of football fields. Some of the lawns were already parked with battleships. Their battleship slowly descended and landed on one of the lawns. To Lan Xuanyu and the others, this journey was not considered long. It was only 5 days, but in these 5 days, they had learned a new lesson. At least until now, they felt that this journey was not in vain. The battleship stopped steadily. The outside world was quiet and there were no buildings. The moment the cabin door opened, Lan Xuanyu suddenly had the same feeling as when he first came to Mother Planet. The rich life energy mixed with the fragrance of plants rushed towards him, causing all the pores on his body to open up instantly. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. Everyone else had the same feeling. Dang Bo said, everyone, bring some rations. We will need to walk for 3 days to reach the nearest main city. Be careful on the way. If you encounter other space pirates, don't get close. Follow me closely. With that, he was the first to walk down the battleship. The others brought compressed biscuits and energy bars and followed behind him. Lan Xuanyu and the others were tired of eating these things. The only thing that the battleship could not compare to civilian spaceships was the food. It only had the simplest compressed biscuits and energy bars. It was not that they tasted bad, but they had no taste at all. They could only provide the nutrients that the human body needed. After getting off the spaceship, they knew what it meant to be primitive. The forest in front of them gave off the same feeling as back on the elven planet, and it was even denser. There were still roads in some parts of the forest on the elven planet, but this place was primitive and there were no roads at all. A metal saber appeared in Dang Bo's hand at some point. He walked in front and opened up a path, cutting through the thorns blocking the way. Lan Xuanyu and the others had never known what level of soul master this team leader was. Now that they saw that he wasn't using any soul skills, they were even more puzzled. Dang Bo seemed to know what they were thinking. He turned around and grinned. Here, it's best to hide as much as possible. Unless your strength has reached a level where it can intimidate others, don't expose yourself too early. Yes. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly agreed. This was all experience. It was what they needed to learn the most. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand gently. His companions quietly separated, maintaining their usual battle formation. Lan Xuanyu followed behind Dang Bo, with Lu Feng and Tang Yuga on both sides. Yuan and Hui Hui and Lan Mengqin followed behind Lan Xuanyu. At the back were Qian Lei and Bai Xiuxiu, and everyone maintained a good formation. Dang Bo only glanced at them and smiled, not saying anything about their vigilance. As they were only using their sabers to cut through the thorns, their speed wasn't fast. They would also encounter some animals and wild beasts on the way. It was a little different from what they had seen before. It could only be described as similar to some animals on the mother planet. After walking for a few hours, they didn't encounter anyone else. Dang Bo found a relatively flat place to stop and said, "Everyone, rest here. Eat something. We'll continue in an hour." As he spoke, he took out an energy bar and held it in his mouth as he looked around. Lan Xuanyu said, "Team leader, no, Captain. Can we increase our speed?" In the past few hours, their speed had indeed been a little slow. Dang Bo said, "Don't worry, we haven't reached the acceleration zone yet." The docking area of the warship did not allow any energy fluctuations, including soul power. Heavenly Star was tight on the outside but loose on the inside. "It'll be fine when we get to the city." Bai Xiuxiu suddenly asked, "Commander, are the wild beasts here edible?" Dang Bo was stunned. If this question was asked by a boy, he would not find it strange, but he did not expect it to be asked by Bai Xiuxiu, a quiet and beautiful girl. "You can eat them, but you can't use your soul power to hunt them." "I've never eaten it before. I heard that there are people who capture these beasts and sell them in the city." Lan Xuanyu asked, "Then, are there any dangers in the forest? For example, existences like soul beasts?" Dang Bo shook his head and said, "At the very least, there won't be any in the warship docking area." It was said that there were also some large wild beasts that were similar to soul beasts. However, there was still a huge gap between them and soul beasts. That's why there's a spirit pagoda branch on the heavenly planet that relies on artificial spirit souls. There's a spirit pagoda branch here? The Federation allows it? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Dang Bo said, "So what if it's not allowed? Those powerful space pirates have countless ways to sneak into the Federation, and it's the same for buying spirit souls from the Spirit Pagoda. As for why the Spirit Pagoda was allowed to enter, I'm not sure. Anyway, cats have their own ways, and dogs have their own ways. Each has their own way." Right at this moment, Bai Xiuxiu suddenly rushed out and rushed into the forest. She was very fast and did not use soul power. She was purely relying on her own speed. Not long after, she returned with a tree branch in her hand. On it were two small beasts that looked like pheasants. Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised. "Xiuxiu, what are you doing?" Bai Xiuxiu smiled at him. "Improving my food. I can't stand that energy bar anymore." "Can you light it up, Commander?" Dang Bo was stunned. "Yes, I think so." The place where they stopped was next to a small stream. The water was very clear. In fact, Dang Bo had led them along this stream before, and they had already drunk the water of the stream. Bai Xiuxiu took the pheasants and walked to the riverside. She didn't do much and cleaned them up in a few moves. Then, she skillfully started a fire, stuck the pheasants on the tree branch, and roasted them over the fire. Yuan and Hui Hui walked over and handed over various bottles from her storage bracelet. They were obviously all kinds of seasonings. "You guys are really well prepared." This time, it was Dang Bo's turn to be surprised. Ahem, everyone likes to eat, Lan Xuanyu said awkwardly. They did indeed have a common hobby. Their Sunday dinners were not cancelled because they were busy cultivating. The shops on Shrek City's food street already knew them. Many shops offered discounts to them. Not long after, the aroma of meat wafted over. The aroma turned from light to strong, and soon, they had the urge to drool. After eating energy bars and compressed biscuits for 5 days, almost everyone had no resistance to this kind of real meat. Lan Xuanyu had already moved over. He watched as Bai Xiuxiu flipped the branch in her hand naturally to make the pheasants move. He couldn't help but ask, "You can cook?" "Why didn't I know?" Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him and said with a smile, "There are a lot of things that I don't know." "It smells so good." Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up, and the others also gathered over. Dang Bo also came over. He looked at these teenagers and thought to himself, I didn't expect them to have such strong survival skills. Pheasants were relatively easy to roast. After a short while, the skin had already turned brown. Bai Xiuxiu pulled off a drumstick and stuffed it into Lan Xuanyu's hands. Then, she pulled off a wing for herself. The pheasants were quite large, similar to the turkeys on the mother planet. Although they had many people, 2 was enough. Lan Xuanyu took a bite of the drumstick and was instantly shocked. The golden skin was crispy, and the juices overflowed when he bit into it. The rich aroma filled his mouth. The chicken was fresh and tender, and the heat was just right. "Wow, Xiuxiu, you roasted it well," he praised from the bottom of his heart. Bai Xiuxiu grunted. "Eat more if you like it." As she spoke, she pulled off another drumstick and stuffed it into his hands. "Xiuxiu, this isn't fair. There are only 4 drumsticks in total, and you already gave 2 to boss," Xianlei said with a smile. Bai Xiuxiu said angrily, "I roasted it, and I'm willing to. If you say any more nonsense, you'll only have chicken buttocks to eat." "Sister, I was wrong." Xianlei always admitted his mistakes faster than flipping the pages of a book. Dang Bo watched the 7 people quickly divide the roasted chicken and couldn't help but come over. Lan Xuanyu was just about to hand over the drumstick in his hand that he hadn't eaten yet when Bai Xiuxiu pulled him back. Her beautiful eyes looked at him threateningly, as if to say, "This is from me, and you're not allowed to give it to anyone else." Lan Xuanyu had no choice but to smile at Dang Bo, team leader, "You can do it yourself." Dang Bo didn't stand on ceremony. He tore off a piece of chicken breast and ate it heartily. Who would want to eat an energy bar when there was roasted meat to eat? After eating 2 big drumsticks, Lan Xuanyu was a little full. He washed his hands in the stream. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Dang Bo did the same thing as him. Not far from the opposite bank of the river, a group of people walked out. They immediately looked in their direction. It was a group of soldiers in black uniforms, and they all held soul ray guns in their hands. Moreover, they were different from ordinary people in that they clearly had metal parts on their bodies. Some of them had metal legs, while others had metal arms. Before entering the wormhole, Lan Xuanyu later asked Dang Bo about the metal part on the bald pirate's head when he saw it. He knew that it was a product of modern technology. Some people would implant soul tools into their bodies in order to increase their strength and make it a part of their body to achieve the purpose of increasing their strength. These people were called modified people, and the soul tools on their bodies were also called implants. I was a little busy before, so it was a pity that I couldn't go to the filming site. However, the reports brought back by the colleagues who went were very gratifying. I also saw the promotional video filmed by the spokesperson for Legend of the Dragon King, 10 Years of Douluo, Wu Shuani, in advance. The effect was good, and the production was excellent. In 2 days, the game and the promotional video will be released. Everyone can look forward to it. In a sense, modified humans with implants could no longer be considered normal humans. Of course, the Technological Douluo Federation also had such technology, but it was only allowed to be used on disabled people. Normal people were not allowed to install implants and use implants to replace their body parts. Modified humans were very strong, much stronger than ordinary people. Especially after some soul masters added implants, they even had the combat strength of small mechas. Of course, implants were also divided into different levels. Powerful implants were also extremely expensive. Heaven Planet naturally didn't have the same restrictions as the Federation. Dangbo had told them that implants were very popular here. This was because without strength, there was no possibility of survival. Therefore, almost everyone who was weaker had implants. This was also one of the important sources of income for the 7 cities of Heaven Planet. In terms of implant research, this place was even ahead of the Federation. The team in front of them was clearly a modified human warrior. Who told you to start a fire? One of the cyborgs at the front pointed his soul ray gun at Lan Xuanyu's team and strode over. His right arm was implanted, and he was tall and burly. He was over 1.9 meters tall and wore a metal helmet, so his appearance could not be seen. However, his entire body emitted a fierce aura. Don't misunderstand, we are from the Falling Star Pirates. Dangbo hurriedly walked to the river, still holding the chicken in his hand. There were a total of 12 modified humans in this team, and all of them were tall. The most modified one had metal limbs, and only his torso looked like a human body. Don't you know that energy fluctuations are not allowed in the parking area? Flames are also energy, the modified human said coldly. Dangbo said, I'm sorry, we really didn't know. We will put out the fire immediately. Please make an exception. As he spoke, he shook his hand and a piece of metal flew out. It was clearly a piece of rare metal. On Heavenly Planet, money was meaningless. Rare metals were the hard currency here. The modified human grabbed the metal and shook it in his hand. He snorted and said, if you do it again, I'll capture you and send you to the slave camp. Let's go. With that said, he led the team of modified humans back into the forest and disappeared. Captain, I'm sorry, Bai Xiaoxiao said embarrassedly. Dangbo stuffed the chicken into his mouth and chewed as he said, it's fine, they are just looking for benefits. We'll be blackmailed even if we don't light a fire. Just get used to it. These were the direct guards of the Lord's mansion and were only active outside the city. No guards were allowed in the city. Their extortion quota was fixed. On the Heavenly Planet, the ones who really needed to be careful were not the cyborg warriors. Although the cyborgs were strong, they had been modified. Those without implants were the ones who were confident enough in themselves. So when they see that we haven't modified our equipment, they definitely won't extort too much. After putting out the fire, they continued on their journey. Sure enough, he could only walk over. It wasn't until nightfall that they walked out of the forbidden area. Heavenly Star was very big. They could feel it when they were passing through the forest. The area where their battleship was docked was already very close to the city, but there was still a distance of 400 miles. This was 400 miles in the forest. Especially on the first day, the release of energy was prohibited, which had a great impact on speed. Bai Xiaoxiao once again displayed her cooking skills. Without the energy restriction, it was naturally not a problem for her to start a fire. Fire was not forbidden in the forest. Because the jungle here was very humid, it was impossible for a fire to break out. However, most interstellar pirates were afraid of trouble and would not start a fire to cook. It was still roasted meat, but it tasted different. As he ate the fragrant roasted meat, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt extremely blissful. Xiaoxiao, I feel like I can't leave you anymore. Lan Xuanyu sat beside Bai Xiaoxiao. The two of them leaned against a common tree. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at him and chuckled. Senior Infernal Queen said that I can believe anything but the flowery words of you men. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Senior Infernal Queen, is that okay? She actually eavesdropped. Bai Xiaoxiao shrugged and said, there's nothing I can do. I haven't really merged with her yet. She's only attached to me as a companion. It'll probably be fine after we reach 5 ring. Lan Xuanyu said righteously, Xiaoxiao, that's not flowery words. That's called sweet talk. Bai Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. Come on. The air here is so comfortable. The temperature is also suitable. I didn't expect planet heaven to be like this. Lan Xuanyu smiled. That's right. In the past, our various examinations were never so comfortable. The Academy's arrangements this time are really good. We've learned something again, and it's like we're on a trip again. Bai Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, I heard from Yuga that when we reach the 4th year, we have to carry out some dangerous missions. That's the biggest test. From the day we entered Shrek, it seems like we're destined to not be peaceful. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, but we're destined to not be ordinary. Humans have a lifetime. I think it's good to live a more exciting life. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned. Your mentality is really good. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, I'm already very satisfied from having a trash martial soul, blue silver grass. With such an opportunity, how can I bear to miss it? Let's work hard together. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao reached out and shook his hand. Let's work hard together. Lan Xuanyu grabbed her hand and said, Xiaoxiao, when I was young, I heard from my father that we humans actually evolved from ape-type soul beasts. Or orangutan-type soul beasts. Do you know what the iconic event of our human existence is? Bai Xiaoxiao asked curiously, what is it? Lan Xuanyu stood up and pulled her up as well. He said seriously, the male gorilla held the female gorilla's hand and said, let's walk upright. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned and only reacted in the next moment. Lan Xuanyu had already let go of her hand and ran away with a smile. Lan Xuanyu, don't run if you have the guts. You dare to call me a gorilla. Seeing the two laughing, Qianlei subconsciously turned his gaze to Lan Mingqin. Lan Mingqin's eyes suddenly sharpened. Damn fatty, move aside. You're not allowed to talk to me. I didn't say anything. Qianlei said with an aggrieved expression. Lan Mingqin said disdainfully, you and Lan Xuanyu are both jackals of the same tribe. Dang Bo sat not far away, looked at them with a smile, and muttered, it's good to be young. The boys took turns keeping watch. Early the next morning, they set off again. They could finally use their soul power to move through the forest. What surprised Dang Bo was that these 7 Shrek Academy students were quite fast. Moreover, they maintained a stable formation throughout the journey. They were never scattered. Originally, there were still 2 days to travel, but they only took a day and a half to arrive. In the distance, a huge city finally appeared in their field of vision. The first thing Lan Xuanyu and the others saw was not the city, but huge turrets. That's right, turrets. How big were the turrets? The base of the turret was 200 meters tall, and the muzzle of the huge cannon was more than 50 meters in diameter. The size of the huge cannon could not be estimated, but the area it covered was probably more than 1,000 square meters. At a glance, there were more than a dozen of such huge turrets, and there seemed to be more in the distance. Dang Bo told them that this was the planet's railgun. It was a defense system specially designed for airships. It was enough to cause great damage to medium-sized warships. There were such things in the 7 cities of Heaven Planet. It was used to deal with possible warship attacks. The army belonging to the Heaven Planet's lord was also stationed around the planet's railgun. They saw a large number of troops and modern barracks. The city we are about to enter is called Black Corner City. It is ranked 5th among the 7 main cities. The Lord calls himself the Black Corner Great God and is a God rank expert. It is said that he is very strong. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, Captain, there should be more than 7 God rank experts among us humans, right? If the Federation invites them, can we work together to destroy these? Hearing this, Dang Bo hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet. Be careful, don't talk nonsense. There are many listening devices here. The Federation tried the method you mentioned but failed. At that time, the Federation sent out 10 God rank experts. However, Heaven Planet was the other party's home ground. Here, they seem to be able to borrow some of the planet's power. I'm not sure what it is exactly. In the end, we didn't win and were forced to retreat. Since then, the Federation hasn't tried any other methods. According to our Tongmen's judgment, if we really want to destroy this place, it's not that we can't do it, but we'll have to pay a huge price. The Federation's God rank experts are also limited. When we carry out interstellar development, we often need the support of experts. If we lose too many God rank experts, it will affect the Federation's safety. That's why Heaven Planet can exist until now. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. Heaven Planet was even stronger than he had imagined, Dang Bo sighed softly. It was also after that battle that Heaven Planet became more prosperous. In the past few decades, Heaven Planet's power has expanded quite a bit. Now, they are even infiltrating the Federation. That's why the Federation sent a large number of troops here to suppress them. They passed through a special passage and passed through the Black Horn Army's encampment before seeing the full appearance of Black Corner City. This city was very big and very strange. A huge metal city wall that was more than 100 meters tall surrounded the entire city. The metal city wall extended to both sides, and one couldn't see the end of it. This defense wasn't against enemies from space, but against the other lords of Heaven Planet. In the early years, there were constant wars on Heaven Planet, and all the major factions fought with each other. After many years, Heaven Planet was ruled by a few God-rank experts and truly stabilized. There were a large number of offensive and defensive soul devices on the metal city wall. It was like a military fortress, dazzling one's eyes. Lan Xuanyu and the others had never seen these before. They entered Black Corner City through a special passage and still needed to be examined. The process was not strict. As long as one had an interstellar pirate certificate registered on Heavenly Planet, they could enter the city. Lan Xuanyu and the others' identification documents were naturally prepared long ago. Walking into Black Corner City, Lan Xuanyu and the others immediately felt as if they had entered a completely different world. Compared to the quiet world outside the metal walls, this place was very noisy. All kinds of noises could be heard in every corner. The most peculiar thing was that they saw many different creatures. That's right, living creatures. Not only were there humans, but there were also some strange-looking creatures. A six-legged octopus? What a big head! Don't stare at any living thing. Dangbo reminded everyone, those who can enter the city are all intelligent creatures, and some even come from other planets. The prosperity of Heavenly Planet was closely related to them. They brought a lot of resources from other planets, some of which even our Federation doesn't have. Because the Federation is conducting interstellar exploration, most of the extraterrestrial creatures are not friendly to us. Lan Xuanyu and the others had their horizons broadened. This was the first time they had seen so many strange extraterrestrial creatures. Some of the extraterrestrial creatures were especially tall. They were more than 10 meters tall and their skin was colorful. They had only walked into the city for a while, but they had already seen more than 10 extraterrestrial species. However, most of them were humans with implants, so a large part of the noise was the sound of metal clanging. This was really a different world. The streets were very wide, and there were many shops on both sides. At a glance, there were not many high-rise buildings, and most of them were only two-story houses. There was not much vegetation in the city, and most of the houses were built with stone or metal. There was no unique style, and they were scattered around. The streets were bustling with activity. People were everywhere. Dangbo led them along the edge of the street, and as they walked, he said, those who can open shops on Heavenly Planet all have a certain background. Most of them are attached to various pirate groups. The shops are where the major pirate groups sell their loot. Heavenly Planet is the most important transit point for pirates and even those extraterrestrial creatures. Although it's not completely safe to trade here, it's still possible to trade. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, just how many space pirates are there? Dangbo said, I don't know the exact number, but there are probably more than 10,000 space pirate groups registered on Heavenly Planet. However, some have already been eliminated, and some have been merged. There shouldn't be that many pirate groups that actually exist. More than 10,000? That many? They're all targeting us? Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Dangbo said, they don't just make a living by robbing, and they don't just rob us, they also rob those extraterrestrial creatures. There are also some space pirate groups that specialize in planet exploration. They look for planets that have not been explored yet have rich resources. These space pirate groups are often the strongest. The Federation also does some trade with space pirate groups, mainly targeting these space pirate groups. We exchange some resources with them, and even the administrative planet we have now was bought from these space pirate groups. That works? Qianlei was shocked. Dangbo smiled and said, the Federation didn't go all out to attack Heavenly Planet, which is also related to this. However, the Federation also has to control the strength of the space pirates within a certain range. Let's stay here first, then I'll contact my own people, and then we'll start the rescue operation. There were transportation vehicles in the city, and other than the rare metals that were used as hard currency, there was only a type of coin made of heavy silver that could be used. The coins were divided into different denominations according to their weight, and they were called heavenly coins by the people here. Dangbo brought everyone to change public soul guidance buses a few times, and they seemed to have entered the city center. They found a large hotel and checked in. The hotel's decorations were very simple, and it was basically a hard metal style. The service staff inside all had implants, which showed how insecure the people living here were. Dangbo said to Lan Xuanyu and the others, "I'll go contact my own people, you guys rest in the hotel first, or you can go out and take a look, but be careful not to get into conflict with others. Don't go out at night, it's too dangerous. I'll be back in about a day." After Dangbo reminded them, he quietly left the hotel, and no one knew where he went. The hotel rooms weren't big, and there wasn't much space after the bed was placed in the two-person room. Lan Xuanyu called his companions into a room because he felt that something was wrong. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo P Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo 53295 Dextop Xianxia. The final exam this time doesn't seem to be very difficult, and it doesn't seem like we need to do anything. What should we do next? Tang Yuga asked. Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, "I keep feeling that something is wrong." "What's wrong?" Qianlei asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu said, "Didn't you guys notice? From the beginning to the end, he never told us where the people we were going to rescue were, nor did he discuss the specific rescue plan with us or what we needed to do. He only taught us some knowledge about warship piloting and told us about the situation on Heaven Planet." Lu Feng said in a deep voice, "It does seem a little strange. I feel that Captain is a little too casual, as if he doesn't care much about this mission." Yuan and Hui Hui said indifferently, "Just listen to his arrangements." At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's soul communicator suddenly rang. He turned it on and there was a message inside. "The final exam has begun. The content of the exam: survival, escape. You need to find a way to return to the mother planet and return within the next 10 days. If you exceed the time limit, you will fail the exam. Your room fee is only paid for 1 day. After that, you will have to rely on your own luck." It was sent by Dangbo. Lan Xuanyu showed the message to his teammates. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but be stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lan Xuanyu had guessed correctly. In this unfamiliar place, they would have to face the problem of survival. They had to return to the mother planet within 10 days. What did this mean? It meant that they needed to have a warship that could return to the mother planet within the next 10 days and successfully leave Heaven Planet. Was this simple? Of course not. It would take 3 days to walk from Black Corner City to the place where the warship was parked, and it would take 2 days to fly back. In other words, they had to find a warship and a way to pass through the blockade within 2 days. "What should we do, boss?" Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu. The others also looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry to respond to his teammates. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Faced with such a situation, he was a little flustered. After all, this place was too unfamiliar to them, and it was such an unsafe planet. First, they had to survive here. Then, they had to find a way to go back. Moreover, they only had 2 days. Yuan and Hui Hui also wanted to ask what they could do, but Bai Xiuxiu gestured for him not to disturb Lan Xuanyu's thoughts. Lan Xuanyu hadn't expected the final exam to be like this. He told himself that as the backbone of the team, he couldn't panic at this time. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on the mentality of his teammates. Then, he analyzed the current situation and thought about how they could leave this place. After a while, his eyes gradually became firm. He smiled and said, "At present, we are facing a few main problems. First of all, we need to survive here. In other words, we need the currency here, at least to ensure that we have food to eat and a place to stay. Although we only have 2 days, but judging from the time we took to get here, if we don't care about the cost, we should be able to reach the warship docking area in 2 days. Secondly, we have to find a warship that can go to the mother planet. This warship can't be a pirate warship because we still have to face the Federation's blockade after leaving Heaven's planet. If the Federation's fleet misunderstands and they attack us, it will be very troublesome. Therefore, we have to find a warship similar to the Tongmen's reconnaissance ship that can travel between the two places. All of these seem difficult, but I've thought about it carefully. According to the information the captain left for us, it's not impossible. Here, rare metals are hard currency. I brought a lot of rare metals with me, so we can exchange them for some currency here to ensure our basic needs. Also, you should remember that the captain said that there's a spirit pagoda branch here. We definitely won't be able to find anyone from Tangmen to help us, so asking the Spirit Pagoda for help is a good choice. Their warship can definitely fly between the two places. Therefore, we need to seek help from the Spirit Pagoda. I believe that as long as we pay a high enough price, the Spirit Pagoda's warship will be able to carry us back to Douluo planet. The first thing we need to do next is to exchange for money, and the second thing is to find the Spirit Pagoda branch and ask how we can take their warship back to the mother planet. After hearing Lan Xuanyu's analysis, everyone immediately revealed the same expression. Some were in admiration, while others were relaxed. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, "This is Heaven's planet, and there might be danger and evil everywhere. Therefore, everyone has to be careful. We don't have implants on us, so it's easy for others to notice us. However, we're young, so the possibility of us being targeted is not high. From now on, we have to act together. We can't be separated." Yes. The other 6 people agreed at the same time. They all had a feeling that with their captain around, they would have a backbone. It was as if nothing could stop him. Lan Xuanyu said, "All of you stay in the room and wait for me. I'll go to the hotel's front desk and ask where I can exchange rare metals for money." The contents of the final exam were finally announced. The most important thing now was to hurry up and complete the final exam. They stayed on the second floor. Lan Xuanyu left the room, went downstairs, and went to the hotel's front desk. The staff at the front desk was a man with an implant on his right arm. He was tall and looked a little fierce. Lan Xuanyu only reached the man's chest. "Hello, where can I exchange rare metals for heaven coins?" Lan Xuanyu asked. The burly man lowered his head and looked down at him. He suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of shiny metal teeth. "Little guy, just exchange with Daddy. 1 kilogram of rare metals for 1 heaven coin." Lan Xuanyu smiled as well. "I'm a civilized person. I don't know how to talk trash." The burly man revealed an evil smile. "Is that so? Then let Daddy teach you." When the burly man said this, Lan Xuanyu had already moved. He suddenly jumped onto the front desk and grabbed the burly man with his right hand. The people here were really scary. Not only were they rude, but they also used force. The burly man laughed sinisterly. His right metal arm instantly swept out. The surface of the metal arm suddenly burst out with a glaring electric light and a buzzing sound. Lan Xuanyu's right hand turned. In an instant, a layer of golden scales appeared on his right hand. Clang. Lan Xuanyu's right hand firmly grabbed the other party. The electric current on the other party's right arm immediately spread up Lan Xuanyu's hand, but it was all bounced off by the golden scales on Lan Xuanyu's right hand. A golden light flashed in Lan Xuanyu's eyes. He suddenly exerted force and pulled the 2-meter-tall burly man out from behind the front desk and threw him to the ground. Lan Xuanyu's body expanded a little, and an incomparably powerful force erupted from his hand. In the next moment, the burly man's metal arm was surrounded by electric light, and there was an ear-piercing explosion of sparks. It looked like it was crippled. Lan Xuanyu lowered his knee and abruptly struck the burly man's chest, pinning him to the ground as he tried to retaliate. The 3 soul rings that the burly man had just released were also scattered by him. "Do you still want to be my father?" Lan Xuanyu asked. At the same time, an icicle appeared in his left hand. "Ah!" The burly man screamed. He only felt a chill on his face in an instant. The ice that was filled with stimulation made his entire body tremble. When the icicle approached his face, it shattered into ice shards and was pressed onto his face by Lan Xuanyu. He bounced up and patted the ice shards off his hands. Lan Xuanyu leaned against the front desk and looked at the burly man twitching on the ground. He sighed softly. Why bother? The reason why he suddenly attacked was naturally because this was Heaven Planet. Dangbo had told them long ago that here, only strength and strength were respected. Strength was the right to speak. This was not a place that respected the old and loved the young or was civilized and polite. That was why he suddenly attacked when the other party showed malice. One was to achieve his goal, and the other was to intimidate. The burly man took a long time to recover. He touched his eyes and realized that he was not blind. The ice shards on his face woke him up completely. He turned over and stood up. When he realized that the implant on his right arm had been crippled, he immediately pulled a long face. He had saved up for several years to buy it. Moreover, it had just undergone a replacement. Previously, he had not even been able to unleash the power of the implant before it was crippled. But more than that, he was still afraid. He was very clear about the hardness of his implant. It was a strong arm for close-range attacks. It was made of a very hard alloy. The other party had twisted his metal wall into a fried dough twist with his bare hands. How powerful was that? It was completely disproportionate to that small figure. At this moment, when he looked at Lan Xuanyu again, he did not feel that the other party was childish at all. He just felt that his smile was filled with terror. Lan Xuanyu raised his chin at him. The burly man looked around. At this moment, a few waiters had already surrounded him. However, when they saw that he had not been killed by the other party, they stopped and did not go forward. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "Do you want me to invite my father to talk to you?" The burly man hurriedly shook his head. If his son was so strong, how strong would his father be? We can exchange it in the hotel. According to the ratio of Black Corner City, 1 kilogram of rare metals could be exchanged for 20 heaven coins. If it's a rare metal that's more precious, the price will even go up. The burly man was now well behaved. He bowed and said in a trembling voice. Killing people on the Heaven Planet was not as troublesome as killing people in the Douluo Federation. If one was truly powerful, killing a person here was no different from killing a chicken. When Lan Xuanyu's icicle fell, he really felt the crisis of death. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Give me 100 heaven coins." As he said that, a silver light flashed in his hand, and pieces of rare metals appeared on the counter. They were all relatively ordinary. Rare metals that had not been forged yet. Seeing the sparkling silver ring on Hui Yuhao's finger, a greedy look flashed across the man's eyes. That was a spatial storage-type soul tool. This was definitely a good item. However, based on the strength and ruthlessness that Lan Xuanyu had previously displayed, as well as the possibility that there was a powerful elder behind him, the man at the front desk barely suppressed his greed and checked the rare metals. After checking the rare metals, he gave Lan Xuanyu 100 heaven coins. After putting away the heaven coins, Lan Xuanyu said, "Where is Black Corner City's Spirit Pagoda? Give me the exact location." The man at the front desk said, It's in the east of the city." He gave Lan Xuanyu a soul communicator that could be used to locate it. Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stretched out his hand and said, "Compensation for my mental damage." "Ah?" The burly man stared at him with his mouth agape. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "Don't tell me that you took advantage of me for nothing by claiming to be my father?" A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the burly man at the front desk as he gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" 10 heaven coins, forget it." Lan Xuanyu said indifferently. Of course, he didn't do it to rob the other party, but to test the bottom line of these guys in this place. There were 4 or 5 hotel staff members around him, all of them faintly surrounding him. The more it was like this, the more he knew that he had to appear stronger. Otherwise, he would definitely be targeted by the other party after revealing his spatial equipment. As expected, the moment he said that, the surrounding staff members surrounded him. "Brat, do you know whose territory this is?" A short but very strong staff member said fiercely. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "That's not important. I'm only asking, are you going to give it or not?" Just as he was speaking, the short and strong staff member had already let out a low roar, and 4 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. His implant was his arms, and two huge metal blades popped out from his arms at the same time. A soul ring lit up, and flames coiled around it as it attached itself to the two metal blades. He brazenly charged towards Lan Xuanyu. Humph! Lan Xuanyu snorted coldly, and in an instant, a rainbow light rippled out from his eyes. If someone could see inside his clothes, they would discover that the 5 dragon god scales on his chest suddenly lit up, and his bloodline vortex also burst forth with an aura in an instant. Suddenly, an indescribably strong pressure erupted from his body. The short and strong staff member who had already charged forward went limp, and the 4 soul rings that had already been released on his body dissipated in an instant. There was only intense fear and shock in his heart. He no longer cared about attacking Lan Xuanyu, and instead crossed his 2 sharp blades in front of him to block. Lan Xuanyu kicked out, hitting the side of the sharp blade, and instantly sent him flying. As for the others, the moment he let out that cold snort, all of their faces turned pale, and the weakest one even fell on his butt on the ground. Spiritual intimidation combined with the aura of the dragon god's bloodline. In terms of soul power cultivation, Lan Xuanyu really wasn't much stronger than these people in front of him. Of course, he had twin martial souls, and his total soul power couldn't be calculated like an ordinary 3-ring soul elder. However, his spiritual power was really strong. His spiritual cultivation was close to the spirit abyss realm, even an ordinary 6-ring or 7-ring soul master might not be able to reach it. Coupled with the strength of the aura of the dragon gods, it immediately intimidated everyone. What happened next was naturally simple: the strong were respected, and 10 heaven coins were in his hands. After Lan Xuanyu returned to his room, he didn't stop at all and quickly left the hotel with his teammates, returning to the street. From the process of exchanging heaven coins earlier, he had some new understanding of this place. Unlike in the Federation, where everyone would try their best to keep a low profile, here, it seemed that they had to show their strength. Only by being strong could they intimidate everyone, and it would be much easier to do anything. Otherwise, with the appearance of a group of teenagers, they would probably be bullied wherever they went. Therefore, after walking out of the hotel, he immediately gestured for Qianlei to release Fatty Jean. After evolving, Fatty Jean was already close to 3 meters tall, and his shoulders were extremely wide. His golden hair was very thick, and he no longer had the weak feeling he had when he was first rescued by Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. A pair of incomparably thick arms hung by his sides, and his sharp claws were faintly discernible. He didn't need to do anything at all, and he would naturally emit an incomparably powerful and fierce aura. As expected, when Fatty Jean, the golden behemoth, was released, Lan Xuanyu and the others walked on the street, and people immediately made way for them. Fatty Jean followed behind the 7 of them. With every step he took, there would be a low muffled sound on the ground, and the people around him would naturally keep a distance from them. As for being a little conspicuous at the same time, they couldn't care less. From the navigation location, it was about 10 kilometers away, and it was also in the city center. From this, it could be seen how big Black Corner City was. The mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King was officially open for beta today. He also saw the promotional video that Wu Shuani filmed for the game. She was really a very cute Xiao Wu. I welcome everyone to come and spar with me in the game. I will wait for you in 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King. They didn't know how to get on the bus, nor did they know if the taxis in Black Corner City were reliable, so they simply walked over. From afar, the Spirit Pagoda was already in sight. The Spirit Pagoda seemed to look the same everywhere. They all looked like tall towers. This was also the tradition of the Spirit Pagoda. And in Black Corner City, this seemed to be the top tower. It was very eye-catching, so it was easy to recognize. Lan Xuanyu gestured for Qianlei to put Fatty Jean away. Everyone quickened their pace and quickly arrived in front of the Spirit Pagoda. There were actually a lot of people on the Spirit Pagoda's side. When they walked into the hall on the first floor, there were people everywhere, and the internal order was clearly a little chaotic. Heaven Planet didn't seem to have the concept of queuing, so the crowd was surging and they were all clustered in front of the counter. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand without leaving a trace, and the 7 of them split up. He looked around and found a counter with the fewest people before walking over. On the counter, it said, Spirit Soul Recycling. The Spirit Pagoda had such a business. Although Lan Xuanyu hadn't been to the Spirit Pagoda many times, he had never remembered that there was such a department in the Spirit Pagoda. He walked to the counter and asked the staff inside, "How do I recycle the spirit soul?" The staff inside was a young girl who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She said impatiently without raising her head, "Find a soul master who's about to die, bring him here, and kill him. When he's just dead, you can strip off his spirit soul and sell it to us. The price is based on the quality of the spirit soul." Lan Xuanyu was dumbstruck when he heard that. This was truly worthy of being Heaven Planet. Even the Spirit Pagoda had such a business? "You accept all kinds?" Lan Xuanyu asked subconsciously. The young girl seemed to be even more impatient. She raised her head abruptly and was about to flare up when she saw Lan Xuanyu's appearance. Lan Xuanyu was wearing a silver-white uniform. He had a head of black hair and his big eyes were filled with surprise. He was already close to 1.7 meters tall, and his appearance was gradually growing. He was in his puberty from a teenager to a young man. His beautiful face and youthful aura made the young girl stare blankly at him. Her temper that was about to flare up disappeared. "Yes, I accept them all. Different quality led to different prices. Why are you asking about this? Don't tell me you know how to kill people?" Her irritation turned into ridicule. This was a world that looked at faces. Lan Xuanyu said, "I'm just asking casually. I also want to ask if we have any spaceships that can go to the Douluo Federation." The young girl was stunned. "You want to go to the Douluo Federation? Why would a little pirate like you go to the Federation?" Lan Xuanyu hesitated for a moment, but he felt that he couldn't reveal his identity here. "My parents were captured by the Douluo Federation. I want to rescue them." He casually made up a somewhat lame lie. But after the girl heard his words, her delicate body trembled slightly. She subconsciously looked around, then stood up, walked out from behind the counter, and pulled him closer to the counter. Although Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 had separated, they were actually observing each other's positions. The others naturally saw Lan Xuanyu being pulled into the counter. Lan Mengqin hurriedly came to Bai Xiuxiu's side, nudged her, and chuckled. "He's very popular," Bai Xiuxiu said, "Who asked him to be so good-looking?" Lan Mengqin smiled. "Is this considered a femme fatale? Should we go over and take a look?" Bai Xiuxiu bumped her shoulder in annoyance and turned to walk to another counter. According to the division of labor, they had to ask around for the way back. Behind the counter, Lan Xuanyu was also a little confused when he was pulled in. "Are you crazy? Why are you saying such things here?" The young girl looked outside warily. "What's wrong? Why can't I say it?" Lan Xuanyu pretended to be puzzled. The girl said, "There are many people like you on Heaven Planet. But don't even think about saving your parents. Let's not talk about the fact that you don't even know where to go. Furthermore, it's difficult for the Douluo Federation to move. Do you have any proof of identity? How did you enter the Federation? There are many planets in the Douluo Federation. Do you know where your parents are?" Lan Xuanyu realized that the girl was a little agitated. "Then you don't care?" "I just want to save them," Lan Xuanyu said stubbornly. The girl sighed softly and stroked his head. "My parents were also taken away. I once secretly boarded a battleship and wanted to save them." "Ah?" Looking at this girl who was in the same boat as him, Lan Xuanyu was speechless. He had just casually made up a lie. Was there such a coincidence? The girl seemed to have recalled her past memories, and there was indeed not much business at her counter. She muttered to herself, "At that time, I realized how big this world is. I had just arrived at the Douluo Federation when I was caught at the inspection and quarantine stage. If that ship didn't belong to our Spirit Pagoda, I would have been killed or locked up by the Douluo Federation. It was the Spirit Pagoda who brought me back. So, don't have such thoughts. It's useless. Not to mention us, even a God-rank expert can't do it. The Douluo Federation is too big." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then how did you get on the Spirit Pagoda battleship back then?" The girl said, "The spirit souls that our Spirit Pagoda sells here are actually all transported from the Douluo Federation. This is because the process of creating spirit souls can't be left on Heaven Planet. That's too dangerous. So every month, a battleship will return to the Douluo Federation. That's how I followed them. Lan Xuanyu said, then when was the last battleship that went to the Douluo Federation? The girl said, I don't know. I stopped caring about that a long time ago. Why are you asking this? You still haven't given up? You're such a stubborn child. Lan Xuanyu sighed and said, thank you, sister. I understand. Don't worry, I won't take the risk. He didn't ask any further. If he did, he would be exposed. He had already obtained very useful information from this girl and confirmed that the Spirit Pagoda did indeed have a battleship returning to the Federation. That was enough. The key question now was when the Spirit Pagoda's battleship would return to the Douluo Federation. They had to confirm this time before they could return with the battleship. The girl looked at Lan Xuanyu and asked doubtfully, you've given up? You've really given up? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, yes. The girl snorted and said, I'd be a fool to believe you. In you, I seem to see my past self. But it's useless. The security of our Spirit Pagoda's battleship is not like before. Even if we tell you when it takes off, you won't be able to sneak in. Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, so there's no chance anyway. It's useless even if I'm unwilling. I'm leaving. Goodbye. With that, he walked out of the counter. The girl stood up and looked at him from behind the counter. In her heart, she only felt that this youth's figure was a little lonely. Wait a moment, she suddenly called out. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at her. The girl said, if I remember correctly, the next return of the battleship will be in 15 days. If, and I'm saying if, you really don't give up and still manage to sneak in. When you reach the Douluo Federation, if you can't sneak in, just tell the Spirit Pagoda my name. My name is Xianxia. They will help you return. That's all I can tell you. Lan Xuanyu was stunned when he heard this, but his heart sank. Thank you, sister. This gratitude was sincere. Even on the heavenly planet, there were good people, but 15 days later? He couldn't wait that long. They had to get the battleship back within 3 days. Lan Xuanyu wandered around the Spirit Pagoda while calculating the current situation. It was obvious that they had no choice but to head to Shrek after 15 days. What should they do? The Spirit Pagoda was the only warship they could think of that could successfully leave Heaven Planet and be accepted by the Federation. Other than the Spirit Pagoda, what else could they do? They had to think of another way. Let's go take a look around first. Their biggest problem now was that they were not familiar with this place. Furthermore, they were not familiar with the return route either. After all, they had only come into contact with warships for the past few days. It was simply a pipe dream to say that they could pilot a warship back to the Federation after learning for a few days. This final exam was indeed a little strange to them. The difficulty was too high. 15 days? What should we do then? Qianlei asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. We have to think of another way. Yuan and Hui said, why don't we go to the parking area and snatch a pirate warship? Then drive it back? Tang Yuga said, no. Let's not talk about whether we can snatch it or not. Even if we can, how are we going to drive it? Yuan and Hui said, threaten those pirates to drive it. Tang Yuga said, then how are we going to enter the Federation's territory after leaving? If we're discovered to be a pirate warship, we'll probably be destroyed immediately. Even if the warship isn't destroyed, after we're captured by the Federation, we still have to prove our identities before we can be sent back. Can we still control the time? What if it's overdue? Bai Shoushou said, we can't snatch a pirate warship. It's also easy to alert the pirates on Heaven Planet. Actually, the only spaceship that's suitable for us to return to is the Tangmen reconnaissance ship. We can still barely drive it. Hearing her words, Lan Xuanyu suddenly raised his head and a light flashed across his eyes. Robbing pirates isn't reliable, but what if we snatch the Tangmen reconnaissance ship? Ah? As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, if we snatch the Tangmen reconnaissance ship, everything will be solved. Robbing the Tangmen's reconnaissance spaceship is, in fact, equivalent to robbing one person. Everyone naturally knew who he was talking about. If they could kidnap Dang Bo and force him to return to the Tangmen scout ship and then return to Douluo, the problem would naturally be solved. Lu Feng said, but the commander has already left. Where are we going to find him? Lan Xuanyu suddenly smiled and said faintly, that won't be difficult. Immediately, he whispered a few words to his companions. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange, but at the same time, excitement gradually emerged. Xianlei cracked his knuckles. Boss, let's do it. Let them screw us over, let's screw them over too. He. As he spoke, a golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and in the next instant, Fatty Jean was released by him. Xianlei walked to the side of the street with Fatty Jean following beside him. He turned around and stopped a passerby. What's the liveliest place in Black Corner City? The passerby was about to flare up when he was stopped, but when he saw Fatty Jean behind Xianlei, he immediately became weak. If you want to talk about liveliness, it's naturally Black Corner Square. Xianlei asked again, then what's the most profitable place? The passerby was stunned. The Spirit Pagoda? Oh, and the implant shop. Lan Xuanyu had already walked over. Where's the biggest implant shop? The passerby said, the big black tooth implant shop in Black Corner Square. There are the most good things there, but the price is also extremely expensive. Lan Xuanyu said, give us the location information of the big black tooth implant shop in Black Corner Square. 20 minutes later, Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 arrived at Black Corner Square. This was indeed the most prosperous place in Black Corner City. Looking around, the entire Black Corner Square was probably 1 square kilometer in size. At the end of Black Corner Square was a huge castle, a metal castle. No one dared to get within 100 meters of this castle. In the square, there were finally buildings that exceeded 2 stories, but the tallest was only about 6 stories, less than half the height of the castle. The scale of these shops was clearly much larger than what Lan Xuanyu and the others had seen before, especially the big black tooth implant shop in front of them. This implant shop was more than 100 meters wide and 6 stories tall. It was also facing the direction of the castle. The building was pitch black and made of pitch black metal. There were 6 doors. They could all enter. At the door stood a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall and wore heavy implants. There was a modified human who only had a human head and a metal body. He was more than 3 meters tall. He was dressed in implants. Lan Xuanyu and the others wondered if such a modified human was still human. Moreover, these modified humans were all holding weapons in their hands. The modified human who only had a human head was even holding a soul cannon in his hand. He looked at the passers-by with a threatening gaze. This is it. Lan Xuanyu smiled. Then, he walked towards the big black tooth implant shop. Stop right there, brat. Before he reached the door, he was stopped by a modified human in front of the big black tooth implant shop. A 3-meter-long metal saber blocked in front of them. The modified human glanced at Fatty Jean, entrance fee, 5 heaven coins per person. Lan Xuanyu looked up at him, what if I don't pay? The modified human was stunned, you don't want to pay? Then get lost. As he said that, he slashed the metal saber in his hand threateningly. Just as he made this move, he suddenly felt his vision turn black and a golden fist was already in front of him. The modified human hurriedly used his metal saber to block. The fist didn't change its movement either. It just smashed directly onto the hilt of his saber. Bang! The saber was hit in the chest by the huge impact. Then, the modified human was sent flying like a cannonball and directly imprinted on the wall of the big black tooth implant shop. His entire chest caved in. The one who attacked was naturally Fatty Jean. His terrifying strength directly solved the problem. To Lan Xuanyu's surprise, although the other modified humans guarding the door instantly aimed their weapons at them, none of them came over. Lan Xuanyu glanced at them and directly walked into the implant shop. When he walked into the door, his eyes immediately lit up. It was different from many chaotic places in Black Corner City. This big black tooth implant shop was actually very clean and tidy. The huge counter was 80 meters horizontally and about 2 meters tall, almost exceeding the height of most people. There were steps in front of the counter. After going up 3 steps, one could see inside. The height of the lobby was more than 6 meters. Inside the counter, there were all kinds of metal implants. Coming here, it was as if they had entered a world of metal. There were all kinds of implants of various colors. Most of them were human-shaped, but there were also some that were beast-shaped. There were even some that were similar to mechas. However, unlike mechas, these smaller mechas looked a little similar to the body of the modified human outside. It should also be a kind of implant. There were hundreds of staff at the counter. It seemed that no one had any objections to them attacking the modified human outside. Instead, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the counter. This middle-aged man was not tall and thin. He had a flattering smile on his face. "Excuse me, what would you like to order?" Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "What good things do you have here? Take them out and take a look. Don't use ordinary goods to deal with us." The middle-aged man glanced at him, then looked at Fatty Jean behind him. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Esteemed guest, we never lack good things here, but we have to test your purchasing ability. Do you have any proof? Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Yesterday, within 12 hours after Decade of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King was released, it reached the top of the iOS download list. Thank you for your enthusiastic support for Decade of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King. I have specially prepared a luxurious gift package for everyone in the game. Hurry up and come to Decade of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King to receive the Tongman's exclusive gift." Proof. Lan Xuanyu didn't even know what the proof was, but this didn't stop him from responding to the middle-aged man's request. He raised his left hand, and the ring of destiny on his index finger flashed with silver light. A huge piece of rare metal appeared in front of him. This piece of rare metal was 1 cubic meter in size, and its entire body flickered with a faint colorful light. It was magnificent and moving. He took out 1 cubic meter of mithril, which they had obtained when they took the final exam. After purifying the mithril, all the remaining unused ones were here. Lan Xuanyu's forging skills had improved, and he was now forging the metals needed for his teammates' one-word battle armor. Everyone chose mithril because mithril had strong compatibility and could fuse well with other rare metals in the future. It was most suitable for inscribing core arrays. Even though this was the trading center of the Dark World, such a large piece of mithril was extremely rare. When the middle-aged man saw this piece of mithril, his eyes immediately lit up. "Is this proof enough?" Lan Xuanyu said proudly. "Yes, yes. What do you want?" The middle-aged man hurriedly said flatteringly. Lan Xuanyu said, "What do you have here?" The middle-aged man said, "We have everything. There's nothing we can't take out, only what you can't think of." Lan Xuanyu said, "Don't take out the things behind the counter for us. If there's anything exquisite, show it to us." Actually, he didn't know what the implants were, and he didn't know the others either. However, he knew from experience that precious equipment usually wouldn't be displayed outside. They would definitely be kept, which was why he said that. The middle-aged man hurriedly smiled apologetically. Of course, of course. Please wait a moment." As he spoke, his gaze swept across Lan Xuanyu's group of 7. Seeing that they didn't have a single piece of implant equipment on them, his evaluation of them increased a little. He hurriedly turned around and walked to the back. Lan Xuanyu put away the mithril first, then walked to the counter to see how the people here bought implants. They first looked at the function introduction, then chose the appearance, then measured the body, ordered, and finally made an appointment for the installation. When the implant was installed, the customer would be brought to the back alone. The other processes were carried out at the counter. Not long after, the middle-aged man returned, followed by a few strong men. These strong men were all modified humans with more than half of their bodies in implants. They held a few different items in their hands. The middle-aged man said to Lan Xuanyu, "I can tell that all of you are noble soul masters. Perhaps you don't have much need for implants, so I brought a few excellent soul tools for your reference." As he spoke, he waved his hand. A burly man behind him took a soul tool and placed it on the table. It was a handgun. It was much larger than an ordinary handgun. It was about a foot long and was silver white in color. The handle was concave and fit perfectly with the palm of his hand. Lan Xuanyu could tell at a glance that this pistol was made of more than 3 kinds of alloys, and they were all melt-forged alloys. It had to be known that the fusion of 3 metals was at least at the spirit refinement level, which was higher than first-grade 1000 refinement. This soul tool was very precious in terms of materials alone. This is a very rare and special soul tool. We also call it a battle soul tool, which means that it is not inferior to a battle armor. It doesn't have a name yet and is waiting for its owner to name it. It is very useful. It can purify and compress the soul power of a gem master and turn it into a soul power bullet. The soul power bullet is suitable for all soul masters with 8 rings and below. Its power is related to the soul master's martial soul and soul power. In other words, it can withstand the soul power of a 7-ring soul sage. But this is not its most outstanding part. Its most outstanding part is that not only can it strengthen the power of the bloodline, but it can also completely fuse the power of the bloodline with the soul power. The effect is better than when a soul master uses a soul skill. It can increase the power of a soul skill by 3 times. This is an exquisite soul tool that's hard to come by, and should be suitable for everyone. The middle-aged man explained the soul tool to everyone. It can strengthen the power of the bloodline? Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there to be something good here, the middle-aged man chuckled. You can try it. Then you'll know if I'm right. Lan Xuanyu asked, where do I try it? As he spoke, he had already picked up the pistol. The middle-aged man quickly dodged and pointed outside. You'll know if you fire at the sky outside. The feeling of holding this battle soul tool in his hand was not bad. The threaded handle was slightly protruding and pressed against the palm of his hand. It was very conducive to injecting soul power. Generally speaking, soul tools could be equipped with soul power batteries. However, there were some special soul tools that could only be used by soul masters by injecting their own soul power. The most powerful soul tools were those that had a single positive circulation source core. At the very least, they needed a mecha-level soul tool to withstand a single positive circulation source core. For small soul tools to be equipped with a single positive circulation source core, the metal had to be at least of a higher level of soul refined metal, or even divine refined metal. Lan Xuanyu walked outside with the pistol and pulled the trigger towards the sky. His soul power and bloodline power were injected into the pistol at the same time. The surface of his right hand was immediately covered with a layer of golden scales. The middle-aged man followed him out. He took out this soul tool first because it was indeed a very high-end soul tool. Secondly, this soul tool was very selective in who it belonged to. When ordinary soul masters used it, their soul power would only be strengthened, but it wouldn't be very powerful. However, if a soul master with a strong martial soul and bloodline power used it, it would have a miraculous effect. Lan Xuanyu and the others had fought with someone before they entered. This was a very strong performance. However, they looked too young and even took out a cubic meter of mithril. On Heaven Planet, the most important thing was not to show off one's wealth. However, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be afraid of this at all. This made the middle-aged man suspicious. He wanted to test how strong these youths were, so he took out this gun. Soul power and bloodline power were injected. In the next moment, under the middle-aged man's shocked gaze, the pistol in Lan Xuanyu's hand instantly turned golden. A low dragon's roar sounded, and following that, a golden light shot out. The golden light rushed into the sky, and immediately, a majestic pressure erupted. Almost everyone on this side of the plaza subconsciously looked over. Closer to them, there were even dozens of people who fell to the ground, their faces pale. What shocked the middle-aged man even more was that the bullet that left the chamber actually transformed into the shape of a small golden dragon. In an instant, it was 1,000 meters away, causing the sky to have a tinge of gold. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo P Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo 53295 Dextl. The golden light flashed and disappeared, but a crack silently appeared in the air. It was a black crack, but it only appeared for an instant. However, the instant it appeared, it seemed to have cut a mark in the entire sky. The middle-aged man stared at Lan Xuanyu in shock. This is such a powerful martial soul. Dragon, without a doubt, this was an attack that only a true dragon martial soul could produce. Lan Xuanyu also looked at the pistol in his hand with some surprise. Needless to say, it felt really good. He could feel that there seemed to be a vortex in this pistol, and it was this vortex that fused his soul power and bloodline power together. The golden bloodline and soul power fused together and compressed during the rotation, resulting in the attack just now. It could actually reach a distance of 1,000 meters. This was a distance that he couldn't reach with his normal attack methods no matter what. More importantly, during the firing process just now, Lan Xuanyu was in a state of enlightenment. That kind of cycle and compression, could it be done in his body? If it was possible, did it mean that his attack power could be released like this? The reason why it could be fired so far was because of compression and concentration. When the bullet was fired, it was concentrated at one point, and the bullet that burst out was in a spiral shape, breaking through the air and even breaking through space to a certain extent. After firing, the pistol was slightly hot, and gradually returned to normal with a slight tremor. Shaking the pistol in his hand, Lan Xuanyu wanted to try it with his left hand, but he didn't try it out. The golden bloodline on his right hand represented power, and there was no doubt about its penetrative power. What about his left hand? The silver-patterned blue-silver grass on his left hand now had control over 3 different attributes. Could he fire 3 different types of bullets separately, or could he fuse the 3 attributes together to fire? If he could fuse them together, wouldn't it be equivalent to a 3-in-1 fusion skill, a combination of 3 elements? The power would definitely not be small. Thinking of this, he was really tempted by the pistol. He turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Do you only have 1 pistol?" The middle-aged man had already woken up and hurriedly said, No. It's 2. Good things come in pairs. Oh, by the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. This was because this kind of battle soul tool was quite special. Once it was tested, it would be bound to one's martial soul and bloodline, and it would be unable to accept other people's martial souls. Therefore, this soul tool can only belong to you. Lan Xuanyu immediately understood. This was clearly a forced sale. He was the one who had asked him to test the gun, but after the test, he told him that the gun belonged to him alone. Indeed, he had already sensed that the formation arrays within the pistol had been activated by his soul power and bloodline power, and it had already fused with him as if it were a part of his body. If this core formation could be changed again, it would be too terrifying. Not being able to change was a normal situation. However, this soul tool truly belonged to him. Lan Xuanyu didn't reprimand the middle-aged man. Instead, he looked at him meaningfully. "Give me the other one as well." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and another similar pistol was brought over. He passed it to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu compared the 2 soul tools. He realized that the golden color of the one he had tested hadn't completely faded. It still retained a faint golden luster. Evidently, it was a sign that it had merged with his soul power and bloodline power. The middle-aged man wasn't lying about this. However, the other one was still normal. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "After it's bound to your martial soul, its firing speed will be faster the next time it fires, because a channel has been formed." Lan Xuanyu nodded. He lifted his left hand and injected his soul power and bloodline power at the same time. Silver scales instantly covered his palm. Suddenly, a bright silver color surfaced on the surface of the pistol. Following this, a silver bullet was fired. The same pressure appeared once again. However, this time, the bullet only traveled about 300 meters. It exploded in the air with a bang and turned into a ball of flames. Golden red flames. This was under Lan Xuanyu's control. He had deliberately injected only fire-type elements. He could clearly feel that there was no problem with the pistol's tolerance. It didn't seem impossible to inject 3 elements. However, in order to hide his strength, he didn't try it now. But even so, the middle-aged man was already shocked. 1 true dragon-type martial soul was already an extremely powerful existence, let alone 2. Gold and silver, 2 different twin true dragon martial souls. What kind of terrifying existence was this? For a moment, the way he looked at Lan Xuanyu changed completely. Of course, he could clearly feel that Lan Xuanyu's soul power wasn't too strong. It was only at the level of 4-ring to 5-ring. However, this martial soul was too heaven-defying. At least in his impression, he had never seen such a powerful martial soul. What did such a martial soul mean? It meant that he would definitely become a top-notch expert in the future. Also, who would believe that there wasn't a strong expert behind such a young man? On Heaven Planet, probably only the top-notch families, or even the feudal lords' families, could nurture such a young man. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Lan Xuanyu with a fawning expression. It's as if it was tailor-made for you. It couldn't be more suitable. We also have a matching holster for you. As he spoke, he handed over 2 rings. They were 2 silver rings and looked very small. The middle-aged man gestured for Lan Xuanyu to put it on his pinky finger. Lan Xuanyu put on the bracelet, and with a thought, the 2 battle soul guidance pistols fused into the 2 rings. After probing with his mind power, he immediately sensed that there was about a cubic foot of space in each of the 2 rings. It was only enough to store these 2 pistols. This was the smallest spatial storage soul tool Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. But even so, it was still a spatial storage soul tool. The key was convenience. Looking at his hands, Lan Xuanyu's expression became a little strange. He already had 4 rings on his hands. The middle-aged man made an inviting gesture and said eagerly, "Take a look at the rest. Our things are all very good." Lan Xuanyu followed him back to the Black Fang implant shop. The other companions looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile in their eyes. It was a pleasant surprise. Of course, they didn't come to the Black Fang implant shop to buy anything, nor did they have such thoughts. The price of the 2 pistols just now was not something they could afford. Unless they really used mithril to exchange for them. But that was obviously impossible. That's right, they were here to cause trouble in the most prosperous place in Black Corner City. However, they didn't expect that there were really good things in this implant shop. Then they weren't in a hurry to cause trouble. If there were benefits, they would take the benefits first. The middle-aged man asked the cyborg to bring over another soul tool. This was a soul cannon. It was about 3 meters long and slender, but it looked very heavy. More importantly, it was also made of spirit-refined metal. One had to know that spirit-refined metal was already considered a living metal. This soul cannon looked like it weighed at least 100 kilograms. With so much spirit-refined metal, this soul cannon definitely wasn't cheap. Originally, the middle-aged man didn't plan to take this thing out, but he was really shocked by Lan Xuanyu's martial soul. With such a martial soul foundation, how could he lack money? He might be the descendant of some big shot. That was why he had taken out the best few items. Esteemed customer, this soul cannon is a shoulder cannon specially equipped for mechas. But I think your pet can do it too. The pet he was referring to was naturally Fatty Jean. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. How do I use this? Do I need to inject soul power too? The Tangmen Disciples Return gift packs were being distributed in the Decade of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King mobile game. No matter which version of the Douluo mobile game you were playing, you could receive a gift pack in the Decade of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King with a screenshot. If you find it troublesome and can't find it, remember our Decade of Douluo and come to my public account to find the download link. No need. This uses a soul battery, but it requires the highest grade soul battery, second only to the single positive circulation source core's high-energy compression battery. After the battery is fully charged, it can fire 10 shots. The attack range is up to 3,000 meters, and it's very powerful. The middle-aged man explained. Lan Xuanyu picked up the soul cannon and threw it to Fatty Jean. Go out and try it. Don't try this. The middle-aged man hurriedly stopped him. The middle-aged man had asked Lan Xuanyu to try the gun just now to tie up Xianxia and force him to buy it. Furthermore, there was no problem shooting into the air. But this cannon was different. If it exploded, it would hurt a large number of people. If it landed on Blackhorn Plaza, the consequences would be very serious. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and said, "If I don't try it, how would I know its power?" The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Its power is about the same as a soul warship's main cannon. You should understand now." Lan Xuanyu naturally understood. He was good at piloting soul warships. Fatty Jean held the soul cannon and played with it. To him, holding a 100-kilogram soul cannon was no different from holding an ordinary wooden stick. He waved the soul cannon and seemed to be quite satisfied. Is there anything else? Lan Xuanyu asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said, of course, we have all kinds of things here. But in terms of soul tools, these are the two main types. Unless you are interested in implants, you might not be interested in the other things. After all, our main business is still implants. Lan Xuanyu said, we don't need implants. Alright, that's all secondary. Now, let's talk about the main thing. We are here to buy a warship. Do you have a warship? Get us one, the kind that can sail in the universe. We plan to explore Douluo planet. Lan Xuanyu's purpose here was obviously not to buy a warship. How could he not know that the implant shop did not sell warships? But through the negotiation with the shop, he found that this shop was bullying people and forcing them to buy. He was really angry, so he deliberately made things difficult for the middle-aged man. What? Warship? The middle-aged man's expression instantly became strange, but he didn't flare up. In his opinion, Lan Xuanyu was joking with him. Warship? Is that something you kids can touch? We really don't have a warship, we sell implants. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Lan Xuanyu immediately flew into a rage. When we came in just now, didn't you say that you have all kinds of things here? Are you trying to deceive me? No, I didn't mean that. Remember to save your phone and save it in the library. You can read it in advance every time. Isn't that a slogan? Warships were considered strategic items, and only the shops directly under the Seven Lords were qualified to sell them. We really don't have it, and we don't dare to. If there were warships to sell, it would be much easier. They didn't have to look for Dangbo. However, could the problem be solved so quickly? The middle-aged man hurriedly said, then we'll have to go to the Lord's residence. You can go to the Lord's residence and pay a certain amount of gold. Then, show the registration information of your fleet. After a review, we'll know if you have the qualifications to buy a warship. If you're selling a warship to the Lord's residence, there's naturally no problem. Let's go to the Lord's residence to take a look. Lan Xuanyu said. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lan Xuanyu didn't insist on buying a warship. Lan Xuanyu looked at his teammates. Then let's leave and go elsewhere. As he spoke, he returned the soul tools that the middle-aged man had taken out earlier to him. He walked towards the door. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man stopped them. Esteemed guest, you've already tried it. You can't not buy it. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. You're forcing me to buy it, the middle-aged man said coldly. You're not allowed to leave if you don't pay. Lan Xuanyu was infuriated. This shop owner was too overbearing. How could he do business like this? At this moment, seeing that they were about to break down, more than 10 modified humans surrounded them. These modified humans held all kinds of soul tools in their hands and had implants on their bodies. They were all aimed at Lan Xuanyu's group of 7. They really used force when they didn't agree with them. The corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth curled up. With a flip of his hands, the 2 battle soul devices appeared in his hands again. What's wrong? You want to use force? The middle-aged man's face darkened. Esteemed guest, our black tooth implant shop is able to open in the Blackhorn Square. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, no matter what your background is, don't blame me for being impolite. Lan Xuanyu waved the pistol in his hand. You want money? Sure. If you can beat us, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he waved his hands to both sides. The moment he made his move, his companions also launched their attacks. Yuan and Huihui's eyes instantly became confused. In an instant, all the modified humans present were stunned and fell into a temporary daze. These modified humans guarding the door were very ordinary. With their implants, their strength was equivalent to an ordinary 3 or 4 ring soul master. How could they compare to Lan Xuanyu's group? The moment the modified humans were controlled by Yuan and Huihui, Lan Xuanyu made a move and the modified humans fell to the ground one after another. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. He never expected the other party to make a move. The middle-aged man's gaze became cold. You guys are in big trouble, do you know that? As he spoke, he walked towards Lan Xuanyu step by step. As he walked forward, soul rings rose from under his feet. 2 yellow soul rings, 3 purple soul rings, and 2 black soul rings. He was actually a 7-ring soul sage. Lan Xuanyu had sensed the soul power fluctuations on his body earlier, but he didn't expect him to be a soul sage. A soul sage selling things here? Lan Xuanyu's group had faced a soul sage before. Although they had won by a narrow margin, they were no longer the same as before. The 7 of them quickly dispersed. Lan Xuanyu quickly retreated and pulled the trigger at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man swayed and his body became illusory. Lan Xuanyu's bullets landed in the black tooth implant shop behind the middle-aged man and let out 2 booms. The middle-aged man's facial muscles twitched. He didn't need to look to know that the losses were not small. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 suddenly retreated at the same time. The middle-aged man, who had just recovered from his illusory state, had a drastic change in expression because Fatty Jean was carrying the soul cannon and preparing to pull the trigger in the direction of the black tooth implant shop. The power of this soul cannon was equivalent to the power of the main cannon of a soul fighter. If this cannon were to hit, the entire shop would be gone. There were so many implants in the shop, the middle-aged man definitely couldn't afford such a loss. The middle-aged man roared and the 7th soul ring on his body instantly lit up. The black soul ring caused his entire body to turn black. He instantly turned into a black shadow and blocked the muzzle of the cannon. A dazzling white light shot out, and a huge cannonball shot out. However, a strange scene happened. The black shadow swept out and actually enveloped the entire cannonball. In the next moment, the black shadow had already soared into the air. The white light was thrown out and exploded high in the sky, emitting a deafening boom. In an instant, the entire Blackhorn Plaza was in chaos. After firing once, the soul cannon needed to be charged before it could fire again. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man who fell from the sky was furious. A layer of pitch-black armor spurted out from his body, and a pair of black bat-like wings spread out from his back. Illusion Demon Martial Soul, Lan Xuanyu reminded his teammates in a deep voice. This was a type of evil martial spirit. It wasn't particularly evil. However, during the cultivation process, one had to kill a large number of living creatures to nourish the evil spirit in one's spirit seed before fusing it with one's body. Only then could one successfully advance. The evil martial soul was strong and its cultivation speed was fast. The only problem was that its foundation was unstable, and one could go berserk. They didn't expect to encounter an evil soul master. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. These little things actually wanted to use soul cannons to bombard the black tooth implant shop. This was a death feud. He no longer cared about the other party's background. He pounced directly at Lan Xuanyu. His body left a series of afterimages in the air. They were illusory phantoms, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Soul Sage, 2-word battle armor master. No wonder this middle-aged man didn't have any implants on him. He was already quite a powerful expert. This was the first time Lan Xuanyu and the others had faced an enemy of this level. Back in the academy, it was just a competition, and their seniors wouldn't really kill them. Furthermore, there were many teachers watching over them. But now, it was different. They were facing a real opponent, an enemy, and even an evil soul master. If they weren't careful, their lives would really be in danger. However, it was precisely under such pressure that their potential could be stimulated. A pair of dark blue eyes suddenly lit up. It was by Xiaoxiao's deep blue gaze. As the light flashed in his eyes, the middle-aged man who had descended from the sky felt a chill around him. His entire body froze for a moment, and the series of afterimages merged into one. However, he was only restrained for a split second, and a layer of black energy erupted from his suit of battle armor to forcibly free himself from the extreme cold. But this moment was enough for Lan Xuanyu and the others to do many things. Qianlei threw out the coin of summoning, and Fatty Jean roared into the gate of summoning. 3 gates of summoning opened, and 3 behemoths covered in black rushed out. He didn't attack the middle-aged man. Instead, he headed straight for the black tooth implant shop. At the same time, the purple star spirit bow trembled, and a bolt of lightning instantly exploded, striking the middle-aged man. It was Yuan and Hui Hui's 5th soul skill, Thunder Spirit War Drum. Even with the protection of his two-word battle armor, being struck by a soul skill on the level of Thunder Spirit War Drum was definitely not a pleasant experience. Under the electric light lingering all over his body, he naturally paused. Covered in five-colored light, Tang Yuga stepped forward and released the Great Five Elements Divine Light without holding back. With a punch, the Five Elements Divine Light went straight for the other party's entire body. One had to know that Tang Yuga was a six-ring Soul Emperor powerhouse. Although the other party was an evil soul master, he still had 7 rings. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't necessarily much stronger than her. The only advantage was his two-word battle armor. But under the continuous control and attack, the middle-aged man could only passively defend. He was hit head-on by Tang Yuga's punch. Suddenly, his entire suit of battle armor emitted a large five-colored light, and the black air flow that was originally released by the Great Five Elements Divine Light dissipated. An elegant figure appeared out of thin air, and a cold sword light flashed. The white spear rose with a passionate dragon's roar. There was also the deafening dragon's roar of a doctor with a golden light spurting out in front of Lan Xuanyu. The middle-aged man only felt that he, who was clearly much stronger than these youths, was like a small boat in a raging sea. He didn't even have time to catch his breath. Boom boom boom. His figure was sent flying and fell into the distance. From the beginning to the end, this 7-ring soul sage, who had even used his martial soul true body, was actually sent flying without being able to fight back at all. A golden figure silently appeared in the direction he was blasted away. He clenched his fists above his head and smashed them down brazenly. Boom, the middle-aged man was smashed down from the sky and fell to the ground. One of the wings of his suit of two-word battle armor had already been forcibly torn off. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. Everything happened too quickly. A 7-ring soul sage was completely suppressed. He was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move. The dragon's roar sounded again, and golden bullets poured down one after another. The bullets that were filled with penetrative power and could shoot thousands of meters away bombarded the two-word battle armor amidst the dragon's roar. Deep depressions were left on the two-word battle armor one after another. The middle-aged man shouted repeatedly, but he couldn't even get up. If it was a head-on battle, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. But from the beginning, he was controlled. As an agility-type soul master, what he was most afraid of was being controlled. Furthermore, the control-type soul skills of these young people were too strong. Even with the protection of his two-word battle armor, he couldn't completely negate the control. Starting from Bai Xiuxiu's deep blue gaze, he was controlled until he was suppressed to the ground. Fatty Jean grabbed his remaining battle armor wing and swung his body up. He slammed him left and right on the ground. At this moment, the square and the front of the Black Tooth implant shop were already filled with people. This was Heaven Planet, a place filled with evil. There was never a lack of fighting. However, there were very few people who dared to cause trouble in the Black Tooth implant shop. What shocked the onlookers the most was that the soul sage of the Black Tooth implant shop was actually suppressed to the point that he couldn't even retaliate. Where did these youths come from? They were actually so strong. Inside the implant shop, figures were constantly thrown out. They were the modified humans inside. When Lan Xuanyu and the others walked into the implant shop again, the inside was already damaged beyond recognition. There were already more than 10 holes in the huge counter. 3 behemoths were smashing things inside, and it was a mess. Don't break them all. Those that look good, let's take them away. Lan Xuanyu gestured to his teammates. Okay. Qianlei agreed and immediately gave an order through his spiritual power. Immediately, one by one, exquisite implants flew towards Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu raised his left hand, and the ring of destiny on his index finger flickered with silver light, collecting the flying implants one by one. It was only a few days after he obtained the ring of fate that he realized how precious it was. Not to mention anything else, the terrifying space that could accommodate 10,000 cubic meters shocked Lan Xuanyu greatly. He even went to look for Tang Yu and asked if he had given it to the wrong person. A 10,000 cubic meter storage ring. This value was not something that could be measured with money. Not to mention mechas, it was even enough to accommodate soul guidance warships. If it wasn't for the fact that Lan Xuanyu didn't have the financial resources now, he really wanted to put a soul guidance warship inside. It was simply too convenient to have such a ring. In the future, any means of transportation could be placed inside. Soul guidance cars, mechas, soul guidance warships, all added together would be no problem. At this moment, it was naturally very convenient to use it to store implants. Even soul sages weren't their match, so the modified humans in the shop were naturally even worse. The powerful defense and strength of those three behemoths was something that their implants couldn't resist at all. In an instant, the Black Fang implant shop was completely unrecognizable. Our theme song for 10 Years of Douluo, Legend of the Dragon King will be officially released on September 30th. The lead singer is our Xiao Wu Xuani, and the songwriters are Su Liang and C8 Chao Deji. The style of this song is very special. It's a combination of China style and electronic elements. I've listened to it first, it's very nice and brainwashing. I've started a promotion, so that everyone can hear the song one day earlier than the music platform and obtain the Wu Xuani Zhen Xiao Wu gift pack. In my public HAO, reply to Wu Xuani Zhen Xiao Wu in the background to participate. As Lan Xuanyu put away the implant, he closed his eyes and sensed everything around him. Just as the middle-aged man had said, to be able to open a shop in the Black Horn Square, and such a large-scale implant shop at that, there must be a big shot and power behind them. It was definitely not just a soul sage. He wasn't in a hurry at all. He just had to wait. After a while, Lan Xuanyu's ring was filled with a lot of implants. Although there weren't any forged metals in these implants, there were still quite a lot of rare metals. Although he wasn't sure what they were for. Even if they were melted down into rare metals, it would still be a small fortune. If the owner of the big black tooth implant shop knew that Lan Xuanyu only wanted to melt the implants and turn them into metal, he would probably vomit blood. The most valuable part of implants was the soul array, implant design, and so on. So what if it was metal? Enough. Right at this moment, a thunderous shout rang out. A sense of danger instantly appeared in Lan Xuanyu's heart. He turned around and looked out of the shop. With a muffled bang, an incomparably sturdy figure descended from the sky and landed not far from the implant shop. It was a giant man who was more than 3 meters tall. His right arm, including his shoulder, was made of dark red metal. The short hair on his head stood up like steel needles, and his upper body was bare. He descended from the sky. He also had 7 soul rings circling around his body, and his muscles were like granite. His eyes were actually scarlet red. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the back of his head was also made of metal. It was also scarlet red metal. Seeing this giant man, Fatty Jean suddenly threw the half-dead middle-aged man to the side and charged towards the burly man incomparably valiantly. The burly man raised his right metal arm and flicked his fist in Fatty Jin's direction. A ball of blazing red light suddenly erupted. In that instant, the air around the burly man's body distorted due to the high temperature. Fatty Jin's fist collided with the red light. At the same time as the explosion, Fatty Jean actually took 7 to 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The golden hair on his right hand instantly turned red, causing him to shake his hand forcefully. The color of his hair gradually returned to normal. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of Fatty Jin's strength. Even if he used the diamond baboon's diamond strength, he still wouldn't be Fatty Jin's match. However, the other party was actually able to repel Fatty Jean with a single punch. One could imagine how powerful he was. Furthermore, he was a 7-ringed soul sage. Seeing that Fatty Jean was at a disadvantage, Qianlei couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly rushed up and instantly merged with Fatty Jean. Suddenly, Fatty Jean, who was originally about 3 meters tall, grew 1 meter taller. His aura soared, and his face turned into an enlarged version of Qianlei. It took large strides and charged towards the other party, its golden claws extended. The brawny man was also stunned for a moment when he only managed to push Fatty Jean back with one punch. A series of crimson specks of light appeared all over his body, following which a series of extremely thick and heavy pieces of battle armor appeared over his entire body. At the same time, 4 figures descended from the sky. They were 4 mechs that were over 6 meters tall and emitted a crimson glow. The mechs themselves were purple, but the heat brought about by the red light, coupled with the brawny man, caused the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. The citizens of Black Corner City who were watching the battle excitedly all retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. For mechs, what a huge formation. Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu wasn't surprised. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao, Mengqin, Blizzard. Frenzy, go help Qianlei. Hui provides long-range support. Yuga, we'll each take 2 mechs. He quickly gave the order and rushed out at the same time towards the 2 mechs on the left. Golden scales covered his entire body. Bai Xiao and Lan Mengqin held hands. The eyes of the 2 women lit up and a cold chill bloomed. With their bodies as the center, snowflakes danced and spread rapidly. They had taken the ice god Twin Lotus flowers at the same time, and their ice attributes complemented each other. At this moment, when this blizzard was unleashed, even in the already scorching environment, it still spread extremely quickly. Almost in an instant, it had already swept up, causing the temperature to drop significantly. After Qianlei fused with his natal summon, Fatty Jean, his strength had increased greatly, and his combat skills had also been taken over by Qianlei. Even when facing a 7-ring soul sage, when the other party's main strengths were strength and fire attributes, he still charged forward to fight head-on without retreating at all. Deafening booms continued to ring out. The white figure drifted outside, and the dragon's roar accompanied the white figure as it swept up. The red figure was immediately stirred up. Although it was only slightly floating, it was still pushed back by Qianlei for the first time. One had to know that ever since the golden behemoth completely awakened, Qianlei had risen to the number 1 level in head-on clashes in the team. He was incomparably powerful. The most important thing that the golden behemoth gave him was not its offensive ability and strength, but its defense. Its golden fur was the best defense, and it was definitely not something that a one-word battle armor could compare to. For a moment, although the burly man's attack power was strong, he was still entangled by Qianlei and Lu Feng. It was not possible for him to get rid of them in a short period of time. Furthermore, there was also long-range support from Yuan and Hui. Although his arrows could not break through the defense of the 2-word battle armor, it was not a problem for him to restrain it. The blizzard engulfed the entire place, suppressing the fire attribute and greatly reducing the impact of the blazing high temperature. Also under the cover of the blizzard, Lan Xuanyu and Tang Yuga pounced on the 4 purple mechas. Tang Yuga used her 5 elements escape technique and instantly disappeared on the spot. Earth escape. When she reappeared, she was already below the 2 mechas. These 4 mechas were all good at long-range attacks, and their soul ray guns had already fired down without holding back. However, there had to be a target to shoot at. When Tang Yuga arrived below them, their tragic ending was already set in stone. The great 5 elements divine light erupted. Tang Yuga displayed her true strength. Earth escape turned into metal escape, and the moment she appeared, she disappeared again. Immediately after that, a 5-colored light burst out from within the mecha. Accompanied by a violent roar, the mecha's interior exploded. Flames spewed out from inside the mecha, and Tang Yuga's figure also spewed out. Fire escape, the 5 elements escape technique combined with the great 5 elements divine light was simply the nemesis of mechas. In the blink of an eye, a mech was destroyed. Earth escape, metal escape, and fire escape were combined again. As long as the mecha operator's strength did not surpass hers, her combo was not something a mecha could resist. By the time the mecha wanted to take off, it was already too late. It had already been merged with Tang Yuga and ended the battle once again. On the other side, Lan Xuanyu naturally did not have Tang Yuga's ability, but he had his own powerful ability. His figure flickered, and the golden scales all over his body had already turned into 7 colors. As the 7 colors flickered, they turned into green. Like a wisp of green smoke, he flew towards the 2 mechas at an extremely fast speed. This was the speed increase of the wind attribute under the support of the dragon god's bloodline. The soul rays could not catch up to his figure at all, and he instantly closed the distance between them. A dark blue light swept across, and the cockpit was instantly cut open. Then it was the next one. How could the purple mecha withstand the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd that ignored defense? The speed at which he finished the battle was not much slower than Tang Yuga. The pilots of these 4 mechas only had a cultivation base of around 4 rings. Facing the 2 people who had unleashed their full strength, they almost had no ability to resist. After finishing off the 4 mechas, the 2 of them flew towards Qianlei at the same time. Tang Yuga merged into the ground again, and Lan Xuanyu instantly increased his speed to the limit. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd descended from the sky and slashed towards the burly man. His 7th soul ring shone like a volcanic eruption. Blazing flames exploded and his body quickly grew larger, instantly exceeding 7 meters tall. The strange thing was that the implant on his right arm had also grown in size. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. Martial soul, flame giant. The burly man was a soul master with the bloodline of giants. Such a soul master was very rare on Douluo planet. This kind of giant bloodline didn't come from Douluo planet. As for where it came from, Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know. Qianlei was sent flying by a kick. The explosion of blazing flames melted the blizzard, blocking Yuan and Huihui's arrow and sending Lu Feng flying at the same time. A 7-ring soul sage wearing a 2-word battle armor was much stronger than the evil soul master from before. The burly man suddenly swung his right arm and a blazing light erupted. He opened his palm and a small sun-like light lit up in his palm. The light shot towards Lan Xuanyu. The temperature rose sharply and Lan Xuanyu immediately felt a sense of danger. However, he was calm and composed in his dragon god's transformation state. A 7-colored light bloomed and the bloodline vortex in his chest rotated at high speed. Immediately after, he threw the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand. His body completely defied the law of inertia and fell to the ground. The reason was very simple. When he soared up this time, he threw out a golden-patterned blue-silver grass and it landed in Qianlei's hands. Qianlei pulled hard and Lan Xuanyu naturally changed direction. A blazing golden-red pillar of fire spewed out flames and instantly covered the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd that was thrown over. However, in the next moment, the burly man's expression changed. With a clang, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd pierced through the obstruction and pierced through the palm of his right arm all the way to his shoulder. Ignoring defense wasn't just for show. Although this fire pillar was powerful, it was still unable to stop the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. With a flash of dark blue light, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd returned to Lan Xuanyu's hand. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's team of 7 stood in a row, facing the 7-ring burly man whose implant was damaged. The onlookers were dumbfounded. These youths, who looked to be in their teens, actually displayed such powerful strength. Moreover, the speed at which they destroyed the 4 mechas was too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. "Where did you come from?" The brawny man didn't continue to attack. Instead, he asked. The strength displayed by these little fellows in front of him was simply too strong, completely beyond his expectations. This group of youths, who shouldn't have been a threat to him, actually gave him a strong sense of oppression. One had to know that among the 7th-ring powerhouses in Black Corner City, he was one of the best. Which family did this child come from? How could he be so powerful? Of course, he wasn't afraid of these youths. With his profound cultivation and the extremely fast recovery speed of his soul vision as a 7-ringed soul sage, he immediately remembered to bookmark Qshij. He was still confident that he could take down these youths. The people behind these youths were the ones that made him truly fearful. Lan Xuanyu said coldly, "Your Blacktooth implant shop is forcing people to buy and sell. Don't tell me you don't allow people to resist?" That middle-aged man is already on his last breath, and the other modified humans were also beaten up until they were swaying left and right. Now, there isn't even a single person who can come out to explain. Therefore, this brawny man didn't know what had happened. When he thought of the usual behavior of the shop's employees, he really suspected that his own people had forced these youths to buy and sell because they were young. Then why did you injure my employees to this extent? Call your elders over. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. The brawny man glanced at the Blacktooth implant shop and his expression became ugly as he said in exasperation. "It's not certain who won't be able to leave." Qianlei snorted. 3 figures turned into streams of light and rushed out of the shop, entering the gate of summoning and disappearing. In the next moment, the brawny man's expression changed drastically because he saw a soul cannon in Xianxia's hand. The muzzle of the cannon was aimed at the shop. "Stop! Are you crazy?" the brawny man shouted loudly. That was a weapon with large-scale destructive power. What were these youths trying to do? Were they crazy? "Let's go." At this moment, Lan Xuanyu let out a low shout and jumped up. He led his teammates to the side and intimidated the brawny man. His goal had already been achieved. Of course, he wouldn't really fire the soul cannon. That was an extremely dangerous action. "Bastards, where are you running to?" The brawny man reacted and chased after them with large strides. Lan Xuanyu suddenly turned around and threw out the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd again. The brawny man had already felt the terror of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. At this moment, he was already accelerating at full speed. He panicked and dodged to the side. His body immediately lost balance and fell to the side. Taking this opportunity, Lan Xuanyu threw out strands of blue-silver grass and wrapped them around his teammates. The 7 of them rushed towards the city at full speed. At this moment, figures had already soared into the sky from the city lord's mansion and were quickly flying over. The entire Black Horn Square was in chaos because of the conflict just now. The brawny man got up and was about to continue chasing when a figure blocked his path. In the next moment, he felt his mind go blank and his vision turned purple. Then, a thin sword drilled into his two-word battle armor like a venomous snake. Yes, even the two-word battle armor couldn't withstand that thin sword. The brawny man groaned and knelt on the ground, no longer having the ability to chase after them. The figure flashed and immediately chased after Lan Xuanyu and the others. As Lan Xuanyu ran, he deactivated the Dragon God's transformation. He couldn't wait until the Dragon God's transformation was exhausted. If that happened, he would immediately fall into a weakened state. With the increase in his Dragon God's bloodline, coupled with the increase in his cultivation and spiritual power, his control of the Dragon God's transformation was no longer the same as before. Not only could the Dragon God's transformation last for more than a minute, it could also be interrupted to reduce consumption. A layer of green light blossomed from Lan Mingqin's body. Everyone felt their bodies warm up and their soul power immediately recovered rapidly as if it was being nourished. Although Lan Mingqin had yet to completely fuse with Bai Ji, she was already able to use some of Bai Ji's abilities with the enhancement of the Emperor Fruit's bloodline. It was naturally suitable for her to help her companions recover their soul power. During the battle earlier, Lan Xuanyu hadn't let Lan Mingqin attack with all her might because he wanted her to be a backup. One was to support him, and the other was to help his companions recover their soul power. Black Horn Square was really too big. They ran with all their might. However, Lan Xuanyu knew very well that if that was the case, it would be impossible for them to escape the Lord's Mansion's pursuit. After all, this was the era of technology. Just the radar alone would make it impossible for them to hide. In the sky, many figures quickly chased after them. They were black mechas, and their speed was incomparably fast. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Turn left." Hearing this voice, Lan Xuanyu's eyes moved and he quickly turned left with his teammates. The 7 of them rushed into a small alley. Not far ahead, a soul car was already waiting at the entrance of the alley. A familiar figure waved at them. Lan Xuanyu jumped into the car without hesitation and sat in the front passenger seat. The others quickly got into the car as well. At this moment, he seemed to see Dang Bo's brawny man give him a look. The door closed and the soul car immediately accelerated. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that this soul car was releasing a special energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation blocked everything in the outside world, so much so that he couldn't clearly sense the changes in the outside world with his spiritual power. The soul car quickly merged into the traffic on the main road. The interior of the car was silver white and looked very advanced. There were many buttons on the steering wheel and a huge screen below. Even the windshield showed a lot of data. Dang Bo drove the car and said angrily, "Are you guys crazy? Why did you go to the big black 100-teeth implant shop and have such an intense conflict with them? I didn't expect you little things to be so violent." Lan Xuanyu looked at him and said with an aggrieved expression, "You can't blame us for this. Captain, you're not reliable and just left us behind." We went to the big black tooth implant shop to buy some equipment to protect ourselves, but we didn't expect it to be a black shop. They bullied us first, so we wanted to punish them. Isn't this also to punish evil and promote good? Dangbo snorted. Are you punishing evil and promoting good? This is blindly using violence. When you encounter evil forces, you should first think about how to outsmart them and not fight them head-on. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have definitely fallen into the hands of the evil forces in Black Corner City. You guys are too arrogant. Do you not take your lives seriously? Do you know that the consequences of doing this are very serious? Your strength is not bad, but your temperament is too bad. Remember, if a soul master can't maintain his calm, then no matter how strong he won't become a true expert, let alone a useful one. Also, how can you take things without paying? What's the difference between this and bandits? Is this what your teachers taught you? Dangbo asked seriously. Lan Xuanyu knew that they were in the wrong in this matter, but he still defended Xiao Lu. They were the ones who forced us to buy first. Dangbo saw that Lan Xuanyu hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, so he raised his voice. No matter how the other party did it, what you did is wrong. Your behavior of using violence to curb violence is essentially the same as the other party's behavior of bullying others. Both are unacceptable. Only then did Lan Xuanyu realize that he had oversimplified this matter. He had only cared about the heat of the moment and had not considered many aspects. He blushed and said, "Leader, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I won't be as impulsive as today. Now I understand why your academy wants you to carry out this kind of mission. It's mainly to train your temperament. Your temperament indeed needs to be properly trained." Dangbo said sincerely. Lan Xuanyu sighed and said, "We understand. The final exam this time is really too difficult. In this completely unfamiliar and dangerous place, we didn't think it through and made such a mistake because of our impulsiveness." Dangbo said, "Your academy is purposely making things difficult for you. I came here this time because I have something to deal with, so they asked me to bring you here to let you gain experience in this dangerous place. At the same time, you can also learn how to pilot a warship. In fact, 5 days later, as long as you are safe and alive here, I will find you and bring you back." He had actually been secretly observing and protecting Lan Xuanyu's group of 7. How could he not care about them? If something happened to them, who would take the responsibility? When Lan Xuanyu's group was in the hotel exchanging for heaven coins, he wasn't there, but he secretly placed a tracking device on Lan Xuanyu's group. When they went to the Black Feng implant shop, Dangbo rushed over to observe what they were going to do. Then, he saw Fatty Jean valiantly repel the modified human. The 7 little guys entered the implant shop, and after a while, they came out to test the pistol. Then, for some reason, they started fighting. The battle scene really stunned Dangbo. He couldn't believe that this was something done by a group of 12 or 13-year-old kids. Seeing that they had made a big deal out of it, he couldn't ignore it. That was why he helped and saved them. So that's how it is. That's great. Captain, you have to explain for us when we go back. We didn't want to do that. Why don't we survive on our own for a few more days before you bring us back? Lan Xuanyu said embarrassedly. Dangbo sighed and said, "All right, let's talk about it when we get back. I don't dare to let you little guys act alone anymore. Also, after causing such a big commotion, do you think it's over? You will definitely be wanted by Black Corner City and even the entire Heaven planet. I will bring you back to the Mother Planet as soon as possible and return you to the Academy. Phone read, bookmark, save bookmark, book-seeking pavilion, update as soon as possible. As for the exam results, I can't evaluate them for you. I will truthfully report your performance to the Academy. What results you give is your Academy's own business." Lan Xuanyu nodded his head dejectedly and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." After saying that, he didn't say anything else and leaned back in his chair, as if he was resting with his eyes closed. During the conversation with Dangbo, Lan Xuanyu had already sent a sound transmission to his companions, telling them that he seemed to have seen Dangbo winking at the burly man earlier, and that Dangbo might be in cahoots with the burly man. He planned to find an opportunity to control Dangbo and bring him back to the academy to see how the teachers would deal with this matter. Dangbo didn't notice that the 6 people sitting in the back didn't speak from beginning to end, especially Lu Feng, who kept looking out of the window and didn't even look in his direction. The Soul car drove on the main road for half an hour before passing through the streets and alleys and entering a small courtyard. The door was closed, and there was a faint energy fluctuation above the small courtyard, similar to the energy screen released from the car. It blocked all the energy fluctuations from the outside world. Dangbo got out of the car and gestured for Lan Xuanyu and the others to get out as well. Lan Xuanyu got out of the Soul car and looked around. The courtyard wasn't big, only able to accommodate 2 Soul cars. There was a 2-story building in the courtyard. It looked very simple and unadorned, and was made of stone. "Come in." Dangbo waved to them. Lan Xuanyu and the others hurriedly followed him into the house. There was no one else in the house, and the furniture was very simple. It looked like the house of an ordinary person. "This is our Tongman's place. Don't worry, this place looks ordinary, but it has the best isolation system. Even satellites can't detect this place. Let's rest here for a day and wait for the situation to die down a little before returning to the warship parking area to drive the warship away," Dangbo said. Lan Xuanyu looked around and said intentionally or unintentionally, "Captain, are you the only one living here? This is a temporary base. Whoever has something to do can stay here. It's just us for a while. There are rooms upstairs, you guys can choose later," Dangbo said. Lan Xuanyu said, "Captain, will there be any trouble when we leave? Will we be detected?" Dangbo rolled his eyes and said, "You're worried now. Why didn't you think about this when you were tormenting us? Don't worry, it's fine. Our car has a shielding system. It'll be fine when we drive out of the city and to the edge of the forest. There won't be any detection equipment in the forest because the forest here has a magnetic field generated by a huge amount of life energy. Any detection signal will be blocked." Lan Xuanyu was enlightened. "So that's how it is. Then we can rest assured. Captain, we actually made a special discovery at the Big Black Fang implant shop today." Dangbo had already sat down on a chair and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What special discovery?" Lan Xuanyu walked to his side, lowered his head, and put his mouth beside his ear. Then, he said, "Ah," a golden dragon head rushed out and enveloped Dangbo's head. Dangbo felt that he had lost his hearing and his mind went blank. He never thought that Lan Xuanyu would sneak attack him. Lan Xuanyu used Yellow Jinlong Roar. At such a close distance, no matter how high Dangbo's cultivation was, he couldn't resist it at all. At the same time that Yellow Jinlong Roar was released, Lan Xuanyu grabbed Dangbo's shoulders with both hands. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass surged out crazily. The power of the bloodline was released and turned into a gold and silver vortex that drilled into Dangbo's body, imprisoning Dangbo's bloodline power. 5-colored light flashed, and Tang Yuga arrived in front of Dangbo like lightning. The great 5 elements divine light bloomed, and her palm pressed on Dangbo's forehead, suppressing the soul power fluctuations produced by Dangbo's body due to his conditioned reflex. There were no soul power fluctuations and no bloodline power that could be mobilized, which meant that Dangbo couldn't release his battle armor even if he had it. End of this chapter. Yuan and Hui Hui rushed over almost at the same time as Tang Yuga. The storage bracelet on her wrist flashed with silver light, and a pair of handcuffs appeared in her hands, quickly fastening Dangbo's hands. Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin were still waiting at the side. Once they couldn't control Dangbo, the 2 girls would also make a move. After the handcuffs were fastened, Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief. His hands left Dangbo's shoulders, and he also retracted the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass. Tang Yuga raised his palm. The few of them looked at each other and felt relaxed. Dangbo shook his head forcefully. His ears were buzzing non-stop. Just now, his eardrums had almost burst from the vibrations. If it weren't for his strong cultivation and the protection of his soul power and spiritual power, he would have been injured. But even so, being roared at by Jinlong at such a close distance was still too painful. As a result, he shook his head hard. After a long while, he gradually regained consciousness. When he looked at people, he saw double. "You guys, what are you doing?" Dangbo's voice was full of anger and confusion, but his voice was still trembling. He struggled to stand up. But he realized that he couldn't gather his soul power at all. A pair of broad palms pressed down from behind and pressed him back into his seat. It was Qianlei who released Fatty Jean. Without the support of soul power, no matter how good Deng Bo's physical fitness was, it was impossible for him to compete with Fatty Jean in terms of pure strength. Lan Xuanyu looked at Deng Bo apologetically. "Leader, I'm sorry. After we return to the mother planet, we will definitely apologize to you solemnly. But we have no choice now. When we received the contents of the final exam, we were also in despair. But what you don't know is that the exam questions given by our Shrek Academy must be completed, so we had no choice but to do this. Please don't be angry, it's not directed at you. It's mainly because our academy is too deceitful." Deng Bo stared blankly for a moment before gradually returning to normal. He stared at Lan Xuanyu and recalled everything that had happened before. His eyes gradually revealed a look of realization. "Brat, you guys attacked the big black tooth implant shop just now to lure me out, right?" Deng Bo said angrily. Lan Xuanyu said, "We don't have a choice, do we? I was wondering if the Spirit Pagoda had a spaceship that could take us back to the mother planet, but when we got there, we discovered that the next time the Spirit Pagoda battleship would leave would be half a month later. I don't know if you've calculated the time beforehand. We have no other choice. Even if we snatch a pirate warship, we won't be able to return to our home planet safely. After all, they couldn't get past the Federation's fleet. Therefore, after much consideration, we realized that only the battleship that we came from had the greatest possibility of sending us back before the time limit was up. Therefore, we can only resort to this." Deng Bo's guess was right. From the beginning, Lan Xuanyu and the others only had one goal in attacking the big black tooth implant shop, which was to lure him out. With Lan Xuanyu's intelligence and wisdom, how could he not think of the Tangman protecting them in the dark? This was inevitable. They were the proud sons and daughters of the Shrek Academy. This was planet Paradise, which was full of sins. In this kind of place, it was too easy for them to be in danger, and this was definitely not what the Academy wanted to see. Since they came with the Tangmen would naturally protect them in the dark, and the captain who brought them here was duty-bound. The reason why they chose the most lively place was to blow things up and attract Deng Bo over. Snatching the big black tooth implant shop was just a matter of convenience. When the matter blew up and Deng Bo felt that they could no longer handle it, he would naturally appear. And this was the opportunity they were looking for. Why did Lan Xuanyu ask Deng Bo if he was the only one here? He even asked how to block the inspection on the return journey, all in preparation for the next operation. After getting the answer he wanted, Lan Xuanyu attacked without hesitation. How could Deng Bo have thought that these little fellows that he had just saved would suddenly attack him? He looked at Lan Xuanyu, then looked at the other little guys with innocent faces. After holding it in for a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. "You guys really know how to play." Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. "You must believe us, we were also forced, we didn't want to do this." Deng Bo said angrily, "You guys were forced? Then what's with these god-imprisoning handcuffs?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I saw that it was fun at the Academy's exchange center, so I bought it. It's only effective on soul masters below the title Douluo level. Actually, the biggest problem with my plan is that if you are a title Douluo or above, we will fail. So, it's still very risky." "Fun? You bought a god-imprisoning handcuff for fun? This thing isn't cheap." Deng Bo's eyes widened. Lan Xuanyu sighed and said, "It's not cheap. But I'm afraid that the Academy will give us a captive mission, it'll be much more convenient with this. Don't worry, we'll protect you well. If there's any danger we can't face, we'll let you go." Deng Bo was shocked. "What? You guys still plan to imprison me?" Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Before we return to the mother planet, to prevent any accidents from happening during our final exam, we can only inconvenience you for a while." Of course, he wouldn't let Deng Bo go at this time, even if Deng Bo promised not to torment them anymore. It was better to have everything in his own hands. "Bastard! Are you little things crazy? Aren't you guys afraid that I'll complain when I return to your academy?" Qianlei chuckled and said, "No, we're not. We're just following the Academy's final exam requirements, the academy didn't say that we can't capture you. This is all because our academy's final exam is too strange. If you want to complain, go back and complain to our academy. You really can't blame us. Furthermore, our academy is famous for nurturing monsters. As long as we can complete the final exam and don't violate justice, we definitely won't be punished. Seeing that we're bringing you back like this, it's useless even if you complain because they'll definitely think that you're taking revenge. Dangbo had never been so aggrieved. He was forced to this point by a group of teenagers. In fact, he was indeed a little unlucky. His cultivation just happened to be at the level of an 8-ringed soul Douluo, and he was also a 3-word battle armor master. Under normal circumstances, Lan Xuanyu and the others wouldn't be a match for him even if they were 1 level stronger. This was also the source of his carelessness. But now, he just happened to be unable to break free from the god-sealing handcuffs. "Boss, what do we do next?" Qianlei asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "Let's do as Captain instructed. Rest for a day, then set off. Let's find something to eat. Xiaoxiao, I'll have to trouble you to cook." Ever since Bai Xiaoxiao displayed her culinary skills, Lan Xuanyu's memory of the barbecue from that day was still fresh in his mind. They took a simple walk around this small building. There were 4 bedrooms, and they just had to be simply assigned. Lan Xuanyu and Dang Bo were in a room. Bai Xiaoxiao was with Lan Mengqin, Tang Yuga was with Yuan and Hui Hui, and Qian Lei was with Lu Feng. Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui were siblings, and Yuan and Hui Hui was a girl at night. Regarding this, the siblings originally had some objections, but there were only 4 rooms, so this allocation was the most reasonable. It was rejected by Lan Xuanyu. Needless to say, there was quite a lot of food stored in this place. Everyone had been hungry for a day, so Bai Xiaoxiao made some simple food for everyone to eat. The pitiful Captain Dang Bo could only eat with the handcuffs on. His movements were not restricted, and he had no problem walking. He just couldn't use his soul power. Lan Xuanyu kept an eye on him to prevent him from causing any trouble and increasing the variables. After a short period of anger, Dang Bo seemed to have gradually accepted his fate. Moreover, he sincerely admired these little fellows in his heart. They had strength, courage, brains, and more importantly, the ability to execute. They were truly newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. If it was a more mature soul master, they might be more cautious and think more. However, these youths did not have this process at all. They did it as soon as they thought of it. They did it and it was done. At least until now, there were no problems with the previous steps. Relying on Tongmen's technology, they were able to shield themselves from the pursuit and were not discovered by the officials of Black Corner City. After a day of rest, everyone was back to their best condition. Lan Xuanyu didn't have any problems with driving. This time, he was in the driver's seat, while Dang Bo was placed in the passenger seat. The others still sat in the back. Following the GPS in the car, they headed straight for the way they came. It was time to return. As for the heaven coins that they had exchanged for, Lan Xuanyu did not care about spending them. Those were only prepared for a rainy day. He would talk about it when he had the chance to come again in the future. Moreover, they definitely did not suffer a loss. Not to mention the large pile of implants. Just the portable high-powered soul cannon and Lan Xuanyu's pair of pistols were rare items. The pistols were enough for him to use until he reached the 7th ring. It greatly increased his long-range combat ability. Lan Xuanyu decided that he would practice his marksmanship properly when he returned. Black Corner City seemed to have returned to its usual peace. However, as the car drove on the road, Lan Xuanyu and the others still saw their portraits on the big screens on some streets. That's right, they were indeed wanted. So what if they were wanted? It didn't matter. It was fine as long as they could leave smoothly. Everything was as expected. Black Corner City was a place full of freedom after all. They didn't encounter any checks and soon, they left the city limits. This Tangmen car seemed to have special authority. When they left the city, Lan Xuanyu was worried about the inspection and specially asked Dang Bo, but Dang Bo didn't say anything. When the car reached the exit, no one checked them and they were let out of the city. After passing through the area of the planet's railguns, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as though they were free to do whatever they wanted. He was finally out. Although they had not been in Black Corner City for long, they still had a very clear impression of this place. The main reason was that he could clearly sense the danger that filled every corner of this place. As for life in Black Corner City, they had no time to experience it. The car drove until it reached a place where it could no longer move forward. Everyone got out of the car and Fatty Jean carried Dangbo. After entering the forest, they moved forward at full speed according to the navigation system. He went straight to the docking area where the warships were docked. It was faster than when they came. In a little more than a day, they arrived at the area where they couldn't release energy. He put away Fatty Jean and let Dangbo walk by himself. It took another day to finally reach the parking area. The battleship was right in front of them, and everyone's eyes unconsciously revealed a bit of excitement. But at this moment, Dangbo suddenly stopped. "Lan Xuanyu, have you thought about a problem?" he suddenly said. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at him and said, "Captain, what's the problem?" Dangbo said indifferently, "If I don't give you permission, you won't be able to enter this battleship. I don't need to make things difficult for you. I just need to waste time until you can't complete the final exam. Since you tricked me, let me take a little revenge." Before Lan Xuanyu could say anything, Xianxia had already leaned over and said fiercely, "Aren't you afraid that we'll torture you to extort a confession?" Dangbo smiled indifferently. "I'm not afraid. I'm from Tangmen, and you're from Shrek Academy. It's fine if you capture me like this, but if you torture me or something, let's see how you'll explain it when you go back." Xianxia turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. "Boss, can we destroy the body and destroy the evidence?" Dangbo's eyes instantly widened. "Brat, what are you talking about?" Lan Xuanyu's face was also filled with anger. "You can't have that idea. Fatty Qian, don't scare the captain. Let me talk to the captain properly." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu smiled and walked in front of Dangbo. He didn't ask for permission to open the battleship, but instead supported Dangbo and made him sit down. Xianxia understood and went behind Dangbo. He pressed his hands on his shoulders and made him unable to move. Lan Xuanyu sat in front of Dangbo, picked up one of his feet, and took off his shoes and socks, revealing the sole of his foot. "You, what are you doing?" Dangbo looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock. Lan Xuanyu looked at him and smiled, revealing his white teeth. "Nothing. I just want to make you happy. Don't worry, how can we torture a senior from Tangmen?" As he spoke, a golden-patterned blue-silver grass drilled out of his hand. He grabbed Dangbo's ankle with one hand, and the sharp tip of the blue-silver grass in his other hand softened and gently swept across the sole of his foot. In an instant, Dangbo's entire body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He only felt a numb and itchy feeling rush to his feet and spread to his entire body. "Stinking brat, you stop!" Dangbo cried out involuntarily. Lan Xuanyu ignored him and just gently moved the blue-silver grass around his feet. In the beginning, Dangbo tried to endure it, but this was really too exciting. Soon, he couldn't hold it in anymore. "Haha, ahahaha, Lan Xuanyu, you brat. I'll fight it out with you, ha 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 ha." Lan Mengqin pulled Bai Xiuxiu to the side, and Tang Yuga followed them to the side. He sighed softly and said, "It's really too horrible to look at. Being Lan Xuanyu's opponent is definitely not a happy thing." Lan Mengqin curled her lips and said, "This guy is too bad." Bai Xiuxiu just smiled and didn't say anything. "Here, I'll give it to you." "Ha ha ha ha, stop. I'll give you the method to activate it, okay?" Dangbo was laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. Reality proved that no matter how strong a powerhouse was, they couldn't bear to have their feet scratched. Lan Xuanyu retracted the blue-silver grass and said regretfully, "Look, how good is this? Why bother? If you had agreed directly before, there wouldn't have been this process, don't you think so?" Dangbo panted as he looked at him and said, "So, this is still my fault?" Lan Xuanyu nodded matter-of-factly and said, "That's right. You. Dangbo, who still wanted to say something ruthless, looked at the blue-silver grass in Lan Xuanyu's hand and didn't say anything in the end. Thus, the group finally boarded the battleship again. Dangbo was of course stripped of his qualifications to be the main controller of the battleship, and Lan Xuanyu sat in the captain's position. In fact, he didn't think that he would be able to pilot a battleship so quickly. There's still time. Let's not be in a hurry to set off. Everyone, familiarize yourself with the various functions of the battleship. If you have any questions, ask the captain. Lan Xuanyu said to his teammates. Next, they had to pilot this battleship back to the academy. Of course, no problems could happen during this period. So naturally, the most important thing was to ask Deng Bo. After all, they had only studied for a few days. Deng Bo was very cooperative this time and didn't try to resist. Reality proved that the price of resistance was too high. He really didn't know what to do with these young people. He could only go back and try to complain. Of course, he also knew that it was probably useless to complain. If such an outstanding child was in Tangmen, he would probably be doted on by all the higher-ups. They were only in their teens. If they were given another 10 years to grow, there was no doubt that Shrek Academy would have a new batch of little monsters. They familiarized themselves with the warship's controls and various functions again, and asked Deng Bo for advice on anything they didn't understand or had problems with. Deng Bo was just watching coldly from the sidelines and answering their questions. He was very cooperative. He also wanted to see if these little guys could really pilot the warship back to Shrek Academy. Get ready. Ignite. Lan Xuanyu put on the helmet of the main control position, and connected his spiritual power with the warship's mainframe. Once again, he felt that the warship was a part of his body. Accompanied by a low rumble, the warship began to ignite. Amidst the slight tremors, the warship first slowly floated from the ground, then spewed out flames from its tail, and suddenly accelerated. It's taking off. Xianxia shouted excitedly, and the others also looked excited. This Tangmen reconnaissance warship finally left the ground and flew straight into the sky. Lan Xuanyu had already set the navigation position. As long as everything was normal, they would head straight for Douluo planet. After passing through the atmosphere, the outside world trembled slightly, and the faint red color seemed to be smeared with a layer of rouge on the surface of the warship. Not long after, the warship suddenly shook, and Lan Xuanyu felt that his thoughts had become much more relaxed. They had already rushed out of Heaven Planet's atmosphere and entered space. The management of this Sin City was extremely lax. If it was any other planet in the Douluo Federation, warships and spaceships would have to go through a special report to determine the route and other procedures before they could take off. But here, there was no need at all. There were so many pirate fleets, and they could fly if they wanted to. It was just that they had to pay a fee when they returned. Feeling the space outside, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but become excited. Flying, the warship flew under their control. This was his first time taking off as a captain, and this would be his first time piloting a space warship. This step made him feel as if he had walked into another world. Although he couldn't control it, Deng Bo could still see the data on the porthole in front of him. These young people did not have any problems operating the spaceship. In addition, the operation of the Tangmen reconnaissance spaceship was too simple. Relying on his intuition, Lan Xuanyu controlled the spaceship to fly very steadily. He mainly focused on navigation and gradually left Nifa's planet. At this moment, Deng Bo's state of mind had completely calmed down. At this moment, there was only praise in his heart. This was only a group of 12 or 13-year-old children. When I was his age, even trying to drive a Soul car was already something that was out of line. But he was already piloting a space battleship, and he was really piloting it. Even he had to admit that Lan Xuanyu's plan to kidnap him had succeeded. It seemed that this was the only way for them to complete the impossible final exam task. How incredible! These youngsters are really amazing. The spaceship flew steadily. Lan Xuanyu relied on the connection and communication with the mainframe to feel the various functions of this Tangmen reconnaissance spaceship. When they first came, everyone took turns to test it, so he didn't have a deep understanding of it. Now that he was the captain, he spared no effort to feel the mysteries of the spaceship through the mainframe. This made him understand how outstanding this Tangmen reconnaissance spaceship was and how complete its functions were. From the initial nervousness to the gradual familiarity. Gradually, they felt the joy of piloting a spaceship more and more. The universe was boundless. While they were excited to travel in such a vast universe, they also gradually developed a sense of reverence for the universe. If it wasn't for the development of modern technology, how could humans fly in the universe? How could they even cross planets to feel the mysteries of another world? This was the crystallization of technology after the hard work of many predecessors. All of this was really too wonderful. It was unimaginably wonderful. Although everything seemed to be going smoothly so far, Lan Xuanyu knew that they still had one more hurdle to pass. Only by passing this hurdle would they be truly safe. That was passing through the wormhole. After passing through the wormhole, they still had to pass through the hurdle of Sin Planet. After passing that hurdle, they would be able to navigate home directly. Captain, when passing through the wormhole, is there anything I need to pay attention to? Lan Xuanyu asked Deng Bo. They were getting closer and closer to the wormhole. He also started to feel a little nervous. Deng Bo said, as the captain, when passing through the wormhole, you must always maintain the connection between your spiritual power and the mainframe. The wormhole is actually a special astronomical phenomenon of space folding. During the process of passing through the wormhole, the spaceship can't deviate from its course at all. Because this process will create a lot of energy interference, you need to help the mainframe and not deviate from the course. Carry out semi-automatic control. Your attention must be focused on whether the spaceship is following the course. As long as there are signs of deviation, you must manually adjust. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, understood. Deng Bo couldn't help but ask, you have spiritual power above the spirit sea realm, right? Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and said, don't worry, my spiritual power is over 4,000. There shouldn't be a problem. Over 4,000? Deng Bo was stunned. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched and he shut his mouth. He didn't want to talk to them, really. Finally, when it was time to pass through the wormhole, the faint distorted light was already in front of him. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, activate the first level of the protective shield. Everyone, get ready. Pay full attention. As he said that, he also focused and put all his attention on the connection with the mainframe. It was time to pass through the wormhole. They couldn't be careless at all. If they weren't careful, they might encounter fatal danger. The Tangmen scout spaceship activated its protective shield and quietly entered the wormhole. This time, as the main controller of the spaceship, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel the violent spatial fluctuations outside. Those were extremely rapid spatial changes. These spatial changes were like all kinds of strange energy that constantly shuttled through, and their spaceship shuttled through these violent energy fluctuations. It was as if they were passing through doors, and every time they passed through a door, there would be a huge change. Was this spatial shuttling? Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood. Nana's ability to teleport long distances seemed to be equivalent to her creating a small wormhole, or the simplest wormhole. She used spatial folding to shuttle through, which was why she could cross half a continent and arrive in front of him in such a short time. If he could properly comprehend the spatial attribute, it would definitely be of great help to him. Sure enough, it was as Deng Bo said. Because of the spatial interference, although there was a protective shield, the spaceship still showed signs of deviating. He carefully adjusted it, and through the touch control of his hands, he made the spaceship move stably on the navigation track. Deng Bo was actually more nervous than him. He had been paying attention to the data. If there was a deviation, he would immediately rush to Lan Xuanyu's side and ask to switch control positions. At that time, Lan Xuanyu definitely wouldn't disagree. But reality proved that Lan Xuanyu really had enough spiritual support. The spaceship moved very steadily. Even if there was only a slight deviation, Lan Xuanyu would quickly adjust it. Deng Bo's nervous heart gradually relaxed, and he secretly gave a thumbs up. This trip through the wormhole was an essential part of Lan Xuanyu's growth in piloting the spaceship. This was also a process that every spaceship commander had to go through. However, for someone of Lan Xuanyu's age to experience this, he might have already broken the Federation's age record. The theme song for the mobile game 10 Years of Douluo, The Legend of the Dragon King, Soft Bone Magic Rabbit has been released. Everyone can find it on all the major music platforms. I believe you will like it. Lan Xuanyu had already entered his best state. He constantly adjusted the connection between himself and the warship while comprehending the mysteries of the wormhole. After an unknown period of time, all the distorted lights and shadows suddenly disappeared. In Lan Xuanyu's perception, everything seemed to have slowed down in an instant. Outside was a boundless starry sky and a vast universe. They were out, yes, they had come out of the wormhole. Lan Xuanyu heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed. Wow, we're out. Lan Mengqin couldn't help but shout. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but cheer. This was the first time they had driven a warship through a wormhole. At this moment, the warship's radar alarm sounded. A pitch-black warship with spikes on its surface was slowly approaching them. It was the warship guarding the wormhole on Nifa's planet. A call request sounded. Lan Xuanyu pressed the button. Please stop immediately and accept boarding. Inspection. A cold voice came from the other side. Accept boarding inspection? Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. He took off his helmet and looked at Deng Bo. According to Deng Bo, when entering Nifa's planet, one had to pay rare metals as a ticket fee, but when leaving, they would generally not be checked, unless there were special circumstances. Deng Bo shrugged and said, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because you guys are wanted. Give me the command, I'll try to communicate. You guys are wanted now. If they board the warship for inspection, you guys will be exposed. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flickered as he looked out of the porthole. At this moment, they were not the only warship passing by. There were other warships, and the warships in charge of patrolling were checking them. This was the only warship that came to Lan Xuanyu's side. What should they do? Give the command to Deng Bo? Captain, are you confident that they won't board our warship? Lan Xuanyu asked Deng Bo. Deng Bo shook his head and said, I'm 20 to 30% confident, but we can try. Lan Xuanyu asked, what if they insist on boarding the warship? Deng Bo said, charge out. Since we're already out of the wormhole, in terms of performance, our warship. Just as he said this, he saw Lan Xuanyu put on his helmet and give out a series of commands. Activate the protective shield, activate the propulsion, and accelerate at full speed. Protect me. Prepare for invisibility. A panel with various control buttons popped up on both sides of his main control panel. Read books on your phone, remember the website of the book-seeking pavilion, and update it as soon as possible. This panel was very similar to the control panel of a space warship. For a warship, using this panel was equivalent to using full manual piloting mode. Deng Bo was dumbfounded as he looked at him. What was going on? Should he force his way in? Wasn't this too rash? Lan Xuanyu's idea was actually very simple. If Deng Bo said that he had a 50% chance of persuading the other party to not let them board the ship, then he would give command to Deng Bo to try and negotiate. However, Deng Bo said that there was only a 20 to 30% chance of success, so what was the point of negotiating? He still had to take the risk to remove the confinement spell on Deng Bo. No matter how he looked at it, it would make the situation even more uncontrollable. He might as well control everything in his own hands, so he immediately made a decision. Especially since Deng Bo had just said that the Tangmen scout ship's performance should be better than the other party's warship. Lan Xuanyu naturally did not hesitate. From the perspective of the warship flying over from Sin City, the flames on the propulsion nozzle at the rear of the Tangmen scout ship were extinguishing, and its speed had also decreased. It looked like it was allowing them to inspect it. What Lan Xuanyu did not know was that such warships that requested to board the ship for inspection were often used to threaten space pirates and ask for some valuables. When Deng Bo said that there was only a 20 to 30% chance of success, he actually wanted to tease Lan Xuanyu. However, he did not expect Lan Xuanyu to have such a reaction. Both warships gradually approached, and Lan Xuanyu instantly gave the order. Launch the antimatter missiles. As the captain, he instantly gave the location of the other party's warship. At the same time, at the tail of the battleship, the flames that were about to be extinguished suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. Intense light spurted out, and the battleship instantly accelerated. At the same time, four dim lights silently appeared. It suddenly shot out. Not only that, but the main and secondary cannons of the Tangmen scout ship fired at the same time, and soul rays shot out crazily. They shot towards the approaching battleship. The other party was obviously shocked by Lan Xuanyu and the others' attacks. They had no time to dodge and could only quickly retreat. The warship's protective shield was activated, but it was still surrounded by the sole guidance rays of the Tongmen scout ships. For a moment, the surface of the battleship a large amount of brilliance blossomed. Inside the Tangmen scout ship, Dang Bo said in shock and anger, "Are you crazy? How could he attack? If only. If he ran, the other party might not chase after him." Lan Xuanyu said helplessly, "You didn't say it just now, how would I know? How can we break through without attacking?" Dang Bo realized that he was wrong, really wrong. He still underestimated the courage of these little guys. When Lan Xuanyu said that they rushed out, although he was shocked, he didn't stop them because this was a commonplace. Battleships would do this. When they were extorted, they would turn around and run. As long as they were fast enough and weren't caught, they wouldn't be extorted. But what he didn't expect was that Lan Xuanyu didn't drive the battleship away directly, but took the initiative to attack first. Lan Xuanyu wasn't from the Tangmen, and he didn't need to think about whether this battleship would return to Sin City in the future. What he was thinking about was how to quickly leave this place and return to the mother planet. Therefore, in his opinion, the best way to prevent the enemy's battleship from catching up was to attack first, suppress the other party, and even defeat the other party's battleship. This way, when they escaped, the possibility of being chased would naturally be greatly reduced. This was a very simple and direct way of thinking, but it surprised Dang Bo. He realized that he really couldn't hide anything from these little guys, and he really should tell them everything in detail. But it was too late to say anything now. The attack had already been launched, and even the antimatter missiles were fired. This was the battleship's most powerful weapon. His gaze quickly shifted to the control screen, and Dang Bo was shocked to find that not only did Lan Xuanyu fire the antimatter missiles, but he also fired all 4 antimatter missiles at once. These were all the antimatter missiles of the Tongmen's reconnaissance battleship. Under the crazy shooting of the soul rays, the other party's battleship could only activate the protective shield. The commotion on this side naturally attracted the attention of the battleship on Sin City. Those people couldn't be bothered to check the other battleships, and hurriedly piloted their battleship over. Right at this moment, the battleship that was trying to intercept Lan Xuanyu and the others exploded. The Tongmen's antimatter missiles were the current most advanced weapons of the Douluo Federation. Not only were they powerful, but they also used the latest technology and had similar invisibility abilities. This type of missile was called the Ghost Missile. Even the most advanced radar had to get close to discover its tracks. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu and the others' battleship opened fire, the 4 antimatter missiles had already been fired. They flew out according to the location set by Lan Xuanyu. One of them silently flew towards the side of the Heaven's Planet battleship that was intercepting them. While the other party was resisting Lan Xuanyu and the other soul cannons with all their might, this antimatter missile had already silently closed in. The missile instantly exploded, and the terrifying power carried the characteristics of antimatter. It directly tore through space and also tore through the battleship's protective shield. The main cannon controlled by Lan Xuanyu took advantage of the opening and directly blasted into the battleship. Under the huge explosion, half of the entire battleship was enveloped in flames. Lan Xuanyu had already controlled the Tangmen battleship to swing horizontally, change direction, and escape at full power. 7 to 8 Heaven's Planet battleships saw the sudden explosion and immediately rushed over like angry bulls. Pirate battleships had always been known for their speed. After they activated their power, their speed was also extremely fast. However, in front of the few battleships flying at the front, there was a sudden explosion. The front of 2 battleships was directly torn apart and swung horizontally in the air, blocking the 2 battleships behind. This was the effect of the other 3 antimatter missiles. Lan Xuanyu didn't use them to attack directly. Instead, he controlled these antimatter missiles to fly to a designated location and enter a silent state. And the Spectre missiles that entered a silent state couldn't be detected by any radar. They could only use firepower to sweep them away. However, these few pirate battleships didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to set up a few antimatter missiles in the air like mines. When they collided, their protective shields were only half open because they hadn't entered battle yet. This time, they naturally suffered a huge loss. Looking at 2 more Heaven's Planet battleships outside the porthole, Dang Bo couldn't think anymore. He asked himself, even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to do better than Lan Xuanyu when facing so many pirate battleships. This kid seemed to be born for space battles, right? At this moment, the Tangmen reconnaissance battleship was already at full speed. There were still 3 pirate battleships chasing behind, which weren't affected by the previous explosion. Both sides were very fast, and these 3 pirate battleships obviously realized what Lan Xuanyu had done previously. They spread out and accelerated from 3 different directions, chasing after them. From time to time, they would shoot out soul rays and crossfire in an attempt to block their flight path. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu displayed his standards as a space warship pilot ranked within the top 10,000 in the Federation. His hands moved quickly and rhythmically, coupled with the control of his brainwaves. One could see that his hands were moving so fast that after images could be seen. The Tangmen reconnaissance battleship continuously made all sorts of evading actions. Drifting, swinging, rolling, double acceleration. Even the Cobra straightened itself. In an instant, the Tangmen's reconnaissance battleship. Making all sorts of dodging actions at full speed was a huge burden on the battleship. However, Lan Xuanyu acted as if he didn't know about this at all and continued to evade. He really managed to dodge most of the battleship's cannons. The Tangmen reconnaissance battleship gradually activated its ghost state and gradually entered stealth mode. Just as Dang Bo said earlier, in terms of performance, the Tangmen reconnaissance battleship was indeed incomparable to those Heaven Planet battleships. Very quickly, they shook off those reconnaissance battleships. Relying on the stealth mode, they quickly flew into the depths of the universe. This process wasn't long, from Lan Xuanyu launching the attack to evading the attack with all sorts of postures and entering stealth mode. It was only a total of 10 minutes. But these 10 minutes could definitely be described as thrilling and exciting. The chase in space ended with them escaping from the battle. Both hands pressed on the control panel again. Lan Xuanyu let out a long sigh. He muttered to himself, a battleship is indeed different from a fighter jet. Its limit is a little worse, and it's not very agile. If it's as agile as a fighter jet, and has more antimatter missiles, it might be able to destroy those 3 battleships. Their helmets rose. After leaving the battle, they only needed to rely on the battleship's navigation to bring them back. At this moment, he was still immersed in the short battle just now. This was Lan Xuanyu's first real interstellar battleship battle. This kind of feeling was really too exciting, and also too satisfying. Dang Bo looked at the excitement in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to go back and kill them. He couldn't help but raise his handcuffed hands to cover his eyes. He couldn't understand this world anymore. He really couldn't understand it anymore. Young people these days were really, boss, can I go to the back and vomit now? Qianlei looked pitifully at Lan Xuanyu. His face was already pale beyond recognition. Go. Lan Xuanyu said in a bad mood, who told you not to practice your fighter jet piloting properly? You can't take it anymore, right? The first one to rush out wasn't Qianlei, but Lu Feng. Men's balance was naturally worse than women's. Furthermore, they hadn't been in contact with space fighter piloting for long. Lan Xuanyu didn't hold back at all in his previous high-intensity piloting. It was already close to the limit of what this Tangmen scout spaceship could withstand. The impact was unimaginable. Standing up from the main control seat, Lan Xuanyu stretched his body. He was still in a highly excited state. The spiritual power consumption from before wasn't too high. As for the piloting time, for an ace pilot like him who was often abused by Tang Zhenhua, it wasn't much. He walked in front of Dang Bo and said, Captain, from the piloting just now, I feel that our Tangmen scout spaceship still has some areas to be improved. For example, I feel that the length can be shortened. This way, the impact of drifting will be reduced, and the waist of the battleship can be thicker to increase stability. Most importantly, can we equip more antimatter missiles? If there are 8 of them, hee. Do you think antimatter missiles are cabbages? Dang Bo said angrily, that's a powerful weapon that can temporarily and completely tear apart space. You used 4 of them on me. When we go back, I will settle the score with your academy. Cough cough, Captain, I think so. You should have some self-awareness as a captive. Right now, this battleship has been captured by us. Lan Xuanyu patted Dang Bo's shoulder. Bastard, you little lunatic, just you wait. See how I will report to your academy when we go back. Ugh. Dang Bo's roar was sealed in his mouth with tape. The one who took out the tape was Yuan and Hui Hui, and the one who did it was Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga said indifferently, when there are too many debts, there's no need to worry. When there are too many lice, they won't bite. Let's talk about it when we get back. Lan Xuanyu said, you sealed Captain's mouth. How is he going to eat? Lan Mengqin had already come over at this moment. She looked at Dang Bo, whose eyes were filled with anger, and said, we'll be there in 2 days, right? You shouldn't be hungry for 2 days. Captain, you can sleep. You won't consume as much energy when you sleep. Lan Xuanyu suddenly thought of a question. Could the Ring of Destiny fit this Tangmen reconnaissance battleship? If he counted, it seemed to be possible. This Tangmen reconnaissance battleship was more than 40 meters long, but it wasn't very wide. In particular, the 2 wings of the battleship could be retracted. The overall width was about 20 meters, and the height was about 10 meters. In this way, the overall volume should be between 8,000 and 9,000 cubic meters. The Ring of Destiny had a volume of 10,000 cubic meters. What was strange was that this volume could be adjusted in shape. So, it seemed possible, barely possible, to fit this Tangmen reconnaissance battleship. Then, if it could fit, today is the 70th birthday of our motherland. I wish our motherland prosperity. The holidays have also begun. I wish everyone a good time. Remember to play the Dragon King's mobile game. What he said to Dang Bo just now also reminded him that this warship was their captive. Shouldn't a captive warship belong to them? Even though this was an ally's. However, an ally had once abandoned them and put them in danger. If an ally could abandon a warship, why couldn't they take it captive? That made sense. As for what to do next, that was the Academy's business. It would be best if they could scam them. Thinking of this, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth. Dang Bo, who was originally angry, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Woo-woo. Dang Bo made a nasal sound at Lan Xuanyu, as if he was protesting something. Big brother Xianyu, do you want to tape your nose too? Yuan and Hui Hui took out the tape again. Lan Xuanyu reprimanded, how are you going to breathe if you tape your nose? Do you have any common sense? Why don't we tape your nostrils? Yuan and Hui Hui was still a little unwilling. Dang Bo stopped groaning, not at all. He just shook his head vigorously. Captain, have a good rest. We'll be back soon. We'll let you go after we get back. After Lan Xuanyu said this, he gave his teammates a look and called everyone to go to the back cabin. What's wrong, boss? Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu excitedly. He knew Lan Xuanyu the best. When he saw Lan Xuanyu's eyes, he felt that Lan Xuanyu was going to do something special. And it was definitely not something good. Lan Xuanyu looked at his teammates and said in a low voice, how do you think the Academy and the Tangmen will react if we take this warship away after we get back? Ah? Bai Xiuxiu. Ah? Lan Mengqin. Ah? Yuan and Hui Hui. N. Tang Yuga. Ah. Qianlei. Okay. Lu Feng. Everyone's reaction was different. However, when they looked at Lan Xuanyu, their eyes were filled with shock. Lan Xuanyu coughed to cover up his embarrassment. He sighed and said, ever since I got together with Fatty Qian, I've become greedy for money. I've sinned. Qianlei looked at him. What the hell? What does that have to do with me? Lan Xuanyu continued, this is what I think. First of all, this warship was captured by us, right? Even though they had captured their allies. However, allies were unreliable. Throwing us to Sin Planet, from that moment on, in a sense, they were no longer our allies. Moreover, this Tangmen reconnaissance spaceship was really not bad. Although it can't accommodate the entire class, it's not a problem to accommodate a dozen people to learn warship piloting. We're also saving resources for the Academy. I calculated that the Ring of Fate should be able to contain a battleship. We only need to put the original things in the ring into the battleship. It won't take up any more space, so it should be able to fit. Therefore, I was thinking, should we try it? Tang Yuga said with a strange expression, but the Academy and Tang Men have an extremely good relationship. The Academy should have asked Tang Men for this final exam. Logically speaking, it's okay for us to do this. However, the Academy might not be able to pass it. What should we do? Lan Xuanyu said lightly. To be precise, this final exam was scammed by Tang Men United Academy. If they scammed us, why can't we scam them back? Furthermore, we completed the final exam successfully. The Academy has no reason to punish us. When we go back, I'll return the Ring of Fate to Master Shu for the time being. I'll ask the Dean to get it back from Master Shu. After this, Tang Men probably won't agree to help the Academy give us any exams next time. There's no loss in giving it a try. Lu Feng said, the worst outcome is nothing more than returning the battleship. If the Academy has the same thoughts as us and takes it back, then we'll make a huge profit. Our Star Combat experimental class needs battleships to practice. This is also saving resources for the Academy. Xianlei said deeply, I think what you all said makes sense. Lan Mengqin covered her face with both hands. I think I've been led astray by you all. Bai Shoushou chuckled and said, we've all been led astray by Qianlei. We're all greedy for money. Qianlei wanted to refute, but Lan Xuanyu's hand had already wrapped around his shoulder. Being the scapegoat seemed to be a little unjust. Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly said innocently, after we go back, it seems like we'll be on vacation. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. Vacation. According to the time they came back, all the final exams should be over. Everyone started their vacation and entered the 15-day vacation period. The battleship flew in stealth mode and didn't consume much energy. The Tangmen reconnaissance spaceship fully displayed its excellent performance. And in stealth mode, it was almost impossible to be detected by radar. Naturally, it avoided all kinds of possible trouble. Lan Xuanyu contacted the mainframe. After calculating the journey, he increased the speed of the battleship to the fastest. The internal energy consumption of the battleship was enough to support them to return to the mother planet. It didn't matter if it consumed a little more energy. It was always good to go back early. 6 hours earlier than planned, they saw the beautiful Douluo planet. The moment they saw Douluo planet, the 7 of them couldn't help but cheer together. This was the first time they drove a battleship back. The feeling of returning home made them as excited as tired birds returning to their nest. Dang Bo also opened his eyes. His emotions had already calmed down, and he watched coldly from the sidelines. He thought to himself, these little rascals, see how I'm going to complain to you when we get back. Just you wait. Before entering the atmosphere, Lan Xuanyu ordered the spaceship to deactivate its stealth mode and contacted the Shrek Space Center. Relying on the Tangmen entry credential, the navigation system connected with the Space Center, and they naturally landed in the Shrek Space Center. After passing through the atmosphere, the external air circulation system was activated. The unique atmosphere of the mother planet immediately filled the interior of the battleship, making people feel refreshed. The huge eternal tree was already in sight. They were back. The battleship slowly landed under the guidance. The moment it landed steadily, Dang Bo was a little excited. They were finally back. His bitter days were finally over. It was really too sullen and too embarrassing. However, what surprised him was that after the spaceship landed, Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't rush to leave. Instead, they pulled him to the cabin door. Then, he was stunned to see things flying out from Lan Xuanyu's left hand. What the hell is this? Implants? So many implants? Lan Xuanyu's hand was like an endless space door. Implants were constantly released and piled up inside the battleship. In a short while, hundreds of implants had already filled more than a third of the front cabin. Moreover, it was still being released endlessly. Dang Bo's eyes revealed a look of realization. These little rascals must have snatched these from the big Black Fang implant shop. Good lord, how much volume could Lan Xuanyu's space equipment hold? He actually brought back so many implants. Although implants weren't very popular in the Federation, they were still very helpful to some disabled people, especially the disabled people in the military. At the same time, in terms of implant research, Heaven Planet was ahead of the Federation. The research value of these implants was also very high. They were considered good stuff. No wonder these little rascals were so fearless. They wanted to use these implants to atone for their sins. Yes, so many of them, the value was quite high. The grievances he suffered seemed to be able to offset it. They were smart, he thought. Dang Bo's eyes gradually became much friendlier. Woo-woo. He snorted, meaning, hurry up and untie me. I'm not so angry anymore. Yuan and Hui Hui glanced at Dang Bo, took out a tape, and stuck it on one of his nostrils. Dang Bo's eyes widened. Then, a blindfold covered his eyes, and he could not see. What are they doing? An ominous premonition suddenly appeared in Dang Bo's mind. Almost the entire front cabin was filled. Lan Xuanyu then took out all the things in his ring of destiny, including some rare metals and the like. Let's go. The cabin door opened, and even richer air filled with life rushed out. Everyone got off the battleship and stood outside the battleship. Lan Xuanyu measured for a moment, then silently injected his spiritual power into the ring of destiny, adjusting the shape of the space inside. When he felt that the adjustments were about done, he took a deep breath and stretched out his sinful palm towards the Tangmen reconnaissance spaceship. With a flash of silver light, the huge Tangmen reconnaissance spaceship suddenly disappeared. It was really stored in the ring of destiny. Without any time to be excited, Lan Xuanyu waved his hand, and the 7 of them quickly left with the still imprisoned Dang Bo. To their surprise, the disappearance of a battleship did not seem to attract the attention of the Shrek Space Center. The alarms that they expected did not appear, and everything seemed to be normal. What they did not know was that the area where the Tangmen and Shrek Academy docked their battleships was originally a forbidden area, so it was normal for strange things to happen there. This place was not under the jurisdiction of the Space Center. It was directly under the jurisdiction of the Tangmen and Shrek Academy. Therefore, the disappearance of the battleship would be recorded, but it would not appear in the Space Center. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu and the others walked out of the Space Center with Dang Bo, they felt a little bit of disbelief. It was too easy. However, it felt good to be back. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then quietly returned to the Shrek Academy with his teammates. Because they had Dang Bo as a captive, they did not take a car, but walked back. The academy was already quiet, and the guards naturally recognized these small celebrities. Although they saw that they had a captive, they did not ask much. So he let them in. When they arrived at the front of the outer court's main teaching building, Lan Xuanyu put Dang Bo on the ground in front of the teaching building. He then took off his blindfold but didn't remove the tape. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Captain. You've suffered a lot on this trip. But we don't have a choice, do we? Please understand. We're also here to complete the Academy's final exam. I know you'll complain, and we can't stop it. We'll leave first so that we won't be caught and reprimanded by the Dean. After we leave, we'll contact the Dean and have her come to rescue you. In order to express my apologies, I'll give you these God-restricting handcuffs. We'll also tell the Dean how to open it." Woo-woo. Dang Bo wanted to say something. But Lan Xuanyu had no intention of listening. She hugged him and left with an apologetic look on her face. The 7 of them left the academy, and the others all looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Mengqin said, "What do we do now?" Lan Xuanyu said, "It's the holidays, and we've completed the final exam. Let's go home and find our own mothers. Let's go, let's go." After saying that, he grabbed Bai Shoushou's hand and ran in the direction of the Shrek City Seoul bus station. The others also looked at each other and quickly ran away like birds and beasts. Lu Feng, Qian Lei, and Lan Mengqin went straight to the Space Center together. They were ready to take their respective spaceships home. There was a discount if they used the Shrek badge to pay for the spaceship tickets. Although there wasn't much time, it was better to run away now. Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui naturally went home. Their homes were in Shrek City. Of course, they had to hide for a while. At least Dang Bo still didn't know that they had lost the spaceship, and it would take some time for him to find out. After all, he still had to complain, right? After complaining and returning to Tangmen, it would take time for him to find out that the spaceship was gone. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shoushou naturally didn't choose to go home. Bai Shoushou was homeless, and Lan Xuanyu felt that he still had a lot of things to do. Shrek couldn't return for the time being, but they still had teacher Nana. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu had already thought about it before returning. He would bring Bai Xiuxiu to Nana's place to take refuge. On the way to the Seoul train station, Lan Xuanyu sent a message to Ying Luohong. Hello, Dean. I am Lan Xuanyu. My teammates and I have returned. According to the Academy's requirements, we successfully left Heaven Planet and returned. We perfectly completed this final exam. But during the completion, we had to make some difficult decisions. Commander Deng Bo will tell you the details. He is waiting for you in front of the outer court's main teaching building. I'll have to trouble you to receive him. Bai Xiuxiu watched as Lan Xuanyu sent this message and laughed uncontrollably. You really know how to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. Lan Xuanyu shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. I have no choice. Turn off your phone. As he spoke, he turned off his sole communication device. Bai Xiuxiu naturally didn't dare to be negligent and turned off her own communication device as well. The flood in the academy would have nothing to do with them until the end of the holiday. They were prepared to happily spend the holiday with teacher Nana. Aren't you afraid that the dean will punish you when you come back? Bai Xiuxiu asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at her, his beautiful big eyes suddenly filled with grievance. We are only in our teens and first years. In that kind of place full of evil, we are so desperate, pitiful, and helpless. We had no choice but to do this. I didn't expect that the leader of the Tang men was really not strong enough and let us succeed. I really didn't do it on purpose. And we also completed the final exam according to the Academy's requirements. Bai Xiuxiu imitated Ying Luohong and said seriously, what about the battleship? The grievance in Lan Xuanyu's big eyes suddenly turned into confusion. Battleship? What battleship? I'm just a baby, I don't know what battleship is. Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but slap him on the back. You're too bad. I don't even dare to talk to you. I really don't know when you deceived me. Lan Xuanyu's eyes turned aggrieved again. I'll tell teacher Nana later that you hit me. Humph. Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes. She knew that the best way to deal with this guy was to ignore him. They turned off their sole communication device. On the other side, Ying Luohong, who had just returned to her residence after taking a shower, put on her sole communication device again. The outer court had just been on vacation, and she was most satisfied with the first years. Without the absolute main force of Lan Xuanyu and the others, they had fought with fewer people and only lost to 2 people from the second years in the end. One had to know that the second years all had one-word battle armors. The strongest was the first years being Tian. With his newly broken through 5-ring cultivation and his powerful purple thunder bear spirit soul, he completed the feat of defeating 6 people by himself. His success established an excellent result. If not for the fact that the second years all had one-word battle armors, they would probably have won. If Lan Xuanyu and the others were also here, the first years wouldn't have lost either. There was no doubt that this year's first years had completely overshadowed the second years. Ying Luohong was stunned when she saw the notification on her sole communication device. A message from Lan Xuanyu? Shouldn't this kid still be on planet Heaven? Regarding the content of this assessment, she had also discussed it with Tang Zhenhua and obtained his strong support. Tang Zhenhua also thought that it should be to let Lan Xuanyu and the others suffer a loss and use setbacks to suppress them. To prevent them from becoming arrogant. What channel did this kid use to send a message over a long distance? Unless there was a large warship transit. Could it be that they went to the Federation fleet guarding outside Heaven Star? How was this possible? Subconsciously opening the communication device, Ying Luohong saw the message from Lan Xuanyu. In the next moment, she stood up with a dumbfounded look on her face. How was this possible? They were back? They were back. After hesitating for a moment, she quickly dialed Lan Xuanyu's sole communication number. The number you have dialed is turned off. An electronic voice came from the other side. Upon hearing that the phone was turned off, Ying Luohong panicked a little. Because she definitely didn't think that Lan Xuanyu had returned after completing the final exam, because that was simply impossible. Then who sent this message? Could it be that something had happened to him? Did the communicator fall into someone else's hands? Thinking of this, Ying Luohong quickly rushed out of her room and ran to the first floor of the teaching building. She wanted to go and see if Dang Bo was there as the news said. Dang Bo sat on the ground. At this moment, he only had one feeling, and that was that he had nothing to live for. Didn't he say that he would immediately inform someone to come and rescue him after leaving? Why hadn't they come after so long? And there wasn't even a passerby. The outer court was on vacation. Of course there was no one passing by, and Ying Luohong had a habit of taking a long bath, so, when Ying Luohong saw the communication and reacted, it was already an hour after Dang Bo had been sitting here. Quickly walking out of the outer court gate, Ying Luohong saw Dang Bo sitting on the ground with handcuffs on his hands and tape on his mouth. She was shocked. Looking at Dang Bo like this, her first reaction was that something had happened to Lan Xuanyu and the others. She strode in front of Dang Bo, tore off the tape on his mouth, and asked anxiously, "Where are Lan Xuanyu and the others? Did something happen? How are they?" Dang Bo had been using the tape for a few days. When it was torn off violently, a layer of oily skin was taken away. He grimaced in pain. At the same time, his heart was filled with grief and indignation. What kind of people were these? He was the one who was imprisoned. Not only did she not care about him, she even tore off the bandage so violently. "Dead, those little bastards are all dead," Dang Bo said angrily while suffering from the intense pain. "What did you say?" Ying Luohong grabbed his collar and lifted him up from the ground, her eyes full of murderous intent. "What did you promise me? Do you know how important these children are to the academy? Moreover, they were still so young. They were still children. Are the Tangmen so useless? She can't even take care of a few children? If they die, I'll bury you with them. Cough cough, cough cough, put me down. Ying Luohong, are you being unreasonable? Those little bastards tortured me like this, and you still want to kill me?" Furious and hungry, Dang Bo's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Ying Luohong was stunned when she saw him faint. What did he mean? He was tortured to this state by Lan Xuanyu and the others. When Dang Bo said that Lan Xuanyu and the others were dead, Ying Luohong's hairs all stood on end. Other things aside, if such excellent children died because of this final exam, she would never forgive herself. This final exam was set by her. What's more, these children were all registered in the inner court. Once something happened, it would definitely be a major event that would shock the entire academy. Holding Dang Bo with one hand, she dialed a communication with the other. "Tang Zhenhua, come over quickly. Xianyu and the others seem to have had an accident." "What? I'll be right there." "Where are you?" Tang Zhenhua's shocked voice suddenly came from the other side. "My office. Come quickly." Ying Luohong hung up the communication after speaking, and quickly returned to her office with Dang Bo. She took him directly to the bathroom, turned the water to the coldest, and sprayed him directly. Ying, woo-woo, what are you doing? Don't spray, I'm freezing to death." Dang Bo woke up. Then he saw that Ying Luohong not only didn't unlock the God-restricting handcuffs for him, but also sprayed him with cold water. The grief and indignation in his heart suddenly reached its peak. Turning off the shower, Ying Luohong said angrily, "Tell me, where are my students? Where are they?" Dang Bo said angrily, "How would I know where they are? They left me at the gate of your teaching building and ran away. They must know that they made a big mistake and fled. Didn't you say that they were dead?" Ying Luohong's killing intent surged. "I said that out of anger, can't you tell?" Dang Bo really felt the killing intent of this person. Not to mention that he was still imprisoned by the God-restricting handcuffs. Even without the God-restricting handcuffs, he was not Ying Luohong's opponent. Hearing his words, Ying Luohong finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. "It's good that he's fine, it's good that he's fine. What's the matter? What happened to Xianyu and the others?" Outside, Tang Zhenhua rushed in like the wind. When he saw Ying Luohong and Dang Bo in the bathroom, his eyes suddenly widened. "Ying Luohong, explain to me clearly, what's going on with you? You're actually taking a shower with a man in the bathroom? Bullshit." Ying Luohong was furious. "Is there anyone who takes a shower with clothes on?" Tang Zhenhua looked at her fluffy long hair in confusion. "Didn't you just finish showering?" I just finished showering, you shut up for me first. Let's talk outside. While speaking, Luo Hong threw a towel to Dang Bo, and then dragged him outside. Half an hour later, Dang Bo, who was sitting on the sofa, was finally released from the God-restricting handcuffs. And Luo Hong and Tang Zhenhua, who were sitting opposite him, had extremely strange expressions. The anger on their faces was gone, replaced by surprise, shock, amusement, surprise, and other emotions. Luo Hong couldn't help but ask Dang Bo, "Little Dang, you didn't just make it up, right?" Dang Bo stuffed biscuits into his mouth and said angrily, "Can I make up such a shameful thing for myself? Am I crazy? Dining, please don't look for me again in the future. I never want to help you give students exams or anything. I'm afraid of these little monsters you've raised." Luo Hong said, "But now we can't contact them. If it's really as you said, they can be considered to have completed the final exam, and didn't do anything wrong, so why don't they dare to come back?" "What the hell?" Dang Bo stopped eating, and stared at Luo Hong with wide eyes. "They didn't do anything wrong? You call this not doing anything wrong? You're not going to punish them?" Luo Hong was also taken aback. "Why should I punish them? They all did it according to the requirements of the final exam. Even if I want to punish them, I can't find a reason, right?" Dang Bo said, But they imprisoned me." Luo Hong said, "Didn't they not hurt you? They also did this in order to complete the exam. Purely in terms of choice, this should be the only and the most correct choice." Tang Zhenhua next to him added, "Moreover, you abandoned them first, so they lured you out and attacked you. In fact, it's not bad." Dang Bo felt that he couldn't communicate with these two protective guys, otherwise he would be angered to death. "It's up to you. Anyway, don't ask me for help again in the future." "Dining, I'm leaving first, I want to go back to Tangmen." "Agreed." It was really too aggrieved. Dang Bo stood up and walked out, and Tang Zhenhua and Luo Hong didn't stop him. Just as he walked out of the door, Dang Bo suddenly realized something, walked back, and picked up the God-imprisoning handcuffs on the sofa. He still remembered that Lan Xuanyu said that this thing was given to him. The value of this God-imprisoning handcuffs was quite high. "Little Dang, this is not good. This is something of our academy, it's official business. I can't let you take it away." Luo Hong took the God-imprisoning handcuffs back without a trace. "Little Dang, this isn't good. This belongs to our academy, it's official business. I can't let you take it away." Luo Hong took the God-restricting handcuffs back without a trace. Dang Bo looked at her blankly, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. He patted his chest, took a deep breath, and left in grief and indignation. "Shrek is a monster, I can't communicate with him. Shrek is a monster." Tears streamed down his face. After Dang Bo left, Tang Zhenhua looked at Luo Hong and said, "Tell me, is what little Dang said true? Is there any exaggeration?" Luo Hong said, "It doesn't sound like it." Although he added a lot of his own emotions, such as Lan Xuanyu and the others' thoughts of killing him to silence him and so on. But as a whole, the process shouldn't be wrong. Just like what that little thing Lan Xuanyu did. "Tell me, what kind of disciple are you teaching? He's as unreliable as you. To think that they would even rob their own allies. It's really..." Tang Zhenhua said, "I don't like to hear you shirking responsibility. He's an outer court student, isn't he your disciple? How can I be the one to teach him? However, I still feel that something is wrong. With that kid's judgment, he should understand that he just finished the final exam. Even if the academy is dissatisfied with him for capturing his allies, they won't punish him. Why did he turn off the soul communicator?" Luo Hong said, "Let's go, let's check the monitoring facilities first and see if they really came back. As long as they come back and ensure their safety, everything else is easy to talk about." "Okay." Monitoring room. The screen clearly showed how Lan Xuanyu and the others sent Dang Bo back, and then how they separated at the academy gate. "Something's wrong," Tang Zhenhua suddenly said seriously. Luo Hong asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Tang Zhenhua pointed to the screen and said, "Did you notice that when they separated, they had a feeling of fleeing? One by one, they ran very fast. There must be something." It's definitely not as simple as capturing Dang Bo. After all, Dang Bo was unharmed. They had also completed their final exams. It was nothing more than a risk, and they even used 4 antimatter missiles from Tangmen. These were not unsolvable problems. The value of 1 antimatter missile was equivalent to 5 to 10 purple emblems. It wasn't like Lan Xuanyu couldn't afford it. Why are they running so fast? He even turned off his soul communicator. I don't think it's so simple. Ying Luohong was puzzled. What else can they do? Wasn't this already very clear? It's just that I've completed my final exam. Tang Zhenhua glanced at Ying Luohong and said, I think their courage is bigger than you think. So, let's wait and see. Get ready to clean up their mess. These little things might have done something good. Ying Luohong suddenly giggled and said, actually, I think it's really quite enjoyable. When they arrived at Heavenly Planet, they robbed the implant shop and lured Dang Bo out. Then, they ambushed Dang Bo and used the god-restricting handcuffs to capture him. Then, they drove their own battleship back. On the way, they even broke through the blockade of Heavenly Planet and damaged several battleships. Whether it's ability or intelligence, not to mention that they are only first years, even the graduates of our outer court might not be able to do better than them. These little guys, especially Lan Xuanyu, in the future, we can't give them tests that can be solved with intelligence. This kid's intelligence is close to that of a demon, and he's especially good at executing and daring. Although I really want to beat him up, I have to say that I'm really starting to like him more and more. Forget it, who cares what they did? As long as they're fine, I, as the dean, will take responsibility for what they did. Just as they were talking, Ying Luohong's soul guidance communicator suddenly rang urgently. Ying Luohong looked down and saw that it was Dang Bo. She couldn't help but look at Tang Zhenhua. It's Dang Bo, don't tell me you were right. It appeared so quickly. As she spoke, she connected the communicator. On the other side, Dang Bo's exasperated roar came instantly, Warship, our warship is gone. Deaning, the warship is gone. I'm going crazy. Where did you little things take the warship? Huh? Ying Luohong looked at Tang Zhenhua blankly. The voice coming from the communicator was very loud, so Tang Zhenhua naturally heard it. Tell me clearly, why is the warship gone? Your Tongmen's warship? It's the warship we came back from. It's gone, it's not in the docking area. I checked the surveillance, but after we got off the warship disappeared, as if it was swallowed by space. Dang Bo was actually careful. When he left Ying Luohong's office, he still had hope in his heart. That was the implants that Lan Xuanyu and the others had left in the warship. In his opinion, although he had suffered a big loss this time, if he could bring back so many implants, he could at least give an explanation to the Tangmen and earn a lot of merits. As long as he didn't say anything, and Shrek didn't say anything, no one would know about this shame. Therefore, after he left Ying Luohong's office, he went to the Space Center immediately. He wanted to see how many implants Lan Xuanyu had left for him. However, when he arrived at the warship docking area of the Space Center, he was dumbfounded. No, his warship was not there at all. He looked for it again and again, but couldn't find any trace of the warship. Then he went to check the video. He saw the warship disappear into thin air. He really didn't think that Lan Xuanyu had taken away the warship with his space storage equipment. The reason was very simple. In his knowledge, there was no space equipment that could store a warship. That was why he anxiously made this call. After hanging up, Tang Zhenhua looked at Ying Luohong with a strange expression and said, You just said, you can take it? Ying Luohong shook her head repeatedly, I can't take it, I can't take it. These little bastards. This was simply too audacious. How did they take the warship away? Tang Zhenhua smiled bitterly and said, Have you forgotten? Master Shu gave the Ring of Destiny to that kid. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu didn't know that their dean and teacher were already crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Of course, he would have to face this matter sooner or later, but he felt that there was a buffer period for the academy to coordinate, and then he would talk about it when he returned. Anyway, this warship couldn't be returned so easily. He had to get some benefits. In fact, he didn't really think of taking such a large warship for himself. After all, the value of this thing was definitely astronomical to him. But it should be possible to get some benefits. They have already been captured by us. It wouldn't be good to return it like this. Although they were allies, it was Deng Bo who abandoned them at that time. He betrayed them first. Therefore, logically, it could still be barely explained. Sitting in the passenger cabin of the Soul train, Bai Xiuxiu had already fallen asleep. The journey back was thrilling and exciting, but it was also tiring. Bai Xiuxiu was leaning on his shoulder, sleeping soundly. Lan Xuanyu looked down at her and realized that Bai Xiuxiu was drooling a little, and the clothes on his shoulder were a little wet. Bai Xiuxiu, who was sleeping, seemed to have sensed it. She sucked in her small mouth and made a xiu-xiu sound. She frowned slightly, looking indescribably cute. Seeing her like this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh, and then he closed his eyes. He was actually the one who was the most exhausted. But he was still very satisfied with this short trip to Heaven's Star. At least he didn't suffer a loss, right? A few hours later, the Soul train slowly drove into Ming City's train station. Amidst the announcement, Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Xuanyu woke up one after another. Bai Xiuxiu immediately noticed the water stains on Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and blushed. She casually wiped his shoulder and stood up as if nothing had happened. My shoulder is wet. Lan Xuanyu shrugged at Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu looked at him with disdain. You're already so old, yet you're still drooling. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but laugh. Yes, you're right. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock. He didn't refute. What's the point of arguing with your best friend? I'll let you have your way. Lan Xuanyu grabbed a strand of her dark blue hair and twirled it around his finger a few times. Bai Xiuxiu snatched her hair back and said angrily, Who's your best friend? Lan Xuanyu suddenly became serious and said righteously, Student Bai Xiuxiu, I have to tell you seriously that although I'm still young, I'm extremely handsome and invincible. I don't blame you for wanting to be my best friend. Who asked me to be so outstanding? If we become best friends, we should study hard and improve ourselves every day. Hearing this guy's words and looking at his serious expression, Bai Xiuxiu really couldn't hold it in anymore. She took a step forward, pinched his cheeks with both hands, and forcefully twisted them. She gritted her teeth and said, Okay, study hard and improve every day. Lan Xuanyu was still rubbing his red cheeks when they walked out of the train station. His big eyes were full of grievances. Should we send a message to Teacher Nana? Bai Xiuxiu asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, No, we can't turn on the phone yet. I think the academy already knows about it. It's better for us to keep quiet. We'll talk about it when we get back. Isn't Teacher Nana at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy? Let's go and find her directly. This academy will be easy to find. Okay. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Nana doesn't seem to know how to cook. When we go to her place today, you will cook, okay? Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him. Do you want to eat my cooking? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded. He acknowledged Bai Xiuxiu's culinary skills very much. Okay. Bai Xiuxiu nodded at him. The two of them boarded a Soul taxi and told the driver that they were going to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. Indeed, the driver didn't say anything and immediately set off. An hour later, they arrived at an academy with a huge gate. The Shrek Academy was undoubtedly the #1 academy in the Federation. The Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy also had a long history, and had once competed with the Shrek Academy. Of course, the outcome was obvious. After getting out of the car, the two of them looked at the tall gatehouse and walked over. Different academies had different holidays, and they could faintly hear some shouting coming from within the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. It was already afternoon, and the students of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy were still in class. The two of them walked to the academy's gate. The gate was tightly shut, and only a side door was open. When the two of them reached the side door, they were stopped by the guard. Do you have any business here? The guard asked amiably. We're here to pick up someone. Can I trouble you to contact him? Lan Xuanyu asked. The guard glanced at the soul communicator on his wrist and said, "You can make a call and ask the person you found to pick you up. You can go in after registering." Lan Xuanyu said, "Our soul communicators are all broken." He didn't want to turn on his soul communicator because he was afraid that the academy would locate him. With the location, the academy would be able to find them easily. Therefore, he didn't plan to turn on his soul communicator before returning. The guard said helplessly, "Then there's no other way." The prevalence of soul communicators in the Federation was very high, so there was no such thing as a public communicator in the Federation. Lan Xuanyu said, "Then what should we do?" "We'll look for a Nana teacher." "Do you know any Nana teachers?" The guard said, "There are thousands of teachers in the academy." "How can I know every one of them?" Bai Xiaoxiao said, "The prettiest one." The guard laughed. "Little girl, I'm just a guard. I'm just a nobody. How would I know so much? There are many pretty teachers in our academy. Why don't you fix your soul communicator first and contact someone first?" Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Lan Xuanyu and revealed a questioning look. Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, "It's fine. I have a way." He took out a Shrek Academy uniform from his ring and put it on. He grinned at the guard and said, "Uncle Guard, we're actually students from the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. We're here to challenge your academy students to a spar. Therefore, please make it easy for us and let us in. It's not good for us to force our way in, right?" Needless to say, the Shrek Academy uniform was very useful. The guard's attitude immediately changed. He said carefully, "Don't force your way in, don't force your way in. I'll immediately contact the teaching department." As he spoke, he made a call. Not long after, a few people walked out of the academy. A dignified middle-aged man walked in front. There were a few adults behind him. It was obvious that they were teachers from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. The middle-aged man came to the entrance and immediately saw Lan Xuanyu, who was wearing the Shrek Academy uniform. "Dean, it's them." The guard pointed at Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao, then retreated to the side. Since the dean was here, the rest naturally had nothing to do with him. The dignified middle-aged man came in front of Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao and asked, "Are you guys here to challenge our academy students?" Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Hello teacher, it's us." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "We didn't receive any notice from your academy." Lan Xuanyu continued, "Maybe our academy didn't have time to notify you. Come in with me first. Register your names." Shrek Academy's first grade, Lan Xuanyu. Shrek Academy's first grade, Bai Xiaoxiao. Lan Xuanyu wasn't afraid that the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy would verify his and Bai Xiaoxiao's identities. After all, they were Shrek Academy students. Furthermore, as long as they won the following challenge, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy wouldn't have the face to say anything to the Shrek Academy. Furthermore, the Shrek Academy's uniform couldn't be forged. There was a special imprint of the Shrek Academy on it, and it was a special soul formation array. The middle-aged man and a few teachers brought Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao into the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. Lan Xuanyu looked around. No wonder it was an academy with 20,000 years of history. The towering trees displayed the academy's long history. Many of the buildings looked very simple, but they were built very well. They were still as sturdy as rocks. On the wide field, a group of students were running with weights. Looking at the lead singlets they were wearing, each of them probably carried more than 30 kilograms. They looked like they were only 14 or 15 years old. Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo P Douluo Continent 4 Ultimate Douluo 53295 Daxtop. The middle-aged man was the dean of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. As he walked, he said to Lan Xuanyu and the others, "How do you want to challenge us?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I'll have to trouble you to invite the third-year seniors to spar with us. Any form is fine, one-on-one or two-on-two. It's mainly for the sake of learning from each other." Realizing his own shortcomings, the dean nodded and said, "Because we didn't prepare in advance, you guys can take a rest first. We'll call you when we're ready." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao were brought to a lounge. The dean even asked someone to bring drinks and snacks, and then no one cared about them. "We're in, but how do we find Teacher Nana?" Bai Xiaoxiu asked Lan Xuanyu. Xianxia smiled and said, "It's very easy. Teacher Nana's perception is very strong. When the time comes, I'll use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and she'll definitely sense our arrival. Naturally, she'll come to find us. The outer wall of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy can isolate energy from probing. Just now, I plan to use my spiritual power outside, but my spiritual power can't enter at all. So, we have to come in first." Bai Xiaoxiu said, "Yes, let's fight. Are we afraid of them? We even defeated the third-year seniors of our own academy. Don't tell me we can't beat the seniors here?" Lan Xuanyu said. Bai Xiaoxiu said, "I'm afraid you'll bully them." Lan Xuanyu said, "Am I that kind of person?" "You are. You even dare to control the seniors of the Tangmen. What don't you dare to do? You're getting bolder and bolder." Bai Xiaoxiu said angrily. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, "Don't I have a legitimate reason?" Bai Xiaoxiu stuck out her tongue at him, obviously not agreeing with his words. They waited for a full hour. After eating and drinking their fill, the dean came in front of them again. "Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiu, right? We just checked your information and confirmed your identities. You've teamed up to challenge the third-year students of Shrek Academy and won. You're the most outstanding first-year students of Shrek Academy." The dean's attitude was different from before. He seemed to be more cautious. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "You're too polite. You're not the best." The cross-grade challenge they had participated in back then was broadcasted by Jin Jing, so it was normal for them to be found out. After all, it hadn't been long since that incident. Although Bai Xiaoxiu had changed her name, her appearance remained the same. The head of teaching became much gentler. He smiled and said, "As the most outstanding first-year students of Shrek Academy, you have come here to challenge us for 3 years. Although it's a bit sudden, we've decided to accept the challenge after some consideration. However, this concerns the reputation of our academy after all. We would like to ask for your help. Please speak." Lan Xuanyu said calmly. The head of teaching said, "It's like this. Our academy has a total of more than 200 third-year students this year, and some of them are quite good. If we only choose 1 or 2 of them, it won't be easy to choose. We hope that you can guide more of our students. After all, you're students from the Federation's #1 academy. Therefore, can we ask you to take on a few more challenges? Don't worry, as long as you win, we'll tell your academy that you're the winner." Lan Xuanyu said, "We'll battle." The head of teaching hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no. After each match, you can rest for half an hour. 2 people will take turns. It should be enough time for you to recover. We'll also provide some medicine to restore soul power and physical strength. Read books on your phone, save it in the library, remember the website, and read it immediately. You can also choose to take on challenges over many days." Lan Xuanyu said, "How many matches do we have to take on?" The head of teaching said, "We've discussed it. 10 matches. Each of you will have 5 matches, and all of you will have one-on-one matches. How about that?" Lan Xuanyu agreed immediately. The head of teaching nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay, then I'll go and arrange it now. It's estimated to start in half an hour." "Okay, I'll have to trouble you." After the head of teaching left, Bai Xiaoxiu frowned slightly and said, "This head of teaching is quite creative. Does he want us to provoke their students? If we lose, they'll have something to say. The Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy students defeated the Shrek Academy's outstanding actor." Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "But, will we lose?" Bai Xiaoxiu said, "The third-year students might have one-word battle armor. Don't be careless." Lan Xuanyu said, "Just treat it as training our combat ability. In a while, Teacher Nana will definitely be attracted by our aura. We'll let her see our current situation so that she can give us pointers for the next few days. At the same time, we'll let the students here see the difference between them and the students of the Federation's #1 academy. I don't think there's a problem with you. Isn't it just 5 matches?" Bai Xiaoxiu said indifferently, "I don't think there's a problem with me. I just think that someone with only 3 rings can only maintain your Dragon God's transformation for 1 minute." Lan Xuanyu was despised. He snorted and said, "Just you wait, I'll let you see my strength. I can win even without the dragon god's transformation." In the Shrek Space Center, Qianlei sat dejectedly in the waiting hall, his eyes a little blank. Lu Feng sat beside him with his eyes closed. Qianlei muttered, "Frenzy, why do you think she rejected me? The holidays are only a few days, why doesn't she want to go to Heaven Luo planet with us to play?" Lu Feng still had his eyes closed and said, "It's normal for her to reject you. It's a rare holiday, why doesn't she go home?" Not long ago, Lan Mengqin rejected Qianlei's invitation and boarded the spaceship back to Heaven Do planet. Lu Feng and Qianlei were on the spaceship to Heaven Luo planet, but it would take some time before it could depart. Qianlei said, you're right, you're right." His despondent mood seemed to have disappeared in an instant. Lu Feng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "What you should be thinking about now is whether the Academy will send people here to catch us. After all, you have to register your identity to buy a ticket. It won't be difficult for the Academy to find us. We can't run away even if we turn off the soul communicator." Qianlei said, "This. But it's useless even if the Academy catches us. The spaceship isn't with us. We don't know anything." Lu Feng said, "It doesn't matter, we've finished our final exams anyway. Whether it's now or after the holiday, we have to deal with it. It's just a matter of time. And there's one more thing you should consider." "What is it?" Qianlei asked doubtfully. Lu Feng suddenly laughed, and it was a little strange. "Do you think your parents will still recognize you when you go home?" After studying at Shrek Academy for a whole year, every freshman had changed greatly. But the one who changed the most and improved the most was not Lan Xuanyu, nor was it Lu Feng, Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, Tang Yuge, Yuan and Hui Hui, but Qianlei. Qianlei relied on his special martial soul and Lan Xuanyu's help to get into Shrek Academy. And today, a year later, he already had the strength to hold his own. With the help of the powerful golden behemoth and his teammates, he blocked the attack of a seven-ring soul sage in Black Corner City that day. Although it only lasted for a short period of time, it was enough to prove his current strength. In the entire team, his strength was ranked at the top. At least, the current Lu Feng was no match for him. His cultivation had increased. In the past year, he was the one who had changed the most. At the same time, his appearance had also changed. The fat on his body was gone and replaced by strong muscles. He had also grown much taller. From his appearance alone, people would believe that he was 16 or 17 years old, but in fact, he was only 13 years old. Qianlei rubbed his face. It no longer had the texture of baby fat. Looking at his strong arms without any excess fat, Qianlei blinked. Ever since his body changed, he had been working hard to cultivate like his companions. He was busy every day and didn't dare to slack off for a moment. Now that he had truly calmed down, he realized how huge his change was. That's right. Would Daddy and Mommy still recognize him? Qianlei turned to look at Lu Feng. What if they don't recognize me? Lu Feng said, there's no other way. You'll have to live on the streets. Qianlei suddenly laughed out loud. Waha, my mom has been asking me to lose weight. If she goes back and sees that I already have such a perfect figure, she will definitely be overjoyed. Can I be considered a handsome guy now? Tell me quickly, crazy. Tell me the truth. Lu Feng turned to look at him. Although Qianlei's appearance was far from Lan Xuanyu's level, his figure had improved and he wasn't ugly. Instead, he looked quite manly. It was just that his image had always been too different from his previous image. In addition, they were familiar with his personality, so almost no one paid attention to this point. Looking at it now, it really seemed to be passable. That's all. Lu Feng obviously wouldn't praise him. Qianlei had already stood up and walked in a direction. Where are you going? Lu Feng asked doubtfully. To the toilet. There's a mirror in the toilet. I'm going to look in the mirror and see how handsome I am. The spacecraft flew steadily in space. As long as it didn't encounter a meteorite belt after leaving the atmosphere, its flight was generally quite stable. Lan Mengqin nestled in her seat half awake and would dream from time to time. She dreamed of various scenes. There were clips of her and Bai Xiuxiu eating the ice god twin lotus flowers on one stalk, clips of everyone going on adventures together, and clips of that annoying fatty, Qianlei. It was only after she had relaxed that she truly felt exhausted. This past year had really been a little too tiring. Now, there was no competition, no assessment, no pursuit of her companions, and no sparring. He didn't need to attend classes or pilot a space warship. All she had to do was sit on the spaceship and go home. She didn't even want to meditate. She just wanted to lazily lean on the seat, even if she had to be in a half-awake state. Family Titan. Yuan and Hui Hui rushed into the family gate excitedly and shouted as soon as she entered, "I'm back." The house was very quiet, and there was usually no one at home. Originally, their family could not be considered to be flourishing. Moreover, everyone had their own things to do. He passed through the courtyard and came to the main hall. He picked up a cup of cold water and gulped it down in big gulps. Yuan and Hui Hui immediately felt extremely comfortable. As if attracted by his voice, an extremely beautiful woman walked down from upstairs. When she saw Yuan and Hui Hui, she was pleasantly surprised. "Baby, you're back. Where have you been these past few days? Your school only said that you went to take a special final exam, but they weren't willing to tell us where you went." "Mom." When he saw the beautiful woman, Yuan and Hui Hui immediately pounced on her like a swallow and hugged her waist with a smile on his face. The woman gently patted his head and said softly, "It's good that you're back." Upon closer inspection, one would realize that Yuan and Hui Hui and this woman were at least 50 to 60% alike. If it was at night, they would probably be more than 80% alike. This woman also had a pair of pointy ears. She was once the princess of the elf tribe, but now, she was just the wife of Family Titan. She had a pair of extremely rare pink eyes that were clear and moving. When she looked at Yuan and Hui Hui, her eyes were filled with love. "We went to take a final exam. It's already over, and we've completed our mission. It's the holidays now. We can rest at home for half a month," Yuan and Hui Hui said with a grin. Yunlu smiled. "That's good. What do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you." "Oh, right, your grandma also asked you, how's the fusion with the illusory fairy dragon?" "It's pretty good. It woke up pretty quickly. Especially after eating the emperor fruit that Xian you gave me last time, the fusion became faster," Yuan and Hui Hui said with a smile. Yunlu gently patted her son's head and said, "Okay, then you go and rest first. Mom will call you when it's time to eat." "Okay." Yuan and Hui Hui hugged his mother again and went upstairs. Looking at his back as he left, Yunlu's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. She sighed softly and walked towards the kitchen. She had always felt indebted to her son. Why was Yuan and Hui Hui a man during the day and a woman at night? This had a lot to do with her as a mother. The elves had a long lifespan, but the problem was that it was very difficult to give birth to descendants. Especially within the elves, the probability of giving birth to descendants was even more difficult. Yuan and Hui Hui's father accidentally had sex with her during an expedition on the elven planet, but she didn't expect that she would get pregnant. According to the normal situation of the elves, she would most likely have to be pregnant for about 30 years before giving birth to Yuan and Hui Hui. But she wasn't willing to take that long because during pregnancy, elven women needed to go through special methods to ensure the survival of the child. After all, the chances of accidents happening in 30 years were still very high. But Yunlu couldn't bear to part with her lover, so she sneaked into the elven cave and used the influence of the fairy dragon's aura to forcefully accelerate the pregnancy. In fact, it only took Yuan and Hui Hui 8 months to give birth, which was equivalent to a normal elven woman being born after 30 years of pregnancy. It was even shorter than a human woman. During this process, although Yuan and Hui Hui had absorbed enough energy, she didn't know what went wrong, causing the difference in gender between day and night. Regarding this, Yunlu was extremely regretful, but there was no other way. She could only announce to the elves that the child was born after 30 years of pregnancy. It was precisely because of this that she, who was originally the successor to the next generation of the Elf King, gave up her inheritance rights and came to the human world to find her father with her child. This was why there were a series of family changes in Family Titan and Tang Yuga's mother running away with her. This was also the reason why Tang Yuga was hostile to Yuan and Hui Hui. But after coming to Family Titan for more than 10 years, Yunlu lived in seclusion and never participated in any of the family's matters. She only took care of her husband and children and fulfilled the responsibility of a mother and wife. Gradually, she was accepted by Family Titan. And Tang Yuga's mother had a strong personality and never returned. As she recalled the past in her mind, Yunlu made a few dishes that Yuan and Hui Hui usually liked to eat. Then, she went upstairs to his room to call him to eat. The door was unlocked. When she pushed the door open, she was surprised to see Yuan and Hui Hui lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. He was sleeping very soundly. His beautiful little face was red from sleeping, and his breathing was long and deep. This child is really exhausted. Yunlu's heart ached as she walked forward. She crawled down on the bed, kissed his cheek, and covered him with a blanket. Let him sleep first. He can eat when he wakes up. Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. In the lounge, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were discussing how they should go on stage later. The safest way was for them to take turns and compete one round each. There was plenty of time to rest between each round, so they felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. At this moment, the door of the lounge was pushed open. A familiar figure and a familiar aura immediately attracted the two of them to look at the door. She was wearing a white dress, and her silver hair was draped behind her head. Her purple eyes were filled with joy and surprise. The moment she saw them, she tilted her head slightly and pursed her lips into a smile. Teacher Nana. Lan Xuanyu jumped up excitedly, rushed over, and threw himself into Nana's arms. Bai Xiuxiu wasn't to be outdone either. She was only a beat slower than him and rushed in front of Nana. She even pushed Lan Xuanyu to the side and squeezed into Nana's arms. Hugging them, Nana smiled and said, "You've both grown a little taller." "Yes, I'm taller than him." Bai Xiuxiu was a little proud of herself. Girls at this age matured very quickly. Lan Xuanyu wasn't considered short among his peers, but Bai Xiuxiu was indeed a little taller than him. Nana smiled and asked, "Why are you here? Are you on vacation?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Yes, we're on vacation. Our soul communicators were broken, so we couldn't call you, so we came here directly. We were stopped at the entrance, so we said that we were sent by the academy to challenge the students here for the final exam. That's how we got in." "How did you know we were here?" Nana said, "I sensed your auras. You're finally on vacation, so what's there to challenge? Let me take a look." As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked into Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's eyes. After observing their eyes, Nana couldn't help but frown slightly. "You can't challenge them, you both need to rest. You're already very tired mentally." At this moment, the dean walked in from outside. When he saw Nana, Lan Xuanyu, and Bai Xiuxiu hugging each other intimately, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He was a little puzzled and asked, "Teacher Nana, why are you here?" Nana turned to look at him and said, "These two kids are here to look for me." The dean was stunned. "Look for you?" "They're here to take the final exam of Shrek Academy." "What's going on?" Nana said, "There's no final exam. They were only stopped at the entrance of the academy, so they had to resort to this." "I'm sorry." When facing the dean, her expression became very calm and there were no fluctuations in her emotions. After saying that, she only nodded at him and held Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's hands as they walked out. "Wait a minute, Teacher Nana." The dean hurriedly said, "But we've already told the students and we've already chosen people. How can we not compete just because we say so? Our students are also looking forward to challenging Shrek Academy's top students." Nana frowned slightly and said, "First years? There's no need." The dean's faces and Nana's. And Nana's Nana. And Nana's. And Nana. Nana glanced at Lan Xuanyu and said, "Not now, they are very tired and need to rest." "Xianyu, how many days of vacation do you have?" Lan Xuanyu said, 15 days. There should be 14 days left now. When we came back, the academy would already be on holiday for a day. Nana said, "Then let's do it in 10 days. If you want to challenge, wait for 10 days. The dean's face darkened. "Teacher Nana, this is not a casual matter. It concerns the honor of our academy. Furthermore, 10 days later, our academy will already be on holiday. Nana said, then don't challenge them. They are also my students. I am responsible for their health. That's all. Although her tone was calm, it was filled with an irrefutable certainty. Just like that, she pulled Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu out. The dean subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to stop them. However, a gentle soul power fluctuation rippled out from Nana's body. The dean felt his entire body stiffen and was shocked to discover that he couldn't move at all. He even temporarily lost his ability to speak. Nana had been in the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy for quite some time. She was sent here by the War God Hall, and was specially approved by the dean to become a teacher. When she first arrived at the academy, she was stunned by the teachers and students. She was simply too beautiful. However, she didn't attend classes at all. She only stayed in the dormitory. Other than the day she arrived, no one had seen her before. They didn't even know how to curry favor with her. The Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy didn't assign her any teaching tasks either. The dean naturally knew about her. This was because he was the one who handled the paperwork for Nana when she first arrived. He naturally had a deep impression of her. He didn't expect to meet her again at such a time. Back then, the dean had always thought that she was the exclusive property of some important person. She was just a figurehead in the academy. However, in that instant, he realized how strong she was. It was important to note that he was an 8-ringed soul Douluo, even though he was the dean. However, he didn't even have the strength to retaliate in front of her. She was at least a transcendent Douluo. He couldn't afford to offend her. The dean only regained his ability to move after Nana and the other two disappeared. He stomped his foot and decided to report this matter to the dean. This wasn't something that he could decide. Nana pulled Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu through the corridor. They exited the building and went outside. The environment of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy was extremely good. The towering trees were especially lively. School had already ended, and there were many students in the academy. Compared to Shrek Academy, where almost no one could be seen, this place was much livelier. When the students saw Nana walking past with Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, they couldn't help but stare. The three of them were simply too good-looking. As they walked, a young man who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old walked over. As he walked, he waved at Nana and said, "Teacher Nana, how are you?" As he spoke, he was already in front of Nana. "Teacher Nana, do you still remember me? I met you at the entrance when you first came to our academy." Nana furrowed her brow and said, "I don't really remember." The young man didn't think much of it. He smiled and said, "Then let's get to know each other again. My name is Lin Tiandai. I'm the form teacher of Year 4 Class 2. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Nana. Nana nodded at him and said, "I still have something to do." After that, she pulled Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu and walked past him. She ignored his outstretched hand. Lin Tiandai's expression froze. He wanted to say something, but he held it in. He shook his head helplessly. However, as he looked at Nana's back, his eyes were already filled with infatuation. When Nana first came to the academy, he realized that he had fallen in love with her at first sight. Lin Tiandai's family background was quite good. His father was a member of the Federation and the leader of the Dove faction. He had a very important position in the Federation. However, he didn't like politics. Instead, he liked to do some research on soul tools. He was also quite talented. To him, the academy was the best place for research. That was why he came to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. As he was engrossed in research, he hadn't had a girlfriend until he was 28 years old. His appearance wasn't bad, and his family background was prominent. There were many girls who chased after him. However, he didn't pay much attention to them. He spent almost all of his energy on research. Until one day, when he went to the teaching office to do some work, he happened to meet Nana, who came to do some paperwork. In that instant, he understood that the reason he hadn't been in a relationship before wasn't because there was something wrong with him. It was because he hadn't met someone that he truly liked. Nana's beauty was enough to shake one's soul. In that instant, he knew that he was in love. Even if it was a one-sided love, it was still the same. After that, he used all of his methods to find out everything about Nana, including her residence, teaching direction, and so on. Of course, he also wanted to know her background. However, what made him feel strange was that Nana's background was actually a secret of the Federation. He couldn't find out anything about it. Furthermore, from that day onwards, he never saw Nana again. Until today, when he had just finished his class and was about to return to his office, he accidentally saw Nana. He was overjoyed and ran over recklessly, trying to strike up a conversation with her. He didn't have much experience, so he just wanted to get to know Nana first. Nana's coldness didn't dispel his thoughts. On the contrary, he was a little complacent. At least he told her his name. He let her know who he was. Moreover, shouldn't goddesses be cold and aloof? If she wasn't cold and aloof, wouldn't anyone be able to get close to her? Lan Xuanyu covered his mouth and chuckled, glancing at Nana. Nana said, "What are you laughing at?" Lan Xuanyu said, "That male teacher just now wanted to pursue you, right?" Nana glanced at him. "At such a young age, you already know what pursuit is?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Of course I know. When a person likes another person, they will pursue them." "Teacher Nana, you are so beautiful, there must be a lot of people pursuing you. Have you ever had a boyfriend?" Nana was stunned by his question. She frowned and seemed to be lost in thought. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "I think so, I have." Bai Shoushou exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Nana, who is qualified to be your boyfriend?" Nana smiled bitterly, "I don't remember. Ever since I woke up, I don't remember anything." Neither Lan Xuanyu nor Bai Shoushou had any impression of Nana's background. Nana had never mentioned it. They only knew that Nana seemed to have amnesia and couldn't remember a lot of things in the past. Nana took them to her dormitory. Her residence was arranged in a corner of the teacher's dormitory. It was a small two-story building. The area was quite big, about 500 square meters. The interior was luxuriously decorated and had all kinds of facilities. It was much better than Lan Xuanyu's dormitory at Shrek Academy. This was a special request from the War God Hall for the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. After all, Nana was very important in their hearts. "Teacher Nana, your place is really big. We have a place to stay." Lan Xuanyu didn't look as smart as he was in the academy in front of Nana. It was as if he had become an ordinary youth, and he jumped onto the sofa. "Take off your shoes. Aren't you dirty?" Bai Shoushou walked over and kicked him. "It's all right," Nana said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu took off his shoes and laid on the sofa. He suddenly felt very comfortable. In front of Nana, he was really relaxed, completely relaxed. Suddenly, he felt as if his whole body was soft. "Teacher Nana, why don't you let us spar with the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy? I wanted to use sparring to attract you over. Then, I'll let you see our growth during this period." Lan Xuanyu said to Nana. Nana shook her head gently and said, "No, you guys need to rest. You guys are too tired. Although you don't lack spiritual power and stamina. However, your inner spiritual senses are extremely tired. This is caused by long-term high tension. Even meditation won't allow you to truly relax. You have to rest well. So, during the holidays, you guys should rest well at my place." Bai Shoushou was stunned and said, "Hearing you say that, it does seem a little tiring." She had already sat down on the sofa beside Lan Xuanyu. The soft sofa had a feeling of sinking into it. It was indescribably comfortable. They had been working hard to cultivate in all aspects. Then, they were suddenly sent to Heaven Planet for their final exams. During this period, they were tense. They experienced a battle, a kidnapping, a space battle, an escape, and ran away after returning. They had been in a state of high tension. Previously, they had been tense and didn't feel anything. But now that they relaxed, they realized that they were really tired. Lan Xuanyu felt his eyelids heavy. He turned to look at Bai Shoushou and muttered, "Shoushou, cook." With that, he closed his eyes. Bai Shoushou said unhappily, "You only know how to squeeze me. I'm not going to cook for you." With that, she leaned against the sofa and closed her eyes. They had already slept on the train, but at this moment, an even stronger sense of exhaustion washed over them, and they couldn't resist it at all. Seeing that their breathing had gradually become even, Nana couldn't help but shake her head with heartache. Previously, she could clearly observe that the two people's spiritual senses were weak. This kind of weakness couldn't last for too long, or it would affect their spiritual senses. Right at this moment, Nana's eyes moved slightly. In the next moment, a purplish-black light suddenly surged out from between Bai Shoushou's brows and transformed into a figure. It was the Demon Queen. The Demon Queen's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. She knelt down without hesitation and prostrated herself on the ground. "Greetings, Master." At the same time, a dark golden light lit up between Lan Xuanyu's brows and a weak voice sounded. "Lan Xuanyu greets Master. My lord, please forgive me for being too weak to meet you in human form." His voice was weak and even trembling a little. Nana frowned. "Who are you? Spirit soul?" Ever since Lan Xuanyu and the others returned from the elven planet, they had been especially busy. They had contacted Nana through soul communication, but they didn't mention anything about spirit souls. After all, they hadn't truly fused yet. It was Lan Xuanyu who didn't ask Bai Shoushou to tell Nana. After all, a top-notch soul beast like the Demon Queen was too shocking. He was prepared to tell her after they met. When the Demon Queen heard Nana's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Master, why you don't recognize me?" Nana looked at the Demon Queen and hesitated slightly. "You seem a little familiar, but I can't remember. Do you know who I am?" The Demon Queen said anxiously, "You are our ruler." "You." Right at this moment, Tian's illusory voice sounded again. "Master, have you forgotten everything from the past?" Nana nodded. "I don't remember. Who am I?" The Demon Queen glanced in Lan Xuanyu's direction and didn't say anything else. The reason why she and Bai Shoushou didn't commit suicide was because they received a message from Tian. Tian told them that he wouldn't die and asked them to choose to become spirit souls of Bai Shoushou and Lan Mengqin. Seeing Nana today, the Demon Queen was extremely shocked. This was their former master. This was the true ruler of the soul beast world. However, Tian's sudden interruption made her realize something. After all, she and Tian had been together for so many years, and there was a tacit understanding between them. After a moment of silence, Tian said, "Master, you were once the ruler of our soul beast lineage. The Demon Queen and I are both 100,000-year soul beasts. Because our lifespans are almost up, we chose these two children to be our subordinates. You went missing 10,000 years ago. I didn't expect to see you again." Nana said in a daze, "Are you saying that I'm also a soul beast?" Tian said, "No, you have already left this category. You are a god." Nana said, "Then what did I do in the past?" "What did I do in the past?" After a moment of silence, Tian said, "You once led us to resist the humans and tried to destroy them to take revenge for the humans invading our homeland." Nana was shocked and her face turned slightly pale. "You're saying that I'm an enemy of the humans?" Tian said, "You used to be, we all are. In ancient times, the mother planet originally belonged to us soul beasts. The dragon race ruled the land. You were the great silver dragon king, a part of the dragon gods. You controlled the positive energy of the dragon gods and controlled the power of the elements. Later on, in the Great War in the divine world, the dragon gods led many divine beasts to fight against the gods. We lost. The dragon gods died and turned into King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. King Jinlong's whereabouts were unknown, and you returned to the mother planet to sleep. When you woke up, the humans had already developed and were constantly invading our living space, causing us soul beasts to be on the verge of extinction. That was why you led us to resist. You tried to destroy the humans." Nana said, "But according to what I know, soul beasts now have their own living space." "Yes, that was the result of your hard work. In the end, we came to an agreement with the humans. However, during that period, we also experienced many hardships. You were also severely injured and disappeared. I didn't expect to be able to see you again. Don't worry, we soul beasts are now living very well on Douluo planet and the Elven planet. We have a much wider world than before. Your wish has been fulfilled." We have also reached an agreement with the humans and are no longer enemies. Listening to his story, Nana vaguely recalled some things, but she kept feeling that there seemed to be something especially important that she had neglected. Nana tried her best to recall, but a sharp pain came from her head. She groaned in pain and shook her head. "Master, what's wrong?" the demon queen hurriedly asked. Nana waved her hand. "Don't call me master. I'm no longer your master. Whenever I try to recall anything, my head will hurt. I'm not a soul beast either. I just want to be a normal person. I just want to be with these children. Since you've already become their spirit souls, be good spirit souls." "Yes, master." The demon queen glanced at Lan Xuanyu with a questioning look in her eyes. Tian said, "Master, we'll follow your wishes. I'm very weak and can't wake up any time to communicate with you. Please take care." After Tian finished speaking, the dark golden projection on Lan Xuanyu's forehead disappeared silently. In that short moment, Tian's consciousness appeared in the demon queen's mind. Master has lost her memories. She has lost the painful memories of the past. That person might not be around anymore. Rather than making her suffer, it's better to hide it from her. What I'm curious about is the relationship between Master and Lan Xuanyu. Logically speaking, they should be related by blood. But why is she only Lan Xuanyu's teacher? I'm going to continue sleeping. Pay more attention to these matters. I originally thought that Lan Xuanyu was Master and that person's child. I was worried that they would be unhappy if they knew that I was relying on Lan Xuanyu. After all, I'm borrowing his dragon god's bloodline to continue cultivating. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, Master losing her memories isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least she won't be in pain anymore. The demon queen smiled bitterly. Actually, we're already living in peace with humans. The most fundamental conflict between Master and that person no longer exists. Tian sighed. Life is unpredictable. Since the heavens have chosen to make Master lose her memories, the heavens must have their own intentions. This isn't something we can control. My forceful awakening this time has consumed a lot of energy. Unless Lan Xuanyu's life is in danger, I might not be able to awaken for the next 3 years. Just focus on integrating with Bai Xiuxiu. Only by borrowing their strength can we truly surpass the deity level. After saying that, Tian fell into a deep slumber. The Devil Queen bowed at Nana again before turning into a purple light and entering Bai Xiuxiu's body. Nana stood there for a long while before her headache subsided. Looking at the sleeping Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, her eyes were still a little dazed. I'm actually the master of the soul beasts. It turns out that I'm not human. She raised her hands and looked at her palms. Silver scales silently appeared and covered her hands with a gentle 7-colored light. Nana muttered to herself, "Silver Dragon King, so I'm the Silver Dragon King." Then she shook her head gently. "No more hatred, no more memories. I'm just a Nana. What does the Silver Dragon King have to do with me?" At this moment, her heart gradually calmed down. She was already used to this kind of ordinary life. She slowly walked to Lan Xuanyu's side and carried him to the bed in the guest room. Then, she carried Bai Xiuxiu to the other guest room. She was only truly happy when she was with her 2 children. Lan Xuanyu slept very soundly. He didn't know how much time had passed before he woke up. When he realized that he was in an unfamiliar place, he first fell into a temporary daze before he gradually remembered. Oh, this is Teacher Nana's house. He flipped over and sat up. His head was still a little dizzy, but his body felt indescribably comfortable. "Come out and eat something since you're awake." Nana's gentle voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu sniffed and immediately smelled the aroma of food. He quickly stood up and ran outside. When he ran outside, he realized that the table in the living room was already filled with food. Bai Xiuxiu was placing a plate of food on the table. He was really hungry. Lan Xuanyu unceremoniously pounced on it and began to gorge himself. The stewed meat was soft and tender. There wasn't much seasoning, but the aroma of the meat was perfectly brought out. The vegetables were tender and refreshing, and the aroma lingered in his mouth after he finished eating. Nana also sat at the table and ate slowly. She looked at Lan Xuanyu's table manners and couldn't help but laugh. You're really hungry. Eat slowly and leave some for Xiaoxiao. She woke up more than an hour earlier than you. She cooked for you when she woke up. I don't know how to cook, so I can only find some acceptable ingredients. Bai Xiaoxiao actually didn't know how to cook many dishes. She only knew two kinds, stewed meat and stir-fried vegetables. Of course, there was also barbecue. The taste of the food wasn't better than the food in the restaurant, but Lan Xuanyu ate with satisfaction. When he was 80% full, Lan Xuanyu finally had time to speak. Xiaoxiao, when did you learn how to cook? You're not even 14 years old, but you can actually cook so well. Bai Xiaoxiao said, children of the poor are already in charge of the household. I grew up in an orphanage. Later, I entered the college and lived in the dormitory. I didn't have money to pay tuition, so I was considered a working student. Although I had seniors to take care of me, I still had to do what I could. I knew how to make porridge when I was 8, and I could make simple food when I was 10. Lan Xuanyu blinked. It wasn't easy. When I grow up, I'll cook for you. Bai Xiaoxiao curled her lips. You? I'll probably starve to death if I count on you. Nana looked at the two of them with a smile and didn't say anything. Bai Xiaoxiao was accepted as a student by her not only because of her talent. Bai Xiaoxiao was a very hard-working girl. Although her background was different, she wasn't much different from ordinary people when she was young. Moreover, she had lost a lot of her memories at that time. Later, Nana slowly learned that her amnesia was traumatic. Nana thought that her amnesia might be the same. After learning that she was the Silver Dragon King, Nana felt that she didn't want to know about these things, because it would only cause more trouble. She thought about a lot of things that day, and felt a little irritated. She felt that it was better for her not to know many things. For example, the master of the Sea God's Pavilion in Shrek Academy seemed to know her, but he didn't say anything. Perhaps he was her senior, or perhaps he was her enemy. It was rare for her to be confused, so amnesia wasn't a bad thing. Watching the two children in front of her grow up was the happiest thing in her life. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lan Xuanyu felt that he was full of energy. He looked at Nana and asked, Teacher Nana, what are we doing today? Do you want to teach me a few more moves? He was already used to the fast pace of life in Shrek Academy. Every minute in the academy had to be arranged properly, and he couldn't waste it. Nana smiled and said, learn to slow down today. Don't do anything other than meditate. I'll take you out for a walk later. Take a walk? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Nana nodded and smiled. How about going to the mall? We met in the mall back then. Lan Xuanyu couldn't believe it. Are we really not going to cultivate? Nana said, strike a balance between work and rest. You have to relax when you need to. You have to give your body time to settle down. If you're too tense, you'll break. You all need to relax. Bai Xiaoxiao jumped up excitedly. Then let's go shopping. I want to buy beautiful clothes and eat good food. Lan Xuanyu will pay, he has money. The words shopping were unfamiliar to Lan Xuanyu, but for some reason, when he heard Bai Xiaoxiao's cheers, he also became excited. Okay, let's go shopping. Nana pulled Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao out of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, one in each hand. To avoid unnecessary attention, she wore a hooded sweater and a hat to cover her silver hair. She also put on a mask, which made her look seamless. Nana also put a mask on Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao. After all, they were equally good-looking. Nana didn't have a car, but she was familiar with buses. She brought Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao onto one. Teacher Nana, do you usually go to the mall? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. In his eyes, he always felt that Teacher Nana was a great beauty who was above the common populace. Nana smiled and said, sometimes, I will. I feel bored too. When that happens, I go out for a walk. Occasionally, I can see some new things in the mall, and then I can buy some daily necessities. Wow. I thought you didn't go out much. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that Nana was more approachable like this. However, he also had an awkward feeling that he didn't want anyone else to get close to her other than himself and Xiaoxiao. Just like that guy who was pursuing Nana. He couldn't help but feel hostile towards him. Nana gently patted his head and said, "Teachers are human too." Of course. She was stunned when she said this. She thought to herself, am I really human? Maybe I am. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt that something was wrong with her. Teacher Nana, what's wrong? Nothing. I mean, I also need to interact with society. Nana smiled. Bai Xiuxiu said, Teacher Nana, will you always be a teacher here? Nana shook her head and said, I don't know. Maybe. If you guys are always on this planet, then I will be here too. I hope to see you guys often and watch you grow up. I want to see you guys start a family. Bai Xiuxiu subconsciously looked at Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that Lan Xuanyu said that he would be her boyfriend in the future. She blushed slightly. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask and didn't expose herself. The bus was a little crowded. It was morning, the peak hour for work. Nana used her arms to hug Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu in front of her so that they wouldn't be squeezed by the crowd. When the crowd was around her, they were naturally blocked by the gentle air. They couldn't get within half a foot of her. Her body. After a 20-minute ride, they finally arrived. The three got off the bus was a huge shopping mall. Nana said with great familiarity, the 9 floors below here are shopping malls. Above that, there might be residential buildings and office buildings. It's quite complete. Lan Xuanyu still remembered clearly that when he saw Nana in the shopping mall, Nana had shown him the fountain with 9 dragons playing with a pearl. At that time, he was still young and ignorant. He didn't know what that scene represented. Now that he was older, he knew that it required precise control to do something like that. Teacher Nana, are you a title Douluo? Lan Xuanyu asked softly. Nana glanced at him. Why are you suddenly asking this? Lan Xuanyu said, I just feel that you're very strong. So I wanted to ask. You can say that. Let's not talk about cultivation today. I'll take you guys to see some clothes and buy some for you guys. As she spoke, Nana pulled them into the arena. Bai Xiuxiu was only 13 years old, but girls developed early. She was already 1.65 meters tall. Lan Xuanyu was slightly shorter than her. So when they bought clothes, they had to buy clothes for adults. Lan Xuanyu was a little better. Boys didn't really care about things like clothes, at least at his age. He also felt that wearing a school uniform was pretty good. However, Bai Xiuxiu was very interested in all kinds of beautiful clothes. She followed Nana into one branded store after another, choosing clothes and trying them on. Lan Xuanyu became a spectator. Is it pretty? This one? Bai Xiuxiu changed into a white long dress with a dark blue collar and skirt. She walked charmingly in front of Lan Xuanyu. It's pretty, Lan Xuanyu said sincerely. After a while, Bai Xiuxiu wore a loose pink t-shirt with a cute cartoon pattern on the chest. She smiled sweetly and walked over. Is it pretty? It's pretty. This shirt set off her pink and tender skin, and the shorts below showed off her pair of long legs, which was even more captivating. Bai Xiuxiu went in again. This time, she changed into something more mature. She wore black trousers and a black dress. Is it pretty? It's pretty. Ahem, you don't have to ask me. You'll look good in anything, Lan Xuanyu said helplessly. Bai Xiuxiu said angrily, you're just brushing me off, aren't you? Lan Xuanyu quickly said, no. Don't you know what kind of person you are? You're the legendary super beautiful girl in the universe who looks good in anything. Can you have a little confidence in yourself? Take whatever you like. As long as it's the right size, it'll look good on you. I'll pay for it. Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes at him, but there was still some pride in her beautiful dark blue eyes. Then, Lan Xuanyu regretted it, because he became the rack for hanging clothes. After buying and packing, the handbag was placed in Lan Xuanyu's hands. Nana was supposed to take it, but Bai Xiuxiu said that men should be gentlemanly. How could a woman take a handbag? Then, Lan Xuanyu began to carry a pile of clothes of all sizes. He wanted to pay, but Nana rushed to pay for them and insisted on not letting him spend money. Lan Xuanyu couldn't persuade her, so he could only do the hard work. Nana also chose a few clothes for Lan Xuanyu. But Lan Xuanyu really didn't have much interest in buying clothes. In this aspect, men were probably the same no matter how old they were. Seeing that it was almost noon, Lan Xuanyu realized that Bai Xiuxiu was still full of enthusiasm, and teacher Nana was still accompanying them with a smile. He, on the other hand, only bought 2 dresses. "Aren't you tired?" Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him. "You're a soul master, and you're already tired?" Lan Xuanyu looked at Nana. "Teacher Nana, are you sure you brought me out to relax and rest?" "He'd rather cultivate. That would be so fulfilling." Nana giggled and said, "Endure it." They ate a simple meal for lunch and continued to shop. When Lan Xuanyu was about to fall asleep in the waiting area, he was woken up by Bai Xiuxiu. "Does this look good?" Bai Xiuxiu was holding a black t-shirt with a cute golden ghost face on it. Lan Xuanyu was a little confused. It looks good, it looks good. I'll buy it." Bai Xiuxiu stuffed the t-shirt in her hands into his hands and said, "This is yours." Lan Xuanyu finally saw clearly that there were actually 2 t-shirts in her hands. The patterns on the 2 t-shirts were slightly different. The one that she handed to him had a bigger ghost face, while the one in her hands was smaller. However, there was an additional golden lace around it. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Although he didn't know much about clothes, he understood something when he saw the 2 t-shirts that were somewhat similar. Then, he asked, "Where's teacher Nana?" "She's over there." "Why?" Bai Xiuxiu asked, puzzled. Lan Xuanyu quickly ran to Nana's side and whispered something in her ear. Nana smiled and nodded. Then, Bai Xiuxiu saw Lan Xuanyu pay for the t-shirt. She blushed slightly. She knew that this guy understood the meaning of the t-shirt. Lan Xuanyu came back. He looked at the t-shirt in Bai Xiuxiu's hands and waved the one in his hands. "This is my gift to you." Bai Xiuxiu pursed her lips. "At least you're not too stupid." "Humph." Lan Xuanyu chuckled. "Why are you humming so cutely?" Bai Xiuxiu immediately blushed. "Little brat, go away." With that, she ran over to Nana. Looking at the t-shirt in his hand, Lan Xuanyu felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He finally felt that shopping wasn't too bad. The day passed peacefully and meaningfully. Dinner was also settled at a restaurant in the shopping mall. The taste was average, but whether it was Nana, Lan Xuanyu, or Bai Xiuxiu, they were all very satisfied. When they returned to Nana's dormitory in the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, the sky was already completely dark. Lan Xuanyu didn't even bother to take a shower. He directly lay on the bed. The relaxed feeling in his body made him feel indescribably lazy and comfortable. This was a day without soul power, bloodline power, soul guidance aircraft, mecha, or battle armor. He suddenly felt that such an ordinary day was quite beautiful. Images of Nana and Bai Xiuxiu trying on clothes during the day flashed in his mind from time to time. What a beautiful image that was. If he could live such an ordinary life every day, it wouldn't be too bad. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little lost. He should have been able to live such a life, right? Then what's the point of cultivating? There are so many ordinary people who can't cultivate their martial souls, but aren't they living happily? Take a shower. You'll feel better when you sleep. Nana walked in and sat down beside Lan Xuanyu. "Teacher Nana, tell me, why do we have to cultivate?" Lan Xuanyu wriggled towards her. Nana touched his cheek and said, "Didn't you tell me that you have to work hard to cultivate to protect your mother and the people you want to protect?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He immediately recalled the feeling of powerlessness in the face of the bandits in that building. This was also why he had such a bad impression of planet Heaven and why he didn't feel any pressure to destroy there. "What about you? Why do you cultivate?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Nana said, "I don't remember the past. Now, it's to protect you." Lan Xuanyu smiled and moved to Nana's side. He rested his head on her thighs and hugged her waist. At this moment, he suddenly felt a special peace of mind. It was as if his whole body was wrapped in warmth. Nana gently stroked his hair with a faint smile on her face. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you cultivate or become stronger. I'll protect you." Lan Xuanyu did not respond because he had already fallen asleep. Yes, he fell asleep in an instant. However, his brows were relaxed and there was a smile on his face. For the next few days, Nana didn't let them cultivate. Instead, she brought them around Mingdu. Mingdu had a long history, and there were many places of interest. Including the Parliament Square, there were also some historical marks left over from the past 10,000 years, all of which were worth a visit. They even went to the Sun Moon mountain range next to Mingdu to play for an entire day. It was only when they were climbing the mountain that Lan Xuanyu realized that he was a soul master. These days of complete relaxation and play went on for an entire week. Ever since they started cultivating, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu had never been lazy for such a long time. This wonderful feeling of complete relaxation made their bodies and minds feel comfortable. They didn't need to think, they didn't need to be wise or strong. They just needed to be themselves, 12 or 13 years old boys and girls in their youth. Alright, you've had enough relaxation this week. If you want to cultivate, you can start meditating tonight. If you still want to rest, that's fine too. When they returned to their residence, Nana announced that their relaxing days were over. That's right. For the past few days, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu didn't even meditate. They went straight to bed every night. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu even insisted on Nana. He would only sleep if Nana patted his head. Bai Xiuxiu was very envious of this, but she didn't argue with him. Nana also let him be. Every night, she would wait for him to fall asleep before leaving. After a week, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's complexions became especially good. They were already good-looking, and now their skin was white and rosy. They were full of youthful sunshine. I choose to sleep. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand and said with a smile. He really liked the feeling of teacher Nana caressing his hair when he fell asleep. It was really too wonderful. No, you can't be lazy anymore. You have to meditate tonight. Bai Xiuxiu said righteously. Then, she grabbed Lan Xuanyu, who was about to walk towards Nana. Lan Xuanyu said, "You're jealous, aren't you? This is the last day, okay?" Bai Xiuxiu snorted and said, "Tomorrow comes after tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there? Today's matter ends today. Hurry up and meditate. I'll stay with you and watch you." As she spoke, Bai Xiuxiu pulled him into the room. She was ready to watch him meditate. Watching them enter the room, Nana had a smile on her face. However, she didn't know why, but she felt a sense of loss in her heart. Every night, she coaxed Lan Xuanyu to sleep. Not only did Lan Xuanyu feel warm and comfortable, but she also liked that feeling very much. It gave her a sense of warmth that she had never felt before. It was as if she was supposed to accompany him like this. That kind of peace of mind was the best feeling she had ever felt since she recovered. "Xiuxiu, you're just jealous," Lan Xuanyu said angrily as he looked at Bai Xiuxiu, who closed the door. Bai Xiuxiu pursed her lips and said, "Yes, I'm jealous." "So what? You're hogging Nana every day. That's outrageous. Moreover, it is indeed time for us to cultivate. If we continue to be lazy, what will happen when we return to the academy? We haven't cultivated for a week. I reckon we've regressed. Let's take advantage of the few days before school reopens to recover." Lan Xuanyu couldn't do anything to her. In fact, Lan Xuanyu agreed with her. There were only a few days before school reopened. They had to be nervous. Otherwise, if they regressed after school reopened, the teachers wouldn't let them off. "Okay, let's meditate." Lan Xuanyu gave the bed to Bai Xiuxiu and sat down on the carpet. Bai Xiuxiu didn't know why, but she couldn't bear to see him meditating obediently. She subconsciously walked to his side and gently touched his hair. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and looked at Bai Xiuxiu in a daze. Bai Xiuxiu was also looking at him at this moment. When their eyes met, Bai Xiuxiu's pretty face suddenly blushed. She jumped onto the bed and sat cross-legged. "Let's meditate." However, judging from the slight rise and fall of her chest due to her rapid breathing, it seemed that it wasn't that easy for her to enter a calm state of meditation. Lan Xuanyu was still thinking about that moment just now. Nana's hand was warm and gentle. When she touched his hair, he always felt waves of warmth. Bai Xiuxiu's fingers were a little cold. They were cool and slender. When she touched them, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel relaxed or warm. Instead, he felt a kind of tremor that came from his soul. In the end, the two of them sat cross-legged, but neither of them entered a state of meditation for a long time. Imperceptibly, they felt a kind of faintly discernible charm and gentleness. It was a kind of beauty in the hearts of youths when they were ignorant. There was nothing else. It was just a beautiful touch of their hearts. Lan Xuanyu didn't know when he entered a state of meditation. He only felt that everything around him started to soften and gradually calm down. Unknowingly, he entered a state of meditation. His soul power circulated naturally. It wasn't any different from before. It was the same for his bloodline vortex. Everything was silent, but it was as usual. Lan Xuanyu himself didn't realize that after a week of rest, when he entered a state of meditation again, he entered a special state of silence. This was the deep meditation that he hadn't entered in a long time. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu could no longer perceive the outside world. All he could feel was himself. In his spiritual world, what appeared was the feeling of piloting a battleship and soaring in the universe. At this moment, his body seemed to be the entire universe. This universe was faintly discernible, fluctuating, guiding his spirit. This universe was also imperceptibly influencing him, making him feel everything in its vastness. He didn't know when, but he saw a golden ocean. The golden ocean water was surging like a tide. It constantly overflowed the shore. In the sky above the golden ocean, a faint dark golden light was faintly discernible. It was as if the entire sky was covered in a dark golden luster. The waves were surging more and more violently. The dark golden light in the sky also gradually became clearer. In Lan Xuanyu's consciousness, the golden ocean seemed to be constantly rising, trying to swallow everything in the outside world. As the golden color spread, everything in the surroundings began to smile. The entire ocean seemed to become wider and deeper. Wonderful energy fluctuations flowed in the air. Lan Xuanyu's face gradually emitted a faint halo. He didn't know when, but his body had already lit up with a layer of golden luster. Nana had already quietly entered the room. She stood not far in front of Lan Xuanyu. Bai Xiuxiu, who was sitting on the bed, was still meditating. However, she didn't seem to be calm at this moment. The dark purple radiance on her body appeared from time to time. It transformed into a dragon-shaped airflow that spiraled around her body. In front of Lan Xuanyu's chest, a seven-colored radiance gradually lit up. Nana's eyes moved slightly. She didn't need to pay special attention to see that the seven-colored scales on Lan Xuanyu's chest had already increased to 5 pieces. The seven-colored halo gradually converged into a small vortex in front of his chest. It spun violently. Above Lan Xuanyu's head, a faint golden light gradually emerged. It spread out into a golden halo. Behind him, 2 dragon-shaped phantoms were faintly discernible. One was golden, the other was silver. Nana instantly focused her gaze on the golden dragon-shaped shadow, and her heart subconsciously trembled. He seemed to have grasped onto something, but also seemed to be unable to grasp anything. The 2 dragon-shaped phantoms entangled and circled each other. Just like that, it gradually became clear behind Lan Xuanyu. The golden halo above Lan Xuanyu's head was also growing stronger and stronger, enveloping the entire room. If it wasn't for Nana, who was controlling everything in the room, they would have been able to sense the intense spiritual fluctuations from far away. A deep dragon's roar sounded, and when it did, the purple dragon-shaped airflow around Bai Xiuxiu became clearer and stronger. A layer of translucent purple scales also appeared on the surface of Bai Xiuxiu's body. Her scales appeared as a whole, but they were somewhat illusory and not solid. However, her aura continued to rise. This was the process of the abyssal demon dragon king's aura fusing with her bloodline. With the help of the dragon god's aura released by Lan Xuanyu, they were fusing. Just like what the thorn dragon had once said to Lan Xuanyu, it hoped that Lu Feng and the others could cultivate by Lan Xuanyu's side as much as possible. Lan Xuanyu's dragon god's bloodline aura could subtly affect all other bloodlines, especially dragon-type bloodlines. At this moment, even though the demon queen had yet to become Bai Xiuxiu's true spirit, Bai Xiuxiu's bloodline was constantly evolving and improving during the fusion process. Her original demon soul Great White Shark bloodline was fusing with the Demon Queen's Abyssal Demon Dragon bloodline, gradually evolving into a brand new bloodline. When the future Demon Queen truly became her spirit soul along with her breakthrough, this brand new bloodline would completely awaken. Nana sensed the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body and Bai Xiuxiu's changes. A faint silver light flickered in her eyes. She was ready to help them at any time. However, Lan Xuanyu was even more outstanding than she had imagined. The golden halo above his head remained constant and stable, without any signs of wavering. This was a sign that his spiritual sea was extremely stable. Nana couldn't help but nod. Lan Xuanyu's growth speed was obviously not fast in terms of soul power, but in reality, his growth was still stable. The only problem was that he had learned too many things and it was a little messy. As a result, his spiritual sense was too tired. That was why she let Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu relax for a week. From the looks of it, this relaxation had a very good effect. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was about to break through. And this breakthrough would be very important for soul masters. It was the transformation of spiritual power from the spirit sea realm to the spirit abyss realm. This also meant that Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was about to break through 5,000 points. One had to know that when Lan Xuanyu was on Heaven Planet, his spiritual power was only 4,700, not even 4,800. The sudden increase in this short period of time was because after his spiritual sense was fully relaxed, he had completely digested and absorbed the portion that the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian, had given him and fused it with his spiritual power. Once he entered the spirit abyss realm, Lan Xuanyu's perception in all aspects, including his mental agility, would be greatly improved. The next realm after the spirit abyss realm was the spirit domain realm. At the spirit domain realm, one could have their own spiritual domain. Although Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation was the lowest in the class, his spiritual power was definitely the strongest. In fact, there weren't many students in the entire outer court whose spiritual power had reached this level. Xinglongjiang was one, but there weren't many abnormalities like Xinglongjiang in the Shrek Academy. If Lan Xuanyu didn't fuse with Di Tian, he would probably have to wait until the 5th or 6th years before he could break through to the spirit abyss realm. However, he had just barely entered the 2nd year. This breakthrough would be of great benefit to him in the future. It also included his mastery of his various abilities. Gradually, the two dragon-shaped shadows behind Lan Xuanyu silently drifted towards the golden light above his head. As if they were being pulled, the three gradually merged. In Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea, the entire sky was originally dark gold, but at this moment, the dark gold color began to shrink to a corner. The dark gold color became even deeper, but it didn't release any of its aura to affect Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea. Right at this moment, the sky above his spiritual sea seemed to have broken open. First, a Jinlong drilled in. It pounced into the sea of his spiritual sea and immediately set off huge waves. Immediately after, another silver dragon drilled in. It pounced directly at the Jinlong, and the two of them quickly entangled. Lan Xuanyu's body began to tremble unstably. Due to this impact, his spiritual world finally began to tremble unstably. Nana's eyes also began to turn serious, but she knew that even she couldn't help Lan Xuanyu at this moment. This was because this was a true process of fusion and enlightenment. If she interfered, it was very likely that it would affect Lan Xuanyu's potential. Once his potential was affected, Lan Xuanyu would never have such an opportunity again. The rainbow vortex in front of Lan Xuanyu's chest began to become more and more intense and bright, and his body trembled more and more violently. At this moment, he was just like when he had just awakened his bloodline. The gold and silver dragons began to fight each other in his spiritual sea. They didn't give in to each other, and both of them wanted to completely occupy his spiritual sea. His entire spiritual world was stirred up violently. Lan Xuanyu's forehead began to drip with cold sweat, and his body began to tremble more and more violently. The immense pain pulled Lan Xuanyu out of his deep meditation state. After his consciousness returned to his spiritual sea, he immediately saw a scene that left him flabbergasted. What's going on with Jinlong and the silver dragon? Are they a part of my bloodline? But how did they enter my spiritual sea? Under their stirring, Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea started to show signs of damage. He subconsciously wanted to call out to his teacher Nana, but he realized that his consciousness couldn't leave his spiritual sea at all. He couldn't communicate with the outside world. He tried to wake up the beast god Dtian, but the dark golden aura that belonged to Dtian shrunk into a corner and couldn't move. The pain became more and more intense, and the battle between Jinlong and the silver dragon became more and more intense. Cracks started to appear around his spiritual sea. What do I do? What should I do? Lan Xuanyu was extremely anxious now. He couldn't help but think of what his father, Lan Xiao, told him when he was young: in this world, the only person you can completely rely on is yourself. He couldn't rely on Nana now, nor could he rely on the golden eyes black dragon King Dtian. He could only rely on himself. But how could he resolve the crisis in front of him? Lan Xuanyu's mind raced as he thought quickly. Jinlong and the silver dragon were fighting fiercely. Wasn't this the same situation as when he first encountered problems with his bloodline power? Later on, the problem with his bloodline was resolved. How did it resolve? A vortex? Yes, a vortex. After the gold and silver bloodline powers formed a vortex, the centrifugal force created by the rotation prevented them from colliding with each other. Naturally, they wouldn't bring him any danger. Later on, the real solution to the problem was the 9-colored dragon god's bloodline. It allowed the gold and silver bloodlines to fuse together and become indistinguishable from each other. Yes, he had to form a vortex first. He had to form a vortex in his spiritual sea. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu endured the immense pain caused by the rupture of his spiritual sea and tried his best to control the seawater in his spiritual sea. He couldn't control Jinlong and the silver dragon, but his spiritual sea was within his control. The seawater in his spiritual sea began to rotate under his control. First, the seawater in the periphery started to rotate, then it gradually shrank inwards. Sure enough, the impact of the spiraling seawater on the periphery of his spiritual sea was reduced by a little, which lessened the pain he felt. This discovery lifted Lan Xuanyu's spirits. He hurriedly continued to control his spiritual power and the seawater in his spiritual sea, causing it to continue circling. The sea was spinning faster and faster. The battle between Jinlong and the silver dragon mainly took place in the core area of the spirit sea, so Lan Xuanyu did not try to control the seawater in this area right away. Instead, he started from the outermost part of the seawater and made it swirl. This way, the waves caused by the impact of the twin dragons were constantly being eliminated and fused with by the seawater circling around them. The surrounding seawater continued to shrink inwards, eventually forming a whirlpool. The gold and silver twin dragons were originally madly fighting in the spiritual sea, but under Lan Xuanyu's control, the center of the spiritual sea gradually became empty. The surrounding seawater was spiraling, and the center was empty. Although the battle between the twin dragons was still fierce, it no longer affected the seawater. However, the spiritual waves they caused were still extremely strong. Lan Xuanyu did not dare to wait. When he had basically gained control of the spiritual sea, the entire whirlpool immediately began to squeeze inwards. Success or failure depended on this one move. He had to rely on the centrifugal force of the whirlpool to separate the gold and silver dragons and prevent them from attacking each other. Only in this way could his spiritual sea stabilize. The whirlpool gradually shrank inwards. The twin dragons seemed to have felt it, but the battle between them became even more intense. Finally, the moment the whirlpool's power affected them, their bodies began to be pulled and affected by the spiraling seawater. The speed of their attacks decreased, but they were still too strong. The seawater in the spiritual sea could not completely affect them. Lan Xuanyu firmly controlled the whirlpool to shrink inwards. As the whirlpool spun faster and faster, the two dragons' bodies were more and more affected by the whirlpool in the spiritual sea. Their battle began to slow down. However, they became even more violent, and continued to stir up the spiritual sea. Lan Xuanyu knew that, especially at a time like this, he could not relax. He endured the intense pain in his head, and continued to shrink the whirlpool, and controlled it to spin violently. Poof! A soft sound echoed in the spiritual sea. In that instant, the gold and silver dragons were finally completely swallowed by the whirlpool. They stopped fighting, and spun rapidly in the whirlpool. However, these two dragons seemed to have a deep hatred for each other. They only paused for a moment, and even if they were driven by the whirlpool, they could still attack and try to attack each other. At this time, Lan Xuanyu's pain was finally greatly reduced. The gold and silver dragons fighting in the whirlpool were not as strong as before. In this way, Lan Xuanyu's condition naturally improved. Lan Xuanyu did not hesitate. He separated a part of his consciousness, and let it leave the spiritual sea that he had complete control of, and let it sink into the bloodline whirlpool in his chest. A rainbow-colored light was guided by his spiritual power, and directly entered his spiritual sea from his chest. In the past, Lan Xuanyu would never have dared to do this, because he did not know what would happen if he drew his bloodline aura into his spiritual sea. However, he had to do it now, because he had no other choice. The two dragons were only temporarily under his control. He could not always control the whirlpool in his spiritual sea, because his energy was limited. The only thing that could make the gold and silver dragons completely calm down and acknowledge each other was the aura of the bloodline of the dragon gods. A rainbow-colored light entered his spiritual sea. Under Lan Xuanyu's control, the spiritual sea pierced into the core of the whirlpool. A rainbow-colored light quickly condensed and turned into a rainbow-colored pearl. Immediately, the gold and silver dragons that were attacking each other calmed down and stared blankly at the rainbow-colored pearl. Their originally violent emotions calmed down, and their auras became much calmer. The whirlpool in his spiritual sea was still spinning, and the gold and silver dragons only had eyes for the rainbow-colored pearl, and nothing else. At this moment, the whirlpool gradually formed. He did not need to deliberately control it, and the gold and silver dragons naturally circled around the rainbow-colored pearl, driving the seawater in his spiritual sea to swirl. The whirlpool gradually became smaller, and most of his spiritual sea returned to its original calm. Only the center of his spiritual sea had a whirlpool that flickered with rainbow-colored light. The gold and silver dragons inside the whirlpool circled around the rainbow-colored pearl, and they were gradually dyed with a faint rainbow-colored light. Lan Xuanyu's body gradually stabilized. On his forehead, a rainbow-colored light gradually lit up in the shape of a whirlpool. At this moment, his spiritual power had made a qualitative leap. Yes, from this moment onward, Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power had officially entered the spirit abyss realm. Nana heaved a sigh of relief and nodded lightly. She could see that there was a colorful bridge between the bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's chest and the spiritual sea vortex in his mind. The bridge wasn't wide, but it connected the two together perfectly, allowing them to communicate with each other. The gold and silver bloodline and the gold and silver spiritual dragons had completed a connection. Lan Xuanyu's fusion with his bloodline had improved to a whole new level. This was the foundation to truly advance to a higher level. Lan Xuanyu's breakthrough this time came very suddenly, but it was more of a daunting experience than a dangerous one. What he didn't know was that if it weren't for Nana allowing him to relax for the past 7 days, he would very likely have encountered problems when he actually broke through to the spirit abyss realm. The exhaustion of his spiritual sense would cause him to have insufficient control over his spiritual power. In that case, there would really be a certain degree of risk. Of course, if his life was truly in danger, Tian would definitely step in and help him complete the breakthrough. But in that case, he wouldn't be relying on himself. There would definitely be a lot of hidden dangers, and it would also have a considerable impact on his potential. The stabilizing of his spiritual sea allowed Lan Xuanyu to relax, and he gradually returned to his meditative state. The connection between his spiritual sea and the bloodline vortex in his chest had been completed, allowing his spiritual power to control the power of his bloodline, and even his soul power to rise to a whole new level. After an unknown period of time, Lan Xuanyu naturally woke up from his meditative state. He didn't even open his eyes, but he could clearly sense that Bai Xiuxiu was no longer in the room. He was the only one in the room, and the bright sunlight outside the window spilled onto his body, giving him an indescribably warm feeling. At this moment, the light element seemed to be at its densest. In his spiritual senses, the outside world seemed to have become a colorful world. All kinds of elements of different attributes naturally spiraled in the air. There were only water, fire, and wind elements circulating around his body. They entered his body with the rhythm of his breathing, and were imperceptibly absorbed by his soul power. This feeling was very strange. It was as if the entire outside world had become different, more colorful, and more detailed. Everything was becoming more detailed in his spiritual senses. More importantly, he didn't need to use his eyes to feel everything. His spiritual power extended outwards, and he could sense Bai Xiuxiu's presence. Bai Xiuxiu was eating fruits, and holding a plate of grapes in her hands, and stuffing them into her small mouth. His perception became more refined, allowing Lan Xuanyu to feel Bai Xiuxiu's beauty even more. That was a feeling of beauty. At this moment, he heard Nana's voice in his head. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned, because he didn't sense Nana's presence in his spiritual senses. It wasn't until Nana's voice sounded in his spiritual world that he realized Nana was beside Bai Xiuxiu. Teacher Nana is really powerful. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and subconsciously touched his stomach. He was really hungry. He jumped up from the ground. Everything outside seemed to have returned to normal, and there didn't seem to be any difference from before. The world in his eyes was still the same. However, Lan Xuanyu knew that the world in his mind was different. Walking out of the room, Bai Xiuxiu glanced at him. "You're really good at meditation. You've been meditating for 2 days and 2 nights. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. "Has it been that long?" Nana smiled. "You've just broken through, so you need time to stabilize your realm. Deep meditation is also a rare opportunity." Lan Xuanyu suddenly laughed. Of course, he knew what he had broken through. "Teacher Nana, why don't I go out with you to play every day in the future? If I can break through by playing every day, what's the point of cultivating?" Nana smiled. "You wish. This is the result of your accumulation. It's because your spiritual power is relaxed and completely released. If you continue to not cultivate, not only will you not transform, but you'll also regress." Lan Xuanyu sighed. "That's really a pity." Bai Xiuxiu stuck her tongue out at him. "You're taking advantage of me." Lan Xuanyu chuckled and sat down beside her. "The universe's invincible beauty, Xiuxiu, can you cook for me?" Bai Xiuxiu giggled. "Is your mouth so sweet when you're begging me?" Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, "I'm just stating a fact." Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but slap him. "Forget it. I stewed a pot of bull tendon yesterday. I'll go heat it up for you." Looking at them, Nana was really satisfied with her current life. Bai Xiuxiu was very diligent. Ever since they came, Bai Xiuxiu had taken the initiative to clean the house. She didn't ask Lan Xuanyu to help her. Even when Lan Xuanyu wanted to help her, she still despised him for being clumsy. She was really a diligent and good girl. After a while, the fragrant beef tendon stew was served. There was also a pot of rice and a big bowl of soup. "Thank you. Xiuxiu is the prettiest." Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. He didn't hold back and started to eat. As she watched him eat, Nana said, "When you first came, you still have to complete the competition. Firstly, you have to give the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy an explanation. Secondly, you have to regain your form before school reopens." "Which day?" Lan Xuanyu asked as he ate. Nana smiled and said, "Tomorrow. I've already told the academy. There will still be 10 opponents." "All right." Lan Xuanyu didn't mind. After his spiritual power had broken through, he wanted to see how much he had changed. It wasn't a bad idea to use the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy students to practice. Sparring wasn't a big deal. However, as they ate, Lan Xuanyu started to feel reluctant. Ever since he entered a Soul Master Academy and started to cultivate, he didn't have much family life from Douluo College to Shrek Academy. Over the past week, he had been with Bai Xiuxiu and Nana. He really felt like he had returned home. It was indescribably warm and comfortable. They were about to spar with the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy students. This also meant that it was time for them to leave. The Shrek Academy was about to reopen. Lan Xuanyu's emotions were naturally revealed. With Nana's cultivation, she could naturally sense it. "Teacher will visit the two of you often. When the time comes, I'll ask Xiuxiu to cook for us. Is that okay?" Nana said gently. How could she bear to part with these 2 kids? "Really?" Lan Xuanyu's eyes brightened. Nana smiled and said, "I don't have much to do anyway. Once a month. I can also guide the 2 of you in your cultivation." Okay, okay. I'll cook something delicious for you. I'll go back and study more dishes. Bai Xiuxiu hugged Nana's arm excitedly. She had a look of admiration on her face. She had long treated Nana as her mother. She couldn't be any closer to her. Nana stroked her long ponytail. Xiuxiu is the most obedient. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel wronged. How am I not obedient? Bai Xiuxiu said proudly, you're not as obedient as me. As she spoke, she hugged Nana and looked at Lan Xuanyu with a look of protest. In order to be able to eat the food she made in the future, Lan Xuanyu could only endure it. Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. At this moment, the academy was no longer as lively as before. This was because it was the holidays. However, not all the students were on holiday. Academy's teaching office. The teaching director, Wu Xinhui, was standing in front of 10 students and lecturing them with a serious expression. All of you represent the glory of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. It was 10 people against 2 people, and it was against 2 first-year students. If they still lost, they would lose. If you lose, think about how you're going to spend the next semester. End of chapter 608. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.